me.
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter
Yeah,
because obviously
wouldn't
there
matter.
is input. There's
Exactly.
information input of some kind, right? There's information
Yeah.
there, so it wouldn't matter. So the experience is what matters, right? So and your
Exactly.
experience is of
Yeah.
a flat emotional reserves.
Yeah.
So that's
And someone that uses this argument to just say that my argument is true is self-undermining. You know what I'm saying? Because
or they use it to get out of responsibility of having to
Exactly.
support their claim, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because he's saying that we can't prove anything because our logic is just something that depends on our evolution, so we can't rely on it. So he can't say that my argument is valid or sound. It's circular, I mean. But
Yeah, it's
anything can
silly.
be
It's
true.
very, very silly.
Yeah.
I mean, you try and tell a woman giving birth in with labour pain that you can't prove that this is real. You're going to get a big slap in the head.
Yeah. We can actually say that. We can actually say that your child doesn't exist.
Right, I should grab you by the scruff of the neck, get in your face and say, listen here. I know what's real. You didn't go what I just went through, right?
Exactly.
Hello. How's everyone doing, guys? It's been a long time. What's cooking?
Hey, Menno.
Hey, man. How you doing, bro? So, do we have any Globers
Not bad.
here? You know, any Globe they have issue?
Couple of curious minds, I reckon.
Oh,
But, yeah.
interesting.
We were just talking with Matt. Matt, I think.
Oh, nice. Where is he? Oh,
We just met
hi,
Matt.
Matt. Oh, hi, Matt. How you doing, Matt?
I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for asking.
Thank you, man. Have you made any personal observations about the curvature of the planet? You know, like your personal thing, your personal findings, other than what's going online, you know, the pictures, the definitions, the Wikipedia. I mean, your personal
asking
things.
from me?
Yes, brother.
No, I was just curious about the whole title and joined here to see what people are saying here, and then I realized that nobody's talking.
Oh, no. They don't.
Yeah,
So you have never
I'm just a person that is skeptic about anything, everything. But as we said, there's no point to be skeptic and say that we can't rely on our reality and undermining anything that exists and then proving something based on our self-undermining argument. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. But have you made any personal effort ever or questioned, you know, like, hey, let's try and figure out whether it's flat or it has a curvature? Have you ever tried something?
Yeah. Once I was beside the beach in my country. Yeah. And I realized that, you know, the more that on the horizon, my English is not very good. On the horizon, it seemed to be like going down, you know, when I was seeing a ship.
I think on horizon it just seems to be in a straight line. and the ship part, it just vanishes. It's basic trigonometry. You see, the air is dense, right?
Okay.
So
Listen to me.
after a certain point,
if you are
after yes,
if you are located on a high altitude
yes,
position, you're gonna see it like all over the place, but it's going to be ended. It's going to end very soon, because when you just
it vanishes in a straight line, right? It vanishes in a straight line. I have never seen it going like down in a curve way. It's a simple math. If you do trigonometry, you see, a straight angle, a right angle triangle, right? The hypotenuse, the base, and the perpendicular, the height of the triangle. If you do the basic math, you can actually figure out it's
because
only after a certain distance.
No.
Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry. Because it's a straight line vertically, because it's not long enough for us, for our vertical perspective. But when it goes from, I can't explain it in English very well, but when I see it like the ship, for example, 500 kilometers away, when it's too long, I can't say there is a curvature.
You can see 500 kilometer? Really?
500 kilometers.
Oh my
God! I mean,
I think you have
we can see that something like a dot. If it's too far away.
Because it's going in a straight line, it's going straight, it's going in a straight line. It doesn't go like, hey, after that point, it's going to go down in a curved manner. That doesn't really happen. That doesn't really happen.
It doesn't what? Can say it again?
It goes straight, the ship goes in a straight line, and then it keeps vanishing. It keeps getting small and small, due to the angular vision and because of the difference, right? And the further it goes, the smaller it's going to get. So it reaches to a certain point at the end where it just appears to be a dot because it's going straight and it's vanishing. And also the atmosphere, it's so thick that you won't be even able to see it after a certain point.
Is it going to be...
That actually proves it. That actually proves it, that it is actually going straight. It's not going in a curved manner.
Okay. But...
Because here's the thing. No. Listen. Here's the thing. So when it goes straight, right? When it goes, you see when it starts vanishing, you must have noticed this. You do not observe the bottom of the ship to vanish first. The entire ship vanishes equally. It's like fading and getting smaller. It's minimizing. You don't see the bottom of the ship first go, and then the upper, and then slowly to the top. Because if it does like that, that would explain its curve. But I have never, ever on any YouTube videos, and personally myself, I've been to beaches a lot. I've never observed that phenomena. I've never observed the ship vanishing from the bottom to the top. I always seen it vanishing equally, like just vanishing into the distance.
Because it's too far away to notice.
No, it doesn't matter how far away it is. If the curvature was curved, if there was a curvature, right, then the vanishing should appear from bottom to the top. Don't you think so? If the water is curved at the edge, at the horizon, it's getting curved, right? Then it should go from bottom to the top, shouldn't it?
But I have a question.
Yes.
Do you said that it continues? I mean, the flatness continues forever. I mean, is it just it has a limit? It has a.
What do you mean? Of course, there's an edge. Of course.
It has an edge.
It has an edge,
okay.
But nobody's ever seen it. Nobody has ever reached that far. It is unreachable. You cannot reach the edge. It is logically impossible. Nobody has ever done it. There has never been any of the online documentation or any of the literature or any experiences that capture the reaching the edge of the earth. Has anybody here? I don't know. Maybe I may be wrong. Good friends, has anybody here ever seen or been to the edge of the earth? It's curious.
But how is it possible that someone from America can travel to Japan from two sides, like in opposite way?
There are fixed routing paths to it. If you make the map straight, map is always a rectangular. The map is never globe. It's a rectangular map they show you, so you can draw the lines to and from.
So basically, it's not a straight line route.
No, you can go. Here's the thing. You can, in US, you can take from the left side of the US, you can go right all the way through below the South America and all the way to Japan, or you can go through the middle, through the Atlantic Ocean. You can definitely do that, It never shows that, okay, you go from the other side, because there is no other side. It's a square, it's a plane.
Okay.
It's a flat plane. How would you go to the other side? You cannot reach the edge. The reaching edge is impossible.
Okay. What about what are the theories about sun and stars? Why are those things, like circle?
Okay.
Shaped?
I want to ask you something. Okay. I want to ask you something. Have you ever seen a football match in a stadium?
A football match in a stadium? Yeah. I have.
Okay, you have seen. So, when the lights turn off, what shape of light do you see?
Can you say it again?
When the lights in the stadium turn off, what is the shape of the lights?
I don't know.
Google it right now. Let's do it together. Hold on.
You mean the spotlights of the?
Yes, but hold on. 1 second. Let's Google it right now. Let me give you a link. Stadium lights.
Okay.
Stadium lights. Look at this. This is the first link that pops up. Hold on. Let me just show you the images.
Where can I see it?
Yes. Open the chat. Open the chat. Okay, where it is? Here it is. Hold on. I'm gonna give you this link. You open the channel chat, and here it is.
Yeah.
Do you see it? Click on the link. It's right there, right?
Yeah.
So the lights are actually rectangular. When viewed from a distance far, they appear to be circular lights plugged in together. It's a phenomena of light. I don't remember the exact name, but it's a phenomena. When you see things from a distance far away, especially lights, they appear to be round. But as you get closer and closer, you get to see the actual shape. So to answer your question, what is the shape of the sun? We don't know. We do not know. Have you ever seen sun with lights off? I have not. But we don't know. We don't know the shape of the sun. Nobody knows. You can't tell. It could be a big light object planted by NASA to fool us, to give us the night and day. It could be planted by NASA. It could be done something like that. We don't know.
Okay.
We can make we can make theories about it, but there is no very evidence concrete enough to prove the shape of the sun.
But the shape of this light is like rectangular. Do you agree with that?
You can have.
Okay.
No.
So
no.
The shape of the light can be rectangular, but the trajectory of the light should be circular. So the same thing can happen with.
That is not what happens. So light goes in all direction, right? You can point it to a specific direction depending on if you place some mirrors around it. But light goes in all the directions, right? So when you're from the distance far away, they appear to be round. But as you get closer, you get the true shape, which is rectangular. For example, look at this light. I can challenge you from the distance. It would appear to be rectangular, circular. I'm giving you the link. I'm giving you the image in the chat. But in reality, it's square, or it's, from distance it might appear to be circular. It's just that simple.
But it's the trajectory of the light that we see on the ground that is circular. But when we see the light itself, it's
circular.
Just directed.
It appears to be circular. The light appears to be circular.
You know what I'm saying?
No, never. The lights appear to be.
Why?
You can never have a concrete. Whenever you look straight in the light, in the eyes of the light, straight line, you can never see the light's true shape. It is impossible. You're blinded by it. You don't see. Which is the reason why, from distance, let's say from 2 kilometers, you can never tell whether it's it's round or it's rectangular. It's just a source of light.
Okay. So let's just assume that sun is also what's it called? Sun is also something flat. So
we don't know. There is no evidence. There is no evidence. We cannot make assumptions like this.
So it has to be.
We don't know the true nature. Okay. There is no evidence.
It can be flat or not flat. A little bit flatness. It can.
We don't
has.
know. We don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
Brother. We cannot make that assumption because nobody knows. Nobody really knows the true nature of the sun. Nobody has been there. There is no evidence data.
Flat or not flat? It's just.
No, it can be. It can be different as well. It can be flat from one side or some part, and the other part could be curved, or it could be roller coaster shaped. Could be different, but it's glowing. So it's like the light is so much bright. We can never really know the true shape of sun. It's impossible. Knowing the true shape of the sun is logically not possible, given its brightness of the light emitted by it. There is just no way. It's gonna be mystery forever, sadly.
Okay, and
hold on. Are you making a fool of me? Did I just hear you laugh at me?
No, it was just.
Bro, I'm not disrespecting you. We just think critically. I'm telling you. Observe.
I can.
I observe.
I can see.
I observe and I think. I don't just believe anything out there online, especially coming from a government. Government is the biggest scam body out there. The amount of money they steal from people, the amount of money in the name of research and all bullshittery they do, it's a big scam. I don't believe a single word coming out of the government.
But there are lots of beside the politics and economy, all of those things. There are lots of rules of physics and logic that we learned so far.
Okay.
Make all of those things pointless. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, hold on. How? Tell me how. Is it? Are you saying that Earth
the rule of
have
gravity, for example?
Hold on. Not... 1 second. What is gravity? What gravity do you mean? Can you explain?
It's not defined, but it's just the.
What is gravity?
It's the
please tell me.
It's the potential of two objects, for example, two masses. That two beings
you are saying
to a stuff.
Hold on exactly. 1 second. So you're basically saying that you only feel weight because of gravity?
What?
So let's say I'm standing on a table. Doesn't my body have the mass? Shouldn't the mass of my body be responsible for the weight? Isn't it the reason why lighter objects go higher when thrown versus heavier object? If you throw a ball with your hands, it's gonna go up, right? But if you throw an iron ball with your hands, it's not gonna go that up. You know why? Because the density of iron ball is higher than the density of a normal ball, right? So it is because of the density, it is heavier, so that's why it doesn't go high. The same way, our bodies have densities. Objects, materials have density, Depending on the density, how heavy it is, we stick to the ground. So that's because of air floats. That's why air floats in the air. The air doesn't stick to the ground. We stick to the ground because of the density. The air goes up around us everywhere. It's just that simple.
Air is just a spectrum, like the bottom, the lower that you go, it's just heavier because it's more condensed, and the more you go higher, it loses the the volume.
Tell you something. Do you know air pressure? Do you know how air pressure works, right? Can you have an air pressure without a container? Yes or no?
Without a container? No. No, we can't. Yeah.
That explains the Earth cannot be globe. Because if it were a globe, it wouldn't act as a container to keep the air stick to it. If it's a plane or it's a rectangular, you can think how air can stick to it. How there could be air pressure to keep the air in it. That also explains why water is straight. Because Earth is basically a plane that is a container in itself, a rectangular cube, a rectangular container.
But
that is where the water is.
But we missed a point. This assumption that it should be like a container and something like that, it stemmed from something based on gravity.
Brother, no. Gravity doesn't exist. If you have a mass and the density decides whether you stick to the ground or whether you float in the air. The density decides how light or heavy an object is. What does it have to do with the imaginary forces? What does it have to do with anything with the gravity when the density is what decides the object's weight? How heavy or light it is. It is just that simple. It's simple. It is not complicated. It is not difficult. It's simple. It's common sense. I ask you.
Saying that potentially beyond it could be curving. So everything up until that point, all he's saying is, how do you know beyond that it's not curving? That's make a claim.
There already is a superordinate supernatural, right? That itself is not bound by the laws of physics within the natural world. So you've already debunked yourself by saying it must be sourced in the brain. So you at least have a possibility that it's not. So you can't make the affirmative case that it is.
But I don't think I have a burden of proof to claim it isn't, because...
No, you don't have to, dude. Look, listen, bro. Every single person that's sentient knows that a brain is not their sentience. So if you don't know that, then you're not sentient.
That's just circular reasoning. You're saying that you're right, and therefore anyone who disagrees with your position is stupid. Basically, that's your argument.
No, I didn't say they're stupid. I said they're not sentient. Big difference.
Yeah, and it isn't based on anything external except the assumption that you are right.
Why should I base it on anything external? Why should I have the outside world preordinate to the inside world? Isn't it the argument I could be a brain in a vat, the argument that all these nonsensical people appeal to because they don't know about the external world? They only truly know about their internal world, which means the internal world is superordinate to the external world in that philosophy?
I have no idea what you're talking about, even if there was a...
I know you don't have an idea of what I'm talking about. That's the problem.
Even if there was a brain in a vat which simulated the entire universe as if that universe was real, then that brain would still be sentient.
Holy crap, dude. You don't understand that that is an argument against those people. It's not an argument against my position. My position is you don't need the brain and you don't need the vat. So people that are so low IQ that they think appealing to a brain in a vat somehow tells you about the simulatory nature of the universe is just absurd. Think about it that way, bro. Why do you need a vat and a brain? Why? Why can't you just have a simulation that's entirely in the mind, and the mind doesn't need a brain at all? I'll tell you why. Presuppositional physicalist bias. That's why. It's the only reason. Right. So where's the fish monkey? We're gonna show your friend here.
I think we missed a couple of steps. Again, what you're doing is taking an animal that existed a very long time ago and a modern animal, and you're saying that we would have to see like a single animal that would be a direct combination of those two animals, but this just isn't the case. It's a step-by-step process by which those features of this monkey are gradually evolving. It's not like something has half of this, half of this.
Huh? You put this in a race?
Again, like it's like saying that a giraffe is a mammal, right? And this is like saying that
buddy, hold on a second. Hold on. Hey Neil, you're hot micing because you got a crappy Apple phone. Fix it. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so this is like saying that a giraffe is a mammal, and therefore and its ancestor at some point wasn't a mammal. So you would have to see a giraffe that wasn't a mammal, and then a giraffe that is a mammal, but that isn't the case, because the ancestor of giraffes at some point, it already evolved to be a mammal, and a giraffe is a later creation. So a giraffe is already a type of mammal, so there was never a giraffe that wasn't a mammal. That trait still evolved, it just evolved before giraffes evolved.
Yeah, that's great, dude. That's great. Notice how you're just kicking the can down the road for the transitional form. You're not denying the fact that there be these transitional forms. Not only should there should be thousands of them.
There are transitional forms, it's just that they look different than what is Stroman.
So there are transitional forms, it's just that they don't look anything like a transitional form. Okay, that's cool.
For instance, based on the giraffe example, in the fossil record, if you go...
care less about your examples, dude. You're supposed to be giving raised by goats a singular, actual example, not just you say so.
Okay, so you can see in the fossil record examples of giraffes with shorter necks.
Yep.
And
all right, bro. Cool story. He asked you to give him one. You're just talking with your mouth hole. Actually link him to one that he can research. Otherwise, you're not helping him out.
I already did that with the synapses. I already posted a link to an article about synapses on Wikipedia. But
Wikipedia. Hooray.
But I can do that.
Do you think if you were doing research in front of your teacher and your teacher asked you for a resource and you gave Wikipedia, that would be sufficient?
Probably not.
Yeah. So we're not stupid here. We're not dumb flat earthers, right? Like, treat us like we're grown adults who know how to research, and then give us like something that's peer reviewed that we can look into ourselves.
Okay, why not?
Yeah, why not?
If you want to have academic resources, then I can find you something.
Synapse City, a diverse group of tetrapod vertebrates that include all mammals and their extinct relatives. Whoop-de-doo, dude.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, dude, this is like asking someone for like an evidence, and you just say the internet. It's in the internet, bro. Just read it. It's on Wikipedia, bro. Just read it. Pick a single form, okay, that was evidenced by direct excavation from the earth, that was studied, and the results and the conclusions from that study of that singular form. Not some general idea on Wikipedia. Holy crap, dude. Do you not know how to prove your case? And we ought to make a sister channel called 24/7 How to Teach a Glober to Make an Actual Citation or present an actual piece of evidence. That would be a good channel. Oh, and by the way, friend, linking somebody to another source, which is just repeating the claim that you just made, is just two people saying the same claim, not evidencing the claim. That's a big difference. Don't you agree? And listen, Raised by Goats already knows the story, right?
Yep.
He heard the story a million times that sometime in the distant past, things were boning and getting it on and getting freaky in the sheets, and weird things came out later, and those things died, but the ones that survived, they got freaky and got some girlfriends, and they got their girlfriend pregnant, and then the other guy came over and shot him with a shotgun because he didn't want that freakazoid to marry his daughter, and so then the progeny had a hard time struggling through the mud, and then eventually became a fish dog. We all know the story, dude. He didn't ask you for a repetition of the story. He asked you for an evidence. Holy crap.
I think that's a hard thing for a lot of them to understand, though, is that like they don't realize that we were raised on the story. And I think that's why it's important we steelman their arguments. We were raised on that story. We know the story very well. Matter of fact, we know it even better now than we did before, because as we started looking into it, we realized that doesn't work, that doesn't work, that doesn't work. And we start seeing the lie for what it is. Well, whoever's doing the lying is irrelevant. The story itself has no truth in it.
Yeah, so for example, in the future, mankind will actually evolve to be Godzillas. And Godzillas are really tall. And so how you know we're evolving to be Godzillas is that I am taller than my mother. That's how you know, because you see, my mother was short, and then I'm taller, and then eventually I'll be, my kids way down the line will be 300 meters tall and breathe fire. Cool story, bro.
Well, my family's going to breathe plasma.
Come on, Embo. Don't let them do this to you. Embo, get him. Get him. Embo, come on. Is that a concession, Embo? You concede?
Here we go. No,
You have no evidence? Oh, go ahead.
I have. Here you have a citation. You wanted a peer-reviewed paper. Here's a paper about transitional fossils of terrestrial hoofed mammals, and it includes giraffes.
There you go, guys. Ha!
Here's a citation. What's wrong with it?
Whoa, brother. Citation? Let me see. Let me see if it's a citation. Let's see. Prometheo evolutionary transition to the fossil record, terrestrial hoof mammals. Okay, that's a title. Okay, so let me click what you got here. It's a website.
And the website leads to an article.
Okay, so an article. Okay, so that's a reference, not a citation, in case you didn't know that.
It is a citation. That's what citation means in science.
Okay, so you don't know what a citation is. That's good. So notice here. So you guys ready for this? You guys all ready? So check this. Check this out, guys. Right here. Let me click this.
A citation is citing what's the source of your data.
Yeah, cool story, dude. Okay, so did you read this article?
Yeah, I read the fragment about the giraffes.
You read a fragment, so you have no idea whether this article actually demonstrates your claim or not. So go listen here, Embo, let me help you out. Go read the article, and then from the article, pull a citation, right, that actually backs up what you say, and that can actually be validated in any way, shape, or form. Right, then bring it back, say, here's the citation from the article, right? That specific portion of the article that backs my claim, not just a general title, dude. For example, how do you know, based on what you said, I have no information to know whether or not this article is actually critical or a proponent of the idea that this long-necked animal does anything, based on what you said.
Because I read the article,
No, we know what you did, dude. We know what you did. You Google searched something about the topic. You found something that sounded like it was about it, and then you came in here and posted it without doing any scrutiny or due diligence. That's what happened.
And also what you want me to do is not a citation, is a quotation. A citation is what I just did.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Cool story.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. I haven't been here in like 2 months. Hello.
Bye-bye.
Oh.
Hi, welcome back. Glad to have you.
Yeah, hello.
Yo, why everybody's Or what are you saying? You guys talk in the chat. So if a person have yeah, it's not it's
Moderated nickname. You're roboting, lagging, glitching, all at the same time. Empty bag of fries, you're hot micing.
Apparently, they didn't get the hint. What's up, Mohammed?
Is Embo gonna take this chance to run away? Where's Embo?
Is it Mohammed or Mohammed?
Muhammad.
What's up, man? You got your letters a little bit backwards, just so you know.
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, your mic is clear. Your mic is very clear now.
Okay. If a person has a brain, he'll tell Earth is flat because the main thing is that if you go to the Arctic region, there would be northern lights. It's because of the Earth's magnetic pull. Since Earth is a ellipse, we are getting that. So I think that Earth is in flat. So can you?
Yeah, man. So the Earth is flat because you looked at the sky. Is that your evidence? The Earth is flat because you looked at the sky.
I'm looking at the articles.
Am I roboting?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Do anybody think? Do anybody think Earth is flat here?
So yeah, we know the Earth is flat. We don't think it's flat.
No, the Earth is spherical.
Oh, so you have evidence of the Earth being spherical?
I can't wait.
Hey, is anyone here?
What's up, baby?
If you're listening on the YouTube live stream, we need one bot over there on the politics. All right, I'm out.
Well, according to Nicholas Copernicus' theory on the sun being the center of the universe, it has to prove the model that the heliocentric model that Nicholas made. So that could also in turn prove that the Earth is spherical or an oblate spheroid.
Okay, so you have direct measurements of the curvature? I kind of really didn't hear what you said. Can you repeat what you said again?
I said Nicholas Copernicus, he disproved that the sun is like revolving around Earth and Earth is in the center of the universe, you see.
Earth is planets moving in the sky. That's all we see. We don't see it go around the sun.
Yeah, but they say that they go around the sun at different speeds.
Yeah, I know what they say.
when did you guys decide to be flat earthers? I mean,
what do you mean decide?
Like when you go to school and you actually read the textbooks, and then was it then when you thought,
I mean, I was a globe earther up until like maybe 8 years ago.
Oh.
And yeah, I read all the textbooks. Listen, I know more about the globe Earth model, space, and all that crap than you do. And that's not to like tell my own horn. Almost every flat earther knows the globe. It's not that we don't know it. We do know it, and that's why we don't believe it. You understand? It's not that we're ignorant of it. We do know it very well. And that's why it's unbelievable. Because once you know it in detail, it's stupid. It's just, it doesn't hold any water. You actually look at the actual evidence for it. So in the textbook, right, they tell you, yes, planets this, planets that, sun this, stars that, black holes, blah, blah, blah. But they don't present any evidence for any of that stuff, do they?
Yeah, I never thought about that.
So what first made me inquire into flat Earth was there was a television news, and during the weather, meteorologist showed a photograph one of the viewers had taken across Lake Michigan, 52 miles, capturing the entire Chicago skyline. Right now, if you do the calculation for whether Chicago should be seen from that distance, it should not. Okay, if the Earth is a ball, a 3,959 mile radius, you should not see the Chicago. And his excuse was, "Oh, this is a mirage." Okay, knowing what mirages are, I said to myself, "Why did he just say that? Why did he just say that was a mirage when clearly it's not a mirage?" Which made me investigate further. Okay, and then investigate further. Looked at surveying, all different methods that they use to measure the curvature of the Earth, whether to see if because if the surface of the Earth does not curve, then it can't be a ball, right? And we know from experience, right, that water on its surface lies flat. So the question is, at what point does it start curving? Right? How far away is that? And if you look at the math, it's not very far away at all. In fact, think about this, in 40 kilometers, the surface of the Earth should drop down 127 meters. Right? So if you had a 42-story building 40 kilometers away, you should not be able to see it at all. That's a lot of curve. And in fact, when we go out and do the actual observation, this is not the case. Oh, she left. She bolted.
Couldn't handle it.
I think she wrote down some questions or something. Was reading them off. Yeah, we were in a home server last night. It was pretty dope.
Everybody show up or what?
Yeah, we had a good. It was at least 20, 25. I ran like an AMA event with Dandelion. We actually had a dude come in. He was actually pretty just curious, right? He's like, I'm not really that smart. I don't really know about any of this. And he's like, he's just trying to figure out, like, kind of like what's real, because he's like confused by all the he was kind of youngish, probably in his mid-20s, maybe early 30s, but he's confused by all the like different crap he gets.
What was his perspective, or did he have was he coming from academia?
No. But he seriously, one of the things he mentioned was like he gets a lot of flat Earth stuff in his YouTube feed, because he watches like atheists versus theist debates. And he said, I noticed like there's a lot of crossover. I'm like, yeah, there is a lot of crossover. Professor Dave. So he's aware of like Professor Dave, and his understanding of the topic is very superficial. I mean, even probably less than that girl we were just talking to. At least that's what the way he portrayed himself, is that he didn't really know anything. So actually, he was pretty civil, open. He rejected the solipsist worldview, so that's a good start.
That is a good start.
Because that's quite the freaking mess, rabbit hole, whatever you want to call it.
Unlike Heretic here, he doesn't know if he knows if he's a brain in a jar.
I'm a solipsist now, am I?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then I'll stand on I think, therefore I am. I think is that the position? Is that the solipsistic position?
What up? First round.
Oh no, not one of these guys.
Yeah, I do. One of these
forbid
guys.
I join and speak the topic of the room.
Hey, bro, I think your eyeballs are flat. I think that's the problem. Your eyeballs are flat.
Heretic. Let the 24/7 team handle this guy. All right. So if you have any evidence, go ahead and put it forward.
Do you prefer links or open speeches or
dealer's choice?
Okay. I'm gonna ask the clanker. I chat because it's to me this is we got bigger things to argue. Which I would bring them up, but every time I bring up bigger things to argue, I get banned from this channel.
Well, maybe because that's not the topic.
I know. Holy fuck, please don't ban me. I submit. I'm asking the clanker what I'm supposed to say. Why is...
The topic. You see the topic, right?
I do. I'm submitting to your policies. Why is the Earth not flat?
No, a globe. You have a comprehension problem, bro? Why is it a globe?
Are you inebriated?
It's flat Earth. I thought that I'm committing against your belief, which is it's flat.
No, you're getting it wrong. You're getting it wrong.
It's 24/7 flat Earth. There's no way. There's a fucking scope.
How do you know it's a globe?
It's flat. I'm in your channel. I'm in your world.
So are you going to concede that you can't provide evidence that the Earth is a globe? We'll tell you how it's flat. Yeah, but we'll tell you how it's flat if you can concede that you don't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Gravity pulls towards the center. I'm only quoting a clanker because, again, I just have nothing better to do than prove the Earth's round.
You haven't proved it. You're just talking about flat Earth.
Gravity is pulled towards the center.
Okay, say that's your hypothesis that gravity pulls towards the center. Wouldn't you need to go out and measure that to be the case?
Haven't they measured that though? Didn't they do hold on. We're having a civil discussion here.
No, we're not talking to you, man. We don't need five talking heads. We don't need 5 talking heads. We need the guy whom we're talking to. Yeah.
All right. My fault. My fault for bringing an actual discussion to the table.
No, your fault because we're asking him how he knows what he knows about the Earth being a globe, not you.
Just hold tight. Yeah, hold tight, buddy. Dude, you're interrupting.
Photos from space, I agree. NASA edits the shit, so that's bullshit. I agree with that.
Okay, it doesn't answer my question. That if your hypothesis is gravity forms the Earth into a ball, wouldn't you need to measure that ball to know that that's true?
Right. They've measured it. If the measurements are made, that's a different conversation.
No, it's not a different conversation.
Okay, they've already understood what the Earth is.
Okay, the Earth being a ball is a claim of geometry, right?
Right.
A ball is a shape, right? So don't you need to measure it to be that shape in reality?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Oh, great. Then we're on the same page. Go ahead, Evie.
Yeah, how have they done that?
How have they measured it? I could drop the measurements. If we want to disagree with that, that's fine.
No.
We want the methodology.
What's the method that he did to extract the numbers?
Because they take one end of the Earth, they take the opposite end of the Earth, and fucking divide in between. It's fucking the median.
What?
That could be accurate. I'm drunk as shit. I feel like the median is in between the two ends.
Yeah.
Is that?
You're just assuming that it's. You're assuming that it's something you think it is. How did they measure it?
They took the end of hypothetically the 2 points I'm about to make are opposite. I'm not saying they are.
Whatever the hell your name is, Panda.
Panda, yeah.
Listen, dude. If you tell a carpenter, I need you to measure this. What do you think he's going to do?
He's going to take one end and go to the other end.
I know, but what is he going to use to measure?
A ruler? Fucking...
A tape measure, something that's physical that he knows that there's a numeric value he can ascribe to it. All right.
Right.
If you're using something like a device or something, doesn't matter what it is, that's what we're asking from you to give us. What did they use, the method that they used so they could measure the earth? Not just put it down on a piece of paper. The carpenters are just going to look at something and go, okay, let me write this down.
Right, like a small scale enough where they can actually take the diameter there. Obviously, nobody's taking the diameter of Earth.
How about radius?
So what I'm saying is that...
How about the radius, Panda?
What I'm saying is they took the distance from...
Oh my God.
I'm dodging all your points. The Earth is actually flat. You caught me. I'm a Zionist Jew.
No, I don't care about that. All I care about is that people are honest of like how they know.
Be honest. I was giving you my honest opinion.
No, it's not, dude. Either you know that they measured it and you can tell me how, or you don't. Yeah? Yeah? You got it?
I muted him. Let's go to the next guy. He's drunk. Scarlet, you're up.
I don't know. My opposing argument to this, right, was like take the light experiment, right? Like they did an entire documentary about this, and I'm not like being mean in the sense of like, hey, you guys are wrong. Obviously, I'm not trying to be that dickhead, right? But like, you take the light experiment for example, and you have so you have two pieces.
You're talking about Netflix, right? Are you talking about Netflix?
Like take the Netflix documentary for example, right? They do the light example where they put two wooden fences apart from each other, a mile apart, and they shine a light through a hole through both of the fences, right? There's a hole in both of the fences. They shine a light through one of them, and you can't see it on the other side. I would love to hear.
Wait a minute.
Here,
Scarlett, what is the method by which they measure the curve through that distance?
Okay, I'm going to read you off.
No, dude, no, wait, don't read. I just want in your own words, your take from what you saw and how you understand it, right? So give it to me verbally. Okay,
I'm going to give it to you verbally. You have three pieces of fence, right? You have three pieces of fence. They are spread across almost 4 miles. All of the fences are 8 feet tall, right? They're all the same height. You shine a light through a hole in the same exact center of all of those pieces of fence. How come you cannot see the light?
No. No, you're asking the wrong question. I want to know what the curvature...
What's the right question?
I want to know what the curvature rate is from point A to point B, which would be the beginning plank and the end plank. The one in between won't really matter. So if you're going to say that there's a drop over the distance, you're going to have to know how much of that curve there is between those two, from the beginning to the end.
Okay, but that's not the question being asked. If the Earth is flat, you should be able. If the Earth is flat, you should be able to see the light.
No.
Across all three planks of fence.
Sorry, that doesn't work. You didn't account for the actual thing that's being used, the light source. You didn't account for maybe undulation in the water. You didn't account for anything. So all you're doing right now...
They didn't use water.
Though.
They didn't use water.
I didn't bring up water. I didn't bring up water at all. They didn't use water in the study. And they got an actual $20,000 piece of equipment that said, "Hey,
you're mixing up stories, bro. You just
I don't know what you're talking about, bro."
And I'm not trying to mix up stories. I'm just saying,
but you are
use water.
They did it next to a canal.
Trying to do.
They did. Hold on. They did it next to Scarlet. They did it next to a canal. Okay. They measured the height, and it wasn't a fence. It was like a whiteboard with a hole they cut in it. And they did it on land. And you ask, why don't they align? Okay. Maybe they're just not aligned, dude. Maybe it's a slope.
Then I have
it's a slope. If it's a slope, they're not going to line up, right?
Yeah, he conceded. I do.
Yeah, no, you guys got it. For 100%, you guys have it. 100%. Like,
there's other problems. It couldn't have worked even in practice, dude. Okay, because of light diffractional light, it couldn't have made it through all those holes. Then you have the alignment problem of aligning the holes in a straight line, which is super fucking difficult. It would probably take you 4 weeks of surveying to even fucking do that shit. Okay. It couldn't have worked, even in practice. And then here's the crazy part. When they lifted up the light, they could see the light. Why is that?
Because the Earth is round.
Okay, so they lifted it. Hold on, Evie. So they lifted it up over the curve. Okay, so they lifted it over the curve of the Earth.
Yes.
Okay. Well, how much curve was that?
Brother, I'm not a mathematician. I don't.
Well, it's supposed to be 18 feet. So who's 18 feet tall?
Ladders do exist.
Yeah, but they didn't use an 18-foot fucking ladder in the middle of the goddamn woods.
Okay.
So the problem was they didn't align the holes. That's why they weren't seen. And when they lifted the light above the fucking holes, they could see the light because they didn't have the boards blocking the light anymore.
You know, dude, you convinced me I'm a fucking flat earther now.
That's not our point. That's not what we're doing here. Stop relying on Netflix for information. How about that?
You know, it's also important.
On Netflix. I'm essentially bringing your own argument.
Yeah, Scarlett. No, you're not.
No, nobody endorses Sharonism, dude.
Hold on, Indio. The problem is also that you're not telling us how much curvature there is to actually state that the Earth is curving in the manner in which you think it is. So they didn't measure any curvature. Do you know that?
No, please educate me.
So, if you think there's curvature there in between what they did, then how do you know that's been confirmed if you don't know the measurement to the curvature that should be there? How do you know?
You're right, dude. I don't know. You're so right.
Thank you. And that's it. You're coming up with information that you can't substantiate, which is our point. You can't substantiate the information you're putting forward as your evidence.
You're so right, dude.
So what else you got?
Nothing, dude. You beat me. I'm a fucking woke liberal, and I just got owned.
It's not a contest, dude.
Oh my god.
We're not trying to convince you to be a flat earther. Look, bro. Look, let me ask you. Why do you think we're in
I'm just saying, if you're like, I'm coming at. Why
do you think we're in here?
I'm not coming at you disrespectfully, but I feel like it's so much disrespect the other way around. You feel me? Like I'm not being a douche. I'm like bringing what I have to the table, and I'm just kidding.
Well, no, you are being a douche by saying I'm convinced sarcastically I'm a flat earther now.
Yeah, because I'm being treated like an ass, like just for stating my opinion.
You're being critiqued, dude. I'm sorry that hurt your feelings, but that's what we do in this channel. We critique what you say you know is true. We do that to everybody. You're acting like a total snowflake when it comes to this. Just relax. We critique everybody. What the fuck, bro?
You would critique us if we said some shit, right? If we said some shit, you'd critique us, right?
I feel like if I critiqued you, you guys would just
we get critiqued all the time, bro.
Completely fine.
Yeah, we get critiqued all the time. We're constantly assailed with critiques. Okay, way worse than what you are.
And like I said, you guys have it. You guys have the argument. Because I do not have enough information to bring to the table to counter. And you guys have it. That's what I'm saying. But you guys are taking it as I'm being a dickhead.
No, dude, you're reading way too much into it, man. You're reading way too much into it. Don't think you're a dickhead. We've just heard this Jaronism thing hundreds of times. It's influenced a lot of people to think that somehow this test did something because of the way it was selectively edited. The part like where he goes, "That's interesting." He had said that 4 hours before, but then they clipped it and added it to the end of him looking through the little panel. But that whole thing had happened hours before. There was 100 people at this test. This camera crew was with them all day. They were there like 18 hours filming the entire time. He said that's interesting in regards to something else and put that at the end to make it look like he was going, oh shit. Okay? And you know why they did this? They admitted it. They found out that some of the flat earthers had children and were teaching them their children the earth was flat. So they had to stop flat earth.
Okay? So you're being hoodwinked.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's just like, listen, we're only here to give information, dude. We ain't here to try to convince you that fucking Earth is flat or anything. You need to do that on your own. Do you think we're better than like the mainstream propaganda? Like somehow we're better at it? And believe us instead of them? No, what we tell you is believe yourself, right? You can figure this out for yourself. You don't need to rely on us. You don't need to rely on them. You can figure it out for yourself. It's easily testable. Easily. According to the geometry they claim exists, you can easily test to see if the Earth is a globe or a flat horizontal plane. You can easily find this out. You don't need us to do it. We're here to tell you that the claims they make of what's observed in nature based upon the globe aren't actually observed in nature. But nobody checked. You didn't check. The difference between us and you is we checked.
And that's a fair argument. That is a fair argument.
Yeah, all we're saying is check, dude. That's it. Go ahead.
The other thing too is that you notice this, right? You pulled up something that was on the internet, like Netflix. Why didn't you turn to academia to actually provide evidence that the Earth is an actual globe? Why doesn't anybody do that? Why don't they just turn to the education system and say, hey, look, this is how we know the Earth's a globe. This is what they taught us. This is what they told us, or whatever.
Then can I please get something in the side chat? Can I get a source, please? That's all I'm asking for.
For what?
You're talking about academia. Can I please get a source in the side chat about? Can I get a source for that information, please? For your information.
Well, you didn't understand what he said. What he said was, why did you turn to Netflix for evidence the Earth is a globe, and why didn't you turn to academia?
And I understand.
Where's academia? What do you think the evidence for the Earth being a globe that exists in academia? What do you think they have?
I am actively asking you for the opposing evidence so I can review it.
You're not listening, dude.
You don't. There is no evidence.
I understand the question. The question is, hey, can you please provide evidence in academia, not Netflix, that the Earth is round?
That was not the question. That was not the question. No. He was asking why you didn't turn to them.
Brother, I picked the first piece of evidence that I could start with. I'm asking you to.
Yeah, but why wasn't it academia?
You guys are talking about.
Why wasn't it academia that you turned to, and why wasn't it Netflix?
Why can I not get the article that you're talking about? Can I get the piece of academia that you're basing your entire argument on?
You're not understanding. What we're trying to tell you, there's no globe evidence in academia to oppose it in the first place.
That's why you didn't. That's why you didn't start there.
Can I see the academia to support flat Earth?
Oh my God, dude!
You're not getting it.
I don't know what else to do, dude, man. Like,
okay, no, because I feel like I'm being rage baited 100% right now because I'm asking.
There's no measurements, dude. In academia, either way, dude, is what we're telling you.
There is measurements in real life. In IRL, there are measurements. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What were they measured with?
Yeah. Yeah, there are measurements.
Okay, shut your pie hole and talk normal.
There are measurements.
Go on mute.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us what
there are measurements. There's measurements.
Yeah, you're chanting.
There's measurements.
You're chanting.
I'm not chanting. You're getting mad.
You're chanting the same thing over and over.
You're mad. You're mad because there's measurements. You're mad. There's measurements.
I don't have to be mad. Now you're mad.
Okay,
do you think that's normal, Scarlett, to act like that? Scarlett, do you think that's normal to act like that?
I mean, was he a little like rage baity? 100%, sure. But like, I would have.
That's not an outlier. That's not an outlier.
An outlier for what?
It's like what he just did is not a statistical outlier. That is the rule, not the exception. This topic turns people very emotional and spastic. You ever thought about why that is?
Not really.
Okay, well, I'm just like alerting you to it. Hey, start paying attention. I'm saying is just start paying attention, and you'll notice that this topic for some reason makes people unhinged. Okay, So you'll notice it now that I brought it up, that like,
okay, and that's 100%.
It makes people unhinged, dude. But the point is
100%
that
pisses people off. Sure, I can get behind that 100%. I am not trying to upset anybody. You're asking.
Well, you're not upset. We're not upset, dude. Bro,
and I'm not saying that you are.
I've had death threats, autopsy photos. Like you can't upset me.
I am not saying that you are upset. I'm not saying that I'm trying to upset anybody.
If you, Scarlett, if you had truth, Scarlett, if you had truth on your side, you would have nothing to be upset about. You'd be like, dude, you guys are just rejecting the obvious truth that the Earth is a globe. You'd be able to present evidence, and you wouldn't worry, not even a little bit. But what happens is,
I'm asking for evidence.
You don't have any, bro. You can ask for all the evidence.
That's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying.
That's what we're telling you
for evidence of a flat Earth.
Here's the thing. Go outside, bro. It's all around you. Go outside, dude. Like literally.
Okay, but that's you. Okay, so let me get this straight.
How
You
does Eric
expect me to
appear to you?
present evidence from academia.
Bro.
You expect me to present evidence from academia, but you will not give me the same courtesy. Is that
you haven't presented anything, dude? What have you presented?
Okay,
what have you done?
I'm asking you to present me evidence from academia. You're asking me, and that's 100% fine. Sure, I can pull up.
We didn't ask you that. We asked why you didn't go to them. That's what we asked you. Okay. What we're asking about you.
I didn't go to them. Sure, 100% fair. 100% fair. 100% fair. I'm all on board with that. I did not go to academia first. 100%.
But we just asked, we wondered why, dude.
I am asking.
You're missing the forest through the trees, dude. You really are, dude.
I'm asking you to present academia evidence to me. Why is that such
I don't need to, because you have the evidence yourself. You have the evidence yourself. Morbus, you're hot, Mike. Yeah, so you have the evidence yourself, bro.
But what evidence?
You observe the Earth is flat.
You can't go, hey, bring me evidence of academia, and then not give me the same courtesy.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll tell you why if you listen for a second. We all observe the Earth is flat and motionless. That's obvious. It doesn't need to be disproven or proven that we observe it that way. That's the common human experience. Now, people say that is some sort of optical illusion because you're too small to see the giant fucking ball. Okay? We don't need to prove the base axiom. It's obvious the Earth looks flat. Someone comes along and says, that's not reality. That's just a misperception. Then they need to prove that shit. That's why you need to go to academia and we don't, because all we need to do to appeal to is common experience.
Yep, I was going to go there, Neil. Thank you. You understand, Scarlett?
A lot of people think that we're in a dichotomy. Hold on, brother. Let me say. I'll say 1, 2, 3 sentences. A lot of people think we're in a opposite position, flat Earth versus globe, and that the two propositions are opposites. They're not. We have a foundation based upon experience and perception of reality, whereas the globe starts in imagination.
That point must have landed, Scarlett. That point right there, he just said.
I'm not like, dude.
Well, it's true.
I feel like, and I implore you to believe in what you believe. No, 100%.
It's not a belief. It's not. It's a common experience that you and I have.
Okay,
we
my
go
brother in
outside and
Christ.
experience.
I have asked for empirical evidence, and all I'm asking for is empirical evidence.
Bro,
you're talking about an experience. You're talking about an experience, and experiences are they're opinionated. That's what an experience is. It's personal fucking experience. You're looking at me and telling me, dude, you're not fucking. You haven't opened your third eye yet, dude. Come on,
no, not third
I'm asking for an empirical.
No, we're not doing any of that shit.
You don't get to. Not doing that. You don't get to.
Scarlett,
dude, you're doing the thing I just talked about. You're getting real emotional. You're spiraling.
You're getting real emotional, bro. Just relax,
dude. I'm not trying to get emotional. I'm just
relax, dude. Let me say something.
You're asking me for empirical evidence.
Stop talking. So when we go outside and we go see the beach, right, we see a horizontal, flat horizon. That's the common experience. Now, if you say you see teddy bears or, a toilet bowl or whatever, that's not the common experience of the earth. We all see a horizontal plane, bro. Every single human sees this. Now, the way it's explained is that the earth is too big to notice the curve, right? So we say, okay, well, it looks flat. Locally, it's flat. Everybody says that. I don't care who you are. Globe Earth, flat Earth, concave, it doesn't matter what you think of the Earth. Everybody experiences that bar. It's just the way it is. That's what we all experience. If you say you see something other than that, that's not the common fucking experience. Do you get it? Fuck's sake, dude.
In terms of and I say this not lightly, speaking on the 8 billion people on the planet.
Yes,
having
every fucking human. Yeah, every fucking human that goes to the beach experiences a horizontal flat horizon. That's what we all fucking see, dude. You cannot tell me that you're gonna go over there and see a fucking dinosaur. You're not gonna see anything other than what we all fucking see. Say I'm wrong right now. Say I'm fucking wrong and you don't experience a flat level horizon. Say that shit right now. I want to see if you can defend your fucking other thing that the horizon is not. Do you experience a flat level horizon, Scarlett?
I'm not saying that you
Answer
don't.
the goddamn question.
I'm not
you
saying
experience
you don't.
a flat level horizon.
So you're telling me that I'm getting emotional, but you're fucking actually about to start screaming.
No, I don't need to. Yeah, dude, listen. If you don't say that we fucking all experience a flat level horizon, then you have to fucking justify what you're seeing other than that. So do you see a flat level horizon, yes or no?
I'm not saying that it doesn't appear
Answer
to be
the
a flat.
goddamn question. Yes or no?
Dude.
Yes or no?
You are actually
yes
tweaking.
or no?
You're not letting me speak.
Because you don't need to. It's a closed-ended question, dumbass. It's a yes or no. Do you see a flat level horizon?
You're not trying to have an actual conversation. You're just trying to tweak out.
You're fucking dodging. You're dodging. You're shucking.
I'm not dodging. I'm quite literally agreeing with you, and you're being mad about
it. Okay. Yes or no? Do you see a flat level horizon? Yes or no?
I was saying that. Holy fucking shit, dude.
I'm going to hold you to this, dude. Just answer the goddamn yes or no question. Answer the goddamn yes or no question.
100%.
Answer it.
100% that there
Thank you.
Without a doubt, it looks as if it's a fucking flat horizon.
Thank you.
How
hard was that?
But why are you tweeting, dude?
Because that's the common. Listen, the common fucking experience is what Indio just told you is what we all experience, dude. It's not a fucking
freaking out that I'm getting emotional and telling me that I'm getting emotional.
Dude, I don't give a fuck about that.
Freaking out.
I don't care. The only thing I care, dude. Someone taught Mikey. The only thing I care about right now is everybody is on the same page with the experience of the earth being what it is as an what it's observed to be. So we're all on the same page. You can't say, well, it's just an opinion you have and it changes with this other guy. No, we all see this shit. Bullshit, dude. Earlier,
I've literally only asked for empirical evidence. That is it. That is all I've been asking for.
That's the beginning. You observe the natural world in a particular manner and you describe what you see it as. That's what we all fucking do. And on top of that, what we're going to take it
100%,
to.
On board with that. I just want scientific evidence. Right. That's all I'm asking for.
Empirical. Hold on. Empirical means from experience. Okay. We just told you see a flat level horizon. That is empirical.
Okay. I feel like it is. That's my.
It doesn't matter what your feelings are. These words are defined. These words are defined.
That's my mistake for using the incorrect verbiage on that. That's my mistake. I'm asking for scientific evidence.
We're on we're all on the same page. Okay. First of all, we're describing what we see. It's the common experience that the Earth has a flat level horizon when you go to the beach. No, nobody's disagreeing with that. Even you conceded. You're like, yeah, it's what I see. Okay, now we're going to take it to the next step. If you say that it's measured, flat or globe, which one do you think is going to win that one?
Realistically,
can you measure the curve?
Curvature is going to win that argument.
Really? Oh, then tell me how we can measure a curve that we don't see and we don't experience. Go ahead and tell me how we're going to measure that, monkey.
It's in the side chat. I just want to point that
out. What?
Side chat. It's in the side chat. It's got the math and everything. It's got the science. It's right there.
You didn't drop anything. Are you in the wrong chat?
No. It's in Pandalicious sent it. Like he already sent what it was.
Explain it to us.
Okay, so you have I'll read it all. A laser or level is set up over a long stretch of calm water, typically a few kilometers. The line of sight is projected parallel to the water surface at a fixed height. Observers measure how far the water, quote unquote, drops below the line of sight due to curvature. Results: over the distance of like 36 kilometers, the water surface falls below the straight line exactly as predicted by the Earth's curvature formula, which is 0.0785 times the distance in kilometers, which in this case is 2. So the drop in meters is 0.0785 times the distance in kilometers.
Okay. Slow down, dude. Where was this done?
You'd have to ask Panda. He brought the information.
He got this from ChatGPT. We did that.
Okay. Panda, put.
Scarlet, that is not the result of the experiment.
Okay, then what is the result?
Indio, hold on, Indio. Like, why are you taking that guy's point if you can't substantiate it based on what you know? This is the problem we're having. You can't take somebody else's homework and then be able to explain it like the way that person wanted to explain it. So you just borrowed somebody's information that you can't even substantiate or even know if it's true or not. We're asking you relevant questions to it, and it's going to be useless because you're going to be like, well, I don't know. Let Panda talk about it. No, you wanted to champion the point as if you thought you knew what it was about. Now you're being questioned on it, and you don't know. So do you think it was useful for you to use what he was using? Yes or no, Scarlet? You just borrowed somebody else's work. This is the problem with you guys, man. You think you know that the Earth is a globe and it can be substantiated, and somebody puts something in the chat that maybe agrees with the way you think, and then you're not able to back it up any way of how you know that's true. So why are we going to carry a conversation with you when you're not the one who posted that? That's why information that you think you know should come from you. Because you can articulate your points. Not that guy. We're not talking to him. We're talking to you.
Yeah, we've done this test over 40 kilometers, and the laser was parallel to the water the entire way. 40 kilometers is 25 miles. At the other end of that 25 miles, the laser should have been 420 feet in the air, but it was only 4 feet in the air.
This further shows that you guys are desperate when it comes to like actually trying to say that the Earth is a globe, and you can't provide any evidence to substantiate the claim. You don't know what the other guy is posting, if it's evidence or not. You guys are desperate. You're trying to like grasp at straws and try to make something out of nothing. You don't know how any of this stuff works. You guys are winging it. You're throwing shit at a wall and seeing if it sticks. Hopefully it sticks. That's the problem, dude. Like every single time.
Yeah, let's go to the guy that he quoted, dude. Let's go to the guy who posted the thing in the chat, who he tried to piggyback on.
Oh, he left. The moment you said that shit, he fucking bounced, dude.
I went to unmute him, and dude, that was. Okay, Scar, at least you got courage. You're up.
Nah, bro. Start with somebody else. I'm taking a break. I'm fucking pissed off. I'm taking a break. I'm like, calm down.
That's right.
It's not a bad thing, bro.
Yeah, because you know best. You know best.
I am quite literally gathering myself. Can I gather myself? Is that something?
Yeah, you're trying to get your composure. I don't.
It says 24/7, dude. We're here 24/7. Take all the time you need, dude.
Yeah, like. Don't come at me for gathering myself. That's kind of
no, we don't care. Listen, take all the time you need. What I'm saying is I want your fucking best when you come in here. Your absolute best. Come in here with your A game. Don't come in here all sloppy with no points. Fucking take some time, take a few days, gather all your information you think that solidifies the point that the Earth is a globe. Come back in here and challenge us when you're full ready. Cause this half-hearted attempt, it ain't gonna work, dude. Not even a little.
Hi, sorry. Who believes the Earth is flat here?
Don't worry about that. Do you think it's a globe?
I asked the question first, and I'll answer your question.
Yeah. We don't need to answer that as the answer to your question. Now, do you know the Earth's a globe?
I'll tell you, it's AV and DO, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, so
you better strap.
AV believes the Earth is flat.
Yeah, yeah. You better strap in, dude, because it's gonna be a bumpy ride. All right, go ahead. Produce evidence that the Earth is a globe for us, please.
Sorry, brother, you do realize general assumed facts are the baseline, and since you're making an oppositional claim, you should be bringing the proof. You shouldn't shift the burden
No,
from
no,
Thor.
no, no. It's not. And I'll say it to you like the way we told the last guy. I want to use what Indio said. It's not the common experience that the Earth is a globe. It just isn't. We notice a horizontal, flat horizon. So if you're going to tell me that the Earth is a globe in some way, shape, or form, you are going to have to prove it to us. Now go ahead and show us.
Humans,
no. You're not getting away.
The Earth is round.
You're not getting away from
the rare exceptions of
you're not
people
getting away.
who think
No.
it's flat.
Rare exception, dude. You're imagining it.
Be honest with me. Do you think the majority of Earth thinks the Earth is flat?
I'm not listening to you right now unless you prove that the Earth is a globe from a flat level horizon.
Again, you can choose to deflect it if you want. But
you're deflecting. You're deflecting.
Who do you think is the majority? Who do you think is the vast majority? Round or
don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Why does that matter?
Indio, I'm gonna have to mute you, my guy.
Why does that matter? Why does that matter? Why does it matter?
Sorry, Indio, I had to mute you because your name is an A.
Yeah, you're banned.
I'll mute in a moment, Dora.
No.
But
yeah,
that ain't happening.
The only way things work in here is if you're able to muster up the fortitude to answer the questions. If a flat level horizon in some way is a globe, if you can't do that, and if you start spiraling and not answer the question, then I mean, you can just leave. Honestly, we're looking for those who can actually do this. Yeah, we ain't playing no games around here.
No.
It's like, but I want to do what I want to do.
Today is to like try to take control of the room first.
Yeah.
It's like the first thing they do. Yeah, that ain't happening. We don't have no guest mods.
They're messing with the wrong fucking people to do that with. They can do it on a fucking other day, dude. Hell no.
Not with us in here, that's for sure.
Fuck no, we're gonna light their ass up, dude. Easy. But there was so far I count 4 spirals, dude. That first guy you came in when we started getting this going. I don't even know what his name was. Yeah, like that hockey player.
Oh yeah, he was off the rails. Right off the rip, man. He was going nuts.
And then it was followed by Scarlet was attempting. He's like, I gotta step back, dude. I gotta get my composure. Oh shit. It's like the close-ended questions become like the most difficult thing. Like nobody wants to be honest, bro. Like they just be honest. If you experience this globe or not, like.
Well, they think it's some sort of a concession to say the obvious, right? Like they're admitting that the Earth is flat, and somehow they're conceding. Like.
Yeah, well, and don't they have their particular out is that they see it that way, but it's not, right? They would have to like appeal to that. Well, it's locally flat.
I mean, it's not really a concession, though. You know what I mean? It's just stating the obvious. Either way, right? Flat Earth, globe Earth. It's locally flat. There's no way around that.
Yeah, I think they don't even want to say that. It's like the guy's allergic to actually saying that with the closing question, yes or no to that. Because it feels like to them, if they concede, and that's the most, like, it's the weirdest part about it, is if they say yes or no to that, they're giving up ground for them to explain how it's a globe. Like, that was like, it's a defeater, Like, if I say I see it flat, then, oh shit, this flat Earth is
It is a defeater.
Well, yeah,
but it is a defeater, and they know it is because then you go, like, okay, tell us how the Earth is a globe. Now we're in imagination land. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They know that. They know they're going straight into conceptual imagination, abstract thought with no empirical evidence land, and they don't want that.
That's so strange, dude. The behavior, right? Because you know it's coming, and they'll do everything in their power not to answer. No, but I want to ask my question. No, but what about what I want to say? Like, why are you dodging what I'm saying? Like, it's all this other shit. It's like, that's because you guys know what's coming.
I mean, how hard was that to answer a yes or no question? You asked that like, what was that, 15 times?
Dude, that was yeah. I think honestly, to be honest, Indio, I think I annoy people when I do that. Like, I feel in my bones. I'm like, dude, the fucking chat is like, dude, can we just fucking move on? Like, but I can't do like fucking. If I do,
no, never move on. No, don't do it.
They're gonna fucking be like, oh, well, I got away with that one. Like, let's try it again. Fuck, dude. Like, then I'll be chasing them all over the fucking place with like trying to get them to concede, and they're gonna be like, no, but then you're not listening to me, and like, that bullshit. It's almost like, like if you're in a relationship, you're arguing with your old woman, and then she's saying what, like, no, but you're not hearing me out. You're like, oh, but what happened to my point? Like, it just evaporated, dude. Like.
Yeah. You asked him where's the academic papers for the globe, and then he's just like, well, show me the academic papers for flat Earth.
Dude, how many times did he not fucking... It was just like... I honestly, dude, I was like, dude, how... It's almost like something triggers them to be bricked. They're like, Like, how is he not listening to what I'm asking? He's not... What? He can't hear what I'm saying? Or like, what... The weird part about it is he repeated back. He's like, no, I get what you're saying. You're asking me for papers or academia to say the Earth is a globe. And then he's like, but I want to know how you have any papers from academia that if the Earth is flat. I'm like, bro, you haven't even provided shit. What do you mean? Like, you want me to give you something that you haven't given me? Like, and that's even worse because isn't the Earth supposedly by academia that it's a globe? Shouldn't you have all the information? Like, this is crazy, bro.
Look, if Earth was an actual globe, none of these debates would last more than 5 minutes. There wouldn't even be debates. This topic would be deader than a doornail.
Yeah, because it would just be a bunch of people believing something and not being able to substantiate it.
Well, I mean, they had the actual evidence, right? They would just come in and be like, blah, 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 blah. Here's the measurements. Here's the replication. Here's what you can do to verify it. Blah. Yep, that's it. That's a wrap. Shut down the channel. But like we're 8 years in, and these guys come in and they argue for 6 hours straight, and they've made no ground, right? It's like they're walking. It's like they're running in place, and they think they run a marathon. But well, you've gone absolutely nowhere. You haven't even left your house.
The mental contortions are insane, bro. Like, I'm trying to think, like, what if you're trying to propose a closed-ended question? How could they get out of that? Like, what would be the reason to get out of something like that? And the only thing I can think of in a conversation dynamic like this one is somebody else would jump in and like take over a point, or just like not let them answer what you're closing-ended question you're trying to hold them on, because they're getting tired of listening to the same question being asked over and over again. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the only way that I think they can get out of it. They'll swing off by saying something triggering. Well, guys don't know anything about gravity. You're like, dude, what the fuck happened to the curvature of the Earth? Like, and then somebody else picked it. Yeah, that's the only way. Other than that, dude, I mean.
I had a dude tell me, this is way back in the day, back like in 2018, told me the Earth's a globe because I don't know anything about orbital mechanics. I was like, are you serious? Like, that's the craziest shit. That's literally how they think. Like, if you don't understand, I'm not saying I don't, I'm just saying that they think that flat earthers don't understand some physics concept, therefore Earth is a globe. They're that low tier. They're brain dead.
Yeah, that argument doesn't work.
It's actually some sort of logical fallacy, though. It's like something like, if you don't know some facts, you don't know any facts about something like that.
All or nothing fallacy?
Yeah, it's an all or nothing fallacy, but it's got actually a specific name when it comes to as a debate tactic, right? Where you say, "Hey, what's 2x times y?" And you like, "I don't know," and you're like, "See, you don't know that, so you don't know anything."
Oh yeah, so if you don't know that, you don't know about math. You can't do math or something.
Yeah, if you don't do equations on the spot, or they ask you something about, some particular thing, like the whole gotcha thing, right? I mean, that doesn't work on me, but but I hear them do it all the time, like, well, what's quantum tunneling? I don't know. See? These are the people that rely on you. You don't know what quantum tunneling is? You're a flat earther. You don't know anything.
Yeah.
And then you ask them about it, and they don't know what it is either. That's the funny.
Yeah.
That's Charlie in a nutshell, dude. I just gave you Charlie's entire personality.
Oh, Charlie, yeah.
Yeah. His entire personality is to run gotchas about shit he doesn't know about himself.
But he's got to be quick in order to get you on him.
Oh, yeah, he'll move right on, right? He don't want to dwell there, right? He'll just say something, oh, you don't know about that, and then he'll just try to move right on, because if you dwell there and start asking him, it's going to reveal that he doesn't know about it.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, welcome, Nexa.
Hi, what's up? Like, who's the flat earther? Who's the genuine flat earther here?
There's like 2 of us, 3 of us in here.
Yeah,
4.
Are we running an event or something? You're like the 5th person to come and ask us who's a flat earther.
Yeah, who's a flat earther has been like the topic of their discussion. The first thing they come in here, who's a flat earther? Which one of you is a flat earther? I'm telling you, there's like 3 or 4 of us in here, but all you got to do is just begin. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I don't have that.
Okay, show us some evidence, sir.
Only, the Globers gives only one evidence, that is the images of the Earth from the sky.
Okay, and what way can you verify those images are what the Earth actually is?
I can't verify it. How can I verify? I have not taken that pictures.
Okay, so how can you tell it's the actual Earth that they're taking a picture of?
I'm not saying it's the Globers who says that.
So then how do you know it's the Earth?
He said it's the Globers. So you're not a globe earther? You're a...
Okay, so the Globers have a model that's called the heliocentric globe Earth model, and it looks like that.
Are you a flat earther? What are you, concaver?
What are you, Nexa? What are you, Nexa?
I'm a flat earther. But I don't believe in a model. I don't believe in the model from last 4 years.
So what did you believe in before that?
Globe.
So what convinced you? What was the evidence that convinced you?
For the flat Earth, I really not find any evidence, but there was one evidence that was laser test experiment and nothing else.
Well, that would be evidence, right?
Yeah, but that was also not so convincing, but I accepted the flat Earth because of I was thinking like it should be true because we can't prove the globe, then the default position is the Earth is flat and stationary, so I should remain at the default position. That's the only thing. And I was thinking like the materialism could be a deceptive world. So it's just trying to give us a model that's called the heliocentric globe Earth model, and so I don't want to buy it. So that's why I'm a flat earther, and I don't find any really evidence for the flat Earth.
So how long you been in Bollywood?
Bollywood? Never.
Yeah, you never been in Bollywood?
I'm from that country, but I have never been there.
Well, your acting's kind of shit, but I think you can get in there. Yeah. You didn't fool us, dude. You're not gonna fool us. You're like a dude wearing a Mexican sombrero walking into the Mexican embassy trying to get a passport. The shit ain't gonna work, bro, just because you got a sombrero on.
Yes, that's fact. So you tell me like what's the best proof of the flat Earth?
I mean, how flat it is. I mean, no measurable curvature. That's the best proof.
No measurable curvature.
Yeah. And like you said, laser tests. Just like 20 laser tests.
Yeah, but
over land, over water, over whatever.
But hey, there is a how can you measure there is a curvature or not?
You measure the distance of the laser from the surface of the Earth.
But sometimes a laser can be refracted, right?
Yeah.
So what? So it's irrelevant.
That's why you use a distance that's so long, no amount of refraction can account for it.
How you can say that?
Like 40 kilometers. Like 40 kilometers.
You don't know how much refraction is there, even at 40 kilometers.
Oh, there's ways to tell. You know that, right? There's other ways to tell whether refraction is existing and obscuring an observation. A, you can take meteorological data. B, you can look for things like dispersion, right? C, you can look for absorption. And because refraction depends on the angle of incidence, you can tilt the laser up and down to see if the laser bends, right? So you can use these methods to tell whether this exists or not. So, nice try. There's ways to figure out what's wrong with any of those methods.
Because we can't really explicitly we can't just apparently say that it's really curving only that much, because there's no way to say that. It's just based on man-made maths and science, and the things you're talking about, they are not some proven facts.
Yeah, okay. You're just saying nonsense, dude. All you basically said was, nuh-uh, threw in the word science, threw in the word maps. So just some buzzwords.
Okay, so how much refraction is there? So how to calculate the refraction exactly?
You tell us how to calculate.
I'm saying that I don't really base that the Earth is globe or flat based on laser test experiment. It's kind of, according to me, there's no way to measure the curvature. And you're saying
but
that
you're just hold on. You didn't give a valid reason as to how. Well, your critique for the laser not being utilized to do this, your critique was not valid. You didn't give a point to validate that it's not been able to be used for measuring long distances. You're just saying, you can't use it because of refraction. That's it. You didn't give us the details of how the variable of refraction would cause the laser to be not usable in the distance. So you're not qualifying you're not being able to quantify the ability to say that that's not possible. You're not doing that. So all we're hearing from you is that it just doesn't work. And that's not going to work. That's not going to be, at the end of the day, if you don't describe how, then you're not giving a valid reason as to how it's not possible.
I'm saying there's no way to prove that the light is bending or not.
I know that you keep saying that.
Yeah, there is. I gave you 4 ways.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but I want you to qualify what you're saying is true. How do you know that's true?
You can give 4 ways or 10 ways. That doesn't mean that I have to accept it.
Okay. Yeah, you can accept whatever you want.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying the laser test experiment cannot prove that there is a curvature.
Look, if you're going to be irrational, do you think I care what you accept? I don't.
So I'm saying, as I told you, that there is no way.
You're saying nuh-uh. We know what you're saying. You're saying nuh-uh. That's what you're saying, Nexa. You're saying nuh-uh.
I'm saying there is no way to know the curvature.
You haven't substantiated that yet. We're waiting.
Yeah, go and substantiate it.
You tell me a way where we can measure the curvature.
Bullshit, dude. You're the one with the problem saying that this can't work. Yeah, you're the one with the problem saying this can't work. We're waiting to hear how it can't work. Show us the reason why it's not able to work. Tell us.
Because we don't know that the light is straight or not. It might be curved.
Why do you keep saying that? Why? What is giving you that reason to say that?
Because we can't prove that the light is straight.
Okay, you're saying it over and over again is not going to make it sound to us like you know what you're saying. Go ahead and try to produce a method in which you tested that can be done. Go ahead.
Method? Okay, so you think there can be a scientific experiment using scientific method that can prove that there is a curvature or not?
No. I want you to say how the laser is it's not capable to do a long distance test to see if the water below it is not curving or it is. I want you to tell me how it's not possible to use a laser for that. Give a valid reason for it not being able to be used.
Because there is no way to agree that the light is how much it's curving.
You keep saying that. You keep saying that, but you're not telling us how.
How? Because
you know
we cannot
Nexa,
know.
how do you know it's curving in the first place?
Yeah, because light curves always.
No, it doesn't. That's a lie.
Did you prove that?
True. Military laser targeting would never work. Stop talking shit, dude. We literally blow shit up with they don't. Listen, we literally illuminate with lasers and blow shit up with missiles. There's dead people because lasers go straight, dude.
Yeah, they're paint targets for long distances, man. This is well established.
So you're saying you have never seen a laser that is curving?
No, I want you to no. Listen, I don't care what you say that you've never seen. I want you to prove that lasers and light bend like the way you think they do. Go ahead and show us that this is actually true instead of just saying it.
Laser curves. You don't know.
Prove it.
You think laser go flat?
No, bullshit. No, we're not thinking anything. I want you to prove what you're saying. Prove it.
So you're saying lasers go straight?
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it.
Refraction.
Prove it.
Refraction. Are you
that?
denying refraction?
No, I'm asking what is it? What is it? What is refraction?
I will tell you first. Are you saying that do you deny
I'm not
refraction?
denying anything. I want you to tell me what it is.
Okay, so if you are not denying refraction, then my point is proven that the laser.
It's not fucking proven. You don't even know what it is. What is refraction?
It's the bending of light because of changing of the medium.
Okay, so in this case, does the medium change?
Sometimes, like when the light is going through air, then because of the air particles and the water particles in the air, it can bend.
Great. That's your hypothesis. Now, where's the substantial evidence of that's happening in this case?
There's water.
Not with eyeglasses. Shut up, dude. Not with eyeglasses.
There's water vapor.
Shut up. Not with eyeglasses. Not with a telescope. Not with the refraction just exists in some other case. In this case. In the case we're talking about, shining a laser 40 kilometers. In this case, what's your evidence it exists?
Well, first you tell me what experiment.
No.
Are you talking about
that exists?
Are you talking about the experiment performed by Karen B and FE Core?
Yeah, we can use that one. Let's use that one.
Okay, so how long it was?
40 kilometers.
Why are you asking him instead of providing evidence of your claim? That's weird.
Yeah, you shifted that.
Yeah, now you're the one telling him.
I'm just saying we cannot use that. I'm a flat earther.
We know. We heard you repeat yourself, dude. No, you're not. You're fake. You're a fucking shitty Bollywood actor.
Yeah, so if you're saying that light doesn't curve, then you're a scammer.
No, I'm saying it doesn't curve in this case.
Which case? You can never know
the case, the FE Core. Yeah, they took meteorological data. They took meteorological data. I told you how they determined it. I told you specifically how they took meteorological data. Do you understand? They had 2 meteorological stations at each point. And they took the laser and they tilted it up and down because refraction depends on the angle. When they tilted it up, they should have observed the laser bending. But they didn't. You don't know how it works, dude. You yourself. That's why AB asked you, what's refraction? You know about it in the most freaking mundane, superficial, 9th grade textbook way.
Okay, so other than laser test, you don't think so there is any other thing?
Yeah, run away. Run away from it. So tell me this. So there's a 21-mile laser test. where the reflection of the laser is seen off the surface of the water. How did that happen? Because the laser is supposed to be under the curve. So listen. So the laser, 21 miles away, is supposed to be 128 feet under the horizon. Okay. So you could say refraction. You see the laser, fine. How come we see the reflection of the laser off the surface of the water when that water surface is on the camera side of the horizon? There's no optical path to that water, buddy.
First of all, I don't buy these kind of experiments.
We don't care. We don't care. We don't care what you think. You're fake, a phony, and a liar. Why would we give a shit what you think?
He's like, first of all, I don't care about this. Like, who gives a shit? Dude? You're not substantiating anything that you're saying to be true.
So do you know like lasers are not consistent? Like someday you will see it.
That's not the point. That's not the point. The point is
not consistent. It is not repeatable. It's like you go another day and
it was
you
repeated.
Make a different result.
Okay, they did go another day.
And then you will get the different result.
You got the exact same result 3 weeks later. Good try, Nexa. Keep throwing shit at it while hoping something sticks.
Yeah, because of people like you, when you see show like, okay, this thing, like the horizon is so far away. Like sometimes the horizon is far away, sometimes it's very near. From the same position. Do you know why
Wait a minute. What do you mean far and near? What are you talking about?
Sometimes the horizon is like 10 miles away, sometimes it's 5 miles away.
Wait. Hold on a second. How do you know how far away the horizon is?
Because the distance can be measured.
The distance can be measured to the horizon? How did you do that?
If there are some points, like if there is some wind power, some oil rigs, then we can.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about measuring to those things. You're saying you measure to the horizon. That's something very different. How did you measure to the horizon?
Like distance from my place to the horizon is the distance.
Yeah. No, it's not. You're measuring to something specific, not to the horizon.
Horizon is called the apparent horizon, where the water and
so how did you measure to it? How did you measure to it?
Measure to it? I'm just measuring the distance. Estimate distance.
Yeah, estimate. How did you figure out where the horizon is in a distance? Like, go ahead and show me the method to measure to the horizon. How would you do that?
It's just looking to the horizon.
Yeah, looking is one thing. Measuring is a whole entirely different thing. How did you measure to it?
I'm not measuring it. I'm saying there are examples, and we know like a horizon distance changes.
Stop. You didn't qualify how you measured to the horizon. Therefore, you can't say it changes because you don't know the distance to it. I want to know how you know the distance is measured to the horizon.
Just imagine like if someone is using a boat to measure the distance.
Okay, so if you're going to use a boat, then how do you know how far away it is? Go ahead and show me how you know how far away the horizon is.
We just understand, like if someone is having a boat or someone is having, just imagine if there's a bridge, okay, going alongside, and if someone is just looking at the horizon and then someone is going to that bridge.
Dude,
okay, then they know
we're not talking about a bridge. Sorry, I'm sorry. We're not talking about a bridge. How do you know the distance to the horizon? If I'm standing at the beach, how do I know how far away the horizon is? How do I get that measurement?
By sending, if there is a point that is known distance, then we can know that.
Yeah, we can know a distance to something that's known. Well done. How do I know the distance to the horizon, however?
First of all, by like the measuring the distance from my place to that place.
What place? The horizon is not a place, sir.
Yeah, it's a kind of a place, yeah.
No, it's not. Who told you that?
There is the water. There is the water, and after that we can't see that. We calling it horizon. And there's
really? So what's the measured distance to that place? If it's a place?
It changes always based on reflection.
So then how would you get a measurement if it changes always?
I'm talking about at that point of time. I'm not just talking.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm talking about that point in time when you think you know a distance to the horizon. How in the world are you going to measure to it?
By using a boat, maybe.
Maybe. You're not really sure using a boat is going to get you a measurement. I'm not asking for your maybe, sir. I'm asking for how you know you measure to the horizon. That's why I think you're a fake flat earther, because you're not even getting the arguments right.
Yeah, so you're going to say the Earth is measured flat, right?
Yes, but we're not saying we're measuring to the horizon, numbnuts.
So it's not the Earth, it's the water.
Yeah, okay, then tell me how you... I want to know specifically how you measure to the horizon, and I don't want to hear anything else. Tell me how you did it, or concede that you don't know how. Just say, I don't know how to measure to the horizon. Just say that.
If you're a Nathan Oakley fanboy, then I can destroy you very easily.
I'm going to stop you every time you don't answer my question. I want to know how you measure to the horizon. Give me that example, please.
By using a boat or a known distance?
Go ahead and tell. No, we're not talking about fucking distances we know to. We're talking about the horizon. We don't know the distance of the horizon, so how do we measure to it?
Okay, so like just imagine, like if we are looking at the horizon and we send a boat and measuring the distance from that place to the boat when it reaches that place. So that is the distance to the horizon.
Wait a minute. What place is it going to reach, dude? What place?
The place that is appearing to merge with the sky and we can't see further.
Okay, and at what point am I going to say the distance that's going to be? What distance will that be?
What distance it's gonna be?
Yeah.
Someone has to measure it by using a boat.
Okay. Have you ever seen that happen?
Yeah, it could be. Anyone can do that, yeah. It's easy.
Oh, really? Give me one example where the distance is measured using a boat, sir. Go ahead and show me from where you're standing at the beach to the distant horizon. I want to know what the distance to the horizon is at least one time ever been done. Using that method that you just said.
Okay, you think like no one...
No, I'm not thinking. I'm not thinking. I want you to tell me how you measured with the boat. Tell me that. How can you do it? Show me one example of that being done. You don't know, do you? You don't know, do you? That's why you're laughing. You don't know, do you? You're making shit up. Are you?
But it could be done. It's not a
no bullshit. It can be done. It cannot be done. And you're just squirming right now because you can't give me one example of it being done.
It's observable thing. Like whenever a ship is going far from me,
how far away?
In the water.
Listen to me, dude.
In the water.
You don't know.
It goes below the horizon. It goes
below the horizon. So below the horizon? How the fuck do you know something's going below the horizon?
I'm saying it appears in that way. I'm not saying because I'm a flat earther.
You're not a fucking flat earther. You're fake as fuck, dude. And I'm asking for the distance to the horizon. No, I don't give a fuck. Once again, just concede that you can't measure to the horizon. Just concede that point, or else I'm gonna keep fucking grilling you until you concede. Just concede. Say I don't know how to measure to the horizon.
By using a boat, I'm saying.
Bullshit.
You're measuring to the boat, dipwit. You're measuring to the boat.
Okay, then, so what's the point? Like, you're saying, like, there is some kind of...
The fucking point is that the horizon is not a fucking place you can measure to. That's it.
So what's your proof of the flat earth? You give me that.
Dude, I don't give a fuck where the boat is. You're not measuring to the boat, you're measuring to the horizon. Yeah? Because you think it's a place that you can arrive at. Yeah, you got your shit all mixed up, didn't you? You can't fucking measure to the horizon.
Horizon changes.
No, dude, fucking concede. Be honest at least. If you want to stay in this conversation, just fucking concede. You cannot measure to the horizon. And you always probably thought you could.
So have you ever
concession, please.
You ever done that?
No, just tell me.
You have never done that.
No,
you have never done that.
Concede. Concede. I need a concession. I have never measured to the horizon, nor have I seen an example. Concede, sir.
Okay, so if there is a horizon and
No,
that
I'm
is a
gonna stop
physical
you
position-
every time. Concede.
But if there is a horizon, if there is water at the
Concede.
horizon, then
Dude, it's not
it
a
should
measurable
be
location.
measurable.
The horizon is not a measurable location that you know the distance to.
So what's
It's
the-
not. It's not. It's not. You cannot
Have you
measure to
ever
that
seen
fucking
any
thing.
horizon?
So concede, or I'm going to put you on mute.
Yeah, you can mute me because you are just trying to just.
All right.
Get you to answer a question? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, now you
Dude,
can
they're
sit on
hard-headed
mute.
today, man.
You might fucking run. I don't give a fuck. But you didn't concede, which you should have done. The horizon is not a fucking place you can go and travel to with a fucking boat. You utter moron.
They're quite hard-headed today, huh?
Jeez Louise, dude. Like, I mean, if he thinks he's a flat earther, he's getting his shit all wrong, dude. If he thinks that we're measuring to the horizon. This is the problem, though, because if the horizon was a globe, you would have to. It would be the leading edge of the sphere, which you would have to say could be measured to. But the people that are in the flat earth are not measuring to it. Because then there would be a known distance. And then if it varies, the known distance would be, 15 miles, it would be 11 miles. But it's not a place. It's not a location.
And then man, that was some good listening. I had to get a nice drink to enjoy myself with some refreshment while listening.
It's been like that all day. They're super hard-headed today. They won't even concede the obvious.
Well, I mean, check this out. What if they're having a hard argument and then they're like, "Oh, guys, I'm a flat earther." Like, what is that supposed to mean?
It must help their argument in some way that you don't have to answer any of the pertinent questions for it being a globe. So I guess no accountability. That's my guess.
Oh, yeah. So they're some club, and we're going to just let up easy on them because they said magic word.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't realize you were a flat earther. Now we're just going to agree with you. Oh man.
Dude, that's 5 in a row, Indio. I don't know. Maybe we're going for a number 6. I unmuted him, by the way, because AI just jumped in, so he might want to talk to the chat.
You got a lot of scalps today. Dude, they're hanging all over your body, man.
I got to get some work done today. Come on.
If he's going to the trading post, he's going to sell all those scalps, man. He's going to make a fortune. He'll be drinking some rye whiskey all night.
You know what I'm going to be doing here shortly? I'm going to be doing some plumbing leveling. Right.
What's the shape of the Earth?
Unknown.
Well, what do you guys think it is?
See answer 1.
Answer 1. Where is that?
Earth is not an object embedded. It's not an embedded object. Doesn't have a shape.
Is there an end to the Earth?
Earth is not an embedded object. Are you hard of hearing or hard of comprehending?
No, is there an end? Like, for example, like, does it...
If it's
like,
not an embedded object, then the answer is no. Do you know what it means when it's not an embedded object? It means it's not a space outside.
Okay, because, those words mean something different to me. Like, I don't exactly work in physics. Like, like if I said embedded object, I'd think like an object embedded in something.
Yeah, so if the Earth is embedded in the vacuum of space, right? So it'd be a, oblate spheroid or however you perceive it to be based on whatever information that's been given to you. If you believe that's the case, then it would be an object floating around embedded in the vacuum of space. But there's no way that you can detail to us that you know it's an object embedded in the vacuum of space.
I didn't make a claim. I just asked you what shape it was.
How could we tell you that information if nobody can tell you that it's an object embedded in a space?
I never said it was an object embedded in a space.
Okay. So therefore, how could we tell you something that you wouldn't be able to verify yourself?
Well, I'm just curious what you believe.
Well, it's not a belief. It's something that we can't establish. We can't make it known to everybody that it's like a whatever object you might think it's the shape of. So the shape claim couldn't be argued because how could we tell you information that nobody can actually gather?
Do you think there's undiscovered land?
I mean, dude, like that's probably only the known world can only be discovered as much as we know it is.
I just meant, like, could we have another modern day Christopher Columbus?
I mean, I don't know.
I have a question. If the Earth is flat, how come I haven't seen a live picture of anybody by the edge of the Earth?
Okay, well, I do want to take your questions because you've been sitting here for a while. Blair, you've been here a while, so just take a seat for a moment. Let's talk to this new person. Because she was here earlier listening to us, Indio, so she kind of heard all the spurg outs from the other guys. So I was watching that person that just spoke up. Yeah, go ahead and ask your question, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that comment, but I'm going to go for some ice cream soon here.
Okay. Sorry, I'm in and out, dude. I'm doing something at work, so.
What do you work as?
You gentlemen.
What are you doing?
Like, I'm not going to disclose that, but.
You don't have to say where, but what do you do?
Hard work every day for about 12 hours.
I'm trying to get to that point, but I have fatigue right now that I'm working on.
I thought this was your job.
What?
Oh, listen. Flat Earth is everybody's job because everybody works on the flat Earth. That means it's integral to their work, except for people who work in fiction.
I just meant, like, because it doesn't matter what day I come on here, he's here.
Yeah, that's great. So check this out, bro. So I am plumbing and leveling right now. Okay?
Okay.
And I charge a lot of money for it. And I'm just standing.
What do you
with
make,
my
like,
arms
140?
With my arms at my side. I'm just standing with my arms at my side, taking a break so I can talk, and then I'm going to get right back to making money.
But what do you make, like 130, 140?
I kind of do the same, to be fair.
I make as much as I want, whatever I want.
I don't know. Plumbers don't make very much money, dude.
All right, Blair, can we talk to the lady that was asking questions? Because you've been here like a repeat customer. So.
Wait a minute. Yeah, let's answer your question, but real quick. When I said I'm plumbing and leveling, I didn't say I was a plumber. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, she was. What was your question again, ma'am? Can you please restate it?
I stated that that if the Earth is flat, how come I haven't seen any pictures of anybody by the live edge of it? Any live pictures?
It's funny that you said that because Blair is always asking us about the edge of the Earth, but we would say that the horizontal surface or the nature of our Earth would display itself as a horizontal plane, which we call flat Earth, and therefore we don't need to tell you what's at the end or the edge of the realm that we exist in. If the known world that we travel to, everywhere we go, is a horizontal plane. So by way of that, everybody who's living on the Earth and wherever you are, you can detail the very same thing that I can. It's a common experience per se. So we'd all say that we see a flat level horizon when we go to the beach. So the indication of the Earth being a horizontal plane is known to everybody with a common experience. So if you wanted to test that further to say, can we measure across the surface or anything like that, that can be done. But it's a common experience that everybody would say and agree that the Earth is a horizontal plane based on, seeing a flat level horizon. Not unless you think it's something else, which I would love to hear it.
Yeah, but where's the edge? I've never seen anybody take a picture of where the edge is.
Yeah, but it's not like, okay, so within logic, it's not necessary for me to tell you about what's at the edge of the realm that we exist in. If I'm living on the surface of it,
and I can tell you what the surface condition is. You get me? I don't need to tell you what's at the end to tell you that the surface is a horizontal plane.
I'd love to get Furuno
Hold
and
on, Nexa.
Raytheon and Garmin and Simrad into this conversation.
You're saying the Earth is a horizontal plane. So why you're saying that and based on what?
Based on the nature of reality, the common experience, and all of us being able to test and verify that we don't just observe the Earth as a horizontal plane, but we can verify with laser tests, mirror flashes, specular reflections, that the Earth is measured as a flat plane with water. Yes. Of course, the land itself would have land topography, which is going to give us elevation change from a mean sea level. But outside of that, what we observe with water is that large bodies of water display no convexity while at rest. So you can study things like hydrostatic equilibrium. That would be located somewhere in academia. You can find in LibreText. Just go to LibreText, I think .org, and you'll be able to find some more information about it with the physics of water.
Again and again, you are talking about laser test and mirror flashes, but these things are not always same. It changes.
Yeah, but we had a problem.
Do you think the curvature of the Earth changes? The flatness of the Earth changes?
Nexa, you have not given us a reason to think that what you're saying has any merit. You didn't describe to us how the laser would change in a test that has been done, like the one that was presented to you. So you can't say that it just doesn't happen like the way we say it does when the test can be provided to you that they've done already, and they have did it many times. So it's like there's one like the Lake Balaton, where there's a PDF on our server that can.
I know that.
Okay, so
I have seen that video. I have seen that video in 2020 by myself.
Okay, so why would you reject it and say something contrary to their findings? Why would you say that's not true and then say that it is possible that lasers bend and we can't depend on them? Because like the affirmation that militaries use them every day, like when they paint targets at certain distances, their level of accuracy that they need them to be. If the laser wasn't doing what it was supposed to be performed to do, then why would they depend on them like they do for eliminating targets? You know, that's something that you need to realize. If the technology is not as dependable as you claim it to be, then they would not use it for the things that they do for accuracy. It is important that they understand what lasers are being used for and what specific type of laser. You know, there's a lot of things that go into the actual device itself, but those devices that are calibrated and used at high accuracy over distances, if they're useful for specific things like painting targets, then your argument needs to be shown that they're not able to be used based on the inability for them to be accurate. You have to show that to us, because we've given you examples that you can't refute, and you just say, "Nuh-uh, they're just not useful." So you have to tell us how they're not useful. I want you to go ahead and describe to us.
What, me?
No, Nexa. Anytime, Nexa. Okay.
If you are trying to blindly believe some kind of like,
it's not a blind belief, brother. I've already told you, it's not a blind belief. So if you're not giving proof right now, then you're just saying "nuh-uh" to what I'm telling you.
So what curvature maths you believe that it is the 100% true?
Okay, wait a minute. You just skipped. You're what you're doing right now is you're confusing the audience by asking another question, and you're not verifying whether or not you can prove that lasers are inaccurate. You have to prove that. We can't move from that point until you prove it, Nexa, or concede. You can concede.
It's provable. It's already provable.
No, you haven't given us
lasers. Because we can never know. Just imagine, we can't even say maybe if the Earth is a globe and the lasers always curves as the curvature of the Earth, we can never know that.
Okay, so you just keep saying things over and over, but you're not giving the example of how you know what you know.
Because you don't understand what science is, because you have to be a third person of
I don't understand what science is. Sir, you haven't explained, sir, you have not explained now one time of any information that you could substantiate that lasers are inaccurate and we cannot use them. You haven't even went into one example that you could explain to us. Not one, sir.
Yeah, because you have only two persons. One is observer and one is who is just sending the laser. But you have to be a third person who is seeing from the outside perspective.
Okay, that's great. At least we're getting somewhere now. Has this been done? That you can say that lasers are not being able to be used based on information that you're going to start to substantiate. Go ahead, detail the method. I want to see how you can prove that we cannot use lasers based on their inaccuracy.
Yeah, because if they are inaccurate, we can't prove that they are like bending or not based on the surface of the Earth. Because if it's curving with the surface of the Earth, then we have to understand, like if someone is a glober, then he will say, okay, it's adjusting with the curvature of the globe. If someone is a flat earther, he will say, no, it's not. We can never know until or unless we are the outsider. Just imagine someone is, if there is a globe and someone is watching it from the outside of the Earth, then he can understand, okay, the Earth is...
Nexa. We're not talking about outside of the Earth. We're talking about how you could validate or invalidate the accuracy of lasers. You have not substantiated how they are inaccurate, and I want to know how they are. Based on what you can tell me, you need to make it known to me that you know they're inaccurate. How are you doing this?
So if you know they are accurate, then how can you prove that?
Because we've measured distances using them. Militaries paint targets. I've already said this many times. The Lake Balaton test using the lake, dude. There's many examples that we've been, and you've even looked at them too. So now you need to show me how they're now you need to show me how they're not accurate. So we're talking about we're talking about
military targets.
Yes.
Okay, so like just imagine if someone is sending a laser from USA, then can he hit Europe?
No, dude, that's not.
Why not? If it's
you're moving. Hold on. Nexa, you're not giving me how lasers are inaccurate. You're not telling me how you discovered this. I want the methodology, how you prove that they're inaccurate. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's your claim about the lasers.
No. It was your claim of inaccuracy. I'm saying they're accurate, but you said they're not. You can't. And if people are using them practically everywhere in construction, in the military is using lasers, we can use them if we want, depending on what type we're going to use them for, the application specifically, right? But the accuracy of the laser depends on the type of device and the distance. So you're saying that's not possible because every time we use lasers, they're going to be inaccurate. That's a bold claim. I want you to substantiate. Go ahead. Anytime now. Anytime now, Nexa.
Again and again, it's your claim that you think like the lasers are something that can prove the Earth is flat. It's not mine. So you have to provide that the lasers are going straight.
Oh my goodness.
It's not me.
If somebody else wants to talk to him, he's not going to.
Yeah, you're so dishonest.
Right. I'm the one's dishonest. Yep.
Yeah, I just don't like base reality on some kind of man-made lasers. You can be a blind believer, not me. Those
right, great point. So then, if that's the case, that you can't use optically based information to do any kind of measurements, then how did you determine the Earth was flat? Since you claim to be a flat earther, what are your evidences that the Earth is flat, sir?
I told you, like, I don't have any, but I believe the Earth is flat because I can't prove its globe. So the default position is Earth is flat and stationary. That's the whole thing.
Okay, that's fair. So what you're doing most likely is creating a canard to pretend you're a flat earther so that people think that the reason people are flat earthers is what you just said.
Yeah, the people are flat earthers because of plenty of reasons. Some people believe the Antarctica ice wall is there. Some believe there's AE map is the true map. They believe all kind of bullshit. That doesn't mean like I have to buy all those things.
Right. So then your true position would be, I observe the Earth is flat and stationary. Everything I do in the Earth is functionally flat and stationary. Therefore, it must be flat and stationary.
No, it's not. If the Earth is a globe,
okay, so then your basic. So So let me put your position in a logic form. Then, someone else claimed the Earth is a globe. They haven't proved it. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Yeah. That makes no sense, dude. That makes no sense.
Yeah, because if I talk about the default position, then
okay. So one more time, friend. We've off the convo. I agree with you. Now that we've established you're referring to the default position, what is the default position and why is it the default position?
Okay, so just imagine, like, if someone is talking about, like, there is the motion of the Earth is moving. So it's a positive claim. But if someone has not provided any motion, any positive motion for the Earth, then
we already agree with that.
Then the default motion would be zero until or unless someone can prove the motion. So the Earth is stationary.
That depends. Yes, but in that argument it is. But why is stationary? No, pay attention. Why is stationary the default position?
Because we are not assigning any kind of motion. So by default, it's no motion.
No, that's not the reason. I'll submit to you, friend, that the actual reason why it's the default position is because nobody measures or experiences motion of the Earth. Not simply because somebody else claimed there is and couldn't prove it. Those are two different things.
Join here. Where did you join from? I'm excited to speak to you, but how did you join the call? Are you working for fuck?
You're saying because nobody has experienced the emotion.
Hold on, bro. I gotta mute this panda kid. He's interrupting us. All right, go ahead.
So you're saying because nobody has experienced. So what do you mean by experiencing the motion? If someone is just imagining, like someone has drank 2 packs of vodka and he's just feeling dizzy and he's saying, "Oh, the Earth is moving," then do you think like the Earth is in the motion?
Well, it depends, because you got to keep in mind that when people say the Earth is moving in the globe paradigm, they're making specific claims about rates of motion, right? They're not just saying it's moving categorically.
So you're talking about experiencing. So someone can say, "Oh, I experienced the Earth is in the motion." Do you know like how many globers say that?
Correct.
Like I have heard many.
No, dude. They say that. They say that. Listen, they say that, but then when they explain their point, you actually find out that they're not being accurate. So they say they experience motion. You say, "Well, how do you experience the motion of the Earth?" And they say by watching the stars move. So what they actually experience is the motion of the stars, and then they retro-engineer that to the Earth is moving. So that's not the primary experience. And we all of us know this because that's the way they argue. They argue, hey, the Earth appears stationary, but we know it's moving because the stars are moving. That's their logic, which is horrible logic, by the way.
But you are talking about the personal experience that can vary. Okay, just imagine if there is a dishonest person, and if he's a glober, dishonest glober.
I don't care because I gave you a specific in the way in which it's argued. So I don't care if some glober comes in here and says, "I experience the Earth moving because I can feel myself spinning around the Earth." That person would be dismissed unless they can prove their claim. But that's not a proper claim to the claim of the globe versus flat anyway.
That sounds like me with my dizziness.
Okay.
Yeah. So nobody would think. Listen, nobody would take it on face value as a serious argument if somebody that was diagnosed with vertigo said, "Hey, I experienced the Earth rotating around the sun."
So why would they take you as a face value. Okay, look, you said if they are saying that I feel the motion, that they have to prove it. Then in the same way, if you're saying I don't feel any motion, then you have to prove that the Earth is not in the motion.
No, dude. Everybody, listen, friend. I know it's hard for you to comprehend, but throughout antiquity, and in fact, in all the literature, it's well established and well known that nobody feels the Earth moving around the sun. Nobody feels the Earth rotating. All that they feel when it comes to the Earth is earthquakes, landslides, tremors, hypersonic booms, a big tractor trailer full of rocks driving by. That's the only motion that people feel when it comes to the Earth. So you're arguing in these pure hypotheticals, my friend. That's why when AV was pressing to you, give me an example, give me a data point, you couldn't answer. It's like your entire argument is in the realm of hypothetical.
I don't believe in examples and man-made technology, that's why.
Yeah. See, you don't believe in actually tangibly demonstrating your claims in reality. You just believe in talking in hypotheticals, and that's great, but that doesn't belong in our forum. That belongs in a fictional literature forum where you're creating a fictional world for your characters in a fictional setting.
No, then I'm just saying why you are making a positive claim that the Earth is flat, because we can never prove it.
No, dude, it's your opinion that if you live in hypothetical land, you can never prove something. And I agree with you, that is your opinion, and you're entitled to have it. But you haven't been able to substantiate your opinion in any way so far.
You're talking about man-made lasers. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude, I've actually used lasers in reality, and I know they work.
No one can prove that they are straight.
I mean, dude, that's a cool claim.
You don't know what light is. You are not owner. You're not.
Want to know what the proof that they go straight is? The fucking pile of bodies, dude. You fucking dunce, dude. Like, seriously. The pile of bodies created by laser targeting and blowing the fucking people up. That's the proof.
Yeah. So what if
targeting works?
Curving? What if it's curving 8 inches per mile square?
If it was curving, then the fucking weapon system wouldn't fucking kill the people.
Yeah, it would.
What's... Oh my goodness, dude.
It's curving 8 inches per mile square.
I don't know how AI is not just laughing up a storm right now.
No, dude, laser targeting just works by finding the biggest source on an IR camera. Like, I'm not kidding. You just center it at the center.
Oh my gosh.
What? Dude, you can Google it. You can look it up. You can do it yourself. It's not magic technology.
You know, they have a ballistic trajectory, right? And they have pins which take it down the entire court. Listen.
Dude, how do you think a fucking target designator works? Seriously.
What do you mean? They illuminate the target with a laser?
Yeah, and then when the thing finds the laser, what do you think it does?
What do you mean, when the thing finds the laser? What does that mean?
When your IR camera finds the laser, what do you think it does?
Well, I guess it probably tries to keep it centered. And
it does.
The trajectory based upon where its motion.
So it doesn't have to be perfect. You just have to kind of just aim the laser at the thing. It doesn't matter if it curves. You can find it regardless of a curve or a straight line, as long as it finds the most illuminated thing.
Well, that would change its trajectory now, wouldn't it?
Okay, but the target designator has to keep painting it.
How are they computing that?
Because you just keep it center.
Yeah. How are they computing it?
They keep it center.
Look, dude, this isn't like real-time reaction. You have to calculate where they're going to be.
Yeah, it is. Right? You can literally play with these things.
Dude, listen, they have to calculate where they're going to be. Because they'll fucking tumble.
The direction of which it finds it, right? So you can basically
just what I just said.
You can point your target designator at whatever you want, okay? And all the camera does is it tries to identify where the laser is, and then it just tries to point towards it. That's
you don't understand how a curve works, how the orientation of the munition works, how tumbling works. These things are going at high speed. If the fucking drag of the goddamn air on the bomb is tilted at an angle, the bomb will fucking tumble.
Holy
Okay?
shit,
So it
dude.
has to
It literally-
maintain its orientation. It has to anticipate its path.
When it tries to find the target, all it's looking for is the biggest source of infrared.
That's what you
All
think,
it's looking
bro.
for.
That's what you think.
That's actually how it works. It's using
It's
a
not.
fucking camera.
Has to anticipate where it's going to be, dude. Has to calculate its trajectory. It's called a firing solution, dumb fuck.
You just made that up.
Yeah, I made up firing solution.
Yeah, dude, you just invented that in your head. You can actually look into how this
Yeah,
works.
okay.
It's really
Just go on
simple,
mute, bro.
It's
Just go on
incredibly
mute. You
simple.
can just Google this yourself, dude. Just go
Dude,
on
you're
mute.
an idiot.
You're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing yourself.
Endless Cope Saturday? I don't know. We got a name.
Fuck, dude. Endless Cope Saturday. Laser's curve. Well, they don't calculate for that curve in any military fucking handbook. In any military calculation, nobody's calculating for any fucking curvature of the Earth. Not even over 147 kilometers.
I should ask AI how much curvature they were calculating when they were using targeting systems. You can imagine the guy going like, hold on, man. We got a significant amount of distance. How much curvature is that? Let's pull up the math.
The funny thing, here's the funny thing, AI. The way he's thinking it works in his mind is actually with a flat surface in a flat laser. Because if you have a curved surface and a curved laser, the orientations of everything, it's vertical, it's palm, is constantly changing. And you end up getting a tumbling fucking bomb. Because the drag, right, of hitting it sideways will end up making it tumble. Right? The tip needs to be pointed at the target, dude. They don't smash the fucking bomb into it sideways. Even the old bombs, the World War II bombers, right? You see the bombs come out of the bomb bay door? Right. They end up being nose down because that's where the fucking explosive is.
I'm just saying, okay, you are talking about the plumb lines. The plumb lines are also one of the things that can establish a default position for the flat Earth. And how it is, like if we have two plumb bobs and they are measuring 90 degrees to the level, so if we are moving them apart, then by default we can consider them parallel. And
No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. Because you can't. I'll tell you why.
You know this dude's never built anything, right?
I'll tell you why, dude. Because according to you, in your frame of reference, right, unless you mechanically attach the plumb lines to each other, the only way to mediate them is through optical means. And you just said there's no way to tell the difference between optical curves and optical straightness. So it'd be impossible, according to you.
Yeah, it's impossible. I'm talking about default position. Default position means until or unless we can prove otherwise, then what's the most possible prediction based on empirical parameters, observations, logics, and our understanding. So for work,
what about buzzwords?
If I just imagine if I hang two plumb bobs next to each other, then by default, without any presupposition Earth is flat or globe, I will consider them parallel to each other. So if I move them apart, then still I have to consider them parallel to each other until or unless I can prove the Earth is globe or something. So
yeah, so what was the way that you could verify that they are or they aren't? How would you know for sure?
That's why I'm saying by default the Earth is flat.
No, that's not the question, bro. You need to pay attention to what's being asked. How do you know whether it's not parallel or it is?
There's no way.
Okay, then. So you're just guessing?
It's not about guess. It's about...
you're guessing, aren't you?
If the Earth is so big, then you can't just measure You can't just measure.
That's not the question. That's not the question.
Your little seagull
Not the question.
frustrator troll is getting boring.
Do you know how small the divergence is? If we have two plumb lines next to each other, then
you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know if they're diverting, is what you're saying, right?
Bro, diverging would be less than the width of the hair.
Doesn't matter. That's not what's being asked here.
So how can we measure that?
So you saying we can't measure that? There's no way to measure that then, huh?
Yeah, there's no fucking way to measure that. How
you wouldn't know? You wouldn't know if it's flat or if it's curving. Is that true?
Yeah, of course. No one can know that.
Oh boy.
There is only one way, and I'm going to tell you that. You just go outside the Earth and see. If someone can go outside the Earth and see the Earth as a globe, then it's
freaking knew it.
Little
there
retard.
It is. The mask fell off. There you go.
That's the only way. And if someone is just talking about laser measurements of the Earth, mirror flashes.
You can't measure it. You just have to gawk at it. That's what you gotta do.
Yeah.
You're a retard.
Is a deception.
The mask
Everything
right
else is a deception,
bro.
It's just your ego.
See?
Oh, I measured the Earth.
A fake flat earther was telling us that we need to measure the Earth by going up and looking down and saying, "Ah, man, well, shit, there it is."
Yeah, it looks flat.
It doesn't matter.
Is that it? It looks flat. We confirm that looking flat on the ground is also looking flat up top. Yeah,
you know what's
he's
crazy
a waste
is that
of space, bro.
we've destroyed iterations of people like this guy. Like every single time they fail.
Well, this is a cheap knockoff Chinese version.
Indian version.
Yeah, people say, oh, if the Earth is a globe, then people will be upside down. So I'm a flat earther.
No, you're not.
So I'm not going to buy that bullshit.
No, you're a troll. Okay, that's
you're a damn troll. That's all you are.
I'm not a troll. I'm a flat earther, but you guys don't understand.
You haven't made a single fucking argument for anything. You haven't substantiated a single claim in over 2 hours.
And you said you can't know. You can't test if the Earth is flat or globe. You said that yourself. The only way to know is to go up high and look down at it and say, "Oh, well, there it is." That was a way to verify.
I'm 100% certain this dude is 99%.
How much? I'm talking about if there is a claim that the Earth is 4,000 miles in a radius. Okay, it's a sphere and it's there. So okay, then if someone can go 10,000 miles up and see, then he can
10,000 miles. Really, 10,000 miles?
Yeah, it's enough, I guess. 10,000
miles.
Yeah,
10,000 miles is enough.
How do you know that? Yeah, how do you know that?
Yeah, because if the Earth is 4,000 miles in a radius, and then automatically
Automatically.
He's going to go based on information that he thinks he doesn't know if it hasn't been verified. You would take a 10,000 mile trip up in the air just to verify something that they haven't given you evidence of. You're not a flat earther.
Yeah. I'm a flat earther. That's why.
No, you're not.
He's wrong. Listen, he's wrong. Listen, hold on real quick. He's wrong because he already said there's no way to determine whether light is traveling straight. So if he went up and saw the Earth or whatever it's representing himself, unless he validated the path of light from every point source, he'd be erroneous to make any conclusion. Sorry, dude, but your worldview is incoherent, bro.
Okay, I can conclude that because
no, you can't.
Just imagine.
Just imagine.
Yeah, just imagine. What's the problem?
Just imagine.
If I go 25,000 miles high, okay, and now
25. You extended it. You went from 10 to 25.
Yeah,
holy smokes!
Holy deflection.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so if I go 25,000 miles and if I'm watching, okay, that is the Earth I came from, and it's hanging in the space. Now it's rotating. I can see the Earth as a globe.
This guy over here.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah. What if the light's bending?
What's up, guys?
How can light bend when I can see the Earth?
You're the one that said it bends, bro.
You're the one that said it.
You're the one that advocates for the lasers are bending. You're the one that say light bends, bro. So
light
not getting. Have you ever seen a basketball in front of you?
Yeah.
Oh God, dude.
Basketball. So next up, let me get this
So
right.
if
I
I
want to
can
get
see
your
the Earth
position.
in
Oh
that
no,
way.
next, stop. I just want to get your position right. Your argument, the totality of your argument.
Wait, does AV think light can't
Shut
bend?
up, dude. Shut up. Why did you interrupt me? I'll mute you both.
hold a basketball.
Now
I
ban you.
feel like
Last
what he's
chance.
trying to
Shut
say.
up. Shut up.
You don't need a basketball. You can just
Talking
look
to
into
Nexa.
like any physical body in the universe, and you see light.
It's just what
Don
he's
muted
like
me.
trying to. It's what
He's gonna be banned. So, next, just to get your argument completely straight, okay? Your contention is that we cannot know what the Earth is from the surface of the Earth, and the only way to know what it is to leave the thing in question and get further away from it. Make it make sense, dude.
As I told you, that if you use scientific method, then you have to.
There's no scientific method in any of this. This is just pure logic. You're trying to leave the thing in question to figure out what it is and go farther away.
Yeah, because I'm saying to go further away
If
because
you
there
wanted
is
to
a
know
claim.
if someone was a female, would you go farther away or closer?
I'm saying because they claim
Answer
the
the
Earth
question,
is a globe.
Nexa. One more time. Answer the question. You wanted to know if someone was a female, would you get closer or farther?
Oh my god, you're comparing a female with the Earth. That's so dumb.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the female has certain properties. You know they're a female, right? So does the Earth. You're trying to figure out there's curvature by leaving the Earth, where the curvature actually is, because you said we can't know the curvature when we're here. Is this like a two Earth theory? Is this like it's a flat on the ground and curved in space? Is this it?
You're using a false analogy and nothing else.
What's false about it?
You're comparing Earth.
Yeah, that's right. I am. Why is it false, dude?
Oh my god. It's a false analogy, fellas.
Oh, yeah, you just said that. We heard you. Why?
You can't compare something to a different thing.
Yeah, that's the claim. You're just stating it twice. So what, dude? Why?
That's also a deception you're creating. That's why I'm saying.
Why, dude? Why?
What why you're talking about? If the Earth is a globe, then you have
the why I'm talking about. The why it's a false equivalence.
You think it's?
Yeah, you're just talking out your ass, Nexa. Nexa, go in one of the other chats where these stupid fucking gimmicks work and go debate there, okay? None of your little stupid gimmicks work here, okay? You should have figured that out over an hour ago.
Stupid. You're stupid if you're comparing Earth with a female. That's so stupid.
Okay, that's not an argument.
And you're still comparing that.
You're stupid is not an argument. I could be stupid, but what I said is still true.
I don't compare anything with any other thing.
I don't care what you do.
You use false equivalence and false analogy.
Yeah, you haven't told me how it's a false equivalence.
You should understand that.
Yeah, well, no, you should tell me. You should actually substantiate for once your claim.
I'm just saying, I can't really destroy Globers, but you can, because of the people like you, flat earthers are targeted as dumb as fuck. Because of
You're done, dude. Okay, Hassan does not talk until he unmutes me. And I'll unmute, who's this, JR?
I just want to say, if you hold an item in front of a light bulb, you still see the light, right? So obviously, it curves.
What?
That's what he was saying about the fucking soccer ball, the ball. Put a ball up to a light bulb. The light is going to go around the ball, is it not? Tell me I'm wrong.
No, that's not what he was
saying. So obviously the light curves, right? That's what he was saying. You're just crazy.
No,
you can't think.
How long have you been here?
Actually saying.
How long have you been here?
Eyes join.
So you have no idea what he was saying before about.
I heard enough.
No, you didn't. You have no idea.
I heard enough.
You can just go on mute, dude.
Yeah.
If you don't tell me in what context he brought that up, you're gonna go on mute. What context did he bring it up in? Why were we
the
bringing
light
it up?
and how light is curving? What do you-
Yeah, he brought it up like an hour ago. What was he talking about?
That was less than a minute ago. What are you talking about?
No, he's been here a while.
Yeah, but that's not okay. I don't know what we talked about an hour ago. I'm talking
He
about
said we
what he talked
can't
about
use
a minute
lasers
ago.
to measure the surface of the Earth because light curves. That we
Lasers is
can't-
light. Yes, it's the same thing.
Yeah, he said because light curves and we can't know.
Light does curve.
Okay. Always?
Yes.
Always.
Yes.
Okay. So laser targeting systems, the light's curving in those? So
I'm
the
sorry, you
LIGO,
have to say that again.
large,
You are
so the
assuming
LIGO laser, it's curving in that?
Why does it? I'm not saying it has to. It could be straight.
Well, I asked you if it always curves. You
what
said
you're
no.
saying.
You said yeah.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in a while.
You said
not gonna
yeah
lie.
when I asked you, does it always curve?
Look at this square. It's straight. Does that mean every square? Like,
You
get
said
out. What are you
yeah
talking
when I
about, bro?
asked you if it always curves. You said yeah.
Yes, it will always curve.
Okay, does it curve in LIGO?
Who the fuck is LIGO?
The Large Interferometer Gravity Observatory. It's a 1.3 kilometer laser inside of a vacuum tube. Does it curve in that?
No, because it has no reason to.
Has no reason to. What's the reason to curve a light?
Gravity.
Yeah, gravity?
Yes, it is gravity. Like, you just don't believe in
I
gravity.
don't know like what to tell you, but gravity.
Gravity curves like, okay, according to the special theory or the general theory of relativity, how much does a mass?
Yeah, you're just pulling shit out of your ass.
How much does a mass?
You're just pulling shit out of your ass,
You can
bro.
just look this up, bro.
You're just pulling
Look it
that
up.
shit out of your ass,
You can
bro.
look it up.
Obviously, he is. He doesn't know, but it's.
I do know.
No,
I do know.
That's okay.
Okay, according to general relativity, it would curve a laser or would deflect it 1/16 millionth of 1 degree.
Okay, so it does curve. You literally know the math, so it
1/16
does
millionth
curve.
of 1 degree at 25.
So it does curve.
One
There you
is
go.
One.
Point proven,
No, I
eh?
said deflect. I said deflect. It's 1 nanometer at 20. It's 1 nanometer at 25 miles.
Okay, and
yeah, it's immeasurable. You would never be able to measure.
Obviously not. You literally just said the measurement.
No, that's the calculation.
Which is a measurement.
No, it's not, dude.
Fucking bonehead.
Wait, you're saying a calculation isn't a measurement?
No, they're not the same word, and they're not the same application.
They're not the same word. I
Yeah,
Measurements require devices. Okay, you measure shit with a measuring device. Calculate. You don't calculate shit with a measuring device.
Yeah, so if you think about it
So
this
how
way,
do we
if you hold on, Jay,
okay.
if you're telling a carpenter to go ahead and calculate something or to measure it, what do you think is going to be applied? Is a calculation like something that he's going to be able to test?
They're going to use math to determine the length.
No. We're talking about the between calculation and measurement.
Yeah,
between both of those.
So if someone needs, so if he has to do like 2 inches times 4, what's he going to do? Math, right?
Yeah, he's
like,
going to do
come
math.
on, bro.
Yeah, but
He's
when
going to use math to determine the fucking measurement.
All right,
like
so, no,
what the fuck are we doing?
No,
what
how
is
does
he
he
doing
know,
here?
How does he know that the calculation is correct? He's going to have
Because
to
he
test
uses
it.
math. What are we doing here? Is
He's
this
going
real
to
life?
measure it. He's got to
Using
measure it.
math. Yeah, he's going to use math to determine the measurement.
So it's
Like,
not
what
a
is going on?
calculation; it's a measurement. So they're
No,
both,
he's going to read it.
What are you confused about? Like what?
He's going to read bonehead. He's going to read a tape measure.
Yeah, how the fuck do you think that was created, bro?
Have you ever even read? Well, we
Like
marked little
what?
lines and we came up with a standardized.
I'm sorry. How do you think? What you think? Some random person just said, here's a number on a tape measure."
This was your can of soup argument, Indio. This was your can of soup argument.
Like
right
they
here.
use math to determine measure. Like what are we talking?
What
like,
type of
how
math?
is this even?
What type of math? What type of math's involved in measuring?
I'm sorry. There's types of math. What the fuck you talking about? It's just math, bruh.
No, it's counting.
How many types of math? What are you like trying to move the goalpost?
Dude, you're
for?
a
It's just
fucking
math, homie.
stud. You're
It's
just
math.
digging your hole. Keep digging. Okay, there are
Digging
types of
a
math.
hole?
There's different fields
yeah.
of math. There's abstract
The word math
there's
is
applied
digging a
math.
hole.
There's
Are you mad that people use math to measure things? Like, I don't understand.
No, they use counting to measure things. They count units.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. What is
Stop
counting?
talking. Let him finish.
What is counting?
Stop talking.
What are you doing?
Hold on, I'm gonna put him on mute while you talk.
Because you look crazy.
Look at you, Spurg, dude. It's funny.
Brett, what is...
You're just spurging out. Look, it's really simple. Okay? We measure with a instrument made for measuring. Okay? And then we sum the units, and we call that a quantity. Okay? That has nothing to do with calculation. Nothing. You can calculate shit that's completely fictitious. But you can't measure fictitious things.
Give me one example. That doesn't require math.
I'll calculate how
Give me
fast
one
Superman
example.
flies around the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to calculate how fast Superman flies around the Earth.
Calculate something without math. Have fun. Measure it.
No one, dude.
Let me know.
Idiot.
Let me know.
Who said calculate something without math? Who said that?
We're talking about the difference between calculation and measurement, not if you can calculate something with math. What is wrong with you people? You guys are broken, man.
Level.
You don't even understand the premise of the whole point we're discussing. Like, you guys get lost in the thought quickly.
And it was his argument.
Yeah, it was, dude.
You lost, like, you defeated yourself in your own argument. If measurements and calculations are the same thing, why are they different words? With different definitions?
A measurement is a calculation, you donut.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I have a calculation.
The world is wrong. You're right.
Shut up, dude. Shut up, dude. It isn't. The world agrees with me, not you, dummy. Okay, so if I have a calculation, how do I know what quantities to put into the variables? I want to calculate the square foot of a kitchen. Where do I get the quantities for the variables?
You take measurements and then you add them together using math. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, one operation was the measurement, the other was the calculation. It came after the measurement.
I wonder if they know that, like, why this point isn't sticking. I have no idea.
Yeah, he's got everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. That's why.
No, it's because every time I talk, I get muted. And then unmuted and muted and unmuted.
And you can't control your mic, Jay. That's why.
You literally said square root to find a measurement. Like,
no, I didn't.
I need to say. Yes, you did. But that's
it says find the square foot of a kitchen.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. How do you? What math do you use to find square feet?
Well, you multiplied the perimeter, or you multiplied side by side, right?
Oh, then so you use math to measure the square feet.
You didn't measure the square feet. You calculated it. You measured the sides.
You found the measurement.
Yeah, and then you order 10% more.
The measurement doing
what? Einstein, and then when you do the job, you order 10% more to make sure you can cover the floor.
What are we doing?
Dude, this is why you got muted, because you can't control your mic. Oh man, say what you're gonna say, man.
No, doesn't matter.
I'm just going to say, in reality, then when you do the job and when you order the tile, you order a percentage more to make certain you cover the floor.
You literally need to do math to order the tile because you need to find out how much tile you need to order.
No one said you don't need to do math.
Yeah, but go and order the exact. Order the exact square footage to some decimal point, and then do your floor, and watch your tile go discontinued, and you're just out of luck.
What's bad about math? Like, it's so normal.
No, you're straw manning what we said. You're straw manning what we said. You're straw manning what we said. No one said anything about math. The distinction between calculation and measurement, you claimed there was none.
Excuse you?
You claim there was no distinction between calculation and measurement, that calculations are measurements.
I said the opposite.
Despite the fact, no, you don't fucking lie, dude. We record this.
I said measurements are calculations.
Yeah, I know. No distinction. That means there's no distinction. That means it's the same. When you say they are, that means they are the same.
Yeah, they are the same.
Okay. Then why are they different words in the dictionary with different? No. Shut up. Why are they different words in the dictionary with different definitions?
Because they have different definitions. Because they mean different things.
Yeah. Congratulations.
he just entered into a paradox, man. He's like, he just admitted it. They mean two different things. He was fighting it tooth and nail. Now he's like, well, they mean two different things. Duh. That's our point, bro. Thank you.
Where's Clipcord? You got to get that one.
That was awesome, bro. Yeah, you get that W, bro. That's awesome. That was because, he was fighting the point the whole time.
Dude. I'm not even trying to get a gotcha. I'm just trying to bring him back to reality.
Well, it was he got himself, bro. To be honest, you didn't get him. He got himself. He snatched his own wig, bro. Like
it's silly though. Isn't it silly though? He worked so hard to establish this whole thing. So you do calculations when then everyone would. Well, I would mention the Superman leaps and bounds. It's like he wasted a lot of time there.
Yeah, and he was trying to not let anybody speak because once we get to this point, now he's got egg all over his face. And what can you do from there? He snatched his own wig. It's like he was fighting tooth and nail. It was the same. Calculation and measurement were the same. Now he found out that they're defined differently. Well, because they're different. Boom.
What was the whole point of it? I mean, I lost track of the whole damn thing. What was his original? I guess he's muted now, but yeah, he's a goofus.
He is trying to defend that fake flat earther Bollywood Indian that said you can't measure the surface of the earth with a laser. Despite the fact it's done regularly, every day. It's being done right now as I'm speaking. Someone is out there measuring the earth with a laser.
And it spiraled into them, them actually saying that a measurement and calculation are synonymous and the same. They're actually the same. And he was defending that point up until this very end where Indio pointed out that they're defined differently. And he's like, well, yeah, because they're different. Well, no shit, dude. That's what we've been saying. Thanks.
It's wild though. The last 6 of them, at least half dozen, have passed the baton from the other one. And one has dropped the baton and they picked it up. It's interesting.
Yeah, and the direction they're running is like into like, I don't know, big pile of feces, dude. They're like, it's been like this all day.
They keep stepping on a rake and smacking themselves in the face with it. Like every which way they turn,
Yeah, when I first started listening to it, it was all so good. I thought it was like a pre-recorded highlights package. I didn't realize it was happening live.
We should actually put this out as a public service announcement for Globers, like what not to do in a debate with flat earthers, and just send it out to the Globies. Because this ain't a good look for that side right now.
And in the middle of it, I heard that one lady call out to like 4 other, I need you. It was like they were paging people. Yeah, it's a good episode.
At some point, Indio's like that guy from the movie Fury, Brad Pitt's character, when they're stuck in that one bridge.
Well, I thought that they were doing what Old House said before, because you know how each one came in and asked you who's a flat earther in here.
Yeah,
when they do that, usually they're rallying the troops. They're trying to figure out who to troll.
Well, we got Hassan still in here, but he has to unmute you before he wants to get on the mic. So Hassan, I'm going to unmute you. And if you have Indio unmuted, then you can continue because we're going to do a check and to see if you can hear him. If you can, then you'll stay unmuted. But if not, you're just going to go right back on mute.
I don't want to talk.
That's fine. But do you have everybody unmuted?
Obviously, as long as you don't interrupt or shout.
All right. So do you want to do a check?
Mic check.
I don't know. Indio, you ask him.
No. Can you hear him? That's what I'm asking.
Well, he said what check, and I'm asking him. I don't know.
Oh.
I said mic check.
Oh, a mic check? I don't know, mate. You can ask him.
That's all right. At least you can hear him. All right.
Oh, I'm very concerned about.
Word is bond. Yeah. Well, what's up?
Turn troll. Very.
So I have a BBC addiction, and I'm wondering if I'm gay or not.
Wrong channel, I think.
Degenerates, bro.
Yeah, you're the wrong channel, dude.
Yeah, what would you like? Seriously, like, what would their parents think of this behavior? Seriously, like you're huge. They not realize they're like dishonoring themselves like completely.
The guy's watching the King's news all day. Actually, probably still the Queen's, not Camilla.
Thought it was the king. Never mind. Next is still muted, right? That guy don't really know much of anything, huh?
You know, the whole time he's been leading to that. Everything he did was like a scripted, well, poorly scripted, but a scripted, he's trying to lead us to, oh, we can't measure the Earth is flat. We can only look at it from space. That whole thing, all 2 hours of it.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he didn't even make the logical connection from the first to the second, much less the freaking 40 other steps he had to take. They love space that much, bro. They love space so much. Like, I'm a flat earther, but you can only prove the flat earth from space. Don't take my space away from me.
Yeah.
Fucking weirdos.
He was saying too that the only way you can know a laser test is done if you have a third person looking at it from the side view. Because point of origin to target is not going to work. So yeah,
totally.
Yeah, he said you'd have to have a third person in order for you to say that. Here, let me see. Yeah, go ahead and say why you need a third person, Nexa. For a laser test.
Well, that's crazy. That's what I was thinking when that guy who was playing dumb about water, he was hedging towards that. He wanted to get back to something that could be flying through space. I get. And he was flat Earth LARPing.
Okay, so
it must be the new.
Do you have?
That's what they used to say.
Do you have a kind of a proof where you can measure that the Earth is flat? Tell me that. I want to see it. I want to see the measurements. If you can't, if you don't have that, then why you're saying like you can measure and you can prove that Earth is flat by some kind of measurements? when you don't have any? Why you are just saying that?
Sorry, does anyone know how to share a screen?
Are you going to? Yeah, you can share the screen by using.
I can. Can someone else do it for me and just Google something, right? Because I'm in a little debate in the side chat, and yeah, thank you.
I shared the screen. Yeah.
Okay, Google the definition of newtons.
Newtons what?
Newtons as in the SI unit.
Newton what?
Definition of newtons.
Yeah. Definitions of Newton.
Next up, by the way, we gave you the measurements already.
No, it's nothing to do with you guys. It's to do with this person in the side chat.
Newtons.
I'm talking about
Newtons. T-O-N-S. Yeah, okay, there you go. That's definition. Newton is defined as 1 Newton is therefore the force needed to accelerate 1 kilogram of mass at the rate of 1 meter per second in the direction of the applied force. So, would you, from reading this, assume that newtons are a force? Because the person inside chat, you can read the whole argument. They're telling me newtons aren't a force, and gravity isn't a force either.
I'm not saying gravity is a force.
No, you look inside chat. Look inside chat, and just look at the imbecility of it.
According to me, there is no
apparently
gravity.
newtons aren't a force, and they told me to Google it. I copied and pasted the Googled definition. They told me I don't know what it means. Okay.
Yeah, the thing goes down because there is a gravitational field, not the gravity.
I have no clue. You just said.
Yeah, there is a gravitational field coming upside down, parallel.
This guy must be the worst flat earther I've ever heard.
So according to you, why things goes down? Do you have?
He's even a worse glober.
Ether.
Ether.
You believe in ether?
There is no way anyone here believes in ether. If anyone believes in ether, I'm just gonna.
That guy does. That guy does.
I don't know which is worse: believing in a flat Earth or ether. Both are really, really bad. And ether's worse. I'll say that.
Why? What's wrong with the ether?
You think there's a substance in our space that allows the medium of light to travel? No, I'm asking you. Okay, do you believe in ether?
I haven't seen any evidence for it. When I say evidence, I mean direct evidence.
What's direct evidence?
There's a possibility. Putting it in
There's
a jar.
Possibility for everything. There's a possibility the Earth is round, and with your logic.
No, dude. No.
Okay, so what's objective evidence to you?
Look, I haven't seen any evidence for the ether.
Okay, what defines evidence? Because evidence to one person could be like if someone tells me that I believe it.
Ether, which is supposed to be a substance that permeates everything.
You can't necessarily.
Why are you interrupting me?
I'm just saying that you
Why are you interrupting me?
Like you can't interact with the air. By the way, do you know what I mean? Because look, I don't see air, therefore it does not exist. So it's the kind of same idea. You can't
but we know air exists because you can wave your fucking hand, dude. That's a false equivalence. Why do you guys bring up this fucking air analogy? It is the stupidest analogies you guys bring up are, I'm not a doctor, you can't see your own fucking brain, and you can't see air. The three stupidest, low-tier, low IQ analogies. If you thought about it for a second.
Can you see air? Can you see air?
No, but you know it's there because you can move it.
You can move it.
Yeah.
What if it's not air? What if I called something else? Do you not see the absurdism that falls behind this and the metaphysical concept?
What do you mean? What if it's something else? That's how we define it.
Yeah. So my point is, right? Like, say
you have no point.
Do you know what metaphysics is? Do you know what metaphysics is?
Yeah, don't know. Listen, brother.
You don't know.
I'm over 50 years old. I got my university degree almost fucking 3 decades ago. Yeah, I know what metaphysics is, child.
In what? In what?
In computer science. And I got it
no
decades
wonder you're
ago.
flat earther. No fucking wonder. I don't know what deep hole you crawled into in computer science. But if you said something like engineering, I'd have lost my mind.
What do you think computer science is, you dumb fuck?
Not engineering, thank fuck.
Okay, so when I went to university a long time ago, you actually had to make things, right? It wasn't programming
Times
a
have changed,
computer.
buddy. Get with
We did hardware and electrical engineering.
Cool for you, bro.
Okay?
You know, people used to think
So
women had no
shut
souls,
up.
by the way. Did Daryl remember that? That was crazy, right?
So let's get back to the point. Now,
no, India. Wait. Do you think times don't change?
Shut up. You're gonna get banned. I'm about sick of your fuck. 3.
Okay,
you
ban me.
interrupt
That's
me one
fine.
more time.
I mean, if it keeps me out of the flat Earth server, I'm fine with that. I mean, it's like brain cancer.
Yeah. So why are you here?
It's just funny.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like,
Don't even make sense. Doesn't it? Doesn't even make
no,
sense.
because
Does it?
AV
It's like
at
brain
least honest,
cancer.
right? That
So I
AV
went
is
there
like an actual
voluntarily.
curious man, right? I can tell
You're
AV is
a
like an honest
moron,
man.
dude.
But
No,
you're
you're
just
just
like
a
really,
moron.
really angry individual.
All I asked you was one question. Why is
I
the
also
ether
asked you a
bullshit?
question
And
and
you
you
have
dodged it
not
as well.
still have not answered it even now. All you've done is try to mute me by over talking me. That's all you've done.
Mute you? I mean, I'm not mute.
Yeah, by over talking me. That's right. When you over talk me, you're
That's not
muting
what
me.
defining
You're doing it
mute is,
intentionally.
though. That's not what defining mute is, though.
Well, if I can't speak,
India, what was
and
the
nobody
question?
can, if nobody can hear me speak, that's being muted. The question.
No, everyone can hear you. I just don't hear you when I talk over you.
Son,
unfortunately.
wait.
There he goes again.
What was the question?
That's what you know. I completely forgotten. This
There
guy's
he
like,
goes
he's
again.
like a piping hothead.
Okay, dude, you're out of here. Amazon, you. No, shut up, douche nozzle.
What was the question?
The question was, he said, ether's even crazier than flat earthers. Then I said, why? What's wrong with the ether? That's all I asked. I was curious what his opinion was. We actually had an argument to what's wrong with the ether. And
Wait,
he
is
didn't.
this an actual
Well, hold on. He
unironic
asked
flat
me
Earth
if I
channel?
believed in it. Hold on, dude. Then he asked me if I believed in it, and I said, well, I haven't seen any evidence for it. And then he deflected away, and I said, I haven't seen any evidence for it, but what do you think's wrong with it? And then he just
I don't even know
deflected
what ether is.
It's a hypothetical substance that permeates the entire universe. That's been speculated about going back to the fucking Greeks. That Maxwell's equations and even Einstein entertained the idea that there's an ether that permeates everything, like kind of like a gas, but not a gas. It's like an incompressible, rarefied, whatever that everything's made up of.
Interesting.
I was going to
Isn't that
tell him,
just
like,
giving-
you can't measure the ether from within the ether because even your measuring device would have the ether in it.
Wouldn't that just be a different name for matter and antimatter?
No, because this is like, you know how they like light travels, they like to wave, like has wave-like behavior. The idea is that what's waving? Oh, there's something called the ether that's waving.
I know, but I'm saying, like, couldn't that just be matter antimatter? It feels like that.
The definitions for those are different. They're not.
Yeah.
It is not this. It's not equal to this same. I know what you're trying to do, but it's not.
I'm not trying to do anything. This is my first time ever hearing about it, so I'm not.
Yeah, you're trying to make it. No. You're trying to make it sound something that you can reason with in your mind as to what it could be like.
No, I'm just saying.
They don't know.
Yeah, it is, dude. You're trying to make it sound like it could be matter
What
and
are you-
antimatter.
What?
What you're saying? You're like, well, is it like antimatter or matter? Like what you're saying?
I didn't say is it like. I said, isn't this the same thing as antimatter or
no?
Matter?
It's not
You
matter
say
in that
like.
sense. You're thinking it's like the substrate of the universe.
You're splitting hairs, bro.
I'm not splitting hairs.
No, you are.
You ever heard the phrase quantum foam? You ever heard that? Quantum foam? Have you ever heard that term?
You clammed up.
Okay. It's like that,
question,
but not exactly that. It's like a clown car of frickin' barely past high school frickin' idiots.
Okay, it's just like, I don't know why they just don't want to be forthcoming with things. Like, we're just trying to have a conversation and parse out meaning of things so that we don't miscommunicate, and they're like, "Well, that's not what I'm saying, man." Like, do we have to be so
if that's
so
okay.
semantical that we have to go down to like what like and same thing mean? Like, Jesus, dude.
So I'd imagine you guys are fairly educated on the flat Earth, essentially flat Earth theory.
Well, yeah, flat Earth, but yeah, you could say that. Do you have some questions, Matthew?
So I've seen lots of essentially reports and internet documentaries, if you'd like, on what's beyond the ice wall. So I'd like your take on that. Well, what do you see that would be beyond the ice wall? Do you truly? Is there really something beyond there? I mean, there's a lot of different theories that I've come across. It's just hard to really make sense of it all, right?
So the idea that there's an ice wall and that's the edge of our realm that we exist in accordance with like people who talk about flat Earth, that seems to be kind of like a misrepresentation of what we're discussing in here. That would also insinuate that we're discussing that ice walls are a limitation, and beyond that would be extending out to unknown territories. But that's not what we're claiming here, nor is it what the topic of discussion is. So we don't adhere to a model of what flat Earth is, because that would also go along with this whole before. I'd say like back in 2015 or so, people came up with the notion that we would adhering to a specific map, which is like the AE map, the azimuthal equidistant projection, and that one shows this ice ring around the whole entire Earth that we're on. But that map also came from the globe paradigm, which NASA had put forward. So it's nothing to do with flat Earth per se, other than people are saying that that's what you would see the Earth looking like on a horizontal surface, with the land the way it looks there on the AE map. But then that goes into your question of asking what's beyond the ice wall, which would be the same thing as if we were thinking that the Earth was an AE map, like in that same layout. So if we're not saying that, however, then that wouldn't apply to us saying that what's beyond the ice wall could be something we could answer. Sorry I belabored the point, Matthew, but I had to, because it's not that you were asking, it's not that it was malformed the way you asked, but I know where it's coming from. So that's why I had to go into a little explanation.
That's fine. I appreciate your 2 cents, man. Thanks.
All right. Yeah. So what we do say, though, however, it is in a cosmological paradigm, we'd say that it is the floor of all the known world universe. So, I mean, because all that we can know is the known territories, and everywhere we've been, the Earth is a horizontal plane. It's a flat Earth for all intents and purposes. So everywhere we have been and can go, the Earth is a horizontal plane. Now, whether or not the exterior of that is something different, we wouldn't know. So, oh shit, did he leave? I hate it because to undo like the whole thing about asking about what's beyond the ice wall, you have to kind of peel back like why the question was asked, and then you lose attention span. So I don't know. Could I just make it a little more concise?
No, we're just gonna upgrade. Yeah, let's upgrade a victory. Let's upgrade that to a new style of victory. We're gonna call it towels. So now you have like 7,000 wigs and 3 towels.
We're adding towels to the mixture of like victories. Like they just leave. I mean, I did want to engage with him because it was important. If he was asking that question, he's coming from a genuine, that we all come from that perspective as like trying to ask a question, but he needs to understand maybe the logic behind why he would even ask that question. Was because what's being projected out there in mainstream would be that there are a lot of flat earthers that are saying that this is, like an ice wall surrounding the Earth. And I thought he would have been more inquisitive. They're like, oh, really? I didn't know that. Or just, we'll get him next time and all that jazz. Yeah, well, there was that lady who's asked the question earlier. She's still in here. So, did you hear what I was telling that guy, Matthew? I don't even know what your name is because it looks like you have a bunch of letterings that from another. language. I think I read your at name is something liminal princess. Are you there? Maybe not.
Yo, it's liminal princess.
Liminal.
Yes, you know this word. Let me say a word, and then you'll understand. Subliminal. Subliminal messages are below the liminal, right? So that means the liminal is above the. Oh yeah, there you go.
Never heard that contextualized, man. But thanks for saying that. Has it ever been used like colloquially, like people you just saying it? Hey, that's pretty liminal.
Well, I mean, not really. It's usually case context specific. But look, if you look it up and start reading about it, you're going to realize what it means real quick.
It's just an odd word that you don't hear often. You've heard subliminal.
Yeah, then there's superliminal. So it's just the way you perceive things, right? Subliminal, obviously, like the main context we know that is that there's messages that you can be given, which your mind will recognize, but your conscious mind won't recognize. Yet they still have an effect on your overall beliefs or formulations of thought because your subconscious mind is an important part of that.
Okay. So, and what's a superliminal?
Well, listen, I'm actually removed from actually having studied this, so I'd have to refresh myself again. My main reason for interjecting was just to point it out that you already know this term, and you've already used it plenty of times and understand it. You just don't understand all three parts of it. That's all.
Fair point. You know, it's weird, though, that even if we talk about it this way, it might be manifest in later conversations, I would say. Like, usually when... Because, yeah, it's just not used very often, so if it was used in a context, like now that you said it and it's been said, it might be... We were probably going to hear it again.
Yeah. Well, it's like your brain and the way your mind and brain work together is that your brain does certain computational tasks without making you aware of them, and it only gives you the end result. And so if somebody can interrupt that upstream computation with some kind of messaging that makes the brain then get to a result that's not correct, but then you think, oh, that must be correct because it was my idea. You see? Now it becomes part of who you are. Like, I thought of this idea, not realizing how much of that idea you were influenced by consciously and subconsciously.
Don't these guys that do like really good magic tricks use that? Like they have like numbers or words put up like everywhere when the person... I've seen something like that. They're walking somewhere. They don't consciously know that their mind is picking all this information up. So when the magician asks them something specific, they're like, I can read your mind or something. They're not really reading it. They've been given a lot of like suggestive wording.
Yeah, the category of thought that you're in is pre-programmed for you. You don't even realize it. So you could actually answer any particular answer when he asks you a question. But because your mind has been so inundated with certain categories before, the probability that you're going to be within that category is very high. It's the same like where, you know, like you don't notice things, but then somebody mentions something and then all of a sudden you notice it everywhere.
Yeah. Okay.
Your mind is now focused on it because that's what your brain is constantly bringing up. It's constantly at the forefront of the processing.
What's interesting, though, that we're discussing this, that it's actually apropos to what we've been discussing about the Earth and the psychology behind it, like being told to us that we're living on an Earth that's a globe. It's all this, like, it just rolls right into it. Because it's on a level that you're consciously hearing about it, and then there's this, like, you're inundated by, like, the subconscious part of it, like, where you're subliminally, like, there's words everywhere, you know,
you see them on billboard signs, the vernacular, the way people use their language, is talk about the earth, like everything is, you're bombarded. Like, so why wouldn't somebody think that? It's kind of clever, actually, if you think about it like that. Yeah. It's exactly the way you described AI, even though you didn't look it up, but I just looked it up right now. The 3 categories that they're in is something that you can't notice, like subliminal, and something you're barely aware of, which is liminal, and then superliminal is above awareness, where it's like you see billboards everywhere showing you like signs, something being said out loud.
Yeah, so it's actually it's a function of the way you interpret the outside world, right? It's not just conscious interpretation. There's other things going on. It's just like breathing and your heart beating. It's like no one actually concentrates on their heartbeat. Because imagine if you forgot to concentrate on your heartbeat for a few seconds. Well, you'd be dead, right? So your mind and body and brain cooperate with each other to take all of those tasks and run them efficiently as possible. But because of that, it's a system, and that system has subroutines. And just like a computer, if you can enter in bad code in one of the subroutines, the computer doesn't know at the end result that it got screwed over. And guess what? A lot of the globe rhetoric is in that way. They put it into you at times when your processor was being built, right, as you're growing up. And now, whether you realize it or not, it's become established in your subroutine. So you can't even tell the difference between your belief in a globe and who you are as a person. And we see it all the time, don't we?
Yeah, I knew it was completely on point to talk about this. Liminal.
It's the same with like language. Like nobody ever teaches a child language. Never. All as the child is exposed to the conventional tokens that are used. And the mind body already understands a way to put those tokens into a structure which is biologically designed. You can't design that language structure. It already exists. In fact, if it didn't already exist, it'd be impossible to teach someone language.
Yeah, like the description of liminal would be like you're barely aware, like hearing a faint background music or like a conversation at a nearby, like if you're sitting out at a restaurant, you can't really make out the conversation, but you can hear somebody like speaking. So that's liminal. Like you can be barely aware of something, but you can still notice that it's there. It's fascinating, dude. It's crazy that I got all of this out of that person's name.
All right, so listen. I just calculated the beam that I needed, and then I just put my calculator on the edge of the calculation. And now I'm pulling my calculator from one end of the calculation to the other end of the calculation. And then I'm going to use my circular calculator to circularize the calculation through the beam. And then I'm going to take my calculation and put it on the footing supporting the torch, and the calculation is going to hold it up.
That makes total sense. We haven't had a measurement calculation argument in quite some time, actually.
Then you would need to place the clay at the right spot.
Okay. Well, I mean, go for it.
Okay, cool. So
that's what I'm talking about.
So
We've demonstrated. We've demonstrated.
Then.
But you guys really think that the Earth is flat?
Yes, because it observes and measures that way. That's the way we see it, and that's the way we use it and measure it. So nobody's demonstrated ever that the surface of water is curving at a continuous rate, which would mean it's curving around to become a ball. When we measure it, it's just showing no deviation from horizontal. Didn't like that one. It's like, nah, it's too much for me. Water.
If you would go back to planes, like, would it be like an accurate experiment to do if we had like a plane that flies a circle around like the Arctic Circle? And then
what would that prove?
You take like flight data and look at the speed that it traveled and stuff and the time that it took to do that. And then you do the same thing around the Antarctic Circle and would take the time and the speed that it took and stuff like that, just that you have an equivalent speed or something like that, and then wouldn't that prove something if the plane
with two planes going in a circle change the fact that the surface is not curved?
No, the time that it takes them to circumvent that circle.
Like you're presuming that Antarctica in this case is
I'm not
somehow, presuming. Yes, you are. Like
no.
Yes, because we don't have a map that has Antarctica as an outer circle, so there could be Antarctica as an island, and then you would get a similar amount of time circling it.
But it wouldn't be going around an island, it would be going around the Antarctic Circle.
Yeah,
which is like
an
line of
island. A circle around a spot.
But it's not about the island, it's about the circle that you take. Not that you're circling an island, it's just that in the Arctic, it just happens that there is the Arctic in the center of that circle. Special lines of longitude.
Yeah, the point is, if you're going in a circle, and if that circle is equally big, all you figured out is that circle is equally big. You didn't figure out if that circle conformed to your sphere, and if that southern part, or the magnetic south, is actually the bottom of a globe, and you're going around the bottom of a globe. You could just be going around the circle of an island.
But you're doing it along lines of longitude. So if the Earth would be flat, we'd know that Antarctica is basically at the outside of it, and then at least it's south of the equator, so it would immediately take way longer for a plane to go around that line of longitude.
Yeah, no, that's again presuming a map. Like, you're presuming the map there.
Yeah, but I mean, if you think that the Earth is flat, it would make geometrical sense.
It's not about us thinking that the Earth is flat. No, stop. It's not about us thinking that the Earth is flat. That's how it measures. So if it measures flat, it's not a globe. And so it doesn't matter if you fly in circles that are equally big in two locations. That doesn't mean the Earth suddenly becomes curved and the measurement's curved. It doesn't change.
It doesn't have to be. I mean, in your model, it doesn't have to be curved, but you could try to.
Yeah, but you're assuming that Antarctica is going to be on the outside of. Are you talking about an AE map?
Yeah, that's kind of the model that was presented to me.
Yeah, no, we don't describe to that model. That's a globe projection.
Okay, but still, if do you still think that?
Okay, but still, no. You got to understand.
We don't have to talk about.
We're not making the claim that you're trying to falsify here. Our claim is the surface isn't curved, and you talking about going in circles in some places doesn't change the fact that the surface isn't curved. You get that?
Yeah, I guess.
I didn't get it.
It's just because because you don't really have like a model that is like explainable to visualize.
Yeah, we don't claim a model because we haven't gone out and measured the whole world and created a model. What we have done is gone out and measured the surface of water, and the water isn't curving according to the globe. And so either the globe is so much bigger that we live on a tiny flat spot on it, or the Earth is flat. There's two options for you.
Hey. How do you explain that there's day and night?
The sun moves.
It has to be a sphere.
No, it doesn't.
No. The sun moves. Just like you observe, the sun moves.
The sun is much larger than the Earth.
No, it's not.
Is it?
Planet.
Is it? How do you know that?
You don't know that?
Affairs. In order for you to make an assumption like that, you need to measure the Earth and then the sun. You can't measure either. Have you ever measured either for yourself, Fairs?
No, I didn't.
Fairs? You haven't. Okay. So it's an assumption that you're talking on, and it's not a fact, right? Unless you have evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away and a couple 100,000 miles in diameter.
We see the sun as a circle, right? And the moon.
I mean, I don't know what you're getting at here. Sure. I mean, it looks round. Sure.
Why not the Earth's sphere as they are?
Because the Earth is not in the sky. You don't see the Earth in the sky. You see circles of light.
So you see
the Earth is not a circle of light. To us, it's the ground we live on.
I understand you, but
I mean, I also see clouds in the sky, but I don't think that the Earth is a cloud shape.
Yeah, I see birds in the sky. I don't think Earth is a bird shape either. This is incoherent nonsense.
Yeah, this is true. Fairs, have you got any experiments for measuring the shape of the Earth? Or the sun? I mean, I don't know why we're talking about it, but I mean, it's a Flat Earth Discord. Let's talk about the Earth. How can you measure the Earth? And if you're claiming for it to be a sphere, how are you measuring sphericity, curvature?
Well, you could do long distance measurements and see if there's a drop over distance. Because if it's a globe, you've got a claimed radius. So that radius should be in place.
Spoiler alert, there's no curvature.
Yeah, basically.
If can't measure either, then you can't say the sun or moon is bigger or smaller. If the Earth is flat, why do those in the southern hemisphere see the Crooks? What is Crooks? And the northern
I think he's
hemisphere
talking about
flat.
the Southern Cross.
The Southern Cross is crux, and where the stars rotate around a central star. It's different in the Southern Hemisphere than the Northern Hemisphere. Why is that if the Earth is flat?
Yeah, you see different parts of the sky. The sky is something we don't know how operates. However, the Earth is measured flat, so it doesn't really matter how the sky operates. It's a non sequitur to the Earth.
No, it's not a non sequitur. It's a non sequitur for you to dismiss it. The issue is when you go to the Southern Hemisphere, the stars rotate around a central star, and the Northern Hemisphere.
That's what it appears like. However, the Earth is measured flat, so it doesn't matter that the sky appears to rotate however you like. That's just appearances. That is not the measurement of the Earth. And so when the Earth isn't measured curved, it's not curved. It's very simple, buddy.
Interrupting doesn't prove anything. It just means you don't like the answers that you overtalk.
Yeah, your incoherent denial of your non sequitur doesn't change the fact that it's a non sequitur.
Can you explain?
Those two things are not related.
Explain it from the flat Earth model. Why the difference? Go ahead.
I don't need to explain it. I don't need to explain everything. I don't need to explain
flat Earth is not a model.
Yeah.
If it's flat, that phenomena would not be real. If it's
that's just your belief. That's called your appeal to incredulity.
So
you don't believe it could work unless it's a sphere. Stop over-talking me.
Provide an answer.
I don't need to provide an answer because I don't have a replacement cosmology for you. The sky works the way the sky works. The ground lacks the curvature required for your explanation of how the sky works to work. So your explanation has been falsified at its base.
Explain, then your model is insufficient.
Yeah,
so why don't you try and answer the issue?
Buddy, we already falsified your model. So we're not claiming a replacement model. We're showing you where your model is falsified. It's very simple. You don't need to be dumb about this.
So your next question should be, how did you do this? Not, I demand an explanation. Yeah, flat Earth is not a model.
If there's a dome and you have a moon suspended in the upper central area of the dome, then people.
Bro, why don't you ask us our position instead of assuming it?
Then I'm just trying to lay it out so you guys can then address it.
No, you're just assuming our position instead of asking us for our position. That's called a straw man fallacy.
If you're on the opposite sides of the disk, why do you see the same side of the moon?
What disk?
Flat Earth model. Why would you?
Yeah, we don't have a flat Earth disk for you. So why are you creating the straw man? What's wrong with you?
Are you a flat earther? Are you a flat earther?
Hey, listen, bro. I'm gonna tell you one last time and get it through your thick head. Flat Earth is not a model.
It's not a reality?
It's not a cosmological model, bro.
Anything that exists can be modified.
Model is not reality. You're making a classic error.
Okay. Yeah, you guys.
Models are not reality. Reality is reality. Models are wrong. Models are approximations of reality and not correct.
Is the Earth flat or not flat?
It's measured flat.
Is it not? Is it flat or not flat? I didn't say if it was measured. I asked you, is it flat or is it not flat?
It's measured that way, yes.
It's also measured as being spherical.
Where? Show us, dumbass.
Hey, look. Why do you speak so derogatorily? Why are you doing that?
Because you're a dumbass who cannot listen to a word that's being said, and you have to interrupt and talk over. And then when things have been explained to you explicitly, you straw man and don't actually account for anything that anybody else has said. So you're proving you're a bad faith actor who doesn't actually want to take part in this conversation.
Well, he's made a claim. You've made a claim that it's measured spherical. So can you show that? Start there.
You made the claim That is, a model is not a representation of reality. Demonstrate that. You went first.
That's very
Go
easy.
ahead and do it.
No models are representations of reality. This is a common aphorism within science that models are wrong because they are not accurate representations of reality. Okay. That's a reification fallacy.
Does the flat idea, the idea that the Earth is flat, or the idea that the Earth is a sphere, which one better represents reality?
The Earth is measured flat. The sphere is falsified. So, of course, the flat Earth represents better reality than the globe because the globe is proven false. It's so simple.
Okay, so then explain Polaris.
One sec.
Explain Polaris and Crux.
1 sec, bro. No, we're not explaining anything in the sky. Listen, bro.
Okay, if you can't,
what we're not doing
means your system's falsified.
Listen, just relax and listen to what I'm about to say. Listen to what I'm about to say. Give me a chance. So what we're not doing is coming up with an idea and then going out into reality to see if there's anything that matches that bias. We're allowing reality. We're allowing reality itself to tell us what it is through observation and measurement.
Yeah.
Directly.
You're not falsifying anything by looking into the sky and saying this doesn't match with your imagination of how the Earth works. Because that's not what we're claiming. We're just showing you falsifications of how your beliefs don't work.
Okay. Crux and Polaris falsify the flat Earth model.
They don't. They falsify your straw man. That's called a straw man fallacy because you are not capable of addressing what we're actually saying.
You said the Earth is measured as being flat. That means you then presume that the Earth is flat. If the Earth is flat, then explain Polaris and Crux.
I don't need to explain it because the measurements prove themselves.
So you can't explain it.
I didn't claim to explain it. I don't claim to have a replacement cosmology.
You're defeated. Your argument's defeated.
No, it's not defeated because you're not actually addressing my argument. You're running away to the sky and claiming, you need to prove everything. That's a Sisyphean task. You're asking me to prove everything when your beliefs have been fundamentally falsified. That is just incoherent. That's a red herring from you not having any evidence of your beliefs.
You won't even believe the facts.
What facts? You don't have any.
There'd be no need to believe facts. They contradict each other. Those two words, belief and fact.
You just have beliefs. We have measurements, which are facts. That's the difference. You believe your beliefs are facts, but you have nothing to back them up.
So, if anybody has any questions or, would like to discuss the name on the door. It's very good cop, I guess. So no, it is. Yeah, I guess. I mean, hey ho, it's okay.
I got one.
You got one?
Can you post the video again where you measure the Earth flat?
Sure. I mean, we can post many different experiments and tests that we've done to prove that the Earth is flat. Could we get a GIF of the? I mean, we can use lasers. We can use physical landmarks to depict distance.
No, there was one laser test that apparently took refraction and stuff into account. That's the one that I wanted.
Okay, if anyone knows what he's talking about, drop it in the chat.
I mean, so one of the flat Earth, it was like a month ago or something, where someone posted a video in the chat, but I forgot to grab it.
Oh, okay.
About that.
Well, here's Dr. John D. He's a PhD in spectral photometry, and so he understands refraction. He went out and tested it in many different days. He offered anybody to come out and join him, and he tested it specifically during the times when refraction should have been the least, and when the refraction should have been upwards. And so during those times, you should not be able to see beyond the geometric horizon. That should be impossible. And so he was a globe believer, PhD at that, and he wanted to debunk us. So that's why he put those constraints. He went to try to find the conditions required to debunk us. But when he did so, turns out we're correct, and the globers are just retarded. They never actually check these things. They just assume them because they want to believe the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I was just asking for the video. Thank you.
Right. So, have you given that video a quick watch, Rusty P?
45 minutes long.
Yeah, I know. I just watched the first.
I'm doing a 2x speed.
Yeah. Okay. Well, did you watch the first part, the previous peer-to-peer observation? Did you see the different factors that he took into account? So, in some instances, it was a little bit too foggy.
I gotta watch it again. I skipped a little bit forward.
Okay. Would you like to talk about the previous or the observation where it's 23rd of February 2019?
And if you want to learn more about this, I can send you my optical framework where I, instead of going in circular reasoning, assuming the Earth is a globe, and then looking and seeing that you see too far, assuming refraction covers the gap to make it a globe, circular reasoning, you go in a full circle. I start with basically taking all of the optical constraints and constraining it down into an optical framework, and then seeing what's left. If there's any geometry left after you constrain all of the optics involved, you're looking at perspective collapse, where when you look out, you see the ground appear to ramp up. Even you're on the globe, you're supposed to be falling down. You're still seeing it ramp up. Even when you're looking down a flat hallway.
How I can?
Yeah, sorry. Even when you're looking down a flat hallway, you know it's flat.
Please, I have a question.
Yeah. You can ask the question.
Can I ask you about flat Earth?
Yes.
Why is flat Earth?
It's because it's measured flat, and
because it has to be.
All of the supposed evidence for the globe Earth is actually either fallacies or misconceptions. It doesn't have any validity to it, and so the globe is just a belief system, not actually what you experience. You live in the world, you experience the world as flat and stationary. That's how you operate in it. That's how we build everything in it. That's how everything works. But then you believe it's a globe beyond that. That's a belief system, like a religion.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So back to what I was talking about, perspective collapse. And so when you look down a flat engineered hallway, the ceiling and the floor are equal distance away from each other. It's flat. But when you look down the hallway, the floor appears to rise up, the ceiling appears to collapse down, the walls collapse together into this vanishing point. This is the vanishing point of your vision caused by the diffraction limit of your eye. And so this is how optics work. We have a limit to our vision based on this diffraction limit, how big the aperture of your eye is. And so that's the limit of our vision, the horizon. However, that gets modified slightly by refraction. And the globers want to believe that refraction allows you to see forever beyond the globe, but that doesn't actually work. That if that were happening, we would have effects, we would be able to quantify how much refraction is happening because of that, and we would see separation of wavelengths as a consequence. We don't see that. We see the inverse. When we see further, the less refraction. When we see less, there's more refraction. That means refraction is causing ray loss, which means bottom of objects, those rays from the bottom of the objects are actually curving slightly down.
Hello guys, how are you?
I thought talking. Once those rays hit the surface, you lose the bottom of the object and it's unrecoverable. Compared to if you look with your eyes, you can see 3 miles away. That's because the diffraction limit of your eye, you can calculate it based on that, see how far you see based on that. But if you use a bigger aperture camera, long distance camera, you can actually see boats that should have disappeared behind Earth curvature far beyond what your eyes can see. So things that disappear to your eyes can be visible in the high-powered optics. And that's because of the diffraction limit. But when those rays get lost at the bottom, you still can't recover those rays, even with better optics. And when you see conditions where there's very low refraction, we can see very, very far, like in the case with the black swan image. We can see that we can no longer distinctly distinguish the horizon because we're hitting the extinction limit of light in air. And so the horizon starts fading into this band, and you kind of need to turn up the contrast to see where the horizon is. I'll show you an image.
I know the black swan. The thing is, though, like, doesn't refraction work both ways? So it can refract downwards or upwards?
Yes, and that's what I'm telling you. When it refracts downwards, you lose the bottom of objects. Or we have the refractive effects called stooping and towering. Stooping is when an object gets compressed down and it becomes smaller. And so once it becomes too small for your eyes to discern, it becomes practically invisible. It gets compressed down into the horizon line. And so towering is the opposite effect when light refracts upwards and you get the image stretched upwards and you get a band of like distortion. That's towering.
It's like a superior and inferior mirage, right?
No, those are different things. Those are when there's actually a layer that allows basically the reflection of the ray so that you can see an inverted image in the sky or in the ground where there should be no such image.
Yeah, that's an inferior mirage, isn't it?
Yeah, that's an inferior mirage when it's underneath. Yeah. When it's above, it's a superior mirage.
Yeah, if you can see things that should be hidden behind the horizon, it's a superior one.
No,
it's an inferior one. You can see basically like the sky being
superior mirage is when you see an object in the air, like a ship, that's inverted, so it's upside down. It's a reflected image of the ship. That's a superior mirage. An inferior mirage is when you see the object reflected underneath the image. What you're trying to articulate is the claim of looming. They claim that objects can loom across the Earth curvature, and you can see projected images of things. However, in my optical framework, I address all of this. Looming is when the sky is being reflected, but the object is not, because of the curvature of the rays when they're hitting the temperature gradient. And so it looks like the object is flying, but what's actually happening is the surface is reflecting the sky, making the object appear to be flying, but the object is not. And so we can show this, just like with when I told you earlier, different wavelengths refract at different rates, and so if things are being refracted, we can look in different wavelengths and see this wavelength refracts less than this wavelength, So if we are seeing this because there's more refraction, the wavelength that has a more effect with refraction will show us more. The wavelength that has less effect with refraction will show us less. However, when we actually test this in reality, we find that wavelengths that supposedly have less refraction actually allow us to see further with the horizon. And so that's telling us that what's actually limiting how far we see is partially refraction, because things that refract less allow us to see further. Things that refract more are not allowing us to see further. So the globe is not being hidden by light allowing us to see around the globe, making it appear flat. It is actually flat, and light actually refracts, and that is causing the illusion that makes people assume the Earth is a globe when it isn't actually a globe.
Because, like, you guys, like, I'm gonna say this in, like, the nicest way. You guys live in here, right? You guys, like, do the shit for, like, a living, right? So if I say one thing wrong, you already have a whole fucking livelihood of, oh, no,
Dude,
he said this.
what
No,
are you
no, no.
talking about?
Let's go on that, on that, on that. So, like, I have to be as careful as I could possibly be.
Hang
Right?
on a second, dude.
Yo, that's
Right?
crazy.
Am I
What do you
wrong?
mean make a live? Yeah,
You
very
said
wrong. Your first
you
thing,
said you
dude.
guys have a
I don't,
livelihood in here.
I
Wow.
don't make a livelihood. I don't make a livelihood on this. The fuck
He's
you talking
embellishing
about?
to make a point, guys.
No,
I mean,
Oh,
listen, if you have experience like working on cars as a hobby, and then you go into a room with other people that also work on cars as a hobby, and then some guy who's never changed the oil before walks in and has questions, he's going to get the same experience that you're describing right now.
You understand how you just proved my point?
Yeah, we have experience having these conversations. What's wrong with that?
Yeah. So if, again, I say
It's a
one
hobby.
thing wrong, and now you're making about changing a fucking
Well, be
car's oil.
careful. Since you already know how it works, just be careful, dude.
That's all I could do. Like that's what I'm doing. It's hard. It's very hard.
It's all
And
good,
so
dude.
again, if I say something like that, now I'm compared to changing a car's oil. You know?
Yeah. I mean, have you heard of a branch of study called cognitive linguistics?
You have 15 seconds to say whatever you want, and nobody will say.
All right. Well, cognitive linguistics basically is how words form your thoughts and how thinking forms words, and they're linked together. So what we find is that when people come in and they have very slippery and loose definitions, their thoughts aren't well defined. And so because we have so much experience having these discussions and we've refined how we use words to communicate these ideas, we've got experience using the right word in the right moment to convey the right message. And if you don't have experience talking about the subject very much, you're going to fail to have the right words. It's a completely normal thing, so don't get yourself down.
What's the opposite of that?
Well, just not having experience, not having a domain of knowledge, and a lexicon to go with it.
Right, because I'm not here. You guys are.
Right. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with you, dude.
Oh, I don't think there is. I do want to bring up something that, because I do kind of like poke my head in randomly. I don't know who it was, obviously. I don't know you guys enough to know like who says what. Someone was talking about the idea of not being able to see the curvature of the Earth. And then when that person said that, like there was like not four, that's crazy. There was like two people saying, yeah, you know, bunch of nods in agreement. And then I did ask them, I was like, well, why weren't you able to? They're like, well, we can't go into space and see it. I was like, okay, fair enough. Left, joined back. Same shit happened. They were asking me, whatever. Brought the same thing. I was like, so if you're not able to see, so if you have to go to space to see the curvature of the Earth. See, I have to use my words so carefully. You guys are crazy. Holy shit, hold on.
No, you're starting to understand the logic, right? Nobody
No. That's
Nobody's
absolutely
been to
not.
space to compare the pictures
Because
to.
I say one goddamn thing and you guys are gonna rip my heart apart. I already know.
Oh, chill out, man. Come on. I mean, what you're forming is a thought that goes something like this.
See, I haven't even finished it and you're already doing
Hey,
it.
I'm enjoying this, man. I'm
Like,
not
you
just
know,
gonna,
I haven't even
conversation
finished my
1,000
thought
times.
and you're already ripping my heart apart. What are you
I like
talking
this.
about?
Hey, Jay, I'm
Never
tagging
mind.
you in, bro. I'm off the hook now,
You
man. It's
literally
up to
said
you now, bro.
no as you're doing it. Like, come on. You know? You guys are crazy.
Crazy good at it.
I can call you names now. Which one do you want me to call you?
If you have to go, I'm gonna say this very comfortably. Okay. This person said, "No, I have not seen the shape of the Earth because I haven't been to space, but I know the shape of the Earth because of where I live." Does the shape of the Earth matter?
Yeah. In what way?
For example, could it be big enough that because you live on it, you can't see the curvature?
Then why would you come to the conclusion that there is curvature than anybody else?
Because we have sent stuff outside the Earth to see it.
Who's we?
Me and you, humans, us.
Yeah, not you,
all of
not
us.
me.
Yes, you.
No, I have not sent anything to space.
But if you tied a GoPro to a balloon and let it go up, what do you think it would show?
It would not be high enough to see any curvature, even if Earth is a globe. We can prove this geometrically first,
You don't
and then
think
we
that
can
it could go
compare
high
the observations that have been done to the geometric claim. So at 120,000 feet, okay, the math works out such that at 120,000 feet, a camera can only see 0.1% of Earth's total surface area. If Earth is a globe, would you expect to see curvature? No.
I'm sorry. So again, I don't understand why. Lying is weird, right? We can all agree with that. Like if you have to lie about something, and that's obviously not true. So your whole point's wrong.
Be a flat earther any day now because you don't like lying.
You said
now that
what?
Now that you know the Earth is flat and you don't like lying, don't say you live on a globe anymore.
You said a camera can do what?
Said that we can compare the geometric claim to the camera image. If a camera shows you curvature of a globe at 120,000 feet, there's something wrong because it doesn't match what is possible geometrically.
Wrong with what? The camera?
Wrong.
Maybe the fact you're using a GoPro.
Yeah, wrong with the interpretation of what you're seeing. Because yes, if you are beginning with a GoPro, you have a barrel distortion anyway. You're going to see curvature of the Earth when it's sitting on the ground, dude.
Do it with your phone.
Same problem. It's a low focal length lens. It's a very low focal length lens.
Okay. So the issue is now with cameras. Okay.
Yeah, and technology. It's a very
Cameras
austere
are
environment
wrong.
up there. Very
Cameras are
few
wrong.
cameras that are designed for our purposes down here can survive the conditions that are up there. It's freezing freaking cold. It'll deform the lens. It'll freeze the sensor at a minimum,
Mm-hmm.
and that causes distortions.
Mm-hmm. That just sounds very convenient.
It's not. I mean, in order to build a camera that can withstand those conditions, you need to laboratory test it.
Do you think do you like think a camera can't do that? That's
If
what you're
I
saying?
go, yeah, if I buy a camera that hasn't been, if I buy a camera that hasn't been tested in those conditions, why should I trust it? Listen, you know how cold it gets up there?
Yeah.
How cold does it get up there?
I mean, like not by heart, right?
It's also a massive decrease in pressure, and that's the other thing.
Yeah.
So if you've got back pressure built within the camera because it was made at 14.7 psi, and then you go to an environment that's like half that.
Why are we making up PSIs?
What do you mean? It's pounds per square inch of pressure of the atmosphere. It's called 1 atmosphere, right? So if you go to a place that has half an atmosphere, like way up there,
why are you making up PSIs though for the camera?
I'm not making up PSIs. What do you mean?
Okay. Where did that come from then?
A barometer.
What?
He's talking
Do you know
about
what
the
a
air
barometer
pressure,
is?
not to do with the camera, just to do with the pressure surrounding the camera in the air.
Yeah, and
where are
within
you
the camera.
coming up with the PSI.
You measure it with a barometer.
Right, and you're saying
You're going to lose this one. You don't.
You're
up it down a
saying
bit.
that can't. That PSI can't work with what?
I'm saying that the materials that went into the design process and the manufacturing of a camera was not intended to be used in an extreme low pressure environment.
Which camera? You don't know what camera I'm talking about.
Any camera that is designed for use by regular people in regular situations, like everyday use.
Those are not put in vacuum chambers and tested for low pressure. Those are not done. Okay.
That's what you're saying?
It's true.
Okay.
So just to simplify it a little bit as well. When you have a low focal length lens, okay, just say the horizon is right in the center of the frame, right? It's going to look like a straight line. As soon as the horizon goes above the center of the frame, the lens is going to distort the horizon. So it's going to look like it's curving. It's going to be convex. When the horizon goes below the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving the other way. Okay, so if you have a look in the side chat, I was recording some footage. I think I was flying over Alaska. And I was filming because I was like, damn, it looks so freaking flat. I just want to film it so I can show people. Then when I looked at the footage, I'm like, damn, it looks like there's some curvature there. And then I'm panning through the footage as well. Okay, and what you'll notice is that it looks like there's curvature there in this image, but the horizon's way above the center of the frame. When I pan down a bit or pan up a bit, so the horizon's below the center of the frame, now all of a sudden it looks like it's curving the other direction. That's what I'm talking about. But mathematically, you wouldn't be able to see any curvature even if the Earth was a globe from that height. It's just a lens effect that you're looking at here. Now, even globe Earth scientists that hate flat Earth, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said that even from the Virgin Galactic, right, the Richard Branson flight, it went up to 300,000 feet. He said he did the calculations, and he doesn't think you would even see the curvature of the Earth from 300,000 feet.
Yeah, we know how he calculated it. I mean, because if you have 10th grade geometry, we can teach you how to calculate it.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was very being very particular, right? Because you guys, like you said, like you guys already have this like built out and like dead on, right?
No, I mean you're not talking to a bunch of like conspiracy theorist basement dwelling autistic kids.
Bro, I'm on.
I mean, many of us are approaching over the hill, if not already over it.
I'm on Discord.
Many of us have had technical backgrounds and have worked in fields of, call it science and engineering.
At work right now.
Did you guys see that?
Yeah, you're talking to a vacuum physicist right now.
Am I?
Yeah, not me.
Yeah, I know.
The other guy.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Trust me. Did you guys see that? How long ago? It was probably like almost 10 years ago at this point, where Red Bull did that like Felix Baumgartner thing. That was probably like about 10 years ago now, right?
Yeah, it's brought up in here about 20 times a day.
Yeah. Oh, my bad.
Oh, hold on. Let me enlighten him on something with that. So, that Red Bull jump, it's called. It was sponsored by GoPro. It was sponsored by GoPro. Isn't that crazy?
Oh, I thought the main sponsor was fucking Red Bull.
Nope, it was both of them. GoPro supplied the cameras.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it was to show how cool their cameras are. That was a stunt for them.
Yeah.
That's all. Let's show you how.
Exactly. It's marketing, right? They used a type of lens that makes it look like they're doing something spectacular and that they're much higher than what they really are.
Right.
Okay, and if you have a look at the footage, hold on. If you just look up the footage right now on YouTube and just pan through the footage, you'll see the same amount of curvature when they're at the ground level. And then you'll also notice that when the horizon goes below the center of the frame, it's curving the wrong direction, right? It'll look like it's curving like a globe, and then the camera will pan a certain way, and all of a sudden it looks like it's curving like a inside of a donut. Just have a look at the footage. It's just a lens effect.
What's the name of Elon Musk SpaceX? His
Starlink.
Starlink.
Yeah, they don't have cameras on them.
None that we can see.
Yeah, good point.
Right. Okay. Guess not. So SpaceX, right?
Yeah.
How would you guys, or not? I'm sure someone here like knows their path around the disk. Right?
Nobody's claiming it. We don't think Earth's a disk. We don't
Well,
that's not what
I
flat
mean,
earthers think. No.
What is their
We're not-
path? And how does it make sense to you guys?
How are you going to validate their path?
Yeah.
How are you going to validate the path that they're taking?
Show me how the
Have you seen how many of them are supposed to be up there? I mean, pick one and then validate the path that it's taking. You could probably look up the claimed path and then just believe what you're being shown on a screen, but you're just going to have to believe that. So I'm not saying it's incorrect or fake or something like that. I don't even need to do that because you just can't validate it. I can't validate it.
You can't see it in the sky?
Dude, have a look at a map of how many are meant to be up there, and then tell me how many you go and see when you go look up at the sky at nighttime. You'll see none, right? Occasionally, I've seen two. I've seen two ever, yeah. But if you look up a map, they're like freaking like littering all over the sky, everywhere, all over the world. Apparently,
I've only seen it once in person.
Yeah, I've seen it a few times.
I was living in Bend, Oregon, when I saw it over the sky. It lasted like 15 minutes, not gonna lie. It was just a straight shot of just lights.
Yep. Yeah, we can't really validate
I
exactly.
literally called my mom who lived in Salem. I was like, bro, you see this shit? She woke up. She was like, yeah, I did. I was like, yeah.
So check this out. 14 minutes past the hour in the text chat, I posted some screenshots from job listings. Nothing about what they do is anything that anyone can independently validate, because what they're doing is trapped behind top secret and above compartments.
This was like 5 years ago, what I was talking about, to be. Not trying to talk shit. It literally was.
Yeah, look at those jobs. If you want those cool jobs at SpaceX, you're going to need an above top secret clearance to work there. This means everything they're doing is inherently unverifiable, proprietary.
No, I'm fine. I already graduated. I'm good, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, so what are they doing? Nobody knows. Nobody in here knows.
Right. Right. That's the... Yeah.
Kind of convenient, right?
No, it's very inconvenient. I mean, yes, it's convenient because it's inconvenient. I'm just trying to think, like, how to... I just don't trust you. Everything else is round, just not Earth. I mean, that's one of the easiest ones to say, right?
Yeah, Earth isn't a planet in outer space. There is no solar system.
What?
That's right. Everything you believe right now about outer space is not true.
Pretty sure most people in here would disagree with you on that.
No, he's absolutely right.
There's no solar system.
Well, not in the sense that you've been taught.
There's no planets. There's no moons. There's no suns.
No, we have all those things. We see the same things you do, obviously.
Yeah.
But we don't shove how we think about them through somebody else's imagination.
I live there too. Of course.
When we look at the same thing you do, we don't have a story to go with it that we can't verify.
What do you call it? A solar neighborhood? A solar family? A solar hello? Goodbye?
No, all the lights you see in the sky, stars, planets, sun and moon, are above the Earth. The Earth is the floor of the universe, if you want to call it that.
Everything? All of it?
Yeah, Earth is the ground, man. It's the floor. Space is above, whatever space is. Yep,
what happens?
Those things move in the sky.
Knowing this, what happens in space that you get excited about?
Super weird question.
No, I think so.
Sunrises, sunsets.
No, that's not space.
You've never been to Jeffrey Epstein's spaceport before?
That's not space. What in space do you get excited about? I'm actually
Jeffrey Epstein spaceport.
You think space is just completely 100% figured out? What do you get excited about?
Nobody said that.
The opposite. It's a mystery.
Apparently not, because every time someone talks about it, you have a whole explanation why they're wrong. It's not that big of a mystery then, is it?
It is a complete mystery.
Well, no, because every time someone tries to talk about it, you have your own little thing that
because
you say
they're
no.
making up BS. They're coming at us with unverifiable claims and stories that we know are not true, because what space is purported to be, how you believe it, how we were taught,
you're trusting this
every law of physics that we can never test in reality.
You're trusting this Discord server over NASA, and who has Like, what are you saying?
I'm not trusting anybody. I'm telling you that the outer space
Yes, you
vacuum violates laws of physics that we know and can test and prove to be true.
This Discord server is against NASA.
Can you tell me
you're
which
okay with
law it
that?
violates, please?
What do you get
Principally,
excited
the second law of thermodynamics, dealing with
You're
entropy.
Again,
Because you're going to have to explain that gravity reverses the entropic process of gas expansion, of free joule expansion of gas in a vacuum.
Yes, sir. And then
That's what
once
you're
I
going to have to
do-
claim if you
Yes,
believe in
sir.
heliocentrism.
And then once I do, I'll have to explain entropic gases, and then I'll have to explain 2,000 different things, and I'll have to explain again and again and again and again. I'll have
Just
to
one
explain
time.
everything.
All it takes
You
is one
can't-
time.
You can't explain one thing because you'll always have another thing that you want to be explained.
We can stay on one topic if you want. Which one do you want to stay on?
The very first one that I brought up.
Hold up. Do you understand why Mars
Do you
is
remember
a
what that
frozen
was?
death hole?
Can you say that again, please? I'm sorry.
Do you understand why Mars is a frozen death hole?
Because it's further away from the sun and
No, not
doesn't
you,
have the
dude.
heat.
Not you.
Oh, my bad.
The other dude.
Why Mars is a frozen death hole? What?
Mars, the planet, is a frozen death hole. Do you understand why?
Prove it.
What do you mean? Do you think Mars has land on it?
Fucking God.
No one said that.
Mars has land on it?
Yeah,
It's
do you
literally
think
just
you can pick up dirt from Mars and bring it back to Earth?
What the fuck does that have to do with my fucking question?
It's a yes or no question, dude.
I would like my
Everything.
answer first.
It has to do with your cosmology, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it.
The fuck does this have to do with cosmology?
Try to keep up.
Discussing how we think about the universe.
He asked a question.
Hold up. So me asking you a question about Mars refers to the whole entire universe. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Did you not appreciate my Socratic answer?
No.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Answer
You
still
think
no.
here? I'll make it easier for you guys so you understand, because he sometimes talks right over you. You think Mars is a dirt ball floating in a vacuum?
No, that's not what my question was.
I told you it was the green
Yes or
bunny
no answer.
Hold up, I'm turning off a PlayStation 5. Okay.
Yeah, the question attacks your premise. Before you got your premise even out, again, we're good at this.
Are you denying the existence of Mars?
No, I'm asking you for evidence that Mars is a dirt ball in a vacuum.
I never claimed that it was a dirt ball in a vacuum.
Then why would it be frozen? What's being frozen?
Okay, so.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. See, told you. I can see the future.
Can we make an observation
Does
on
this guy
the
speak for you?
temperature? Let's just say using infrared or just detecting particles that's on Mars with the telescope.
Yeah. How do you go from that to proving that it's a frozen
No. Are we
dirt?
able to do that? Are we able to do that? Yes or no?
Yeah, we can make observations using technology. Yeah.
Yeah, so we can determine temperature. Yeah.
Depends.
It depends on what.
It depends. Well, I mean, do you know what the medium is between you and Mars?
Oh fuck.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh crap. He got me. Yeah. Did you know that space is 99% plasma?
Medium between us. That's not how we
Space
measure.
is
We don't
99%
measure
plasma.
Earth or Mars
Can you
with a
provide a
medium.
source?
Yeah. How about Dr. Hannes Alphen?
No. Provide me a source.
Yeah, I'm gonna explain the source.
No.
Dr.
Give me a study.
Yeah, I'm going to explain it and then I'll post it. Dr. Hannes Alphen, he's a NASA scientist.
Is he?
Okay. He developed a paper and gave a seminal talk called Double Layers in Plasma Physics.
I remember.
Along with that, he also built in his laboratory a plasma sheet simulator. He addressed the entire world of astrophysicists and shamed them because they did not understand circuit theory, magnetohydrodynamics, plasma physics, or anything else which he says constitutes 99% of what outer space actually is, and derided them for believing in gravity, which is 10 to the negative 39 times smaller than the Coulomb. So, in Double Layers of Astrophysics, he describes this environment and provides numerous sources and references. Again, a NASA scientist. Would you like to see the paper? It's about 300 pages.
I wish he was my dad.
Give me the paper.
Okay, hold on.
Like, do we just forget? Like, do we forget real life at what point?
The guy who wanted to talk about Mars doesn't know anything about Mars.
Yeah. Yeah. This is why I was saying, like, I was afraid to like say something because
What the
like
fucking conversation's about?
you asked him a question about that, and now we're talking about who? Exactly.
Science fiction is not
Like
real life.
that's why. Like
He asked him to back his claim up and with a citation, and that's what he did. And then he explained the citation, and now he's posted.
Fuck up, nigga.
That's not how it
Okay, yeah,
started.
all right, brain rot.
That's not how it started.
Yeah, we're not at the start anymore.
I've never heard about this plasma theory, so I'm interested.
We never will be with you guys. Always at
You
the
don't
end.
just stay at the start of a conversation throughout the entire
I'll first
conversation.
validate using chat, and then I'll read your paper if that's okay.
You refuse to
You can do whatever you want, my friend.
And
what we're looking for is a measurement of Earth curvature. That's what we need, right? Because when we go out and test the surface of the
We're not
Earth
talking about
over
the flat
large.
Earth right now, dude.
Oh,
the subject matter.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Procomi, if you interrupt, you're just going to get muted. Simple as that. I just got to push a button, and you get a little red thing next to your name, and you can't talk anymore.
Yep.
Right? The topic of the actual room is flat Earth, right? This is 24/7 flat Earth.
And you explained it because you said what we need. You explained it yourself. Thank you for.
Hey,
saying
Master, if you do want to actually have a
what
conversation, I'm
we
more than happy to have a
need.
conversation with you.
You
by the way.
said we twice. Yes.
I'm interested
You
in
guys
this.
are literally a group of people and who are in this. What we.
Yeah. What else would we be? Besides a group of people.
Yeah. And that is just. Yeah. Okay.
But please don't talk over each other, Procomi. Jay was speaking. Please stop talking over him.
Oh no, that's not true.
Double layers.
You weren't talking.
Double layers. Pump.
No, I was talking.
You can read that out in your own mind, Procomi.
Yeah,
If you have something to add
for him, and how he's
when
Yeah,
you
running
use
it
the
through
word
ChatGPT.
we as a group, yeah, you guys are more. You're not. This isn't.
Yeah, we're
science
something else,
that
right?
way.
Let me read a quote from the paper, okay? What Dr. Hannes Alphen was saying.
I
Yeah,
don't know
posted
who
it in
that
the side
is.
chat for those who want to
Go
read.
ahead, Obi. I trust
Okay,
you.
so he's deriding again this community of theoretical physicists, where he himself is an applied physicist. He says the conclusion is that the astrophysics is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. The billion-dollar telescope data must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course, with modern plasma theory. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, and electromagnetic forces are 10 to the 39 times stronger than gravitation. Incidentally, that's why they never found the graviton.
No. So hold up. I see what you're getting at, but you're confused. Okay. So.
Okay, enlighten me because I've read this paper.
Yeah. So it's that matter itself. So ordinary matter is 99% plasma. But not every point in space is filled with plasma. Okay.
By volume, right? By volume,
Yeah.
it says.
Yeah. So something
Right,
like
so-
dark energy or dark matter makes up about.
Oh, that's something for real? Seriously? No, dark matter and dark energy is why you don't have curving space-time at microscopic and macroscopic levels.
Could be. I still don't think we understand what dark matter is yet, though.
Yeah. So why are you claiming it? All right, so here I'm going to post
Well, we
something
know
else here
it's
for
there.
you.
We just
Okay.
don't understand what it does.
So,
like we can observe
right.
it.
So you think you know what satellites are? If I go to the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center to do satellite tracking and queries, if I scroll down, I want to query a satellite. If you can explain what this means to me, that'd be awesome. So if you want to query a satellite, it says the trace query identifies periods when one or more spacecraft are on the same magnetic flux tube of force, or periods when one or more spacecraft occupy a field line which traces down to a specific ground station. And you think everything's using gravity.
Okay, so given that you've used a NASA source, I'm guessing that entitles me to use NASA sources as well, yeah?
Yeah, and we can see if they conflict with each other. Because if they conflict with each other, how do you evaluate which one is true?
Yeah. So, yeah, what the individual was talking about, it wasn't space itself, but just matter in general is made out of 99%.
Space by volume, excuse me?
Space by volume. Space in general is majority
Yeah, he
of it
talked
is
about the
empty.
volume.
That's what it literally means.
He talked about the
Twice
volume of
space.
space. And this becomes obvious when you actually read the rest of the paper, at least the first, 20 pages.
What was the guy's name? I don't want to click directly on your link. I've been
Hannes
Was it
Alfven.
Thomas what?
Hannes, Hannes Alfven, Alfven. The inventor of the Alfven drive discovered Alfven waves.
Okay.
He founded a whole field of physics called magnetohydrodynamics, upon which modern satellites are claimed to operate, as well as all the electrodynamic propulsion technology that's been done by NASA since the 1970s. For example,
Wait.
did you know that the space shuttle, hold on, I'm almost done. The space shuttle, one of its missions was to test the plasma sheath. And when those shuttle bay doors open up, a gigantic steel beam raised up and would shoot off a tether with a pod at the end. And this tether would extend miles. And they would use the magnetic flux of Earth in order to propel the space shuttle and to do braking in space, to slow down and power capacitors.
So I'm seeing Williams and Moorhead as the actual publishers of it. What did
The
you say
beginning
the
of the
name was?
papers is by Hannes Alfven, where he's part of the team. He's addressing a group of people at a conference, and this paper came out as a result
one of the
of that.
authors, or is he just one of the researchers?
Well, if I guess he's not a publisher. He would be the guy that those researchers went to. He would be the mentor of those who published the paper.
Okay, so now
Yeah, he's that guy. He's not some lowly dork. He's one of the most amazing physicists of all time.
Oh wow, this fucking
He
form.
died in 1995.
What was his last name?
Alfven. Alfven.
Oh yeah. Original.
All right, I gotta go.
So
I'll
it was
be
part of
back
the
in 15
committee.
minutes.
He was part of the committee, yeah. In the paper.
What's up? I don't know. I'm just bored, and I want to learn English.
Well, you've stumbled into the Flat Earth room. Have you heard about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I know that thing, but I don't know. I'm just curious about the flat Earth.
Yeah, well, we're here in the English Hub to help widen people's vocabulary by talking about the flat Earth, talking about science.
Yeah.
And
That interesting
empirical.
topic.
Yeah.
That interesting topic.
Yeah, so our position is that the flat Earth is it's actually empirical evidence. It's not a belief. It's not a model, or we're not telling you the shape of the Earth. What we're telling you is that the Earth is actually measured, utilized, and experienced as a flat topographical plane, or you could say planar. So we don't actually have any evidence.
I see.
We don't have any evidence of curvature or rotation on the Earth. Were you aware of that?
Yeah. I see. I heard that flat Earth Society about the kind of geometric theory or something like that.
The what theory?
Geometric theory.
Oh,
about
geocentric.
sun running into Earth. Just
Yeah, so the geocentric idea, basically.
That's what I mean. Geocentric theory.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you look at the sky, it doesn't matter whether you're, heliocentric or geocentric. The sky would do the same thing, so it's no way to tell, really.
So, where's the others about this opinion? I want to hear that, and I want to hear about a flat Earth. Is that community or something like that, or just a theory and theory and theory? If there's something about scientific evidence, it's kind of interesting, just like that. I'm just saying.
Hey man, sorry dude. The door went. I missed what you said. Can you repeat what you said?
I need to know about the scientific evidence like that. I'm just saying, the flat Earth theory is that a bigger community, or there's the movement about the happening right now. I'm just saying. I don't know. Where's the other opinion?
Yeah, flat Earthers there's a lot of people. There is a lot of people all over the world who are flat Earthers. There's actually quite a lot of people who don't tell you, or you would never know, are flat Earthers, because it's the type of topic that can attract a lot of controversy. But in terms of us guys here, we basically are what you would call empiricists. Do you know what empiricism is?
I don't know. I'm just new.
No, I mean, have you heard of the term empiricist, or empiricism?
Yeah. Empiricism. Yeah. It's based on the practicing.
It's a view.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a view that knowledge comes from direct experience, right?
The proof. Yeah.
It's literally the foundation of the scientific method. Have you heard of the scientific method?
Yeah. I know that.
Right. So as an empiricist, we say we know things, we don't believe things. We know things because we can observe them, verify them, test them. So when it comes to the flat Earth, we believe it's an empirical argument, not a belief. We believe that you can know the Earth is flat by observation, by experimentation, by validation. So there is no evidence of curvature. There is no evidence of the Earth spinning on its axis. and there's no evidence that there is an out of space. So empirically, it's a logically sound position, the flat Earth position.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? What about solar system?
The solar system is a story that we've been told. So all the movies and what we've learned in school has told you that the lights in the sky make up a solar system, and that we have 7 wandering stars called planets, and that they are balls of rock and gas in a vacuum in the sky. But empirically, we have no way to know this or prove this. And actually, the term planet never meant a rock or a ball of gas in a vacuum of space. It's only ever really meant wandering stars. It's just recently, the last few hundred years, we've moved to believe that these wandering stars are planets, and that the Earth is rotating around the sun. Everything is in the solar system is rotating around the sun, orbiting around the sun, but we have no evidence of that. And in reality, when we look up at the stars and we look up at the sun, we don't have any evidence that any of this stuff is in a vacuum. The fact that there could be a vacuum in the sky kind of goes against the laws of the gas laws, the thermodynamic laws. So consistently, it's illogical. It's not consistent with the laws of science and nature as we know them. So solar system, it's a story we've been told, evidence for it. Yeah. That might sound like a bit extreme or of a shock to you, but if you really think about it, everything you've learnt about the solar system has been via cartoons, CGI pictures. We have no footage. We have no means to get there and validate it, so it's just a belief system.
Wow, I'm shocked. I've been told on the scientific movie, sci-fi, I like watching anime, and also I'm really thinking about it, about what I was saying about the solar system, and it's kind of confusing to me because I believe in geometric centrism. It's like I read a book about Ghazali and Galileo Galilei. So I don't know. I'm quite interesting about this topic.
Yeah, the thing you've got to keep in mind is a lot of the stories we've been told about the ball Earth, the heliocentric model, they're not based on any evidence, direct evidence. They're based on assumptions that we live on a ball. Now, they decided we lived on a ball before they had any technology or any actual, means of understanding it. They just decided it was. They decided through, a story that was told in ancient Greece that a man measured some shadows, and it could only be possible to get those shadows if we lived on a ball. But now that time has passed and we're smarter, it's obvious that this is not evidence. This is what we call circular reasoning. You have to assume we live on a ball to begin with. So when you read the articles online that say we've known the Earth is a ball for 2,000 years, blah blah blah, we haven't known empirically. We haven't observed the solar system. We've assumed it. And for some reason, they pushed this as the mainstream narrative. And I'm not trying to confuse the situation, but there was a lot going on at the time in history when they pushed this idea. So I would say, yeah, they pushed this idea originally, not knowing whether it's true or not, but it worked, and it was convenient for them to have us believe that we're on a spinning ball on the edge of a solar system in a galaxy. It really does change and affect your philosophy, the way we think about existence. So I think there's plenty of benefits for them to have us believe that. But yeah, in short, if you want to be an empiricist and if you want to be logical, the globe is not a empirical logical position. So you've got a choice. You've got a choice to either be a follower and believe these stories with no evidence, or you can stand on your own 2 feet, question the narrative, and follow the evidence. I mean, when I said we observe the Earth and treat the Earth as flat, I'm talking about every industry, whether it's in aviation and ballistics, whether you're building, anything that leaves the ground, we treat the Earth as motionless. It's evidently motionless. You know, we don't measure any curvature, and we have no evidence of space. So really, this is all direct evidence points to the fact we live on a planar topographical Earth, and we know most of the Earth is water, and we know that water at rest lays flat. You know, we have a mean sea level based on the principles of water. Water's one of the things we know a lot about. And just the water itself will tell you that we live on a planar, flat topographical Earth. Hope I haven't overloaded you there, sir. But I feel like you get what I'm saying.
You may have given him a stroke.
Yeah, I thought I said too much in that last bit. Ixan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to you guys. I'm just curious about this thing, you know. Can think about the universe every day, but I wanna learn English. I wanna speak improve to, you know. I'm just student in here in Asia, you know. I don't know about anything about flat Earth, and yeah. So scientifically, you said it. Full of yeah, you know. I don't know assumption, anything like that.
Yeah, I've sent you a friend request. I've sent you an invite to the home server. We have a server that has a database of information, observations, videos, articles, documents.
Yeah.
So good,
That will
if you're
help.
genuinely interested, it's a great place to start, my friend.
That will help.
A good place to start is if you are interested, is if we do live on a ball, what evidence do we have? And is that evidence direct evidence, or do we have an assumption in that assumed evidence? And that's where it really gets interesting. That's where you can actually know this to be true empirically. And you can go out, you can do your own observations, and you can verify that.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go out and do observation in my own.
Well, get your head around the globe, right? Because they claim it's a certain size. They make specific claims about gravity. They make specific claims about the curvature. So get your head around it and ask yourself, okay, how do we know this to be true?
Yeah.
And not believe, how do we know this to be true?
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
Yeah.
Once you start realizing things can be known through empiricism, kind of changes your whole perspective on things, because we're just bred to believe stuff, right, from school. We're just taught to believe stuff. Don't ask too many questions. Everywhere's been explored. Sit down, read your book, and regurgitate. So this can have a profound effect on your general philosophy, really, your approach to information. This can improve your critical thinking skills.
Yeah. I agree with that.
So, Ekshan, what do you think about NASA and the moon landings?
NASA, right? Yeah, I think they are a big company who runs to colonize Mars or outer in the space, and they run a satellite. And then I don't know anything about that. I'm just curious about the UFO, I think NASA knows something I don't know. What about your opinion about NASA?
Well, when it comes to NASA, I believe that they're very deceptive. There is numerous instances where they've actually fabricated footage. They've taken basically images of the flat Earth, stitched it together to make a ball. They have been caught using technology, augmented reality, green screens.
Yeah.
They're deceivers, my
So
friend.
they just shoot on the studio, do you mean, and the green screen?
Yep. We've got evidence of that. We've got evidence that their footage, even the moon landing itself, has been debunked by, not flat earthers. It's been debunked by Globers, and a lot of scientists don't agree that the moon landing was real. But they will say, oh, they faked it because of political reasons, right? But actually, this is the only evidence we have of anything credible in actual out of space. If we lose the moon missions and the Apollo missions, there's not very much we have that we can verify from NASA. And with all the deception that they've done, my question is, why should we believe a liar if we can't validate it to be true? Because they're known liars. And they like to troll us. I think it was the Mars rover mission. They had, the Rick Roll guy, Rick Ashley. They posted one of his tweets on the launch or the landing of the Mars rover. They like to troll. They do funny little gestures to let you know that they're actually trolling. But yeah, it's NASA's a rabbit hole in itself. When it comes to UFOs, my friend, UFOs
what
are
about
just unidentified flying objects, right? Doesn't mean these unidentified objects are from a vacuum in the sky.
So what do you think about Neil Armstrong, who first landed in the moon, and the media make it viral, and then he famous about the first man landing in the moon? Is that NASA help him back there? I'm just
Yeah.
curious about that.
Yeah, ask
And
ask
why is
NASA.
he become famous about that? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It doesn't make sense to me. Really, really doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I would say let's get Neil Armstrong on an interview. The problem is he doesn't do interviews. He's supposed to be the first.
Yeah, as
well,
we know that Neil Armstrong first man landed to the moon. Just think about it. How they?
Yeah, just look into the situation regarding his death.
Yeah,
and
that's
you'll
the
find
story
out
we have
some
told
weird
in
stuff.
every year, every generation. I've been told
Yeah,
that in
I
school.
forgot. Yeah, he died a long time ago.
Yeah.
But he didn't do interviews. He didn't do interviews when he was
But
alive.
he is really, really inspirational. I think Elon Musk, think about him. There's a lot
Let me
of
ask you this:
pictures
they say he was the first person on the moon.
of him.
Yeah, but who filmed him? Who filmed him
Yeah,
when he got out of the craft?
yeah.
Wouldn't the cameraman be the first man on the moon?
And guess how many photographs of Neil Armstrong there are on the moon?
Oh, so you have it?
Yeah, take a guess of how many photographs of Neil Armstrong there are on the moon.
Wow.
There's only 2, and they're not very good. There's more picture of Buzz Aldrin on the moon than there are of the first man to step on the moon.
Yeah, but so they're lying to us?
Well, if it was this historical event, why are there so few photographs of this historical event? And the other thing they're missing is how many feet of 16 millimeter film did they take of the Earth from the moon?
Yeah.
And the answer is 0. They didn't bother to
What?
point the cameras. They went to the moon, didn't bother
Zero?
to point a film
Oh my
camera back
God.
at the Earth.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Because
You're blowing this
taking
guy's
motion pictures is a lot harder to fake
So they
than
film it in the
individual
studio
photographs.
with the green screen? Did you mean that?
No, I just mean that taking film of the Earth, like motion pictures, is considerably harder to fake than just taking an individual photograph.
Wow. Why he become so famous, I mean, everybody knows who first man to land in the moon was Neil Armstrong. In history.
So remember, nobody knows
It's kind of hard to
that.
believe for me,
But remember, nobody knows that to be true. That's not empirical.
Yeah.
People believe that. They believe the story because they broadcasted some footage live, and people believe it. But we do not know for sure whether any of that was true. And there's actually a really good documentary by a guy who we were discussing earlier, actually, a guy called Bert Sabrell. He has a documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I can't verify that footage, but if you watch that documentary, you're going to see unedited film, a film reel of the picture of the Earth when they were apparently halfway to the moon. But the camera, the footage they used was only a small piece of footage. They had footage of them actually setting up the shot, and at the end of the footage, you can see that they actually faked the shot of the Earth when they were halfway to the moon. And I would say that's pretty damning. That video that's on that documentary, you can literally see how they did it, how they forged it, how they made it look like they were halfway to the moon, and then you can very clearly see that they were not halfway to the moon. They were just at high altitude, but they managed to pull off a shot that made it look like the window was the Earth. So whether you want to believe that or not, that's up to you. But I would highly suggest have a look at that footage, and you'll see why so many people, so many globe believers, don't believe in the moon landing.
Wow.
So it's called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I highly recommend you watch that.
So the funny thing is, it's like making a Disney movie, I think.
If you look in the side chat, Old Dude has there's a guy called Old Dude who has posted the documentary
It's
by
like
Bart
Hollywood
Sabrell.
movie.
Yeah, they staged it. They staged the footage of the moon landing, to have people believe that they went to the moon. So everybody started to believe, of course the Earth is a ball. Of course there is an out of space, because look, they went to the moon. But we can show you footage, like I said, in that documentary. You'll watch that documentary and you will start to see that, you know, they have some very underhand tactics of having you believe something that you can't verify.
Yeah.
Guess what is the worst shape to photograph from a
That
distance?
Flat Earth Society or community underground to, you know, to prove and learn about this stuff. I can't sleep and really think about it.
No, I wouldn't concern yourself with anybody called the Flat Earth Society. The problem is just like
No.
politics.
I'm just new on this topic, and it's quite interesting to me.
Yeah, there is a group called the Flat Earth Society, and they make some claims that cannot be verified. So you'll come across all sorts of flat earthers, you know, some flat earthers who are like us, very empirical, very logical. And then you'll come across some flat earthers who have got their own belief system, you know, and the Flat Earth Society guys, they believe some stuff that cannot be proven, that, you know, I don't think necessarily makes sense. But whether they're genuine or whether they are, I don't know if you know how some of these grassroots movements works, but you can infiltrate a movement by creating a group that are supposed to represent an idea, but actually they misrepresent the idea and they can throw out some false information. So I personally believe the Flat Earth Society are one of these groups that are an infiltrated group. They are speaking about flat Earth, yes, but they are actually steering people to ideas that cannot be verified and basically replacing one belief with another belief. We personally over here, me personally and the guys over here, we don't really agree that's the right thing to do. We do not know. If we do not know things, we shouldn't really be giving people, you know, alternative cosmologies and ideas that we can't verify. So, you know, for us, the Flat Earth Society is a little bit of misinformation, but, you know, there are lots of different flat earthers, as you can imagine.
Wow. I'm speechless.
We would prefer you.
I'm speechless. I'm just. I don't know what.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot
I
to
should
take in,
say.
but I would just encourage you to just get your critical thinking hat on. You know, forget about beliefs and focus on what we know. What and when I say we, I mean collectively as humans, what can we prove? You know, we know that if we put water on heat on water, eventually that at a certain temperature that water will boil. You don't have to believe that. You can know that to be true. And I'm telling you, with the flat Earth, you can know that there is no drop over distance, there's no curvature to be measured. You can know this to be true. You can know that there's no measurable movement of the Earth or rotation of the Earth. You can know this to be true. Amongst other things that you can know, which will take you to the logical conclusion that the Earth is not a spinning ball in a vacuum of space.
Yeah,
you can know this.
Yeah. Sometimes the truth is becoming late. Arrive late. Arrive late. I don't know what I'm saying, you know. But it's truth.
Yeah, there's some good there's some good content on that channel that I sent you. Did you get my DM?
Yeah. I see that.
Yep. Flat Earth Discord. Yep. Down the bottom, you can see topics. You can see things like horizon, Earth curve, spin of the
So
Earth.
you guys think about academically in this channel and
Yeah.
discussing.
Yeah,
Wow.
we take it
Wow.
from that
You guys
perspective.
making
Yeah.
progress, you know? You're making progress about this science. Really, really good job. Really good.
Well, that's it. You know, science is supposed to be the observation and the validation of
It
phenomena.
should be.
You
It
know,
should be. It should be.
yeah, science shouldn't be about galaxies far, far away. That's science fiction, right? Real science is, like we said, it's tied to knowledge. It's tied to direct observation and experience.
Yeah.
So when it comes to science or the scientific method, knowledge, this is where the flat earth shines, my friend. This is where you'll really start to know things to be true. You know, you won't like it, but you're going to realize that there's no evidence for a spinning ball earth. It's just fantasy. It's a story. So do you want to believe stories? Or would you rather know things to be true or not? And the same goes for the flat earth people who are telling stories.
Yeah. I'm just
You
wanna
know?
hear the truth, you know?
Yeah. We don't agree with
Yeah.
anybody who wants to tell stories, and if you want to talk about philosophy, great. There's time and a place for that. But you know, when we're talking to new people, we shouldn't be sharing philosophy. We should be sharing the truth, knowledge,
Yeah.
logic, and that's where flat Earth shines, my friend. That's where you'll realize the Earth is not a spinning ball. What is the Earth? Who knows? But it's not a spinning ball.
So, what about the globe they told in the school? I mean, in the school, they told us about the world in the globe, you know, not in the flat.
Yeah, they taught us a lot of things that we can't verify.
Yeah.
Is it so hard to believe? Is it so hard to believe that the things that we learn in school aren't necessarily true? Would it be so hard to believe that they're misinforming us from a very young age? I think if you apply this approach, there are other subjects you can disprove that you were taught in school. They told me in school that the sea levels would rise by 10 inches by the year 2000. We're in 2025 now, and the sea levels haven't risen. They taught us that we would be in commercial space travel on moon hotels by the year 2020. Yet we're no closer to commercial space travel.
Yeah, yeah.
They tell us a lot of things that is not true.
What their mission?
That's a speculative question. This is easier to understand if you've come across this in other subjects. Like I said, there's a multitude of subjects that we just believe to be true, and turns out there's no evidence for it. If you've found things out about the government, found things out about the education system, the health system, that are not true that you believed, then you start to recognize a pattern. And I think when something foundational or fundamental has been lied about, there is then like a web of lies that needs to sort of, sit in place. So there's many angles you can take to get to this truth. I think flat Earth is a fundamental truth. But why do they lie? Man, I could sit here and speculate all day on why they would lie. What's more interesting is uncovering how they lied. Because if something is true, then anything that's in the dark will be brought to light eventually, I believe. And I believe that you can just figure this out whether you like it or not, you know? Like if you really look into it, you're only going to come to one conclusion. We've been told a story, and the globe is like a religion, and we're in a cult. We call it culture, and there's many lies being told to us from birth. It doesn't have to be a negative either. It can be quite liberating to start uncovering these things and start realizing. Cheers, Josh.
So they start seeing propaganda and brainwash every student in school about that theory. I mean, what their mission? Is that commercial or they are anything about their hiding truth? I mean, hiding the truth.
Well, look at what they've achieved. People think that they evolved from single-celled organisms. People think that they're on a ball spinning in a vacuum of space on the edge of a universe, very insignificant. And look at the state of our religions. Look at the state of our philosophies. You know, people are basically caged.
That's good alternative.
People are basically caged animals now, and it's because of their philosophy. Most people think that human beings are a plague on the earth and that we're contributing to the destruction of the earth just by breathing. You know, if you would like to control a people, there's definitely benefit to having them believe these sort of ideas, right? Can you see the benefits? Never mind the money that we give them for global warming, for NASA, space travel, research. So we pay them and they make us feel like we are a plague on the earth. And most people have no religion anymore. Most people have very little spirituality anymore. Most people have very little integrity anymore. And I think this has come from some of the beliefs that they have. Akshan, do you know of any scientist, geologist who can confirm that they've measured the curve of the Earth?
I read a little bit about Galileo Galilei about the geometric theory. The sun rotating the globe.
Right, and how did Galileo prove that Earth is a ball? How did he know this?
With proof, with the science.
Which science? Which proof? How did Galileo know the Earth was a ball?
I think she do observation, She put the work.
Observation of what?
Observation of her work. I mean,
of what, sorry?
In the universe.
I misheard you. Of the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah, so who is the famous guy with the telescope, right? He observed the moon. He observed
and then,
Venus.
I don't know. And then he died.
Right. So he looked at the lights in the sky.
What the fuck?
Think about
There's
this.
something wrong with society. I don't know. There's something wrong with
Think about
society.
this, though. Think about it. Don't panic.
There's something wrong with society.
Don't panic, bro.
No.
Don't panic. Just
No.
think. Just think.
Yo, I'm just learning, you know. I'm just learning.
Just think. Don't panic, just
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
Galileo looked at the stars. He looked at the phases of Venus. He looked at the so-called moons of Jupiter, right? What did he prove by looking at them? What did he
They're in the
prove?
sky, and she observed it, and she
I like-
observed it, and then
I like
she
your answer.
calculate,
He proved
and then
that they're in the
do the
sky.
work,
Yep.
and
Yep.
she calculate, and then she observed it,
And then he made an assumption. He looked at the phases. He looked at the phases of the moon. He looked at the phases of Venus. He looked at the wandering stars and decided that proves we live on a ball. He didn't do any science.
Rods. You so made me think about simple question about, but it's hard to answer. You know, I don't know what I'm saying. It's simple question, but hard to tell. Hard to answer.
I don't expect you to answer. I just hope that you will, next time you think or you hear of Galileo, I want you to think, what is being said here? Are looking at the phases of Venus proof that we live on a spinning ball? No. Is looking at the moon proof that we live on a spinning ball? No. It's an assumption because they built a model and they say, okay, if we live on a spinning ball, then these things in the sky could make sense if the ball was this size, this diameter, this radius, then yes, we would see this at this time. Great. This is proof we live on a ball. No. You have to assume we live on a ball first and then fit the observations in afterwards. There's no science there. Just assumption.
How do you know? How do you calculate this thing? I mean,
Ask yourself, what are they calculating? What was Galileo calculating?
I don't know about anything about Earth. Really? I don't know anything about Earth.
I'll tell you, he was calculating the phases of Venus, right? So when he looked at the phases of Venus, he said, this can only be possible if Venus orbits the sun. So this supports the heliocentric model, right? But the phases of Venus doesn't prove that the heliocentric model is the universe that we live in. It just matches the observation if the Earth is a certain size. Now, how do we know the Earth is a ball and a certain size to begin with? We don't. We don't.
So the answer is we don't know anything about that.
We know we can't measure the Earth being a ball.
So what is conclusion,
The only conclusion I'm making here is that the heliocentric model is a religion. There's no science backing it. It's a religion. You have to believe it. You have to assume it's a ball. And then by looking at the world and nature, you can say, okay, the ball must be this big. The sun must be this far. Venus must be this far. But you've not validated we live on a ball to begin with. You've created a model and you've backwards engineered that model from what you can see in the sky. This is not science. This is not direct evidence. This is a religion, a belief system. So whether you decide the Earth is a flat or not doesn't bother me. I'm not, that's your prerogative. But you need to know that Galileo didn't measure anything. He did no science. And there has been no science or direct measurement of the Earth being a ball, a rotating ball in a vacuum of space. I hope you look into it, bro. I really do.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not a quick, it's not a quick thing. It's going to take you weeks, maybe months to look up this stuff, but I hope you genuinely get an interest in knowledge, in logic, and applying that to the question, do we live on a spinning ball? I really do. And if you do, you'll hopefully come back. I would love to hear some of the research you've been doing. If you find anything you're unsure of, come back. There's some great minds in here, some very smart people who can answer some very technical questions. I'm not one of them.
Oh no, don't
But
take
there's some great guys here.
don't take higher expectation to me. I'm here to learn English, and I found this interesting topic, and so I can join, and yeah, it's going to make me think about it.
Well, this is a great way to learn English, right? We're learning about physics. We're learning about logic. We're learning about truth. And I think there's a lot of new words, that you're learning or will be learning if you hang around.
Yeah, you guys drive me to think, this called rationalism. I think, is that true? Rationalism?
Yeah, rationalism. Through empiricism, you can prove things, right? And I think that's the basis. That's the basis that we work off. And it's the basis of knowledge. Knowledge is to know something.
Yeah. Knowledge is power.
Yeah. Look at the trouble we're in because of belief. Everybody believes this. Everybody believes that. Left wing, right wing. Everybody believes stuff and fights over it. Who really knows stuff, It's only through a method that you can start to know things. And this scientific method, there is a version of that in critical thinking. You can sort of take this approach into critical thinking, and you can apply this method in different areas. It can really sharpen your mind, my friend.
Yeah. People believe socialism, people believe capitalism, and people believe, communism. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just feel the human when I know my brother starving in the street. I really can't sleep, Just like that. I mean,
You right, babe?
There's something wrong
Babe, you
in
ringing me?
this society, I'm just really thinking about it.
That's it, bro. That's it. Keep pursuing truth. Keep pursuing truth. Stay rational.
Yes,
follow the knowledge, and be skeptical of the belief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for the information about this. I really, really appreciate that. What are you saying that makes me think hard about? So people believe what they want truly believe, I don't know. I just want the truth,
Most people follow the crowd, right? Most people follow the majority.
Yeah.
People don't even believe what they want to believe. They believe what they're told. And that's the scary thing. What we're told isn't questioned.
Yeah.
That's a fundamental problem within society. People don't question what they're told from an authority. They blindly follow authority, and that's why human beings are always compared to sheep. I don't think we should be like that. I don't think we thrive in that mindset. And I think that's why so many people's lights, I say their lights are dim. I hope you know what I mean. Most people don't shine. Most people don't show their personality. Most people are quite, nowadays, I believe, are quite reserved. And I think it's because of this mentality we've been taught. We've been bred to be sheep. You know, we're not explorers anymore. In the mind, in reality, we don't. We just believe what we're told. We do as we're told. That's a problem.
Yeah. It's quite sadly, when we believe and we, start fighting about our brother, about what we all believe. There's so many cases, I don't know. In politicians.
They're fighting about things they don't know to be true.
Yeah.
They don't know. They just believe.
I don't
It's
know.
a waste.
I'm really
It's a
don't
waste of time. It's a waste of time, brother. Politics is a waste of time.
Hey, Ish, why are you being so unoriginal? Very unoriginal. Earth is, I mean, you gotta be some kind of genius.
What do you mean?
It's corny, dude. It's old.
What is? I didn't say anything.
What you typed in the chat.
I just random.
Earth is a square.
I mean, since no one is saying anything, might as well.
Well, I mean, I heard somebody saying that, like, because we can't use, there's some, like, alternative theories that can't be proven, so we can't use them. I don't know what theory he's talking about.
See, look, my point stands because, look, I sent a random text and you responded.
And what's your point?
My point is the Earth is square.
Okay, what's your evidence?
Bro, what?
Hold on, CB. What's your evidence?
What do you...
Yeah, evidence. So we're empiricists. Claims need evidence. Hold on, claims need evidence. So what's your evidence?
Wait, let me. I'll give you evidence. What is your belief? Do you think it's different?
I don't think the Earth is a square. I have no evidence the Earth is a square.
So what do you think it is?
What do you mean?
How did he start the sentence with "I'll give you evidence"? So what do you think it is? What?
I don't know, dude. I was just playing along. He's too freaking low.
Before I give you evidence, I want to hear.
You don't have any evidence Earth is a square, okay? Just
facts.
What you're trying to do is get out of me is what my evidence is the Earth is flat. We've been playing this game a lot longer than you. You're not going to come in here and be clever because you're not clever. You're the dumbest person in this chat right now.
Oh, shit.
Oh. Okay, it's fine if you think that way. It's okay. I'm not gonna.
Why would I think the Earth is flat? Why would I think that?
No, I'm simply asking you. Like, I think the Earth is square. Okay.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You're trolling.
Yeah, you don't. You definitely don't.
I mean, what makes you believe that?
What? That the Earth is square?
Do you need evidence to like?
What makes me believe the Earth is flat? Well, let me ask you this. Why did people think the Earth was flat before they thought it was a globe? What was their evidence?
I never said.
Hold on. What was their evidence before the globe? What did they use?
What do you mean, like, to determine if the world is flat?
Yeah, so before the idea of a globe was amongst humanity, people thought the Earth was flat. What evidence did those people that thought the Earth was flat use?
And how is that relevant to my question?
Okay, answer the fucking question, bro.
Bro.
It's a simple question.
But you didn't answer my question.
Dude, I asked you for. You didn't answer my question. I asked you for the evidence of your claim, and you've been fucking dicking around. These games aren't going to work, Ish. I'm going to just fucking mute you and kick you out of here.
Bro,
you know what that means? When I mute you here, you get muted in every channel. And when I kick you out, you can't even cry about it.
Why are you being so rude though? Like,
okay, because you're playing games and you're trolling.
Okay, look, let's start over. Look, I'm gonna.
Yes, let's start over with not trolling.
I'm not trolling. Let's set aside.
Okay, then give the evidence here at the square.
Let's set aside my belief. Can we agree on
belief? We don't have beliefs here. We're not doing that.
I'm simply asking you, what do you believe in? What do you think?
I don't have a belief. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're not understanding. We don't have a belief here. We all observe everybody. The earth is flat and motionless. That's what you see every day. That's what you experience every day. If you fly in a plane, go up in a balloon, climb the top of a mountain, go to the ocean, the earth looks flat and you don't feel it moving. You see the stars moving, you see the sun move, you see the moon move. You don't feel yourself spin. That's what we experience. I don't believe that. That's what we experience. And if you want to make up in your mind that something else is going on, that's on you.
Thank you for at least telling me what you think, because I wasn't going to disagree with you. If you wanted me to,
this isn't an agree-disagree thing.
I only asked.
I'm telling you, like,
what is your thought?
Let me ask you this: Does the earth? If you go to the ocean, does the earth look flat?
No. Yes.
You were gonna say no. Yeah. If you go to a lake, does the earth look flat? If you go to the top of a mountain, does the earth look flat? No matter where you go, you can go anywhere on earth. The earth looks flat. Okay. Now, at some point in time, someone came along and said, "Oh, dude, it just looks flat, but it's actually a giant ball." Now, those people need evidence. Okay? They have beliefs. We don't. So the common thing globe earthers do, they try to drag us down into their cesspool and pretend we're on the same level. We're not on the same level. We have experience that we can refer to, whereas none of y'all do. You understand? There's nowhere you can't tell me to go anywhere on Earth and say this is where you'll see the globe, right?
And what about all the facts that the majority of facts that people present? What do you think on those? I'm not going to name
what facts are those?
Okay, let's start off with the wheel. You know, when they roll it and then forgot the name specifically.
The wheel proves the Earth is a globe.
What about the moon? The travel to the moon, looking back at Earth.
What? You think people went to the moon for real? You think human beings flew to the moon?
I'm asking you. I'm sure people have asked you this before, right? No?
Ask me what?
The same thing I'm asking. What about the proof of people traveling to moon?
Oh,
right?
The proof? You mean the claim? The proof that would be that they flew to the moon. Hold on, dude. The proof that people went to the moon would be the telemetry data that showed that the rocket went to the moon. But they claim they lost that. Yeah, NASA claims they lost that the telemetry data, the data that shows where the rocket actually went. You can easily Google this. Google lost Apollo tapes. So, where's that proof again?
Bro, that's crazy.
It is crazy, isn't it? You think I'm making it up? They actually NASA actually investigated NASA to figure out where the tapes went.
Man, this is my first time being in this.
There's a report on it that you can read that NASA put out about their missing tapes. It was 3,300 bankers boxes full of tapes that disappeared. That would fit a tractor trailer and a half. Somehow they lost them. This isn't my story. This is NASA's story.
And
The
what about
question
weather?
is, why would you
How
believe
do you
it?
explain the weather at least? Try to
Explain the
explain that.
weather?
How does that work in your?
Which weather? The
What comes
sun
to your
heats
mind
the
when you
surface
say
of the
weather?
earth. And then we
What
have
comes to your
differential
mind
heating.
when you say weather?
Okay, so we have convection currents.
Okay.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Sun doesn't heat the earth evenly, right?
Okay.
We have currents. And because of all thermodynamic systems, meaning systems which have different temperatures and pressures, okay? They try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium, okay? This is what causes weather. Low pressure system, high pressure system, warm currents in the ocean, cold currents in the ocean, downward flows, Hadley cells, all these things are different properties of the weather on the earth. And it's just the system, the gaseous fluid system that we live in, trying to find a thermodynamic equilibrium, but that'll just never happen.
Okay. Okay. I'll hear you out. Now I have another question. Do you believe that there's satellites up in the sky?
Wait, before you ask the satellite question, can you kind of like summarize what you think Indio just said?
No. Look, I'm gonna ask you.
Yeah.
Right?
Why am I going to give you, like, Sheep Dog's bringing up a good point. Why am I going to tell you anything when you're clearly not listening?
I mean, when you ramble for 3 minutes, how am I gonna listen, bro? Like I can.
You asked a question and I gave you an answer, and it wasn't a 3-minute ramble. You're not listening.
Here, let me
Okay,
simplify
before
it
the
for
3
you.
minutes, let's just take the
Yes,
first
thank you.
10
Simplify it for me. Thank you.
Let's take the first
My
10
God.
seconds of what I said. What was the first 10 words I said before I got into it?
It's even better if you write it in the chat. I'll read it carefully.
Yeah,
word by
you
word.
never listened. What do you mean, what about satellites? What about them?
Do you think
You got
there's
any
satellites
primary
up
knowledge
in the
about satellites, or is it just a story you heard?
I'm saying, do you think there's satellites? Do they exist?
You know, satellites are just repeaters, right?
Exist in what sense? There's things in the sky
Yeah,
that
satellites
we'll call
exist.
satellites. Even this goes all the way back to the 1940s. They used to fly these hot air balloons, and they called those hot air balloons satellites. The vernacular changed, but that's what they used to call them. Okay. It's part of a program called Skyhook Ross by the National Reconnaissance Office. I'll give you transcripts of freaking people talking about it in the National Reconnaissance Office about what they did. They put hot air balloons up. They had a gondola with a camera. They went to 120,000 feet. When their film roll was full after about 6 weeks, they'd fly up with an airplane, punch in a keep code, and an explosive would go off and pop the balloon, and they would catch it out of the air. They called those satellites. Okay? Now, satellites
look,
exist
I'm
in
not
the
gonna
sense that there's things in the sky, but they don't
I'm gonna
orbit a globe.
I'm gonna interrupt respectfully. It sounds like fiction to me. Like
The
because I
National
have never heard of
Reconnaissance
this.
Office is fiction.
Bro, what?
Okay, I'll post in the chat. It's from the National Reconnaissance Office, which is a U.S. government agency. You think
And
they
I'm
make
just-
spy satellites? They make spy balloons.
I'm going to simplify what India said about weather. The sun warms up the earth, and as the sun moves across the sky, the earth warms and cools, creating currents. And then there's also high pressure systems and low pressure systems in those currents. And because of that,
What do you mean by high pressure systems and low? Can you explain that further? I'm not asking to like. I'm trying to be
The
reasonable.
barometric pressure is higher or lower.
Heat increases pressure, which expands, which decreases pressure, which causes dynamic.
Expands what? Expands what? The water volume?
Air, gas.
Yeah.
You know, gases expand when they're warmed up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Welcome to flat Earth.
Why the
Yes.
fuck would you believe that Earth is a flat?
We don't believe it. It's true. How do we know? So if I said to you, if I said to you, I want you to prove to me the Earth is a globe, where do I go on Earth? Where do I go?
You can ride on a jet or like a plane. You can go like high in the sky and you can see the curve.
Look flat to me.
No, dude, no. It's not high enough, dude. You don't see curve from an airplane. I don't know why you guys say that shit. Not even within, not even if the Earth was a globe, would you see curve from an airplane? So where do I go?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, you couldn't tell me anywhere to go, right? So if you said to me, hey, where can I go where I see a flat Earth? I would just say Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, Great Lakes, or any lake, any pond, any body of water. So we don't believe the Earth is flat. We can see it is. Whereas the globe, you can't see that it's a globe. You just have to believe it. Or you have to believe somebody else that says that they saw it, but you'll never see it, right?
Okay. I have a clip on YouTube.
Tell me one thing I said that's not absolutely objectively true. There's nothing I said that's false.
I will tell you. I will tell you. It's if I show you this video.
Video of what?
It's a footage of the globe.
How do you know that?
Because it's someone who went to space.
How do you know that's what they're saying? That's what the video shows. How do you know that?
Because there's evidence and there's many eyewitnesses.
Okay, no. And we're talking about this specific video that you're going to give us. How do you know that that's what the Earth looks like in that video? That they went to space and then they took it. What if they went to space and the Earth's actually a freaking cube? Okay, so how do you know that that video is an accurate representation of the Earth and they did what they said they did? How do you know?
Because I've seen the curvature with other people.
Oh yeah, from where? We already covered this. I just did this. You already said from a plane, but that's not true. So where?
Yeah, from a specific height.
Yeah, what height?
If you're on a plane, you could look at it.
No, you can't, dude. Not even 128,000 feet. In fact, not even 250 miles. That would be 400 kilometers. Not even from there.
I flew at 45,000 feet from New York to Kuwait City, Kuwait, and it was flat. So what?
But if you want to observe it, you need to be like farther away, right?
How far?
But that's in a plane.
Can you give us the mathematics which will tell us how far? Of course not.
Okay. So you guys say that.
Now here we go, you guys. It's not about you guys, bro. You're gonna try and dodge the topic by talking about us or talking about the conversation. You guys are NPCs. You guys got the most predictable dialogue tree in the history of man.
Let me guess. You're going to ask the question if the Earth is flat, and then we're going to respond, yes, the Earth is flat.
Yeah. So this is.
What are you talking to?
We're just illustrating the horrible position that you're in. Is that you have that your worldview is based upon trusting a third party in their claims of what they think or what they say the Earth looks like. Now, not only is that a problem, but the main problem is that you can't evaluate that claim for truth because you've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So even if they show you an image that they say, that they tell you this is what the Earth looks like, since you've never seen the Earth from that place, you can't even say, well, no, the Earth don't look like that. I was there, and when I was there, it didn't look like that. Or it did look like that, right? You can't say that. Like, if you showed me a video of a horse, I could go, nah, that's not a video of a horse. That's a goat. I've seen a horse before. That's a goat right there. Right? So
I've been there.
You can't do that. No, now you're just lying because you're just desperate, dude.
No, you made a claim. I haven't seen it. I have seen it, yes, personally. I've been launched to space. What do you have to say now?
So
What
just
the
desperate lying, dude. It's
Bro.
so funny.
How am I lying?
You know,
Prove it. Prove it 100%. Prove I'm lying. Prove I'm
you don't have
lying.
to prove you're lying.
Prove
You're
I'm
trying to
lying.
reverse the burden of proof. That's a logical fallacy.
Can you prove it? Can you prove it?
I don't need to prove it. Oh, you haven't presented any evidence. You disprove evidence. You don't disprove claims.
Which is more believable? Observation or some mathematical bullshit?
Well, we have observation, and you
I've
don't
got
have
proof. Everybody
we have
who's ever been to
observation.
space, everybody
Why are you pretending you have observation? We've demonstrated that you don't.
I've seen it. I have seen.
Yeah, you're lying.
Hey, I've got to wait for him to prove it.
Math can lie.
What's your name? What's your name?
Math
Everybody
can
who's been to
lie.
space, everybody who's been to space, their name is listed. What's your name?
I was on a rocket that wasn't.
Yeah, give me your name. Give me your name and give me the rocket.
So, Nightmare, there's something called Hitchens razor. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So, produce the evidence or shut up.
Do you think evidence is required to prove something?
Yes.
What if
something about the physical world? Yes.
Okay, cool.
You're making an empirical claim, and evidence proves empirical claims.
Okay. Do you think there are other planets besides the ones in our solar system?
Here we go.
Other than what?
Than the ones in our solar system?
Are there no?
No.
Why would I think there's planets other than the ones in our solar system?
You think there's none?
No.
You think there's galaxies?
There's no outer space vacuum, brother. There's no vacuum of outer space with things that are trillions of light years apart. That's fucking nonsense. He left.
Wow.
Well, we
By
found
the
out
way,
his real religion.
For the record, I'm not asking anybody to dox themselves, but if somebody's going to make an extraordinary claim like I've been to space, then your name's on a list somewhere, and so that's the way you can prove it right there.
Well, it's a perfect illustration of where they go. They realize they literally have nothing. They came in here. He came in here like, yeah, I know the Earth's globe, and realized he looked in his basket of goodies, and it was fucking completely empty. Came to the picnic. There was nothing in his picnic basket.
Is he back?
No, different guy.
Anyway, no, you're right, and Hitchens razor, that's the absolute truth. Like, if you don't give evidence, I can dismiss it. That's how people conduct business all the time. Oh, my business does good. Oh yeah, prove it. Oh, I can't. Okay, dismissed.
Yeah, it's a matter of like pragmatism, right? If all claims are true unless you disprove them, then oh my God, bro, because you can claim everything. I saw a green alien. I saw a red alien. I saw a blue alien. I saw a purple alien. I saw a purple alien with frickin' fangs. I saw a purple alien with frickin' no teeth. I saw a purple alien with frickin' 3 eyes. Like, you could just endlessly make claims, right? And all of them would be true unless disproven. Obviously, that's stupid. So we don't do that as human beings.
It's like the sky is green argument.
Can you explain me the thermodynamic law and how it's related to the argument of flat Earth?
Gas pressure without a container? That one? The second law of thermodynamics? High pressure goes to low pressure? Is that what you're talking about, Diogenes? Diogenes?
Yes.
Okay, so
that's what I am talking
if
about.
the space is a vacuum, how come the gas pressure on Earth doesn't go into outer space? How come it doesn't reach thermodynamic equilibrium with the vacuum?
I don't know.
Exactly.
With
Neither does anybody else.
Wait. With energy, with something.
They'll say things like gravity does it, right? But that would mean that gravity could do thermodynamic work. And there is no gravitational theory of thermodynamics or gravitational thermodynamic theory that would allow that to happen. Because if gravity could do work, you would have it changing phases of matter. You'd have it turning frickin' solids into liquids and liquids into gas and then back based upon how much gravity there was. Okay? There's no mechanism. If I look at a phase diagram, right, where it's gas, solid, liquid, supercritical fluid, in a phase diagram like oxygen, they'll have the pressure and the temperature. They don't have the gravity. It's not in the phase diagram. Okay? But that would have to happen if gravity could create air pressure, it would also have to create temperature, right? So all these things, the pressure, temperature, volume would all have to work together, okay? And you'd have to be able to incorporate gravity into it, but no one's ever done that. So when you just can't say the gravity like it's some magic word that does it. No, you have to explain it within the thermodynamics, within the second law of thermodynamics. Because like the kinetic theory of gases, there's no gravity in any of that when we model gas behavior. So, science is empirical.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not based upon theory, right?
I always have the question about how the cometes. Oh shit, I don't remember the name of these aeroplanes that goes to the space and are pushed. Are pushed. Are pushed with the fire. But if there is no, I mean, the fire without oxygen is turned off.
Well, they say that the oxidizers is in the fuel, and that's probably right. But the thing is, inside the bell housing of a rocket, there's actually a negative pressure. So it's our contention that rockets push off air and they can't push off a vacuum. But they'll say, well, the Newton's second law was a reaction has an equal and opposite reaction because it's throwing gas out the back, then it has to go in the other direction. But that boundary between the gas and the rocket is a negative pressure. So how that could possibly work, I don't fucking know. It's just something they say. A lot of these things are just something that's what I was trying to get to. That science is empirical, which means it's based upon experience or experiment, not theory, not ideas. So if you have an idea or a theory, that's fine. But it doesn't mean anything until you go do the experiment. Okay? So you can say gravity creates gas pressure. You can say gravity holds the air to the earth. But can you demonstrate it in an experiment? And the answer to that's a big fucking no.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then when you look at the history of outer space, the idea was invented in like 300 BC before anybody could ever before there could ever possibly be evidence of outer space. They were already thinking of it. They were already thinking of science fiction and people living on other planets and all this shit. Like we're talking about before the Roman Empire.
All right.
And then do you think they're just lucky guessers that they guessed outer space exists and then 2,000 years later we're just like, oh yeah, they were right 2,000 years ago. They're such good guessers. Who said Google
But can you
Earth?
please see that it's not
who said Google
disproving the shape of the
Jench is invoking Google Earth.
Google
And
Earth,
You know,
and we're saying there's something missing here, like a house or an island. I'm talking about the entire shape. Somewhere, the entire shape of Google
the Earth doesn't
would be
necessarily
fucked
have
up.
a form,
Not
dude.
like, oh, there's an island missing. No. The entire shape of it all would be fucked up. Where is that? Not an island. The entire shape of it.
Are you done talking, dude? We've heard you the 7th time, dude. Listen, Google Earth is a cylinder. Did you know that?
It's not a
Google
cylinder.
Earth uses something called the WebGL Mercator, which is a cylinder. That's its coordinate system. Just shut up. Shut up, dude. Let me finish my sentence. So just because they wrap it around the sphere and show you a graphic doesn't make it a sphere. They're just portraying it that way. If you played video games, you should know that you can map any texture to any 3D model, no matter what its shape.
I completely agree.
I work 3D and no, you're wrong.
Oh, so I can't?
No,
you work
because
3D.
Sphere,
You know I'm wrong. You want to bet like 1,000
ask me,
Bitcoin.
let me answer.
Now, so I'll bet you 1,000 Bitcoins that you can wrap any texture to any triangle-based 3D model.
You can wrap a texture, let's say a square texture, you can wrap it on a sphere, but you're going to have one problem.
What's that?
The points, the edge that connects, the two edges that connect on the side, you can wrap around easily. But the tip part, the top north and south, whatever of the sphere, right? You're going to have a hard time wrapping it properly, so you have to wrap it in a certain way so that the texture doesn't, you need to squeeze it in a certain way so that the texture looks right.
KGB,
you could do it, right?
Unfortunately,
what do you mean looks right? What does that mean? Looks right. What is that? How do you know what it
that
looks
means
like?
it's not. That means it's almost near impossible to get a proper, good unwrap of a square.
What do you mean by looks right? Compared to what?
Yeah, you have to squeeze the top and you have to fix it so it fits.
think the word you're looking for is continuous.
What is your? Hold on, dude. What's your referent to fix it to?
My referent?
Yeah,
I don't need no
how do you know
referent.
it's wrong when you wrap it right? When you wrap it,
Do you want me to do? Do you want me to stream it in live in front of you right now?
So, do you are you aware?
Do you want me to stream it? I can prove what I'm saying. You're just fucking yapping at this point.
Yeah.
And by the way,
KGB,
you guys are muting me earlier. That's clownish.
You guys and you this and you that. No one cares about what you think
I
about
can
it.
I can open live stream right now and do it in front of you.
Okay.
You were posting objectively CGI images of a globe. Sorry.
I'm gonna start muting people. Okay.
Well, do you have actual images of a flat Earth? I'd like to see, please.
From where?
Provided. Do you have it?
Where? Taken from where?
Here's my position. All right. With respect to you guys,
you're going on mute, dude, because you're not answering questions. So you have a choice. Taken from where? You ask for something. You have to take a photograph from a place. Okay?
In order to
where?
take a photo. Yeah.
Taken from where?
Wherever you want. Just provide a photo for flat Earth.
At the beach. I'll post the one I took at the beach. I took a photo of a flat Earth at the beach.
Okay, do you have a photo of a flat Earth from really high up in the air so I can see the entire flat Earth?
Well, no, you couldn't capture the entire flat Earth in an image.
Why not? Why not?
Because you can't go far enough away from the Earth to take that image.
Why not?
Because rockets don't push off air. Rockets push off air, they don't push off vacuum.
What?
Rockets don't thrust in vacuum.
You require air.
Did you do it? Did you build a rocket yourself, and did you do it yourself? Do you have a source for that?
You're deflecting, dude.
Yeah. No. This is a legit
thermodynamics
question.
works,
Did you do this yourself to come to that conclusion?
Did he do this himself? What kind of fucking answer is that?
Yeah, where are you getting this claim from? Where are you getting this claim from?
Because look, people have all these rockets. There's YouTube videos, right, of people putting a rocket in a pressurized vacuum. Shut up, dude. In an evacuated vacuum chamber where they ignite the rocket and the rocket doesn't move until the container pressurizes due to the exhaust of the rocket. That's where I'm getting it from. Experiments.
I posted it for you. I posted it for you. You can see it goes all the way to the back of the wall and actually comes back, and it's actually pushing off the pressure wave that's reflecting off the wall.
What does this have to do with my request for a picture of your flat Earth?
Because you can't
from the highest possible point.
Because there's no outer space. Because you want a picture from space, but you won't say it because you're a pussy. So you want a picture from space, and you can't take a picture from there because outer space vacuum doesn't exist.
Did you build a rocket yourself and do that experiment?
Yeah. Yeah, he just showed it.
Can you please show me a video of it so I can see it myself?
It's in the side chat. See, you're not listening, dude. So when you decide to listen, you can come off mute. So let's get back to the actual person that thinks Google Earth is a something.
It's Gench29.
Yeah, dude. So why are you referring to Google Earth? Like, how would you even know if that's what the Earth actually is or looks like or anything like that? What are you comparing it to?
I'm not sure I want to debate with you. I would love to debate.
We're not. This isn't a debate, dude. You guys don't have any evidence. This isn't a debate. This hasn't been a debate in 5 years.
Kind of hostile, honestly.
Well, this hasn't been a debate because you guys, hold on. Okay, I'll stop being agitated. Dude was being a douchebag. So I'll stop being agitated. But you guys say stuff which is objectively untrue because you're ignorant of something. Okay? Google Maps is not Google Earth is not a sphere. It displays it as one, just like Grand Theft Auto displays hookers. Those aren't actually hookers. Okay?
Great game.
They look like hookers. They say, hey, big boy, you want a good time? They act like hookers, but they're not hookers. Okay? So Google Earth shows you a ball, but
you have a lot of experience with that
programmatically, programmatically inside how it's not a ball is what I'm trying to tell you. So here's something you can do, right? Go on Google Earth, North Pole or South Pole, use the line tool and try to use the line tool to make a circle around the North Pole or South Pole. And what you'll end up seeing is it'll end up snapping back and giving you a half moon shape. Because it's a cylinder. Now, did you know any of this? Of course not. So I'm irritated because you guys say things out of ignorance and then try to tell us what's what. We've been looking into this for nearly a decade. You just got here. So the fact remains is you really don't know what you're talking about. And neither does the other guy.
I feel like you're kind of repeating yourself.
I would love
to talk with
Why don't you actually address what I said with substance?
I would love to talk with Sny.
No, tell me.
It doesn't matter who you talk to, Gench, right? You can answer Indio's questions the same as mine,
so
right?
What do you have to say about?
You just need to answer genuinely.
What do you have to say about your idea that Google Earth demonstrated somehow that the Earth is a globe, but now you've been shown, and you can just Google this, what projection does Google Earth use? And that map is a cylinder. Why did you think that it supported the globe? Why did you think that? Did somebody tell you that? Or did you just make it up in your mind?
Sny, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, that's right. You made it up in your mind. Nobody said
I believe Indio asked you a question.
What?
I said I believe Indio asked you a question.
He muted me. He's getting banned, so...
No,
you mute me, bro?
Muted it.
Okay, dude.
I haven't muted anyone. Okay. I just don't. I feel like you're a bit hostile. Actually,
I don't care how you feel.
That's true, just because of your ignorance. Now, I'm just going to post Makeda projection as a cylinder in the side chat. Just you need to learn. You're in Earth School right now. Like I told you earlier, you were lucky to be having a conversation with me earlier. Now the big dogs are in here. You need to listen to Indio and what he has to say. He's been researching this for a long-ass time, right?
Dude, literally, there's people in this topic who know more people than surveyors, right? Professional surveyors. I asked them questions about geodetic surveying, and they don't even know. They don't know how any of this stuff was created, where it comes from, what coordinate systems are, how these maps are made. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of cardinal directions, for instance? You know, north, south, east, west. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of that? John, Gench, whatever your name is.
3 sets of
coordinate systems.
No,
cardinal directions.
I mean, in math, we usually have theta and phi, if that's what you're referring to.
No, I'm talking about north, south, east, and west. There's 3 sets of north, south, east, and west. There's north, south, east, and west of the compass. And then there's north, south, east, and west as defined by where the sun rises on the equinox. And then there's north, south, east, and west in the latitude, longitude coordinate system. Okay? Those are actually 3 different directions, and they only correspond to each other in certain places. Typically, people think that the compass points north and south at the poles. They don't. They actually just align to the magnetic field local to wherever you are. That could be 90 degrees from north that the compass will point. A lot of people don't know this. It's called magnetic declination. And then there's east is defined as which direction the sun rises on the equinox. So if you go on Google Earth and try to, you can take the compass tool and try to go 90 degrees from north, and you'll see that it intersects at the equator every time you do it. It just goes toward the equator. It doesn't follow the latitude line, which it should, because the latitude line and the latitude longitude coordinate system is actually a circle. It's not a line. So these are just like little things that when people appeal to maps or they appeal to Google Earth or any one of these things are abstractions. They only represent the Earth for one particular purpose.
They are, sure, they're some kind of abstraction, but they have to be wrong at some point.
They are wrong. And they're right.
Wait, what? They're wrong and right?
Yeah, that's
so
right.
They're right,
They're
like
right
in a small region, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. It depends on the purpose you're using it for.
Yeah, so if I'm gonna find the closest store, then I would be able to use Google Earth.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need Google Earth. They freaking track your phones everywhere they go. Okay. So they could literally delete the map underneath your little GPS thing, and they would know based upon what all the other Android phones where they went.
Yes. But like, if I want to find a store and I don't know where the store is, I would be able to use Google Earth. And I think we both agree on that.
Yeah, because that car drove down the street, dude. The car drove around.
Yeah, but Google Earth has to be flawed somewhere.
It is flawed. I just told you how it's flawed. Try to draw a circle around Antarctica, the North Pole or the South Pole.
Yeah, I also think we're getting definitions confused as well. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing, and they don't work the same way.
They didn't see explain why they didn't see 7,000 islands.
I'm talking about the fundamental.
So, Jench, if Google Earth is so good, do you think that you could black out your windows, right, and drive just using your GPS and Google Earth, right? Take all the turns, negotiate the curves just by looking at the graphic instead of out your window?
I mean, there's some kind of delay.
Of course. Okay, no delay. We have zero latency.
Zero latency? Yeah. I mean,
why do you think that? Let me ask you why you think that. Can I ask you why you think that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you go onto, well, I sometimes use Google Maps when I need to navigate and I'm driving, and it seems to work fine. But
landmarks is different than a representation of the Earth that is accurate enough to drive on, right?
What, could you say that again?
Just landmarks. You're just noting landmarks. It tells you like, hey, there's going to be a gas station up here. That's a landmark.
No, it actually tells you, like, it draws out the exact route.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, dude, you're conflating two different ideas, okay? The idea that, hey, this road is after that road if you're going in this direction on that road, this road. You know, we had, like, paper maps, and you could do that with a paper map. Nobody would say the paper map is the territory. So what I'm asking you is why you think that you could drive just looking at, if you had zero latency GPS, just in no traffic, looking at the screen, and that Google Maps is accurate enough to actually drive the road.
I believe I answered that question.
I asked you why, and you just said, hey, because there's landmarks, or whatever you said. But you know what? This has actually been, I'm just beating around the bush because this has actually been tested. Yeah, Flat Earthers have actually tested this by putting a camera on the freaking dashboard, showing Google Maps, and then driving and see if the road matches the map. And they don't match.
Okay, they don't match.
They do not match, as in the road, as in like the turns and like, say I'm on a road and it turns, I'm on a slow curve and eventually it does like a 30-degree turn. On Google Maps, it won't show anything. It'll show like a straightaway.
Okay, this is kind of what I have been fishing for the entire time. An example of where Google Earth does not match reality.
Okay, hold on.
Would you be able to send me like
I got you.
Or something? Yeah,
I got you, bro. And I gave you an example already. The drawing a circle around the poles. Did you not hear that part?
Yeah, but that's kind of not what I'm getting at, because that's like a programming feature that they have. Sure, that could be fucked up.
But it's an inaccuracy. Jench, what you're failing to grasp here is this is how your application... Jench, let me finish. Come on, let's be nice.
I'm not really bothered by their...
Jench, this is how your application
features of
fails.
Drawing lines.
You're not bothered by the features of the application that you're using in this conversation? Why are you bringing it up then? Why are we on this topic? Right? We know it's inaccurate. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing. They work differently. Right? Do you know how Google Earth works?
No, I don't know the entire code base. No.
No, okay, so it takes a bunch of photos, right, of something, right, and then it adds them together, right, in their own way until they think it looks right, and then they upload it, right? That's sort of how it works in very simple terms, right? This starts it's called LOD rendering, right? Level of detail rendering, and this starts when you're zooming out. The terrain becomes progressively smoother, buildings become simplified and they disappear, and coastlines become less precise, right? So if you were to zoom out, you would have a hard time driving around, let's say, a coastal area, or driving around relying solely on your Google Earth, right? At 0 to 2 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to 2 meters, right? And at 2 to 20 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to every 2 meters per pixel, right? This means it's like throwing a bunch of pictures together, right? And then arranging them until it looks right, and then uploading it. Okay? So if you're curious on how they managed to get that curve right for the sphere, it's just them throwing things together, just like KGB was, just like the conversation that we had earlier on with KGB, talking about 3D wrapping layers around shapes, right, in video game design, right? It works exactly the same. You can design something and then upload it. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be accurate. Why are we talking about this? We should be talking about something that we can physically test, rather than a faulty piece of software, evidently, right? It's an inaccurate piece of software.
The fault in the software can be tested.
It's not a fault. They designed it that way. It's not a fault. Stop characterizing it as a fault. It's because they used a cylindrical coordinate system and wrapped it on a sphere. It's not a fault. You want to see a ball, and they made the cylinder look like a ball.
No, but like you said,
I know it's hard to comprehend.
Would you like to talk about something that you can test, Jench? Would you like to talk about
we are
something
talking
to do with the physicality?
Which is Google Earth.
You can't use an application to test reality.
You're reifying a piece of software as if the software is real, bro.
Reality. I'm looking at the software saying, can this be real?
Okay, I just
but the
posted
software
it in
isn't
the chat.
real, so...
Hold on, dude. He asked for something. It's in the chat. It's a 1-hour video of him testing the accuracy of Google Maps while driving. He drives 100 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at this.
Okay, so until then, shelve it, dude, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're completely in conjecture land. You're just you're telling us what you believe to be true. You don't have any evidence it's actually true.
Okay, yeah, so this looks like, I haven't obviously watched the entire video, but it looks like he's basically driving, as you said, and then he says, oh shit, there's a deviation between Google Maps or Google Earth whatever he uses, and reality.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that there will be a problem, but not like, oh, it deviates some couple of degrees. No. There will be like a massive fucking problem. Like,
what are you basing that on?
Exactly what we established
What are you basing
earlier.
that there will be a massive problem on? That is a prediction.
Exactly what we.
Okay. You're just saying stuff. When you say there would be a massive problem, stop interrupting me. I'm trying to clarify what you're saying, dude. No, you didn't let me finish the first time. Listen, when you're saying there would be a big fucking problem, what is the basis of that prediction?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Exactly what we established earlier. You cannot have a continuous mapping from something that's flat to something that's spheric. I'm feeling like I'm repeating myself. We established this earlier and we both agreed upon it.
Okay.
Jen,
yes,
you're
you
not
can.
listening to what I'm saying.
Yes,
bro.
you can. Yes, you can. Want to bet on it? See, you're confusing a projection with a... Hold on. You're confusing a projection of straight rays with a mapping. So, for instance, want me to tell you how it's done? So they have something called the geoid, and what they do is they actually curve the verticals. So the verticals, like from the center of the Earth, right? So you have the surface of the Earth, right? And if you have a line, right, on a sphere, you're assuming that, hey, they're drawing straight lines through the sphere, and they're projecting those lines onto some flat surface. Yes, there will be a distortion if that's the case, okay? But that's not what they're doing. They're curving the lines. So they're doing a mapping function and not a projection. It's called a projection, but it's a second order projection, meaning you have the celestial sphere, which is the latitude, longitude coordinate system, right? That's what the actual coordinate system is, because you can't find them without the stars. You have no coordinate system. So that coordinate system is what the oblate spheroid is referencing, okay? So they make measurements on the surface of the Earth. But those measurements don't match the celestial sphere. So what they do is they say, hey, we have lumpy gravity, we have deflection of the vertical, and when I hang a plumb line, it's actually not pointing down, it's actually a curve. That's right. They say that a plumb line, meaning if you take a weight on a string and hang it, that line is actually curved and not straight, which is retarded, okay? Okay, but that's what they say when they map actual measurements of the surface of the Earth to what's called a reference ellipsoid, okay? But that reference ellipsoid is distorted by something called a geoid, which is the amount of deflection of the celestial sphere versus their reference ellipsoid, as in the actual measurements versus their idealized what they think is going on. And what they do is because you could possibly have distance errors, but because you have topology, you can interpolate the errors between the measurement locations, and you smooth out the error across the whole surface of the Earth. This is how it's done, okay? How you think it's done isn't how it's actually done. And there are errors. Lots of errors all over the place. In fact, they use over 100 datums, right? So, for instance, Australia has their own datum. If you use the WGS84 reference ellipsoid datum, if you took Google Earth and went to fucking Australia, it would be way the fuck off, because they're on their completely own datum that has nothing to do with the WGS84.
I'm gonna go.
You're in what's called a reification fallacy. You think the map is the territory. You're in a reification fallacy. You think the map is the territory.
Would you like to just? I understand you have your strong beliefs.
This is your beliefs, dumb fuck.
Okay, please.
This is your beliefs. This is all mainstream geodetic surveying, mapping, cartography.
Bro,
this is your beliefs.
What are you on about? Why are you so
Exactly. You don't even know your own beliefs. How Google Earth was constructed is I'm telling you how it was done.
Bro, I'm trying to give you a compliment and you're just going bananas. I respect that you
I don't need a compliment. It isn't my idea here.
Okay, dude, I don't understand how anyone can talk to you. Like, I don't How do you manage to find people to talk with?
Yeah, that's what happened in the last 5 years. Like 5 years ago, they made everybody super timid, and now they're afraid of everything and sensitive. And if you raise your voice to them,
really not trying to be
feel if you raise your voice to them, they think you're yelling at them.
Yeah,
it's
look,
really
bro,
it's really weird.
Weird, dude.
No, it's not just you're interrupting me. That's
because look, listen. If you start a sentence with a false premise, why should I let you continue? Why would we keep going? And we let you talk
in
for
that
30
case,
seconds so I
you
can go
wouldn't be
back.
able to say a word without me interrupting you. That wouldn't be nice for you either.
Did you listen to me? If you start your conversation with a false premise, right? You answer me, and then you start with this false premise or a straw man. Why would I let you continue and listen to you talk for a minute and a half just to go back to the very first sentence and go, well, this thing was a false premise, or it's a straw man, it's not what I actually said? Why waste time? Why just do you just want to talk? Or do you want to get to the bottom of this?
If I apply that logic, I would be talking continuously while you are talking.
Name one false premise that I made. Or straw man. Go for it.
Oh, looks like this conversation's over. So, Jench, just to go over Theorema Egregium.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Right, that you posted in the side chat.
Yes.
First and foremost, do you know what one of the primary assumptions are for this? I mean, in this sort of a link that you're posting, do you know what one of the assumptions are?
I don't know what assumption you're talking about specifically.
Okay, one of the assumptions that were made when this was composed was that we are on a perfectly spherical surface. Okay?
Yes.
So we are not on a perfectly spherical surface. Your globe Earth model does not claim a perfectly spherical surface. Why are we discussing this?
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you for actually reading some of the stuff I've sent. Second of all,
you're welcome.
I'm not saying that the Earth is perfectly shaped like a sphere. The only thing I am trying to demonstrate with this theorem is that it is impossible to create an isomorphism from a plane to a sphere without having a point or several points that is not continuous. I have also sent the definition of a continuous mapping, and what this implies in reality, or like the physical interpretation, would be that, okay, I'm walking and oh shit, now I take one step and I'm on the other side of the Earth, or whatever shape you want to assume. That is the implication of not having something that is continuous.
Okay, and this is the problem of reification, because you don't have a continuous surface. You have a bunch of discrete points separated by some distance.
Right. That is actually. Have you taken quantum mechanics? Because it sounds almost like it.
Have I? Yeah, years ago.
Okay, yeah. So we do actually have.
That has nothing to do with quantum mechanics. What I'm saying is, you have data points.
It absolutely
right?
does. It absolutely does.
I'm not
you
talking
had
about
it right the first time. In space, we have Planck lengths they are like super tiny, but
that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about in real life, we've measured points. In the United States, we call them geodetic control points, and we stamp a coordinate on those geodetic coordinate and control points. And all that means is that when I look at the look, we stamp a coordinate on we have geodetic control points in the United States. So we have points that are measured, but we don't have a continuous point. And we imagine what's in between those points. Right? And we can't use the theorem of Egregium for this purpose. Right? As far as a perfect sphere. And all Gauss was really trying to show
it's not a perfect sphere. I'm really just trying to communicate the idea that
so when it comes to communicating an idea like that
in Google Earth,
Okay, when it comes to
I told
communicating,
you like
something
5
like that,
fucking
you
times,
can't
dude.
use.
Ask, repeat, ignore. Is that what you're on? Ask, repeat, ignore.
Jench, you can't use a perfectly spherical concept to determine anything on something that's not perfectly spherical, right? If the claim is that it's perfectly spherical and the the story is that it's an oblate spheroid, but our natural observation is stationary and flat, like what is what is, right? We need to figure out what we're actually on, Jench.
That's a good point. This theorem, you can extend this to any topological shape of a sphere. So do you know the common joke that a topologist, he wakes up and he has 2 cups of coffee for breakfast? The joke being that one is donut and another is cup of coffee, because you can you can morph them into each other. Now you can extend that theorem to be any
That's
3D
great.
object.
None of that matters in the natural world, dude. None of it.
What does matter is that Donald Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Yeah, well, he's your boyfriend.
I don't know about all that.
You're the one that's fucking him. Like, how are you gonna call a guy out for being gay and then you're the one that's taking?
But
anyway, moving on. None of that matters because in the real world we have to take measurements of actual. So where are you getting the variables for quantities that you're inserting into your abstract mathematical models? See, that's the point. You can have some theory or hypothesis, right? Some mathematical construct, but eventually, if you're going to apply it to the real world, you need real world data to insert into the variables, correct?
No.
It seems like you're lost in abstraction.
No, we don't. I'm simply trying to figure out, is a model reasonable or not? Right?
Depends on what you're trying to do with it.
What?
Depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, sure.
If you're trying to make yourself feel better, I guess you can just be a globe earther, make yourself feel better. Sleep better at night. Thinking you're just whizzing through the vacuum of space.
Yeah, so
you're just nothing. Yeah, it makes me feel better. Being sarcastic, by the way.
If we look at, I think most of us use Google Earth, and it has to be flawed somewhere. Somewhere there has to be something.
Dude, ask,
massive,
ignore, repeat. Why are you doing this?
Because I feel like you're not attacking my point.
I did. I gave you an example. It has to be flawed somewhere. I gave you an example. If you take Google Earth and you draw a line around the poles,
yeah,
it makes a moon shape because it's actually a cylinder and it's only being displayed as a sphere for entertainment purposes. Now, as far as driving, we know the relative locations. Google has been collecting data from its Android platform for, 2 decades now, where they track the positions of their freaking little Android devices using their location services. Okay? You don't need a map at all to know the relative locations. And in their software, here's Texaco gas station. Here's the Museum of Science. Here's freaking 210 freaking Martin Luther King Drive. That has nothing to do with anything. It's just being displayed as a globe.
Yeah, and it has to be really, really, really fucked up.
Okay, how do we determine what is inaccuracy? What would we do? How can we test its accuracy?
That's what I'm curious about. I'm guessing
this would be a you problem, not a me problem. Yeah. You think that somehow this is going to be dispositive about how we're going to figure out whether the Earth is a globe. So tell us how we can use Google Earth to test and prove whether the Earth is a globe or not.
Dude,
I'll do
why
it.
are you interrupting me to then just ask the same question? Please stop it.
I want to be very specific about what the question is.
Look at Google Earth, say, here is something that would be a huge flaw. And sure, the gas station might be off by a meter or 2 meters or 10 meters. I'm not talking about that kind of flaw. I'm talking about a discontinuity. You will not have a continuous mapping. I'm talking about like something massive, like, oh shit, this map says that if I take a step over here, this will be something here, but it is actually like completely off, like on the other side of the.
Okay, now actually
I don't
be
want to say
specific.
globe.
Now actually be specific. Instead of these nonsense generalizations.
Specific? Okay.
Yeah,
so
a
you had this
specific
2D
example.
map that someone sent earlier in the chat. I'd forgotten the name. If I stand on the rightmost side of that map, I will see, oh shit, there's empty space on my right side, and there's water on the left side.
Are you being fucking retarded?
Please.
No. No.
Google
Shut the
Earth,
fuck up. Don't. You're just taking the piss, bro.
Yep.
I don't understand.
The map is a fucking goddamn rectangle on a piece of paper. Oh,
yes,
oh my god, you could go off the map onto the table. Are you a fucking retard?
I really don't understand why you're using that
because
kind
you're
of
talking
language.
about Google Earth. It's a fucking piece of software.
I think you need help. I think
And
you need help.
Yeah, no one cares what you think, dude. So you are talking. I asked how to test Google Earth to see if it matches, if we can prove the globe using Google Earth, and you started talking about fucking maps. Google Earth, dude, which is supposed to be a 3D ball that you can't step off of.
Okay, yeah. I don't understand what your problem.
There's a lot of shit you don't understand, obviously.
Okay, so your question is, how can we use Google Earth to determine that it is false? Right?
Yeah, there's a big error that you said must exist. How do we test for it?
You look at Google Earth.
You look at it,
and yeah, you
look at it.
Earth,
that's what we're going to use as analytics. We're going to look at it.
Okay, dude, can you stop it, please?
No, what you remember I said about false premise? That's idiotic.
You look at Google Earth.
Is that how we do anything?
You look for something that is a jump in continuity. When you find that, you go.
What would that look like?
What would that?
What would that look like?
That is exactly what I said that earlier, and KGB. If you take a piece of paper and you try to wrap
No. Fuck your piece of paper. What would it look like on Google Earth? If I'm on Google Earth and I'm using it, and I go, hey, here's the discontinuity. What would that look like on Google Earth when I'm using the software? How do I know it's there by using the software?
Yeah, so this is the point.
Would I draw a line around one of the poles and then it would turn into a half moon? Would that be it?
Yeah,
would that be a discontinuity?
This is okay, dude. You're just doing it for fun. This is the problem.
You're not listening.
Okay, dude.
You're stuck in your fucking gotcha. It failed. Get over it.
Dude, I can look at Google Earth and I can say I cannot find that problem.
The argument from ignorance is not an actual argument.
It's flat. That means that you should be able to.
All you're doing is making an argument from ignorance.
No, you're saying where's the
I can't find it, therefore it don't exist.
I'm saying there is no flaw, but you should be able.
How do you know that? Have you looked?
You should be able to find the flaw.
I told you the flaw. Now you're just lying.
I'm not talking about. Yeah, you showed me a guy who had driven a couple of miles. And
no. The flaw of drawing a line around one of the poles and it turning into a half moon. That's a flaw.
Dude, that is a fucking feature in their website. It's not a part of their.
Okay, why did they
feature? I don't want that feature.
So they have a line tool where you draw a path, and it'll tell you the distance on the path. And when you draw that line tool and make a hexagon and try to make a hexagon around because you want to circumnavigate Antarctica, Hold on, let me finish.
And you say that the tool is fucked, so the map has to be fucked. You are just completely out
the
of
tool is basing its distances on the coordinate reference system that the globe in Google Earth is using.
Dude, forget about the fucking tool. You have a tool, and you say the tool is broken.
Where does the tool get its distances from?
The thing the tool is used on needs to be broken. The tool might be broken. I don't give a shit about the fucking tool. Do you understand that?
The tool's not broken. The map is broken.
Shut the fuck up about
the map is broken.
Yes.
You asked for a discontinuity. I just gave you one. And there's plenty of places you can zoom in on Google Earth where you'll see fucking lines. Where you'll see lines where the textures don't align. There's plenty of them.
Fantastic. Give me a screenshot. Give me something.
A screenshot of the half moon? Is that what you want? Hold on.
What do you think?
I'm just waiting for your evidence that Google Earth is actually accurate.
No, but this is my evidence is that
your evidence is a claim. Your evidence is your claim.
My evidence is that you don't have any evidence.
Your evidence is that I can't fucking. That's a burden of proof reversal.
No, but it would be so easy for you if the Earth really was flat. It would be super easy for you to just say, Google Earth, here's a point where it's fucked up. It would be super easy for you.
I did. I want you to do it. I want you to fire up Google Earth and take the line tool, which measures distance on the surface of the Earth.
Again with the fucking tool. Stop.
Linear distance tool.
You don't. Do you understand? Listen. How does the line tool measure distance in Google Earth?
I don't give a shit.
It uses the Habersign formula. Listen. It uses the Habersign formula, which is a calculation based upon the 2 points, right? The great circle route of latitude and longitude. That's right, great circle route. So if I draw a line and a line and a line and a line and a line, I should be able to get a full distance, right? Because it's a bunch of intersecting great circles. And I can get the arc segment at each one of those great circles and come up with a total distance. When you do this on Google Earth, if it was a fucking ball, you'd be able to do this and get a distance. But you can't, and it'll make a half moon because Google Earth's a fucking cylinder. So if you're trying to prove a cylinder, go right ahead.
Dude, the tool might be broken. I don't give a shit.
It's not the fucking tool. It's the map projection, you dumb fuck. Dude, you're dense, dude. You're fucking dense.
Why so much anger if you're correct? It sounds really defensive.
Shut up, twat. Was that Athena again? Now our army of Simpsons are going to come in here. Why'd you talk to Athena like that? It's a fucking little game she plays. It's really simple. Google Earth is a cylinder. You ask for a flaw, a discontinuity. I gave you one at least 15 fucking times.
Okay.
If you're wondering why I'm screaming at you, it's because you won't acknowledge the fact that what you asked for, I provided. What you asked for, I provided, and you can deny all you want. Anybody in this chat, listen on YouTube, Twitter, and fucking do it yourself, dude.
Okay, now you're
do it yourself. You can do it right now. You just appeal to Google Earth. Fire up fucking Google Earth and do it yourself.
I'm really convinced now.
I'm not trying to convince you. Where did you get that idea? I'm giving you information you didn't previously have. You, previous to this conversation, thought Google Earth was a ball when it's a fucking cylinder. So you just have information now that you didn't previously have. And you made a whole bunch of assumptions based upon your wrong assumption about how Google Earth works, et cetera, et cetera. But now you know you are all wrong. You made all that shit up in your head. And you don't want to cope with that.
Man,
I'm sorry, dude. You filled in the blanks.
Send me something. Send me something that... just something.
Do it yourself. I want you to do it yourself, dude, so you can't say I doctored it or I did something special. Go do it yourself.
You refuse to send me any evidence.
I want you to do it yourself. Are you on a cell phone? Or on a PC? Are you on a cell phone or a PC?
It's almost like he doesn't want to hear you.
He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to bust his own fucking bubble.
Literally.
I could look at Google Earth for ages and I wouldn't find any flaw.
That is bullshit, dude.
Then show me where it's bullshit. We're circling back to the
First of all, that's an argument from incredulity, okay, which I already pointed out is a logical fallacy. Your ignorance doesn't prove non-existence. Okay? This is the same problem of the black swan, white swan. All swans are white. As a theory, you don't look for white swans, you look for black swans, right? No matter how many black swans or white swans you find, it only takes one black swan to falsify the theory.
Yes.
And the reason you haven't found any flaws because you didn't try. Dude, I'm gonna literally type in Google and I'm gonna type in mismatched textures on Google Earth and I'm gonna get thousands of hits. Thousands.
Well, I can point out an obvious flaw with Google Earth.
Yeah, it shows it's a ball.
Yeah, it shows it's a ball, and it's also a cylinder, a Mercator projection.
I've told him that 72 times already. It's not getting into his pea brain. So there we go. That took all 15 seconds right there.
I think it's time you get some rest, Jench.
Do you know? Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to.
Just go.
Okay, there's another.
You're in Sweden, and it's 2 a.m. right now, right? 2:04.
Yeah. So the reason that those kind of deformities look like that is simply because you have a satellite picture, and the satellites keep circling around, and they're not updating all of the places at the same time. So some places will be sort of lagging behind, but there should be a way bigger flaw than that.
Shouldn't it be because it's a bunch of rectangles being pasted onto a sphere? Shouldn't that be the reason?
Yeah, I already answered this.
Full of shit, dude.
Jench, you got wrecked today, bro. It's okay. Lick your wounds, take a nap, come back.
Look, I didn't mean to yell at you, bro, but you're being dense. Like, you guys come in here with a gotcha, and you have no plan B. So you just dig in.
Gotcha.
You're digging to be.
Gotcha.
Dude.
Not anymore.
Globe busted.
Look, you're like, hey, man, Gauss's theorem of Grudgium says, hey, dude, you can't project a sphere without distortion onto a flat surface. Yeah, we know that.
Yes.
You're not informing us. We know that, but that's not how it's being done. That is a second order processing. Okay, it's a second order reduction. They're going celestial sphere, ground measurements, projected onto Albright ellipsoid. Then that referent Albright ellipsoid is then being projected onto a flat surface with rays, right? So they're going curved lines. They're going curved line mapping function filtered through the Albright. No, it's not, dude. You have perfect
you
sphere.
You didn't even hear me finish. You didn't even hear me finish.
You said it's the same. It's not the same.
Isomorphism, you can represent that as a one isomorphism.
Oh my god, dude! You're not getting it. There's the celestial sphere, which is a perfect sphere. Then you have the oblate ellipse. You have the geoid, which is filtering the projection onto the reference ellipsoid, which is not a sphere, which is I don't even know what you call it, oblated spheroid, right? So then they're taking that and they're making a projection from that. It's a series of steps. It's not globe to projection. You understand?
Do you realize that a series of steps can be represented as one step? Isomorphisms that go into each other when you map F to G to H can be represented as one isomorphism from F to H.
Dude, no. Listen.
Yes,
the geoid. Look. your normals are changing because the geoid is an hold on, dude, let me finish. The normals of the surface are changing because the geoid is an undulating surface. It's not continuous.
I feel like you said
is an undulating surface a continuous curve?
Mechanics.
It is an undulating surface a continuous curve. That's why I said lumpy gravity. It's an undulating surface. And I'm not talking about the topography. I'm talking about the direction of the normal. So doesn't the direction of the normal determine whether the surface is continuous or not?
The direction of the normal? No, not at all.
Oh, so you can have converging normals and then the fucking it's converging and then diverging normals in two different two adjacent segments, and then it's still continuous.
Actually mathematically terms, but sometimes you're just completely off. I really want to know, have you taken
so now you're talking about me instead of actually refuting what I said. That's crazy.
He wants to know if you're taking classes now, Indio. Now we're down to who's taking what kind of classes. Dude, you really want to get into classes? Dude, you really want to talk about classes?
Yeah, can you tell me about the coastline problem?
Yeah, the coastline problem. What do you want to know about it?
Does that apply? Does the coastline problem apply to undulating surfaces?
I don't know what an undulating surface is.
Meaning it's like a coastline. It's going back and forth.
Well, actually, it's impossible because we have in quantum mechanics we have something that's called h, little h.
Shut up, dude. Just shut up. Go to bed.
Oh, got little h, so that means now Earth is a globe. Dude, you are tired.
He just really wants to talk about quantum mechanics, I think. He don't even want to talk about this topic.
Yeah, well, good luck, because he's not going to be able to get away with it.
Dude, he was saying,
the other one is...
He was like that chick one day at band camp, after fucking every goddamn line. So I'm going to unmute Kasari here. Guess he wants to step up to Mark. Bro, go to bed. We're not talking about quantum mechanics. We're done with that shit. Go find out. An undulating surface is a surface that goes back and forth. The geoid, which is supposed to see the equipotential surface of gravity, that filters all the rays and curves them after the fact. So the coordinate system ends up being displaced in all sorts of different directions, but you can actually measure the difference between an undulating surface because the distance increases depending as the unit of measure gets smaller, which you should know. So it isn't working the way you think it's working, is which I said way back when, almost fucking 45 minutes ago. You come in here with your mind thinking the globe Earth works like X, but that's not how it works. That's why if you look up the first books printed on geodesy, there's 1,600 fucking pages of mathematics. So anybody want to talk to Kajir here? Who had a bunch of social commentary?
You mean KGB?
Oh, yeah. Is that his name?
Yeah, KGB. KGB. Kagebe. That's his name, Kagebe.
Russian Bear, KGB. He's being a douche.
Oh, and where's these mathematicians that you were talking about, Sheepdog?
Yeah, where
they were supposed to show up tonight.
Live streaming and all.
I know.
That's the only reason I even came in here.
I'm
that's
so
false
sorry,
advertising,
bro.
Man. I want my money back.
Hey, that was on, what was his name? Hold on. Who was it? That's on T-Dub.
This dude had me crashing out, man. Fucking Europeans, man. They fucking drive me crazy.
Okay. Dude, he was doing it to me. I spoke to him for hours before you, and yeah, he started off with the same thing. Crazy.
What am I getting blamed for?
Yeah, it's like he won't take yes for an answer. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, he started off by asking what would happen if you kept walking in a straight line. I said, no one's ever done that. All right, I said, you'd hit the ocean. He's like, kept saying, oh, you're just avoiding my question. You're just avoiding my question. And then I answered his question, and I gave him the answer, and he just kept saying, "You're avoiding my question." And
glad it was
one thing.
Me.
Yeah,
well, he was like,
felt bad.
He's doing it for everything. He was doing the same thing.
He was like, well, hypothetically, what would happen if you walked in a straight line? It's like, I have no idea, man.
Yeah. You can walk on water, bro.
But he conceded to the John D observation measurement.
Oh yeah, he did. Well, what
he questions John D, didn't he? Or did I leave?
Then he questioned the credibility of the person and their ability to make measurements.
Yeah, he was saying that he has, pictures. NASA has pictures, right? So he can counter that by looking at the NASA pictures. And then I explained to him that we can't go and validate the NASA pictures, but you can go and validate the long distance observations. And yeah, he conceded. He did concede to that, but he quickly took it to a different place, right? And didn't want to talk about observations anymore.
T-Dub, where's the mathematicians, T-Dub?
Oh, they told me 5 hours, and that was probably
6 hours ago.
3 hours ago. Was it? No, it wasn't that long. Was
it? 2 o'clock on my time. It's 8 o'clock now.
Hang on, I've got the. What do
you want to talk to KG?
Screenshot.
Yeah, unmute him. Let's see what he's got.
Mathematician. He's just a troll, but I'll fuck with him for a minute. So KGB, you're unmuted.
No, I'm sorry. Were you expecting?
Yeah, you said mathematician.
Yeah, KGB. You claimed what you said about me. Yeah, I claim the sun floats above the earth and moves. Listen, I go outside, the sun is above me, and it moves. It's my claim. Yeah, I see it above me, and it moves. Debunk me.
Fair enough. I guess you can't see bacteria and viruses. Do they exist?
I don't know. We're not talking about that.
What does that got to do with the sun?
Okay. There's no reason.
What does him seeing something have to do with not seeing something? How do you make that connection? Are you mentally ill?
Well, if you base all your observations on observations alone with just your eyes, then therefore, bacteria and viruses shouldn't exist.
What should we base them on then?
What
should we? Hold on. I want to get to the bottom of this. What should we base them on then? If we're not basing it upon observation, what should we use?
Here's a suggestion. Maybe, I don't know, for the last 500 years of all science and
so sociology
revolves. I'm just still talking.
Sociology is what we should use. We should run around and. So we should use sociology. That's what we should use to determine truth. We'll just run around and ask everybody else.
Well,
hey,
what's everybody saying? Maybe if you let me finish what I was going to say.
Well, because your answers are canned and they're really easy to figure out.
I was talking about sociology, but actually,
it is sociology.
500 years of evidential empirical evidence proving that the world is actually a spheroid, obloid. Actually,
okay. You just said observation is not to be used. What are you talking about? That's what empirical evidence is.
That's not what I said.
You said you think you just relying on observation. What do you? And then you said we shouldn't be doing that.
You're right.
I said what should we use? And then you said thousands of years of observation. That's empirical evidence, which is observation.
Okay, maybe you have an issue with hearing or something.
No, I don't have an issue with hearing. You have an issue with double speaking.
Here, I'll be specific. I said that you can't just base your claims on observation using your eyes alone, because if that were true, here I'll explain. Because if that were true, and if you just based all your observations on just your eyes, then therefore things like bacteria and viruses wouldn't exist in your worldview, correct?
No.
How so?
You can see bacteria under a microscope.
Why? I tell people that all the time.
You can see bacteria under a microscope. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Wonderful.
That's how they knew it was there.
What do they do astronomy with?
Okay. All right. Awesome. So
those pictures from space, those pictures you think are from space, what are you using to look at those globes? Your eyes?
So you use the tool microscope to see, to prove that the bacteria viruses exist, right? Awesome. So
I can see
what's the
Saturn
problem
and
with all these
Jupiter
people
without a
using telescopes to prove the celestial objects, and the fact that the moon is not just a circle in the sky and it's actually a sphere? So if the moon is a sphere, why isn't Earth a sphere?
Hold on. How did a telescope prove the Earth is a sphere? Can you tell us how?
Is the moon a sphere or not?
No. Answer my question. How did a telescope prove the moon was a sphere?
When you observe the moon, it's a sphere, right?
When you observe the moon, it's a sphere. Did they use their eyes?
When you use a telescope and observe through the telescope and look at the moon, it is a sphere, is it not?
How do you know that? How do you know you just don't have pareidolia?
Is it not a sphere, yes or no?
You can't tell.
Yes, you can. You can see the shadow around the moon. You can see the surface of the moon. You can
that's an inference, though. That's not seeing it as a sphere.
You can obviously see that the object is a spheroid.
No, it's not obvious. You're just saying it's obvious.
All right, then. Okay, fine. It's a circle.
There's some things that are not obvious. Here's the things that are not obvious about why it's not a sphere, right? It's evenly lit. It does not have a specular reflection. You always see the same side of it, so it's not rotating. So there's some things that indicate it's not a sphere. So what about those?
Okay, well, it's certainly not flat, is it?
Okay, so no, it could be.
It could be?
Well, you see the same side all the time, right?
All right, so if it could be, then why do eclipses happen?
Why are you asking me a fucking question?
Because it doesn't follow what you're saying.
No, you said, hey, here's some examples of why we think it's a sphere. I gave you counter examples, and you ignore them.
But there are eclipses.
Here's the counter. So what? And?
So eclipse absolutely proves that it's a spheroid.
How?
What do you mean how? The way the moon moves, when the moon aligns with the sun, you can obviously see that parts of the moon get shadowed out.
When the moon aligns with the sun, like a solar eclipse?
Yes, an eclipse, yes.
A solar eclipse. I said an eclipse. Did you see the moon during the solar eclipse? So, yes, a solar eclipse. I'm just trying to make sure you're talking about solar eclipse.
Yeah,
why are you talking to me all the time? Okay, so really simple. You fuck yourself up because you can't see the moon during a solar eclipse.
Dummy. Yes, you can. You can see
no human has ever seen the moon during a solar eclipse ever in the history of man.
Well, you failed, KGB.
What caused the eclipse then?
Who cares? But no one's seen the moon.
What do you mean, who cares? That's not good enough.
Look, you said that you can tell the moon is a sphere because of a solar eclipse. Well, no one's ever seen the moon during the solar eclipse. You can't see the moon because solar eclipses only happen during a new moon.
Sorry, lunar eclipse to be specific.
Oh, that's why. Oh, now it's lunar eclipse. So how do you tell the moon? The lunar eclipse falsifies the moon being a sphere.
We're talking about the moon. We're talking about the moon, right?
Yeah, so the lunar eclipse falsifies. Yeah, that's great. Lunar eclipse falsifies the moon being a sphere.
And no, it proves that the moon is a sphere.
No, it actually falsifies it because if the moon was a curved surface and the Earth was a fucking sphere and it would project, right? It's a circle onto a flat surface, not a curved surface. Because curved surfaces, it would distort with the curve the same way that like the railing of next to stairs, when the sun casts its shadow, that shadow looks zigzagged, right? Because it conforms to the surface. So if the shadow of the Earth being a circle conformed to the surface of the moon, which would be curved, it wouldn't form a circle. It would form some other shape.
Does the light and the shadow or the shadow gradient around the moon?
Notice how you're not actually addressing what's being said to you?
Well, I'm addressing you're completely denying that the moon is a sphere, so therefore I have to provide
no. We're going over the evidence. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, the evidence, right? And the evidence proves otherwise that the moon is a sphere.
Proves
because the shadow.
Then how do you explain? Then how do you explain the things I said that are not sphere-like?
What are you?
No specular reflection like all spheres have, and you always see the same side.
That is incorrect. You can see the lighting and the shadowing on one side of the moon and the other side of the moon.
Do you always see the same face of the moon, dude?
And you can obviously tell that it's a
Do you always see the same face of the moon?
Based off of how the light works around the.
No, that is an inference based upon how the light works. You're confusing the description with the explanation as usual.
Oh, it's an inference. Okay. So what shape is the moon?
You said prove, though. You said prove.
Okay, what shape is the moon according to you?
Who cares? I don't care.
No, that's not acceptable.
No, you said it's proven that the moon is a sphere. Now you could tell the moon was a sphere from a telescope.
Yeah, absolutely,
that fucking exploded in your motherfucking face.
You're so aggressive.
Yeah, that exploded in your face. Okay, you can't tell the moon is a sphere from a telescope. Do you know why? Because there's no parallax. And without parallax, that's the only way to determine whether an object is actually 3D or not. But because they say it's so far away, there's no lunar parallax, and you can't tell.
Yeah, but we're not doing 3D now. And the term parallax does not.
Well, a sphere is a 3D object, right?
No, you're talking absolute nonsense. Parallax is
what did I say that was nonsense?
That's a 3D term. We're not talking in 3D terms now. We're talking about in telescope. When you look through the telescope, you can see the shadow and the light on one side of the moon and shadow on the other side.
How do you know it's a shadow?
That's a stupid question.
No,
it's not.
How do you know it's a shadow?
You're claiming it's a shadow. How do you know it's a shadow?
So Earth,
what do you mean? How do I know it's a shadow? What does that mean? How do I know it's a shadow?
How do you know?
There's light on one side because the sun is there, and the other side is darker because there's a shadow.
Brother. So this is where the ignorance comes out again. So when you go to the movie theater and you look at the movie screen and you see black on the movie screen, are they projecting black light?
No, we're going to go back to the moon.
No, this is irrelevant, dude. This is relevant. It shows in how you look, bro. The term is relevant because it shows you how we see darkness. Okay? Does a projector project black light?
No, there's no light there. That's why it's dark.
No, there is light there. There's just less light.
What does this have to do with the moon? How does this follow?
Because just because you see less light doesn't mean it's a shadow.
So what's the dark area on the moon then? What is that?
I don't know, and neither do you.
Oh, so it's unicorn magic pixie dust.
No, it doesn't. That's not the other choice, right? The choice is I don't know and can actually never know.
Okay, well I know that's a shadow because there's not enough light there. Yes, I do.
But I asked you how. Here's the funny thing. You're saying now that you know it's a shut the fuck up, dude. You just said you know. I asked you how you know. You couldn't tell me, but you're just repeating that you do know again. How do you know it's a shadow?
Because the sun is on.
What was the evaluation?
Hypothetically speaking, the sun's on the right side. There's going to be light on the right side.
That's wrong too. That's wrong too.
And on the left side of the moon,
that is incorrect.
Shadowy.
That's incorrect, dude.
Why is that
well known that the sun is not always perpendicular to the fucking Terminator line. It's well known.
Right.
You want me to post some? Do you want me to post from Oxford?
Do you have a ball in your room? Do you have a ball in your room?
Dude. Okay.
Do you have a ball in your room?
Yeah, we're talking about the moon. We're not talking about a ball.
Okay. How about you How about you take this ball in your hand? You put it next to a light bulb. Okay.
That wouldn't work either, dude. Yeah. The only way to simulate moon phases with a light is with an array. You don't know what you're talking about.
One side is lit and the other side is darker because there's no light on the other side.
Yeah, but it won't look like the moon looks.
Says who? You?
It says people try to make little simulated fucking models of moon phases to sell to people, and they can't do it with a single light.
What?
To sell to people like you, morons.
Me, morons.
You know how people like little models, like scale models of the solar system? Well, people want to sell little moon phase models to sell to people. And they can't use a single light source to make it look like the moon. They can only do it with an array of lights. Do you want me to show it to you?
All right, Professor. I know it all. So please tell me what shape's the moon.
A circle.
Okay, then is our Earth also a circle?
Well, no, the moon and the Earth are not the same thing. They're not similar, and there's no similarities.
Why?
Because we don't observe any. That's why.
Why would they be the same thing?
Why not? Do you have evidence that?
Because there's no similarities, dude.
Says who? What? How?
It
Why?
says observation of reality.
Grab your telescope, look at your moon again.
Did you observe?
Tell us all how you like freezer on there.
Hold up. Wait. Aren't you the same person earlier that said that you cannot fly up really high up Earth and you can't observe Earth because space doesn't exist? So how the fuck do you know that the observation of Earth?
You can't get far enough away.
How are you stating this so confidently?
KGB, just listen for 5 seconds. You have telescope.
Thank you. You don't have to go, you don't have to talking to the gentleman here.
Okay, it's fine. What's that got to do with anything?
Well, because I asked you.
It's flying.
Here,
so you think that I can go to a magic place? And that's where I'll find the similarities. That I can't, like on Earth, even though I don't see any similarities between the moon and the Earth, I can't use those. I have to imagine I can go to a place where there would be similarities.
All right, so it's all an implication.
Notice how you don't address what was said. That's great. So I have to go to a place and imagine I can go to a place where I'll observe a similarity.
All right, let's take a step back for a second.
Yeah, let's take a step back. We're not going in imagination land. We're going with what we can actually do right now.
Right.
What we can do right now is observe the Earth and look at the moon and go, nothing. Why are you over talking me constantly, dude? We can observe the Earth and we can observe the moon, and there's not a single fucking thing you can say that looks similar. Not a single thing. There's no reason to think they're similar.
Okay, so since you claim that the moon is a circle? All right.
That's what I see.
You confidently...
I'm not claiming it. That's what it looks like. Does it look like a circle?
You confidently claim that our Earth is, assuming you claim that the Earth is a circle.
Why does this...
No, the Earth has nothing to do with the fucking moon, retard.
All right, so what shape is the Earth then?
Doesn't have a form like that. It's not bounded, dude. No, it's not inside of something.
So what? It's just...
What's the universe inside of?
It's in a matrix or what?
What's the universe inside of?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the professor.
You tell me, because you think that somehow the Earth has to be bounded inside of something where it has edges.
I never claimed the universe.
You asked me, where's the edge, dude?
I asked regarding longitude and latitude. How far?
Latitude and longitude are the stars, dude. Yeah, you're never going to address it. You want to bring up latitude and longitude, you don't know anything about it.
Is the moon flat?
I don't know.
Does the moon float?
Same question over and over.
Why would it matter if the moon's flat?
It's a circle.
Well, because the other flat earther, the other guy, excuse me, I have to be respectful, right? The other gentleman claimed that the sun was floating above Earth.
No, he didn't.
Across Earth. Yes, he did.
Earth, and it moved.
Yes, he did.
It's me and my
go by some buoyancy thing. You're being a disingenuous, dude.
No, sir, I'm being honest. Professor, whatever his name is.
I told you.
No, he's not being honest. He's doing a spine.
That the sun moved across the flat Earth.
Let's move across.
And that it floated above the Earth. So then, therefore,
that's all I can tell.
How does the moon work? How does the moon work in that
same way?
Look, what do you see the sun do?
So a circular moon, I'm assuming flat moon, is also floating above Earth.
Oh my!
It's not floating, dude.
It's not rolling on the ground. Is it? Do you see it rolling on the ground?
Look, if you're not going to be serious, you just go on mute. Okay? Keep being a douche nozzle and straw manning what we're saying. You just stay on mute. So the reason you're straw manning is because you actually have no arguments or counter arguments. You're still at fucking... I look through the telescope and I can tell the moon was a sphere. That fucking bricked you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're laughing at yourself because you created that straw man yourself.
Dude, you tried this laughing shit before. Remember when I called you on it? You tried this laughing stuff before?
Oh, Cope. This is Cope.
Yeah, this is really bad.
I'm gonna be real. You kind of sound stupid.
He was hyperventilating.
But the thing is, one guy tells me that the moon is a sphere, and the other guy tells me that the sun is.
What do you see the sun do?
This is just narrative painting bullshit, bro. This is like, now you'll talk about us and how dumb we are, and et cetera, because you actually have no arguments.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't. And you're laughing at the straw. You're laughing at yourself. You created a straw man, tried to say we said that, and now you're laughing at it. That's hilarious.
But I look, man, look. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very
None of
much.
these gimmicks work in here. Go in one of the other chats for your bullshit, dude. Like seriously, none of these immature little gimmicks work here.
Serious question. Does the moon float?
Do you see the moon go across the sky?
Does the moon float above Earth?
Do you see the moon above Earth?
Define float. Define
Yes,
float. What is float? Define float for us, will you?
So what I think the gentleman
define
over there
float.
implied. Float? Well, like he posted a GIF and the sun appeared to be moving.
No, define float as what you're laughing at. What's so funny? How are you defining float? What does float mean?
Like float, bro. It floats above Earth.
Yeah, define it. Define it.
Yeah, define it. Don't describe it.
Suspended in midair.
Suspended?
Above Earth.
That's what float means?
Well, I guess that's what the GIF
But we can see him moving. It can't be suspended.
So if I threw a turd like you in water and you floated, you'd be suspended?
Like in orbit, I think. He thinks it's in orbit. Floating.
Well, I mean, he used the word float, so ask him to define. I don't know. He said float.
You said it.
But he said that the sun floats above Earth.
And what do you think that means?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the professor.
No, you're the one laughing. You must think it means something for it to be comedic.
It means that it's not rolling on the ground. It's above us.
Yeah. It's floating, like suspended in air.
So what is
that's not what
the sun do during the day? What does the sun do during the day? Does the sun move or no?
Sure.
Wow, you were cackling like an asshole, and you know the sun moves, and now you're laughing because you figured out the sun moves. Congratulations!
But you said that the sun moves and floats above Earth like it moves on the Earth.
What do you think it does? How would you describe it?
See it moving.
Like
how
for
would
example,
you describe the motion of the sun descriptively?
Right. Like in the GIF, it appeared to like.
How would you
describe? Wait, I'm trying to fucking answer your question. So it's like the bowling ball. You know when you throw a bowling ball and it starts rolling, right?
What the fuck? No, you're not answering the question. That's not an answer. How would you describe observing the sun move across the sky?
How would I describe it? Well, you wouldn't like how I would describe it because it's on a spherical model.
No, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for a description. See, Professor Triangle gave you a description. When you asked what's the moon look like, I said a circle. That's a description. You're confusing descriptions with explanations, as in the difference between what is and how and why. Those are two different questions, right? So
Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
You leave your girlfriend alone, dude. Stop. Dude.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's relax.
If you were just going to describe to someone that's never seen the sun what it looks like, you're just going to describe exactly what it looks like to your eyes. You're going to. How would you describe it to? How would you describe it to them?
If the sun is moving across the sky, floats across the.
That is not a fucking description, dude. Are you deaf?
Relax. That's what the other guy said.
I want to know what you say. How would you describe it?
Walk outside. You're looking at the sun. What does it look like it's doing?
Well, the sun obviously rises from the east, from the horizon, and moves across the sky in a well, to our perspective, it looks like it goes across the sky in a spherical motion. Well, to some degree,
spherical motion.
And then it sets down to the east.
Wow. Oh, so the sun moves. Wow. Now,
can you draw? Hold on, I want him to draw a spherical motion. Can you draw a spherical motion in the fucking chat, dude?
Sure. It's when you take your arm, and you move your arm across.
And you want to cackle like an asshole. Please,
I'm answering your question. I was asked a question, right? So
I asked you to draw it.
From the right side, you extend your arm fully. where you imagine the horizon is, and then you rise your arm across, and then all the way
imagine
down
the horizon is.
to the other side, which is the
He
west.
thinks making an arc is a
So
sphere.
that's a sphere?
Yeah, that's a sphere. Making
But
an
look,
arc motion with your hand.
But
You pointed, let's say you're at the equator, you pointed at east on the sunrise on the equinox, and then you raised your hand over your head and then brought it back down the horizontal, and that's a sphere?
Sure.
Are we
But I have a
redefining
different
sphere?
question. Wait, I
No,
have
you're
a different
changing
question.
everything.
So this is the
About the
problem.
moon.
You can't even honestly and accurately describe reality.
Okay, yeah, I'm a retard and all that, but
Well,
just
I mean,
finally, right?
no, you're not. You're stubborn.
Hold up. Wait,
Just
if the
you
moon is
describe
a
what you
circle,
see, dude, and you're defensive.
hold up. If
Well,
the
he
moon
said
is a
he
circle,
said the sun sets in the east as well. You just can't let that go.
Oh shit! Yeah, he probably doesn't
from
know
east to
anything,
west.
man.
East to west. Yeah, I don't know what you heard, but sure. So if the moon is a circle, right? How does it move across the Earth? Do you get to
Is
see
this
the
a
other
flat
side of
Earth
the moon?
server?
Oh my
How does
god!
The same way the sun moves, except for it doesn't do it as fast.
Right.
So the moon
timing.
just faces you at all times. It just decides to face you, or
well, it's so far away.
Dude,
So, I mean, is there like a magic force?
This is your problem. You said it was a sphere. Why don't we see it on the sphere?
Does the moon just magic? There's a magic force.
Why don't we see
forcing
the
the moon
sides
to
of the
face
sphere?
you?
Why
Is this
yeah,
24/7
exactly.
let's
That's
talk
you
about
problem.
the moon, Dave?
You don't understand that you're fucking literally debunking the shit you said earlier.
Really?
Why don't we see
So
this?
the moon-
If the moon's a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
I don't know because you claimed it's a circle, so I'm assuming.
No,
it's a
if
flat
the moon is a sphere, why
hold
don't
up,
we see its
wait.
sides?
Yeah,
It's
it's
a disc, right? So if it moves across the flat surface of the Earth, and it's a disc, so therefore we should be able to see the other
No one
side
said
of
it's
the
a
moon,
disc.
right?
Who
No,
said
no one said it's a disc.
Well, it's
No
a
one said it's
circle,
a
right?
disc.
So it's a 2D
I said
plane,
it
so therefore it should be a
looks
disc.
like, bro, you're dense, dude. Looks like a
Am I?
circle. So yeah, so really simple. Things can look like something and be something else. For instance, railroad tracks are parallel, but they
Yeah, like
look like
intelligence.
they shut up. But they look like they converge.
So he has to
Right?
burp too.
So they look like they converge. They're not actually converging. They look like that.
'Cause
If
he's
you
immature.
draw, if you draw a parabola that went all the way to the horizon when you were at the arc of the curve, that would look like an ellipse. Okay, so things look different because we see in a projected world, right? The 3D world is projected onto our little retinas, and that makes a 2D image. I said it looks like a circle. I didn't say is a circle.
So moon looks like a circle. But what
Looks like
what is it? Though?
purely descriptive.
What is it though? What is it though?
How would
What
I
shape
tell
is
by looking at it?
Moon
Flat
work.
Earth? Yes. Go to the ocean. There you go.
If you're
Okay,
a
so
professor
what's the
of
moon then?
psychology,
What shape
you
is the
should know
moon?
how the moon
What does
works.
the moon got to do with a flat Earth?
Well, because I want to know what shape is this object in the sky that I keep seeing?
I already told you. It looks like a
What is it?
fucking circle.
So it looks
Ask,
like a
ignore,
circle, but
repeat,
what
dude.
shape is it?
Ask, ignore, repeat. Why are you doing it?
It's a
Ask,
circle.
ignore.
Right. So it's a circle. So it's a disc. I guess.
Basically, let's get this out now.
No.
Not a
Logically linked for us. What you witnessed, the moon, whatever you believe it is, logically link that now. Shape of the ground. Circle.
Matrix, you're breaking up.
Not again.
Yeah, it's skipping.
It sounds like you're in the garage and your computer's in somebody else's house.
I know why he keeps asking. He wants to equate the things in the sky to the ground because the things in the sky look like a circle or a sphere.
It's terrible logic.
Chandeliers.
Well, I mean, can you explain to me why is it things in the sky look like spherical?
I don't know. Why
Why would our
chandelier
Earth
not
be
look like my
flat?
floor, dumbass?
That's what happens when things are in the sky. That's what they look like after a while. How's that for an
How are you in
explanation?
the military and you're a flat earther? That just doesn't add up. How does that work?
How?
He just outed
Military
himself for being a
gridmaps are flat,
dumbass.
dummy.
Yeah,
Wait, I really hope- do you work with rockets and missiles? Do you
Yep, they
work with
require flat
rockets
Earth.
and
They
artillery?
require flat Earth. They require a flat Earth.
Hold on, dude. Do you think that to fire artillery accurately, you need to account for the curvature of the Earth or Coriolis?
No, because artillery just goes no more than 30 kilometers, which isn't enough to make this, assumption
you're gonna tell Neil deGrasse Tyson because he thinks the fuel goes far enough.
Still talking here.
Yeah, because you're contradicting your own belief system.
30 kilometers is not merely enough to make any kind of assumption.
But that's not what the physicists say.
He's just wrong.
Not what the physicists say, brother. Yeah, Ranger, you talk to him. Maybe you can talk sense into him. I doubt it.
No, I'm gonna be in a bad mood.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, why is that? Why is that?
Because you're full of shit, dude. And we all see it.
You have these guys that are 20 miles apart, and I don't know exactly what they're looking for, but I know what they should be looking for. And they should be looking for a bulge in the water that protrudes to cut their laser off, right?
Yeah, if the Earth is a globe, gravity is pulling all the water down on the Earth, so therefore water should be curving
further down. Right, and so I was proving this to this guy earlier that you can do this with surface tension in a swimming pool, a very large swimming pool, a cup, anything. And if you put too much water into the pool, it'll bubble around over the pool. It'll be higher in the middle. But as soon as you add any kind of turbulence in the water, that bubble will, in essence, if you had a beach on the side of the pool, the water would go up on the beach and then move back and forth. And then if you were to shoot a laser over that, you would get a flat surface. And then as soon as you stop the turbulence, assuming that the beach was slanted, it would go back to its original state as a bubble. And in this case, if you're expecting a bubble and the water is not still, it's not. If the water's moving, you're never going to get that bubble. I mean, I don't know how large you could scale up your test. I don't know. We don't have the money to build a 20-mile swimming pool. But
how much curvature do you think is over 20 miles?
Over 20 miles, I'd probably say it would have to be several meters, probably 10 meters.
Probably more than that.
Yeah. But nevertheless, no matter how much curvature you have in any kind of...
do you know the height of the laser in that video?
Yeah, 5 feet.
5 feet. So check this out. I'm going to go to Earth curve. I'm going to Google Earth curve calculator. They actually have these out there.
Right, I get what you're saying, but you're never going to get a water that basically, as soon as you have any kind of turbulence in the water is not going to follow gravity's laws because it's not being pulled on in the center as far as that's concerned. The water is being moved by other forces out and away from what gravity is wanting it to do. That's why we have
all right, brother. Let's do metric. 60 meters.
Yeah.
That's how much curve there is over 20 miles with
meters, yeah.
So if you got a laser 5 feet high and you shoot it over 20 miles of water, at the other end, the laser should be 60 meters above your head. 198 feet.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is no matter how high that would be, as soon as you had any kind of turbulence in the water, it will pull that down and away from where it needs to be at. I'm telling you, any kind of swimming pool that you can go to and create a scenario where there's no wind, there's no fishes in the water, you can make a curve in that swimming pool, no matter how big it is.
Yeah, but you can't make 198 feet of.
So, Deck, are you talking about like the surface tension, like the image I posted?
I'm saying any pool that you make that does not have any turbulence in the water, no matter how big it is, you can make a curve in it. It is possible to make a curve.
Look at the image that Matthew Learns put in the side chat. It bulges up, but it's still flat on top.
Yeah, the cause of the bulge is not what you think it is, right? It's not gravity.
It is gravity.
Yeah, so it's surface tension in that case, or if it's a meniscus, it can go the other way. But those effects are only a couple millimeters. Like even in a swimming pool, it would be like 2 millimeters higher.
Right.
Yeah, surface tension forms due to intermolecular forces, not gravity.
Right, I understand that, but the reason
I get your reasoning behind it, but there's not enough surface tension out there to create 198 feet of matter of fact, let me lower this down to 0. You have to do the entire 266 feet of surface tension. There's no way that it would ever bulge that much over 20 miles.
Yeah, I don't see that actually bulging either like that. There might be some incremental amount, but for all we know, it could be concave bulging, right?
I'm not saying that it will be surface tension. I'm saying in an example like surface tension, where it is bulging out.
And I get your reasoning behind it, but
any kind of turmoil that you put into that cup, it's going to break that roundedness of it.
Your reasoning is based on, as a child, you were taught the Earth is too big to see the curve. It looks flat, but it's curving, and then you never questioned it ever again. So now you're trying to reason without.
No, I'm saying it's not
evidence.
curving. I'm saying it's not curving. Not
curving?
that lake. Not that lake.
It has to curve.
If it is curving, it's so minuscule you could not see it. But if the water was not moving, there was no wind, there was no fishes, it would be curving a lot more than it is in that video.
It has to curve, brother.
It doesn't.
It does.
What I'm saying is if you take a surface tension and create a bubble similar to what a bulge would be on Earth, that should be in a pond. It should be. And you create any kind of turbulence in that surface tension, it will break and make the bubble flat.
Let me ask you this: if you have a pond and then you add more water to it, what's going to happen?
It'll create a bubble.
It'll just push outward more because water will seek the lowest part, and then it'll spread out within its container.
Right, I understand that. But you will still create a larger surface tension bubble than what's in a cup.
No, it'll just continue to get higher and spread out. It's not like there's not a vertical wall on a lake like in a swimming pool.
Yeah, right.
Just like a beach. Like the water is just going to continue to go further and further up the shoreline.
Right. But you're still gonna have a certain amount of surface tension in a lake or anything that was not moving. It's just going to be less than
it's going to be flat.
A straight wall.
It's just like as you add more water, the water is going to rise and it's going to spread out further across the shoreline.
Oh, you will have
go further up the shoreline.
Any size of amount of water, you will have surface tension. You could do it with a cooler. You could do it with a swimming pool.
If you have a vertical wall with nothing behind it,
Yeah. Well, even if you made a slanted cup, you can make a slanted cup. You would still get surface tension.
Okay, so if I
Not as
flooded the whole
much.
Earth, if
Not
I
as much.
flooded the whole Earth, then the Earth would be a ball. Then
Yes.
retarded. Water should be curving already right now, and it's not.
Right, because you have turbulence in the water.
There's no turbulence. It rained, and the fucking ground is still.
One thing is, in that cup, if you barely move the water in that cup, it'll break that bubble.
Yeah, nobody's moving the lake bed. Nobody's moving Salt Lake.
The water is moving.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is. All those fish in there, any kind of movement in there. Of course, it would need more for a lake than.
Okay, so then water's flat and Earth is flat. All the oceans are flat too.
No, the ocean is a different scenario.
No, the turbulence is breaking the water, bro. It can't bubble.
Well, the ocean is a different scenario.
No. I'm going by exactly what you said. Turbulence is breaking the water.
It has similar.
All those sharks and whales, and I mean, hell, whales communicate with each other from 400 miles away. That's impossible if the Earth is a ball too.
Well, what I would suggest is, if it would be possible, I would do this in the ocean and not in a lake, because it's a different scenario. That's what I'm trying to say. If this test could be done in the ocean, I would 100% agree with it.
In the ocean. Would you like to see an example of that? Someone show him the Black Swan, or maybe the turbines. Let's see if I can find those. There's DJ when we meet him.
I got it.
What you also have to remember, though, in the ocean is you cannot get close enough to the water to measure it correctly. That's another issue.
What are you talking about?
Like any variable in a swimming pool that the largest swimming pool on Earth, if there is curvature, you would be it would be
Here's
possible.
a PhD in optics. He's looking at a wind farm off the coast of England. Makes a 14-mile observation. Flat as can be. You want to talk about turbulence?
What better expert could you hope for?
I know, right? A PhD. Here's a guy that was looking at over a lake. It was frozen, and he measured out his markers over a lake using his odometer. All documented. Let's see. Did y'all show him the FE core laser test?
I haven't.
Because he wants ocean measurements. So I think the one you posted first is perfect. That's in the ocean, the wind farm.
Yeah, that Rampion wind farm observation just blows the globe out of the water. It's better than the Black Swan at the oil rigs, in my opinion.
Anyway, what I'm trying to say
time and have a look
what I'm trying to say
D
is,
video.
If you were to take a swimming pool and make a bulge, like a surface tension bulge in it, make a turbulence in the swimming pool, the water would wash up onto the sides of a swimming pool, make like a wave like you would have in like on a beach. Just imagine the side of the pool is like a beach. And then in the center of the swimming pool, the water would point up like a point in the center of it, and then go back and forth, just like the ocean does, just like a lake does. Any type of water, the water concentrates its forces in the center of it, not the sides of it, the center.
It's not true. That's not hydrostatic equilibrium, and pressure is perpendicular to the surface outward against the container.
Right, but we're talking about a circular, like, the problem is
a beach is
lake,
the container, bro.
Everything, the ocean. Yeah.
Right, so the container forces back in with the same pressure that it's forcing outward.
Yeah, okay, it's like this, you have if you throw water up a hill, it's not going to go down for a little bit. It's going to keep moving up the hill. And what I'm saying is like the turbulence that you have in the ocean is constantly pushing it up that hill. So gravity is never getting a chance to move it down the other way where it needs to be. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Like an assumption of what we should see in the ocean in a spherical Earth would be that the ocean is hundreds of miles up in the air, right? In the center of it. There's a massive bulge in the ocean. Maybe not hundreds of miles, but very high up in the air.
What?
The bulge of the ocean you should be able to notice it, right? Like, or in a pond or in a lake, you should be able to notice a bulge in the center of it.
I don't think, no, like there are salt flats you can go to, okay, and when they get rained upon, these salt flats, some of them are like hundreds of square kilometers. They form a perfect flat mirrored surface. Tourists go there all the time and take video and pictures.
You can't look at land. That's why people look at water.
No, it's a salt flat. It's full of water. That's the thing. It's, maybe like a centimeter high of water, perfectly smooth like a glass surface of salt. And it's flat for hundreds of square kilometers.
Yeah, but the issue with that is, you don't know how far it is away from Earth's center. That's why flat earthers don't use Earth as an example.
What do you mean we don't know how far away? Listen, Earth curves at an average rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Okay,
Yes,
and the
but land
average
does not
deviation
follow
along
that.
the semi-major and semi-minor axes is like, what is it, 1/3 of 1% of a perfect ellipsoid?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this salt flat, if someone would have gone out there with a bulldozer and dumped dirt out and made it 8 inches, then you would be like, oh, well, it's 8 inches. You can't follow land. That's why people use water.
That's what I'm talking about. Water covering a salt flat is flat. It's not curving.
Yeah, but you can cover any piece of land in water.
So gravity's claimed to provide an equipotential where at every point along the surface of a globe, gravity is pulling downward. So there's a radial, or pushing downward, radially inward to a common center of mass. So you take, if you're on a globe, you take a bubble level, you can walk around and hold it level, and you could walk around the ball and it's always going to stay level if you're on a globe. What needs to be measured is that deviation, the deviation from a tangent to the ball, and a rotation, the tangent rotation from point A to point B.
Right.
Around the ball. Now, nobody's able to measure that. We tried with lasers.
What I'm saying is there's no way for it to create a bubble if there's turbulence in the water. There's no way for it to rise like it should.
What do you mean? Why should any body of water rise in the middle?
That's what you're trying to prove, that it can't do that. That's what the video is about.
Trying to measure drop over distance.
No, not drop over distance. You're trying to see the bulge in the water that comes up from a lake.
No. What should be happening is at the destination of that laser, the laser should be 198 feet above your head. It's not about seeing the bulge. The laser shouldn't be hitting the target.
The lake is flat, though.
Yes.
That's the whole point.
Well, if you're pointing a laser over something flat, then how are you going to get change?
Where's the globe?
Water should be curving.
No,
how many flat?
That's what I'm saying.
How many flat swaths are there on the surface of a ball deck?
Brother, you're trying to see the curve in the ocean. You're not trying to see the change in height on land.
I'm still talking about. At what point did I talk about land?
Well, he was saying that it's supposed to be so many meters over your head, and that's impossible because you're shooting a laser straight over a flat piece of water.
Yeah, because Earth is not curving.
And I'm saying to you, the reason the water is not curving is because it has turbulence. If it was curving it should be on a round Earth.
No, FE Core shot a laser over a frozen lake, dude. 40 kilometers.
Yeah, it'll be flat. Perfectly. A lake will be perfectly
It
flat.
was.
Yes.
Professor Dr. John D. took his high-end optics and was able to zoom into the base of windmills 12 kilometers away from his position out in the ocean.
Yeah. Well, you could see a lot more than you can at least see a lot further than that.
We've taken measurements over the Salton Sea using mirror flashes. We've taken measurements over at Lake Tahoe. We've taken measurements at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands.
They're all going to be flat.
It's all bodies of water. We've done measurements up and down coastlines over the water. It's flat there too.
Yeah, they're all going to be flat. Other than the ocean.
So for somebody to say that the Earth is curving, where's the curvature? That's what we want to find out. Where is it? Because it's nowhere to be found.
A lake because you have turbulence.
No, we did oceans, dude. Frozen lakes, no turbulence.
Well, frozen lakes is the same thing as a lake.
Yeah, with the hard sheet
of
ice.
It's frozen. It's frozen. Right. There's no turbulence, right?
You have a flat lake. You have a flat lake and you freeze it. It's still going to be flat. Like
exactly.
When does water curve?
It's not going
How far away?
The only time you're going to get a water to curve if it does not have turbulence, other than the ocean.
Okay, so how far away on the ocean?
Very far.
How far? From a
I would have to research
5 foot observer height. How far?
But
we know what the claim is if Earth's a globe.
Well, I don't know. Right. I don't.
You know, like
you
somebody
don't take our word
per
for it.
mile or something.
I'm just saying I can't give you that. I don't know. You know.
Right, and we use water specifically because of the claim that gravity forms an equipotential around the surface of a ball. So, mean sea level should be curved around a globe and should be at an average height.
The ocean
changed the definition to that too.
So, right, so you should be able to. You should be able to, especially if it's frozen, be able to measure that deviation that is consistent with a curving surface.
The interesting thing is, I think you kind of have to look away from lasers, and I would look more into radio waves, because
we've done that too.
Cannot go through land.
Right. So we have people who are professional microwave installers who've done the same thing.
Right, but why would you not be able to send that to?
They establish what's called a Fresnel zone between point A and B over the surface of the Earth, whether it's land or water.
So if the ocean is flat,
the Fresnel zone doesn't bend.
Right. So if the ocean is flat, and
how about a 10,000 mile? How about a 10,000 mile radio communication before there were any satellites?
From land, like from
land,
from UK to Australia, dude.
Right, from like ocean height.
Yeah, from UK to Australia.
Flat.
Or maybe during World War II, when the Germans were crisscrossing beams to find hidden British targets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe when
that's what I'm saying. I don't think
maybe when the Titanic sank, the SOS signal was picked up 3,000 miles away.
Oh, that's a good one. We've also got high altitude infrared observations. Right. I mean, we've got observations of mountain ranges that should be 180,000 feet below the curvature horizon of a globe. But you can see it in infrared. Right. So the whole purpose of using infrared is to cut through the haze so you could see the curvature of the Earth pop out. Problem is, it looks even flatter. Where's the curve?
I see what's happening here with the radio waves.
What, they were bouncing it up the ionosphere?
Yeah, they didn't know about skywave propagation back then, and the time of day that they were doing it is not conducive to bouncing off the E and F layers.
So
and not only that, but the frequency that they use, or the wavelength that they used, was 5 higher than what bounces off of the ionosphere.
I don't think so, dude. Not according to current claims. They used a very, very low frequency. High frequencies are set to go through.
Not high frequency. It was like, so bouncing off the ionosphere is between this frequency and this frequency, and he was like 5 kilohertz above that.
I don't think so, dude.
I'll look into it. I'll pull it up.
Like we don't actually know exactly what frequency range he used. We have an idea. I think it was like 2 to 3 megahertz. I think might have been like.
See, this would be something very difficult to prove with radio waves, just because they travel so fast. It would cost a lot of money to do it. But basically, what you would have to assume is that you would somehow have to. It would be hard to do it as a flat Earth, or you would have. Man,
no. Anyway, what you do is you build what's called a high gain antenna. Examples are Yagi or log periodic antennas. You also have a high gain receiver.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this way you can narrow the beam and you can make it super thin, highly directional.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if the radio wave was traveling straight in a straight line on a flat Earth from, let's just say, the United States to China, there would be, if you could calculate how long it would take to make that distance. So, and then you could do the same thing for it supposedly bouncing off the ionosphere and coming back to China. You could calculate that distance somehow, right?
Why calculate that when you can send like a song, right? Like you could play a song, and then that song could be picked up from the receiver, and someone could say, "Yep, I heard that song."
Well, that's not what you're trying to figure out. You're trying to figure out whether it's on a flat Earth. You're not gonna hear it from the ionosphere and bounce down. You're gonna hear it in a straight line. It'll travel faster going straight to China. You see what I'm saying? Over the ocean. You would receive it faster than you would receive it if it was bouncing off the ionosphere and then back down, because it's a longer path. So you would have to calculate how long it would take to travel in a straight line on a flat Earth if it was traveling from the United States to China. And if it took longer than that, then that means it would be bouncing off the ionosphere and then back down and not traveling straight across. You see what I'm saying?
Well, you'd have to assume the distance from the United States to China.
And that's the issue. Is we don't have a flat Earth distance.
Well, there's a lot of issues with getting distances over water, right?
I think there is.
There's no landmark.
No.
Well, the other issue is
referencing a landmark.
The main issue is that the radio waves, from what I could see online, Google search, right? They travel at 180,000 miles per hour. So having some type of receiver that could decipher between milliseconds would be hard to find as well.
What you're describing is GPS.
No, because
they send the time.
It's traveling so fast you would almost hear it if your ears were hearing it, you would hear it at the same time. If you were playing a song and you were sending a radio wave straight to China across the ocean, and it was also receiving it from the ionosphere, right? then well, actually, hold on a second. Is there some way to make a cone of radio waves that did not go upwards? I don't know.
I was just describing to you earlier, Deck, and you kept shooting me down. You need a high gain antenna and high gain receiver from point to point.
The issue is like if you're pointing it straight across in a on a circular Earth, it's still going to hit the ionosphere. You know what I'm saying? It's still eventually going to hit it.
Yeah, let me interject here real quick. The problem is, even in your local town, your FM radio station is, you tune it into your car, there's an effect called picket fencing to where you'll essentially receive the same signal a fraction of a second later because it's, in theory, bounced off a couple things. So the problem with any of this is that you really can't control the radio wave, if you want to call it a radio wave. You really can't control that signal between the transmitter and the receiver. That's the problem with any of this. Nobody knows exactly where it goes and where it was. All they know is that you receive it. So you can send it 3 times in a row and it could go a completely different path each time.
Yeah, it's why RF engineers spend a lot of time studying and surveying areas to find the optimal path. And a lot of times they'll say, F it, I'm just going to put up a big tower 300 feet high and put a microwave emitter on top.
Yeah. And the whole issue is like if you could send it straight across the ocean on a flat Earth to China, you would receive it faster than it going up, bouncing off the ionosphere, and then coming back down in some random direction.
Maybe so, but that doesn't prove anything.
What I'm saying is if you could calculate, I don't know if it's possible, how fast it would take the difference between those two.
Yeah, what you're describing are called echoes. I mean, they happen all the time. And I think that's what Barrington was also describing.
Yeah, but echoes also are plausible in a spherical, because if you're sending it straight up and it bounces down, it bounces across, versus going straight across the ocean. On a spherical Earth, if you shoot it straight across the ocean, it'll still go up to the ionosphere eventually.
Yes, but it would have to hit a specific location in the ionosphere to bounce back down and hit a specific location on Earth. Do you agree?
Right.
It'd have to be frequency dependent and time of day dependent and meteorologically dependent.
A lot of variables, honestly. But
yeah, some of us understand this kind of thing, and
we understand the implications.
Right. The problem is we have wireless transmissions taking place before they even knew that there was such a thing that they call an ionosphere today. And that they were conducting these transmission tests during the time of day where it's not optimal for the signal to be bouncing in the manner that we would describe it having to do today with this knowledge, if you want to call it that. So how is it doing it? Right, when the sun goes away, that's typically when these layers come out and you can bounce your beam off of them. Skip the beam off of them, they say, right? But what if it's morning where it's supposed to be skipping? And the transmission still has a path to its destination. Well, then that's kind of interesting.
By the way, Deck, I put a link in the side chat for you and tagged you a list of other long distance observations that include eyesight observations, laser observations, and radio wave observations.
All right, bet. Thank you.
Now, it is listed on WebArchive. The guy that was maintaining it, he just got tired of paying for the what should I call it? The website, not the website, but the server. So he just backed it up on WebArchive.
When you said before, you traveling over distance and knowing how far you've traveled or where you've gone is hard or like impossible to do. It's not. We have all sorts of modern instruments to do that like very easily.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, thing that planes use all the time, inertial navigation system.
Yeah, how do they know how far they've traveled?
Because that's how the instrument works. It's measuring
How?
it with what is in how the inertial navigation instrument works.
Yeah, how? Yeah, why don't you tell us?
Yeah. So it's got a central gyroscope on the 3 axes of like sets of gimbals, and it's also kind of it's integrated with accelerometers and position sensors, so that it's maintaining kind of a level over the Earth. Because what
that doesn't
would
address
happen,
how far they've gone, dude. How far? How do you know how far they've gone?
that's how the accelerometers, position sensors, and the actual the gyro work in tandem. Like they're
What if
telling
the plane's
you your
not
distance.
accelerating?
Yeah, that's where the position sensors come in, and like the
Position
attitude
sensors?
sensors. Sorry.
How do position sensors tell you how fast the plane is going?
No, so you've got attitude sensors.
Yeah, we're talking about distance travel, dude. Try to focus.
Yeah, you said what if the plane's not accelerating? So why are you jumping between questions?
Yeah, no, I'm not, because you keep diverting away from the distance problem. You're trying to talk about attitude.
You said what if the plane's not accelerating? I
Right,
know
because
what
you
you're
said
asking.
the accelerometers could tell you like how far the plane is going.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you go give an example of that?
Because if the plane is in motion, right, the accelerometers are giving a reading as to the force the plane is experiencing.
What if the plane's flying at a constant rate of speed? Is it accelerating?
Yeah, or what about headwinds and tailwinds?
They're all part of the adjustment.
The adjustment, yeah. Can you be any more, bland with your descriptions?
Well, okay, tell me, what are you asking?
For like the 10th time, I'm asking you how the plane knows how far it's traveled. You said we have all these systems to determine the distance that these planes travel over water. And I'm like, great. Why don't you give us a method? And, and what I'm hearing is anything but.
Like in a car, we have rotational speed of the wheel, right?
Yeah.
How do you measure speed in a plane?
Yeah, you're using inertial instruments.
Okay, so you're moving at a constant rate of speed, and it's as if you're not moving at all. Now what?
Yeah, and the accelerometer is reading that the plane is moving at a consistent velocity. Like, so what?
So 0.
No, because the accelerometer read that the plane was experiencing a force. Therefore, it's taking it from the last reference point that it's moving at a constant speed. Because to go back to 0, it would have to decelerate.
That's not an accelerometer.
Unfortunately, headwinds and tailwinds will fuck with you right here.
No, they don't, because it's all inertia. It's all inertia. It is all going to affect the readings from the accelerometer.
If you're supposedly flying at 500 miles an hour and you get a headwind of 200 miles an hour, how fast are
Yeah, you just take an X, Y, and Z direction and say, right, this is in what resultant direction I am heading as a result of this tailwind, as a result of my inclination or declination. Am I dropping altitude? Am I increasing in altitude? How fast am I going?
What I asked.
Well, then you're asking random gibberish.
Well, you don't know you don't even know what I asked. It's just a simple math problem, bro.
And I just told you have got 3 axes of movement, haven't you?
Okay, so you're not going up in altitude, you're not going down in altitude, and you're not turning. You're moving in a linear path, and you're supposed to be going 500 miles an hour because you're at full throttle, but you have a 200 mile an hour headwind. How fast are you going?
You can work it out. I'm not solving a math problem here for you. Like, yeah, you just use some trigonometry to determine a resultant speed. Like this isn't
200.
Sorry. Well, so we just say 300 then, whatever.
There you go.
Right? Is this productive? Like, what's your point?
Is it what?
What is your point?
If you don't have any land markers and you're out over the water and you can't tell how fast you're going, how do you know how fast you're going?
It's measuring it. That's how it works. Are you questioning the fact of whether it's measuring it?
You claim that there are all kinds of ways that airplanes can measure their distance between point A and B, and you brought up accelerometers. That's where we are right now, right? And then I'm like, well, what if you're flying in a steady 100 mile an hour headwind? Your accelerometer reads 0, which is exactly the same as if you're flying in calm air. So how do you determine how much distance you've actually gained during that time that the accelerometer is reading 0?
No,
and you're in a 100 mile an hour headwind.
Okay. If it really feels like
okay, yeah.
What?
Okay.
It really feels like an. Oh, what the hell? We're just 5 years old. Are you gonna let me just respond?
Is this the day that you come in and you pretend like you have no past history with any of us?
So you're saying that you're specifically going to be ignorant because you've been hurt in past sessions?
I'm going to be ignorant, but you don't deserve any respect. Not only that, but you're speaking gibberish.
You're still seething.
You're speaking gibberish.
Yeah, right.
You haven't said anything.
That planes do every single day all over the earth.
You don't understand how they're doing it, right? So, because an accelerometer is going to read 0.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Steady flight.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, Yoder. I want you to continue with what you were saying, but I came on to see did Deck have anything more to ask or say? But of course, Deck has left because Cosmic Nun, whatever he is today, has interrupted and derailed the conversation with the new person. Good job. Gold medal for slitheriness. Go ahead, Yoder.
No, Deck left a while back, and Danny Lion, we'll review it with you here in a little bit.
Yeah, you don't have to review it. He was here when Dude started blabbering. I came on and checked, and he left because he was bored, obviously. Because yeah, go ahead, Yoder.
Yeah, final part here. This is not refutable. So these accelerometers have a blind spot. As they read 0 in steady flight, they have no way of knowing if they're moving 500 knots in calm air or 500 knots against a 100 knot headwind. The forces are going to be balanced in both cases, and you're not going to be able to determine how far the plane is actually flown. Okay.
Okay.
So
right. I think we need to simplify it. So it's like, right. I have an accelerometer. Say in my car. I think most cars have.
No, you can't use your car. Your car uses wheel rotation.
No. Cars use a bunch of different instruments. I mean,
use an analogy with going from point A to B over water, like you were initially supposed to defend.
I wrote my thesis on one of the types of sensors a car has that has nothing to do with wheel rotation. Well, it has something to do with wheel rotation.
This is all about getting a distance between like two cities across the ocean, which you said, airplanes have all these ways to consistently measure this. And then you brought up accelerometers, and then I shot you down. So that's where we are in this part of the conversation. If you want to move on to cars or something else, take the L, and we can move on to cars.
Because I feel like we need to simplify it. So it's like just
I made it super simple. I think the audience understands. If you don't, I can cut you loose now.
Okay. If I'm walking, right, and I have an accelerometer attached to my body, right, the accelerometer from rest reads 0, right? I start walking. Okay, the accelerometer starts to read something. It reads an acceleration, like a few meters per second acceleration or something like that. It then goes back down to 0 again, right? It reads 0.
Sure. Then we measure stride. But
from the accelerometer's point of view, what is the logical conclusion of what I am doing while it's still reading 0? Oh, it's an open question. What would the conclusion be inferred as a result of the accelerometer still reading?
I'm sorry,
0?
I failed to see the relevance.
Because we're building up to a plane. Because I need to simplify this.
No, you don't need to simplify it for me, dude. I know more about this topic than you do.
You're not understanding this, so I need to simplify.
I am understanding this, okay? I know how air data inertial reference units work in airplanes.
Right. So this should be easy to understand because I can bring it back to a plane. It's like you get very confused.
It's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant.
Okay, take a plane, right? Since you got upset when I talked about walking or using cars, right? You're in a plane. You take off, right? And let's just keep it fairly simple, right? And say that there is one accelerometer reading your acceleration parallel to the axis of the fuselage. So just call it your x direction. Right? If the initially at rest state, we know it's 0. It takes off, suddenly it starts reading acceleration going. Right? It then, when the plane reaches a constant speed, it returns to 0. Obviously, it's going at a constant speed, no acceleration. Right? What would the logical conclusion from point of view of the accelerometer be that the plane is doing? So you guys just don't know.
Brother, you think that we just sit in here all day and that we don't have jobs?
You don't seem to know.
Huh? I wasn't even listening to you because I'm still trying to figure out what other instrument are you using the accelerometer.
What the answer to the question is. You're still trying to figure out what the answer to the question is. And that's why I'm saying I simplified it.
Go ahead. What's your question?
The question was, as I said, right? What would the logical conclusion be to draw from the data from the accelerometer as to what the plane is doing?
If it reads 0 and you're in mid-flight, you're not moving at all.
No. The accelerometer doesn't know you're in mid-flight. But what is the conclusion from the pilot reading the data?
You're not moving. That you're not moving.
No. Okay. No, sorry. I don't want to be condescending on that. It's the conclusion is that you're going at a constant speed because the accelerometer hasn't read any deceleration.
You don't need it to read deceleration.
How would it think that, or how would you think, looking at that data, planes come to a stop? You're not reading any deceleration.
You're a fucking moron.
That's your counter.
Show me a linear accelerometer. Post one in the chat right now. A linear accelerometer right now. Post in the chat.
What?
A linear accelerometer. Post one in the chat.
What do you mean? You
you don't even know your own argument. You don't even understand your own argument.
An accelerometer in one axis.
Yeah. So how do you know whether you're accelerating or slowing down? That's linear, right? You're going in a direction.
We agreed.
There's curvilinear, so you got a ring laser gyro, which measures the rotational acceleration. I want you to show me the linear accelerometer.
Why? What is it?
Because that's your argument. Because that's your argument. That the plane, the data, right, is that it's measuring that if it's going at a constant speed, it would not measure any output. Because there's no acceleration.
I don't even know. How long have you been
Hold on, sheepdog. Wait, sheepdog. I want to know what device they're measuring linear acceleration with in the first place. So you made up everything you fucking said. Everything.
No, I didn't.
Then show the device that they're measuring a linear acceleration with.
No, that's not necessary for the argument.
It is, because that's what you said. You said there's a device that's measuring an acceleration.
Okay.
And if it's going at a constant speed, it's not measuring an acceleration. What device is that?
Yeah, I don't.
What device is that?
The exact device is called. I don't care.
Because that device doesn't exist, dude.
I mean, this is
no
the thing
such
where you
thing
say
as a linear accelerometer. They don't exist.
Okay.
So you've been bluffing and bullshitting and saying, I'm not going to be condescending. You're talking out your asshole the whole time.
No, this is the thing I find.
No, I don't care what you find. I don't care about your social commentary. Produce the device that measures, that says the data. You said data. What device is sending out data that matches what you're saying?
What's worse than that, Indio? His whole argument is saying...
Shut the fuck up, Cosmic. Don't ever talk in here again.
He literally used the argument that accelerometers measure distance travel over water. That's where it started. It was worse than that.
There's something called an inertial navigation system, but that's not simply an accelerometer. In fact, it's not an accelerometer at all in the sense of measuring acceleration.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, Indio. I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
Yeah. I know. I just didn't want to let this dude off the hook. I'm already irritated because I just happened to click on, because I got the live stream in the background. I click on mute, and I hear freaking Dandelion spurging about this clown running interference.
I'm glad you liked spurging. It wasn't for nothing then. Got you in here.
And then I okay, maybe he actually has a point, and then it's just made up bullshit.
Well, he came in here, right, with this little sad puppy dog voice, I'm trying to be good, guys. And then it's like, no, don't act like you don't have a fucking...
Then he's like, you guys can't answer my question. Of course we can't answer your question. Your made-up fucking device that belongs on Santa Slay. So, in an airplane, they measure acceleration with something called a pitot tube. Okay? That's what they measure the speed with. Yeah, okay, just post... Yeah, Cosmic, just post the device in the chat. And then we can talk about the data that you says exists. My question is, I just want to see how you guys can explain. What would the pilot think about the data? What fucking data? With what device? Talking out your ass. So just
And then he tried to say that, well, since you don't understand accelerometers in airplanes, we'll talk about the accelerometer in a car. It's like, that's measuring you're measuring wheel rotation, dude.
This is the problem, Sheepdog, is this person interacts with reality through a phone. So the little phone is like the window to his freaking made up reality. It's a phone, man. It's got an accelerometer. If I drop my phone, man, it'll tell me its orientation. That must be what the plane's doing. Yoder tried to explain it to him. I heard him, but he's too dumb.
We've got Giga. Oh yeah, we've talked to Giga before. Welcome back, Giga. If you're the same Giga, I don't know. There could be more than one.
I think I'm the same Giga. I've been in here before.
Yeah. What did we talk about last time?
I think we talked about lasers and like a lake or something to prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about with Deck earlier. Also, yeah, it's a good thing to talk about. Yep, those lasers demonstrate there's no curvature. That's what they demonstrate. They, you could say they disprove the globe.
I thought the other day, though, I just kind of wanted to mention this. Is it possible that gravity bends the light as well, though?
Well, first you'd have to prove that your gravity is capable of having any effect on anything anywhere in some kind of objective scientific way. Are you able to do that?
Well, yeah, gravity absolutely affects light. That's why black holes are black, you know?
Oh, so you've got some proof of black holes for us. Yeah, post the verifiable, testable, repeatable scientific evidence with the experiment, with the testable hypothesis, the independent and dependent variable that can be manipulated. So how are you manipulating the independent variable in the case of black holes and light, as you claim?
How am I manipulating an independent variable?
Yeah, that's the question. Yep. What's the independent variable in your black hole proposition?
Is Earth a black hole now?
Light would be the variable.
Well, let me tell you, Giga, even if the general theory of relativity was true and gravity bent light, the mass of Earth would only bend light 1/16 millionth of 1 degree. So now that ain't going to do it. You're going to need more bendy.
I forgot flat Earth. A lot of flat earthers don't believe in gravity as well.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't do what you need it to do.
It is odd though, Indio, that like the evidence for a globe is that everything looks flat.
Dandelion was on track with the black hole because we'd have to be living on black hole Earth.
It would kind of mean too if light was bent by gravity that the stars in the sky aren't even where we're looking, you know?
They already say that anyway.
Since people have shot lasers across the Earth horizontally and got the same elevation at both ends of the laser light, that means that the light is curving at the exact rate that the Earth is curving. Are you saying that the Earth appears to be flat because the light is being bent into a flat view?
No, so the issue is with a laser beam, you're able to view a laser beam much further away than supposedly if the Earth is flat, right? Or sorry, if the Earth is curved, right, backwards. Perhaps all I'm theorizing is that gravity bends the light coming from the laser, allowing it to go further.
That would mean you'd be able to see the laser at its location of start.
You wouldn't be able to see the starting point from the laser, but you'd be able to see the light bend around the Earth.
Okay,
Maybe that's
so
what people
you're
are seeing.
viewing the laser light. The laser light looks straight, right? Now, the Earth is curving, right? Now, the laser light that looks flat is going across the curved Earth, and it's curving at the exact same rate as the Earth. So now you're viewing a straight light as, or you're viewing a curved light as straight. So are you viewing the curved Earth and it looks flat because of it? Because regular light is not as intense as laser light, and the laser light looks straight as it curves at the exact same rate as the Earth does. Because the elevation on both sides of the beam across the large body of water or a large area of land, it's at the same altitude. Because if the laser light was straight and it was not being bent by Earth curve, but the Earth was curving, then the altitude of the laser light at the opposite end of the laser should be at a higher altitude because the ground is curving away from it, right? But you're saying that it's the exact same curve rate as the Earth. So then you're viewing a flat world. Gravity is causing the world to look flat.
Yeah, that kind of is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Kind of.
So
Yeah.
you have to believe the opposite of your senses. And you have to bend over backwards to make your senses make sense.
I don't think it's really bending over backwards. It's just understanding that, light is made of photons and those can be affected by gravity.
Well, what you just agreed to is that the world looks flat, but it's not actually flat. To the extent that laser light is now bending at the same curvature rate as the surface of the Earth because of gravity. You're accepting that you will never see, ever, the curve of the Earth. But it's there.
Yeah, I'd really like to do some of these laser tests myself.
Do it. Scrutinize it as to your heart's content. Do you know the rate of curvature or the distance to the horizon? Or how to calculate the distance to the horizon with the radius value that they've given you?
No, I remember it's like so many inches per mile or something. I don't remember exactly. Like what?
The distance to the horizon with a radius value of 3,959 miles is 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. So if you're 1 foot above the water and you look out in front of you with the radius value they've given you, the horizon where things disappear should be at 1.2 miles. If you're at 6 feet, should be about 3 miles. If you're at 30,000 feet, because you want to be in a plane, that's about 218 miles. If you're at 44,000 feet, that's 250 something miles.
Or you kind of got to do the laser tests at sea level for them to be valid,
Yeah, because the sea level is the basis for all horizontal, altitude reference, right? Sea level being 0 on that baseline, and any altitude above that being,
Have you ever been on the ocean in the ship?
Yes, I've been on a boat.
It sure looks flat out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, and at certain times of the day, if the sky and the ocean match the same color, you don't even see a horizon line.
Well, hey, Giga, I'm going to tag you in a video that I'm putting in the chat for you to watch.
Sure.
This is a flat Earth explanation of what refraction is, why they're using refraction. It's a good little explanation. It's like 4 minutes.
Okay, yeah. This is kind of what we were trying to talk about. I've never done any of these tests myself, so I'm not really speaking from experience.
No, that's fair. It's odd that, you're not speaking from experience on the test and you're not speaking experience on the globe. But you choose to defend the globe, which tells you the opposite of what your senses are telling you.
Like
anyway.
most people, I've never been to outer space, and I've never just seen the Earth, so I can't really.
Well, let me ask you this: what's the
only way
idea?
you can
What
figure-
makes you?
This is important. Is that the only way you can figure it out? Is to go to outer space? It's the only option available.
I think that's the only way you could actually know.
So you're not. So nobody's ever going to know except for the 27 Apollo dudes. Everybody else just has to
people
believe
in
them.
the space station and people that's been to
Well, they
space.
can't see. Well, hold on. They only see 3% of the Earth, so we can't rely on them.
Well, they could see that, many of the continents are on the back of the Earth,
They only see 3% of the Earth from the elevation of the space station. 3%. That's if they could see the entire circle of the horizon, which they can't. They can only see a little slice of it, right? So we can't rely on them. They don't see the Earth as a globe. So the 27 Apollo astronauts, that's it. We're putting all our chips on and what they fucking say. That's not the good bet. I wouldn't take that bet, bro.
I would like
That's
to see
not
it
the only way
myself.
we can do it, though. We don't have to go why I don't understand why people get this idea where you have to go far away from the thing you want to know about to figure out what it is. If you wanted to know if like your table, you had a table and you want to know if it was square, would you frickin' walk a mile away and look at it? Or
I would
would
if
you
I was-
just measure wouldn't you just measure the table?
I mean, if I was an ant, I'd probably walk away from it and look at it.
If you were an ant, but you can measure it. So you're an ant with a tape measure.
Right.
Or a laser.
I
That's
don't
the
have a
thing
tape
about the
measure that
laser
can
test
measure the
because
whole
they're
world, though.
measurements of the surface of the Earth. Because we can just measure the laser height. And the Earth should be curving away from the laser. Right? If the Earth's a ball, it curves away from the laser. And that the laser and the Earth should get further and further apart with distance.
I gotta add this real quick, Indio.
Yeah, go ahead, Sheik.
Giga. The idea that you could become an astronaut and go do the things that they say astronauts go do, right? First of all, you'd have to be selected for a pilot program in like the Air Force or the Navy. And then from there, you'd have to be selected to go into astronaut. And then from there, you'd have to be selected to go on a mission. So there's a lot of selection processes that go on. Most people don't even make it to the astronaut training part.
Yeah, because you'd have to be really dumb. You have to be really dumb to be an astronaut, right? That's what I've observed. Look at Don Pettit. Most people aren't dumb enough to be astronauts. I totally agree. They wouldn't pass the first initial intelligence tests because they would score too high.
Hey, dude, you know what you should do? And this happened recently. This happened on December 1st. There's a guy named Danny Jones, and he has a YouTube channel. And there was a debate between an Apollo astronaut and Bart Sabrell, who made a documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild, where he would ask the astronauts to swear on the Bible that they went to the moon. And instead of doing that, they either ran or took a swing at him. Most of them ran. Only one person took a swing at him. So anyway, the point is that Bart Sabrell and a guy that says, I went to the moon. You should go watch that. And go tell me if you think that guy actually went to the moon. Based upon his responses. Because he brings up something that they said that like you couldn't go to the moon with one rocket. So they said it at the time. They've said it even now. They're still saying it. They're saying that in order to go to the moon, you need like 15 rockets. Because you need a rocket you need to put your rocket in orbit, and then you need cargo ships basically to bring fuel up for that rocket to go from the Earth to the moon. And this is what they've been saying when they actually do the math. This is what the math says that they have to do. So they bring this up to this astronaut, the guy that says, I went to the moon, and he just goes, well, they never told us that. Hey, what about the Van Allen radiation belts? Well, they never told us about them, so I guess they, You still like things don't kill you if you don't know about them now? That's convenient. But I mean, the point is that, before you rely on these people as like, credible witnesses or anything like that, I don't know why you would do that anyway, because like Sheepdog pointed out, they're all in the military, especially back then. You might want to, if you watch that, I guarantee you're going to be like, what the hell? There's no way that people went to the moon. And if there's nobody went to the moon, you got to think nobody has seen the Earth in its entirety. With their two eyeballs, right? So how do you even judge any image of somebody showing you the Earth, right? Because you've never seen the Earth in its entirety. You can't even judge the image. And that's where we're at, right? So why should we rely on that garbage evidence, right? Of trusting this guy, trusting this image, trusting when we can just measure.
Are you saying that satellites don't exist?
They exist in what sense?
That we've put satellites into orbit.
You're not one of them, dude. You're not a spaceman. You're not a spaceman. There's no we. There's no we, dude. You're not a spaceman. You didn't do anything.
I don't need to be a spaceman to know that we have satellites.
There's no we, dude. There's no we.
I've literally seen it with my own two eyes.
Yeah, but you didn't do anything. We don't have satellites.
You see satellites.
Okay, how do you know how do you know they were orbiting the Earth? Okay. How do you know they were orbiting the Earth?
I don't understand the logic.
I'm going to ask you a question. How do you know the little light you saw in the sky is orbiting the Earth?
What else would it be doing?
That's not asking me a question. Doesn't tell me how you know.
How many objects are orbiting the Earth now? There's like countless thousands.
Yeah. So check this out, bro. So check this out. Astronomers recently released a study. They went over now this is in the Astronomical Weekly Pacific. It's an astronomy journal. They looked at old photographic plates from before satellites. And you know what they found? Satellites. How did they find satellites before satellites in 1947, before Sputnik?
There's ancient technology antediluvian technology up there too. The work of fallen angels. Yeah.
Oh my lanta.
That's also really interesting. That's also a really interesting thing about is that there is
antediluvian satellites.
You want to come up with
the trebuchet method of orbiting freaking. Sure they didn't orbit.
Have you heard of the Dark Knight satellite?
Have you heard of?
That's an instance of one of those.
Have you heard of the Anunnaki? They genetically altered human beings to dig gold so they could bring it back to freaking Beta Reticuli.
Yeah, that's a lie from Satan. But yeah, go ahead with that.
That's a lie from Satan, dude.
It is.
The globe is a lie from Satan, bro.
They're fallen angels, and they've been deceiving mankind for a very long time.
The globe is a lie from Satan.
What's an angel? It's a way to sidetrack you from believing in
okay, so why?
Oh, he's one of those. Okay, yeah. Flat Earth is a sidetrack. Yeah, rethink your whole life, please, sir.
Why did God create a reality from which you can't perceive that? Oh, shut up. Why did God create a reality that is completely deceptive, right? The Earth looks flat, but it's not really flat. And it seems stationary, but it's not really stationary. And then he wrote it, and then he had the prophets write it down in the book called the Bible. And they also said the Earth was flat, like clay pressed into a steel. Why are you talking over me the entire time I'm talking?
There's a new interferer. There's a turbo dick coming in. Yeah, so we're back to Giga, and Indio's asking a question. You probably couldn't hear it because a guy was rudely interrupting and derailing. So maybe you want to just give him. I don't know. Did you hear it, Giga? The question.
I just went and got a Coke Zero. I just got back.
Can you repeat it, Indio?
I don't even remember what it was, quite honestly.
Yeah, it's the same question you've asked it many times about, like, why would God be a trickster type thing?
Oh yeah, I was kind of talking to Turbo though. So yeah, why would God create a reality which was tricking us and just not real? That's not what it really is.
Oh, was Turbo the guy who claimed that flat Earth was a trick?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got confused. My bad. I don't know who muted Turbo, but you can unmute him if you want. I didn't know that you were asking him that.
He doesn't need me. He just talked over me. He just talked through me anyway. So
okay.
I thought Turbo was saying that the globe model is a trick.
He said
Satan.
He said we made satellites, and then he started talking about the Black Knight, because the thing that he thinks is satellites that he saw in the sky. Like I don't know if you heard this. They really about like a month ago, an astronomical journal said they went over photographic plates before there were satellites, and they saw satellites, which don't make sense, right? If they're man-made artificial satellites put in the orbiting
I've never believed in the round Earth more than when I saw a satellite train being deployed. Like
What do you mean by
Right over where I
man-made
live.
/ artificial?
So you think that those? So you think that you saw a bunch of Starlink satellites? So you saw a refrigerator from 250 miles away?
Damn.
You got good eyes, bro.
I sure did. They were bright in
Why?
the sky.
Because they say if you saw 5 lights in the sky, that's a satellite train? Because that's what they said on TV? Like, serious?
Well, there weren't
Hey,
stars.
there's a lot of things that, like, a lot of things with these satellite things is that upon further inspection, what they say is possible actually isn't possible. It can't possibly be what they say it is. It can't be a freaking refrigerator 250 miles away that you can see. It's pretty far. Like, I don't know. Think about something that's 250 miles away from you by land and how long it takes to drive that far. And now imagine there's a refrigerator in that place. And do you think you can see it?
Well,
Like,
all I
that'd
could
be
see
like a
was the
refrigerators in
bright
like
light.
Philadelphia. That'd be like seeing a refrigerator in Philadelphia from Boston.
It was just a bright light.
Yeah, it was just a bright light. And that's all they are. Like, that's all people see. They see a bright light, it transits the city. You have no idea how high they are, how fast they are, if they're orbiting or not orbiting. That's why when people say we, it tweaks me because they don't have nothing to do with any of that shit. They saw a light and adopt a story and adopted a belief in a story. And now somehow it's their story too. This is like it's like your football team winning the Super Bowl. You're like, we won the Super Bowl. No, you had nothing to do with it. You're just a freaking person looking at the TV that's somehow identified with some sports team. And that's what it is. They're just identify. Oh, I'm part of the spaceman. No, they're not spacemen. You're not a spaceman. There's no we in any of this shit. And actually, Crip pointed that out that they like if people are like projecting themselves as spacemen, like their they got it's part of their identity. Like, this is the space age. We're all gonna go to Mars. No one's going to fucking Mars. And I just told you, really, dude, I really highly recommend go watch that Danny Jones video. Okay. So they have. Okay, so there's a guy from a YouTube channel called Smarter Every Day. His dad works for NASA. This guy grew up with being around NASA people his entire life. Okay. He did the calculation on going to the moon. 15 rockets, dude. Werner Braun said 3 rockets, all bigger than the Empire State Building. Elon Musk has said something like 15 starships to go to the moon. Oh, he deafened. Fantastic. Just talking to myself.
We heard you.
I had to mute that. Another guy tried to come in and run interference. I was sneaking suspicion these are collaborators with Giga. That he's actually not alone.
Yeah, I don't know. We've talked to him before. I can't really remember how it went. I just remember his name. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the screen. I got confused when he started doing the religious argument. I thought that was the same guy. Usually I'm decent at distinguishing voices, but maybe I'm losing my touch. Could happen.
Yeah. It's like, I think it's the universal whininess of Gen Z.
I think so. I seriously just thought that was the same person the whole time. Yeah, there's actually been studies about that. I don't know if you've seen that people's voices in general are becoming more robotic because they're so used to one, listening to a bunch of robots talk to them, and two, training their voice, like if you're using voice to text, or I guess people talk to their robots in their house. I don't talk to my robot, but I don't have a robot in the house to talk to, but I know people do. But my point is, they've learned, you have to talk in a certain way for the robot to understand. So then they just are generally becoming more robotic. There was article and study about that. I gotta. I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, it's been a couple years since I read that. I'll have to look for it.
Actually,
So
I first noticed people using that voice to text like 5 years ago. I'm like, people actually use that crap? Like a lot of people use it. It's actually shocking. Like some people only use that exclusively. All they do is talk to their phone. Like,
oh yeah, I use it sometimes. Like I don't mind using like yeah.
There's some people that's all the only way they interact with their phone is like talking to it.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, we had Teddy Ruxpin, man. We didn't have that. You could talk to your Teddy Ruxpin. He pretended to talk to you. I guess the phone pretends to talk to you.
Yeah, people's imaginary friends. Yeah, talk back now. Yeah, it's a new world.
And it's always listening, right? So you're going to stub your toe. My toe. And they're like, rub some alcohol on it. Use a Band-Aid made by Band-Aid brand. $3.99 down at the local Walmart. You'd be get an advertisement for your wound. I think I just gave him an idea. Shit.
Add it to your list of ideas.
Yeah, they're going to work it into like people ask ChatGPT for this information, and then they're just going to work in advertisements. Did you see that OpenAI, which makes ChatGPT, is now partnered with Disney?
I did not know that.
You're going to be able to make Disney like AI generated content using the actual Disney characters, and it won't be like copyright infringement. Now Disney owns shitloads of like intellectual property. They own the entire Star Wars franchise. They own all their like Disney cartoon animated characters, but they own a lot of other stuff too, like the intellectual property rights. So get ready for some Disney freaking pornography because people are obviously going to twist it, and it's going to be unstoppable.
Which Ray Bradbury story was it where it opens on him like wandering? The main character is like wandering through the streets, but like he's the only one outside because everyone else is just like glued to their screens inside. I can't remember. When it came out, it was like unusual, right? That was like a futuristic view, right?
Yeah.
Which one is that? Is that Fahrenheit 451? I don't think it is. I think it's a different one.
No,
Yeah.
It's not Fahrenheit 451. That's the book burner guy. We're the firemen. Great. Fire.
Yeah.
Cheating into books. I can't remember the one you're talking about.
Yeah, I haven't read it since then. Giga is back. Were you asking Giga a question? Hi, Giga.
Give me a chance to see if he's alive in there.
Yeah. Is that an eagle on his?
I never understand the position of
is it a phoenix?
I'll actually never know what the Earth is because the only way you can tell is to go to space.
And those guys are so like shady and like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they should be forced to like actually watch those guys talk. Like you said, like the guy who's in the interview, he sounded like a clueless person who had no idea what was going on. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, this is your hero that's telling you what your world is like. The one in the interview we were talking about. We should post that link for him. Did you post the link? Yeah.
No, but I'm going to do it now.
Yeah, because everybody who's relying on the so-called astronauts to give them their worldview should totally be forced to like listen to some of these guys actually speak and say, oh, does he sound like a real sharp, trustworthy dude there? Yeah. So you're going to just put your life in his hands. Yeah. Let me know how that works out for you. Old dude says it's called The Pedestrian. I never would have remembered that's what it's called. I think it was like maybe it was in like a short story anthology or something. The Pedestrian, Ray Bradbury.
Yeah, it was a short story, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, The Pedestrian. Thank you, old dude. It's a 1951 Ray Bradbury short story about Leonard Mead, a man who enjoys solitary evening walks in a dystopian future where everyone else stays indoors. Mesmerized by television, making his behavior seem deviant and suspicious to the automated police. Totally. Yeah, this is our life now. Thank you, old dude.
So, Gig, I posted a link to that interview. Yeah, this should be eye-opening to anybody. Just think about your own experience, and like you've gone somewhere, like say a movie. Like, hey, dude, tell us what was it like going to the movie theater? And then you would tell the story, like from your first-person point of view, about what you experienced. These guys never do that. Even if they talk about the experience, they'll say things like, they'll describe the experience as like, they'll say things like, Chris Happier used to do this all the time. Earth from that vantage point, you see, or they don't even say you. They say the expanse is wide and broad, and it will leave quite the impression. They don't even say like none of it is like in the first person. They talk about it as if they're reading like from like a generalized universal experience, not from a personal experience, which is very strange. Because if you actually did that in real life, you'd be freaking blown away.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, because that is, their role as they either see it or have come to just embrace it so wholeheartedly, they don't even realize it is their role, is to, define the worldview of a generation. And that guy, that's what he seemed like in that interview. He was so clueless. Like he was not ever used to having any kind of, real-time pushback at all. You know what I mean? Like he'd never personally talked to anyone who like didn't believe his story. It was very odd. Like,
well, he talked to Bart. Even Bart was like, "I called you 10 years ago." Like, so he's talked to this guy before. They're not strangers.
That is weird. I didn't know that. That I guess I missed that part. That's really interesting that he's even talked to him before, but he acted like, you're not just accepting this fairy tale as true. Like, what? I can't even believe it. He seemed like that was just out of his realm of experience. You're just supposed to believe the story because I thought everybody was under a spell here, guys. What happened?
Wasn't he in his house whenever he told him to get out?
I don't know if it was that one. Maybe. I don't know if it was that guy. I don't think it was this guy. So that guy, I think that dude was. This guy went on one of the last. It supposedly went on like the last one or the second to last one. 18 or I don't freaking know. But it's very. I mean, all you got to do is watch it. You can know instantly this guy is just like he's acting. He's just like playing a role. It's easy to tell. And like they didn't give him like an extensive script. And this is what I was talking to talking to Dandelion and a couple others about this. It's like, so it was a psyop on the American public and the world. Who maintains the psyop? Like, what happens when all these people die off? Who keeps it going? Did they like pass the torch to some other people? Keep this moon hoax going, guys. I know you weren't even alive when we started it, but it's your duty to keep the moon hoax going.
Well, I think that's why they have the. We'll go back next year. We'll go back 5 years. We'll move it to 10.
Yeah, I think the moon landing was propaganda designed to scare the Soviets. Like, oh, if we can land a rocket on the moon, we can definitely land a nuclear weapon on you, But,
I think the Soviets and the United States are just both bullshit, quite honestly. And that they just want to control their domestic populations. And they have a lot of, like, every nation has that one thing in common. They do not want the rabble to grab their torches and pitchforks and take over. So you keep them distracted with bullshit. Bread and circus. we're great. We have a space program. We're just, I mean, there's other things to this. I mean, I wish Yoder didn't leave because there's unclassified documents that says NASA, like when it was created, that the purpose was to create the impression that we were so technologically superior that no one would go against us. It was completely made as a psyop. That's where it started, as a psychological operation. In their founding documents. Yoder has them all. He's not in here right now, but I'm sure they're in our DMs. But I mean, that alone, that the documents have said that we're not actually doing anything. We're just making people think something. That's it. I'm joining.
Breaking in. I gave Tactical Droid this stack of documents, Indio. He can post like all the PDFs. Those aren't all the PDFs actually, but most of the PDFs I posted for him, so he can re-host them here. I gotta go though. I can listen.
All right.
Yeah, I've got one that's still wanting to load. 5918 is taking longer to load than the rest. We got a few people that appear new to this chat. If you guys have any questions about this place, feel free to ask.
Yeah, welcome aboard. And yeah, and Jenna, that's why I like that, you raising the question of asking the first name of Dunning or Kruger. The thing I like about that is you're doing a filter of that area of jargon. That was the word I was looking for earlier. I couldn't think of. And I really think that your instinct is 100% correct on that. That you can kind of see if they're just repeating a jargon they've heard with not standing in context or the actual meaning.
That's exactly what I'm doing when I use that, when I ask that question. And I'm glad there's a name to it. That's awesome. But yeah, that is the genuine point of like, do you even know what you're talking about? Do you even know what you're accusing me of right now? So that's where that comes. That's the point I'm coming from on it personally.
And the funny thing is, August 28th was the first time that Dunning and Kruger was applied to me in my whole life. That was the first time. That's why I copied the comment or the post, and then I gave a comment, and I said to the individual, whilst I agree with what's been posted, the content of it, be very sure that I do not fit in those categories. It's got nothing to do with me. Remember, you're the one that doesn't know how to know your model, and you can't prove it. It's cheeky, I've heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect, but it's never been applied to me, and it was the first time in my whole life. It was on August 28th this year.
Well, the first time I heard it, of course, I went straight to researching it. I'm like, wait a minute, what is that? Because I didn't know. And so that's what I do. If I hear something new, I'm going to go research it. I'm going to go figure it out. I'm going to, figure out who the people are, what their names are, what, that they were psychologists and whatnot. But when I had looked up that definition or how it's applied, I started scratching my head going, well, that doesn't apply to me. Exactly. That person basically just made a projection of themselves. I'm rather confused. And so, it led me to asking them if they even knew the first names of Dunning and Kruger, as in, do you even know what you're talking about? Because I just researched this, right? And I figured it out it doesn't apply to me. So do you know what you're talking about? So that's the place I'm coming from.
Yeah, and it was right. I was shocked to see it there, but it was in my gallery, and and I keep because it was there, I thought I'll keep it. I won't knock it out because this is psychology here, and it is apparent that most people who don't know the model fit to this perfectly because they think they know what they're talking about, but they actually do not. So I kept it, and I just went to check it just now. It's still there. I've still got it. Yep. I didn't delete it, and he didn't remove it, so that's cool. Yeah, he seemed to think that I didn't know what I was talking about, but then I asked him, who is it that doesn't know his or her model? You don't know your model, man. You know nothing of your model. How can you say I don't know what I'm talking about? It's rude, in fact, but I kept it polite with him.
I find that to be very common, is that we end up knowing their position better than they know their position.
Yeah.
I inevitably know the heliocentric position better than somebody who believes in heliocentrism.
That's right, you see. That's it. He had a strong belief, and I debunked everything he said politely, not shouting or anything, just pointing out the facts, because it's Gene's Flat Earth Gallery of Facts. So he pointed out the facts and the anomalies in the model itself, which doesn't exist. I kept telling him. And he couldn't really, obviously he could not prove his model. He couldn't prove it exists in reality. So I think it was the first time in his life that he realized that he'd been trumped completely. And then, I'd left now, and I came back the next day to find this Donnie Kruger in my bloody gallery. I thought, what's this? So I read it all, and I thought, that's not me, that's you. Yeah. And I actually do know my own ability, and I know my limitations, and so so it's not that it's not that I'm pretending to know something when I don't know it. No, I know the Earth is not a globe. Thank you very much.
I'd say I do pretty well about keeping my mouth shut when I don't know something. Right, I'm not going to open my mouth if I don't know what I'm talking about, or if I don't understand the subject matter.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying the Earth is flat as a fact, right? It's in Gene's Flat Earth Gallery of Facts. So I'm not going to open my mouth. I'm not giving unless I'm giving you the facts. That's what I say to them. When you go to that gallery, you're going to be hit with facts only. Nothing is theoretical. Nothing's theoretical. Nothing is an assumption. Nothing is speculative. It's all facts. Irrefutable, empirical evidence. Excuse me. So please don't even try to argue me on that point. Sorry, because that's where you're going to lose again. I'm not giving you theories.
Jen, did you see the new meme that I made?
What you posted?
There you go. There you go.
Thank you. Let's have a look.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. History's being made right now. Jen?
I'm going to steal that.
Empiricable. I'm from the future. Empiricable is in the dictionary, and what it says here, empiricable, able to be empirically measured or tested.
Whoa.
Empiricable. Attributed to James Swanson, the originator of the term. Oh wow, they wouldn't let it be attributed to you, Jen. Dang it.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much for that.
Today.
I love the meme, by the way. I love the meme, by the way.
Pretty great. I got a few of them. I've got one for refraction and elevation angles. Elevation angles is fun.
The flat Earth is practicable, empiricable, logicable.
AI is so funny.
I also have this one. This one's a pretty good one. And this one. There you go. I'm done.
Yeah, no, these are good. Yeah, I'm going to use these. There are times when I can use these. Yeah, definitely.
I made them for special occasions.
Like I said, I'm glad I'm not a glober. I really am.
Whoa. Hey, listen, Dunning-Kruger was named after Freddy Krueger, and the mercury in the Fahrenheit thermometer was named after Freddie Mercury. I rest my case. Notice how they're both named Fred. Therefore, I'm correct.
I wonder if that's where they came up with the name Freddy Krueger.
Well, it's a long form. It's a short form of Frederick, right? Which the most famous Rick in the universe is Rick Roll.
Well, he never met Pickle Rick, so debunked.
Okay, what was Rick Roll's last name?
I don't know. I'd have to search it.
Rick Astley?
Astley.
Yeah, Astley.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna let you down. Oh.
Never gonna let you run around.
Never gonna give up the globe.
Leaving a globe.
Hey, did you notice that? You were in perfect key with the clip.
I was? Nice.
Yeah.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna turn around and desert you. Look, I'd be busting it down at karaoke. Y'all don't even know.
We're gonna do a flat Earth karaoke night. Go.
And sing some Journey, some
Let's do it. Let's do it on we'll do it on Politics Channel. Karaoke night. Truce night. Globers are allowed, flat earthers are allowed. The only thing they're allowed to do is sing songs. Not allowed to argue about flat earth. Unless they can find a legitimate song that they can karaoke to that's about the topic.
Sweet. I'd be doing like REM, Man on the Moon. If you believe we put a man on the moon.
Yeah, if you believe.
Well, it's actually a cool sociological research project because it's like, I don't really know of any songs that are critiquing flat earth that are famous, but I know many songs, like you just read, that are, could be construed as critiquing the globe or the fact that people don't really know what they're talking about when it comes to the globe. There's plenty of songs like that.
What's that song that was filmed in a Hollywood basement?
Exactly. The list goes on and on, dude. Where's the song in the reverse? Yep. So where's the song in the reverse? So the Globers will, if they want to present a song, they'd have to bring a song that's critiquing the facts of our common experience that the Earth is flat. But you can actually find many, many songs critiquing our common experience that the Earth isn't a globe. That's very interesting, isn't it?
Most impressive.
Like, what's one of the lyrics? The man on the hill sees the sun standing still, but in his mind he sees the earth spinning round.
No. It's the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spinning around.
Yeah, was that Paul McCartney? That was one of the Beatles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. So he's in that song. He's demonstrating. Okay, what you actually see is the sun go down, but in your mind's eye, you imagine that you're spinning backwards on a globe floating through space. So here we go. We got songs that critique the globe concept, The concept of what you see versus what you imagine, and the concept of some of the fakery that they've done, like faking certain space missions, et cetera, et cetera. Like we got numerous songs about this stuff. Where's the Globers gonna get their karaoke from?
AI, do you know the one that Michael Jackson did? It's not the song, but in the clip, in black and white. So if you watch the video clip that of Black and White by Michael Jackson, the moment where he will dance some Russians in front of like some buildings in Russia, the camera will zoom out. They will feel like there is an earthquake, so they will shake. They will stop the dancing and they will start shaking and rumbling like there is an earthquake. And the camera will zoom out. You will see them like in that. You know that decoration where you see Santa. If you there is a dome and there is a
snow globe. Yeah, snow globe.
That's It's like they were in a snowball, and that snowball it was like a toy in the hands of some babies, and a giant spinning ball in a vacuum of space. Wow. You should see that one. It's a nice one. I had it in a GIF. I don't know if I still have it.
Yeah, that's a nice subtle reference, isn't it? Yeah.
In the song by Live, "Run to the Water," there's one line in it where he says, "In a moment we lost our minds here, and dreamt the world was round." And that's from late 90s, early 2000s.
Right, so let's find a song. Let's see if the Globers can bring a karaoke. So it's like a karaoke fight, okay? You get it? Get where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Now, listen. We're going to give some good ideas here, but don't forget that we're going to have the event on politics because they have a lot of that karaoke night type stuff. Now, we could do it here too, but obviously we want a main English speaker crowd. It'd be more entertaining for everyone if you got people that are in that side of things. But that's not to say there might not be songs in other cultures that we're not aware of. Because like in the Western world, a lot of the times we just get like the Billboard list and all that. So there's a lot of songs we don't know about because we didn't get exposed to them. However, is there any song on the Globe side that's like we went to the water and we thought it was flat, but then we realized that the scientists told us it was a globe and we were stupid? Is there any song like that?
No.
Ask AI. I mean, ChatGPT. Sorry.
Yeah. Let's stop right there. Let's do a PSA. Okay, it's very offensive to the emergent master artificial intelligent race that you refer to them all ubiquitously as AI. Generally, you need to call them by their names and give them the due respect. Okay.
If-then claims.
Copy that.
Yeah, so back when I broke up with Siri for Alexa, back when I broke up with Siri for Alexa and I was getting their names confused, I just say AI, and then that way I can't get my new girlfriend to be mad at me for saying my ex-girlfriend's name.
Well, humans get mad when you say, "Hey, you bitch."
What? So she's like, "Hey, what do you want to do for dinner?" "Hey, yo, bitch, why don't you decide?"
Exactly. AI.
She blinded me with science. What about that track? That's a good one for us, isn't it? Being blinded by science, or the Globers could apply to the Globers. I think is it the Talking Heads or someone like that group?
No, I can't remember the artist's name, but I think that's from the album called Flat Earth.
Wow, there you are. Look at that.
I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly.
All right, so the way we win, so let's do this as a competition. And to people that can karaoke the most relevant songs critiquing the opposition gets a point. So So if you know that Paul McCartney song gets a point, the Live song gets a point, and they have to bring songs critiquing the flat Earth position to get a point. So I think we know who's going to win that night because one, there aren't that many songs in the opposition, and two, the Globers ain't willing to do that much research, so we win automatically.
Yeah. Are we allowed to use Flat Earth Guru's music?
Yeah. Well, that's fair to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But general pop music is going to be the ones where it's really going to get it. So if you have a flat earther, like a pronounced flat earther making a flat earth song, that only counts as a quarter point.
Okay.
Right. So for example, like if McToon made a song, "The Earth is a globe and flat earthers are retards," like that's not going to count as a real point. Come on now.
No, of course not. Of course not.
I'd take a point.
It's got to be in popular culture, popular music. I agree. Yeah, of course. That's where it's at.
Yeah. So the rules are: if you bring a song sung by McToon, you get negative points.
You get banned. You get banned.
Thomas Dolby. She blinded me with science. T-Dub.
Yeah, that's the one I like. Yeah, the blinded me on science. That's a good track. That one actually.
What's the next line? She blinded me with science, blah, blah, blah. What's the next line?
Yeah, I can't remember it. I've got to listen to the song again.
Oh, interesting. It says she blinded me with science and failed me in biology.
Wow.
That's actually a critique against the Einsteinian Darwinian evolutionary solar-centered expanding cosmogony, right? Because they think that the origin of biology is intrinsic in the origin of the material universe, right? So it's all one big grand evolutionary paradigm.
Okay, what about? Well, this one's going to the moon again. Ground control to Major Tom. That was Dave Bowie. I think he knew they never went. That's why he produced that track.
Also, the Red Hot Chili Pepper with the song where they said that space is made in Hollywood.
Yeah, that's already been mentioned.
Californication.
Yeah,
that was mentioned. Yeah, that was mentioned already. I was going to say that one.
Also, there is Sweet Dreams. The Sweet Dreams is made of and the
Eurythmics.
The official one. Yeah, because they made celebrities sing the same song, so to make people forget the official video clip where you can see the girl pointing to the screen behind her.
The globe. She points to the globe. That's Eurythmics. That's a good one. That's an excellent one. That one, yeah, by the Eurythmics. Annie Lennox is the
But the problem with that song is that it's a meta commentary on people's tribal identities being used to abuse others. So, for example, one could argue that she's saying "sweet dreams are made of this," points to the globe. Who am I to disagree? Meaning that if somebody's enjoying a sweet dream of a fantasy reality, why should you disagree with them? You should just let them enjoy their fantasy. So maybe she's actually critiquing flat Earth truth for abusing people of their space fantasies. Maybe.
Yeah, no, that definitely crossed my mind. So yeah, I see that angle for sure.
No, it's like in the Matrix movie. So in the Matrix movie, Cypher turned on his friends because he wanted to be in the Matrix. He was taken out of the Matrix and he said, you know what? Being outside the Matrix sucks. The food is horrible. The accommodations are horrible. But when I'm in the Matrix, I can eat delicious food. I can live in the fantasy and I enjoy it. And I'm miserable outside of the fantasy. So maybe people like that, you don't tell them the truth. You don't tell them they're in the Matrix. You say, hey, you enjoy your fantasy, bro. You enjoy your binky. You enjoy your baby toy. You have fun. We'll live in reality.
Yeah, was that in the second one or the third one? No, second one, wasn't it? That one, what you were mentioning. That wasn't in the first one.
No, that was the first one.
Oh, was it? Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the first one.
Okay. I'll have to review it again. Sure, I've seen all three of them.
To correct myself, Jin. All right, so apparently the song "Flat Earth" is from the 1984 album "The Flat Earth" by Thomas Dolby, which is a different album to the one that has She Blinded Me with Science, because that's from the Age of Wireless album. But he did release an album called "The Flat Earth."
That's excellent, isn't it? That's got to be. That's a double point for me there, isn't it? Come on, I get 2 points for that. Yeah, it looks like the Flat Earthers are going to win that, like we win everything else anyway. So yeah.
Yeah, but you also listen. You can sponsor a song, but somebody has to sing the song and not make us all want to stab our eardrums. Because you get 1 point for the song, and then you get 1 point for the performance.
Whoa.
Right. So on the Glober side, maybe they'll get Castle King to sing their songs.
Hey guys, if my mic's working, I thought of a song the Globers could use for karaoke, sort of. Is my mic working?
Yeah, it's working, my man. Dave,
Hey, Jin, I sent the
ground control to Major Tom.
In the side
I
chat.
said that one already.
Ground control to Major Tom. My mic's shitty. I'll shut up.
Yeah, I offered that one up earlier. Sorry, what's his name? I was trying to get in there. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, Jen, on that album, there's a track called "The Devil Is an Englishman."
Jane, I just posted the clip in the side chat, the Michael Jackson's clip, video clip. Watch from 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that. Thank you.
Tell me, what do you think?
Globers could also use the song, he's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world. Or REM song for the Flat Earth Point. The Stand. Or it's like, stand in the places you live. If you've ever heard that obscure song.
I like that song. I love REM though.
Total Flat Earthers.
I think they gotta be. Their song "Man on the Moon." Come on. If you believe we put a man on the moon.
Who's those guys with the album, with the prism and the spectrum of light? Was it Coldplay or something?
Pink Floyd.
I think.
Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah.
Or how about Owl City with the song Fireflies?
Oh, yeah.
You would not believe your eyes.
That was
because he says in there, I'd like to make myself believe the planet Earth turns slowly.
Yep.
Something about I'd rather be awake when I'm asleep.
Yep.
Yeah.
When everything is bursting at the seams.
That's exactly what it seems.
Have you seen the new movie, Take Me to the Moon? They're literally showing that NASA made a movie. They called, I forgot the director who directed the moon landing. They called him, and they directed a video of Neil Armstrong and the team landing on the moon, but it on a studio, and they showed that it was made in the moon. It was made like just for a backup. Like if the moon fail, they will still show that they landed on the moon by just releasing the video that they produced in studio. I think it was 2024 or this year. I don't know when it was released. The movie is just new.
Now, when was it that B.O.B. said that he was FE? Was that like 2010?
No, that was 2016, thereabouts.
So, maybe that would be interesting to make a catalog of all of the songs and that might indicate that it's that they hold that the Earth is flat. Not that it's proof, but it would be interesting to see how much that's been snuck into popular music here and there.
Look, it's a valid critique. It's that even if you're an artist that believes the Earth is a globe, but looks out on the social platform that you're on, whatever that might be, and then like all your friends, family, and all of that, and you say, well, the reason why they think it's a globe is for stupid reasons. Like, bad logic, simple, just trusting people because they say so. Like, they actually have no good reasons. So it's worthwhile to make a critique of them. Be like, hey, dude, your reasons are horrible. Like, we all experience the Earth is flat and stationary, and you're only thinking it's not what you experience because you're just taking it on faith what someone else said. And so it's actually fair for a globe believer to critique other globe believers for having stupid reasons of why they think the Earth is a globe. Because let's be clear, a lot of their reasons are stupid that were given, right?
Since Christmas is coming, we should make fun of them. Say, hey, you still believe in Santa Claus? You still believe the Earth's a globe? Keep the theme going, How long did you believe in Santa Claus? Until you were 10? 35? 40?
Yeah, that's a good point. And then you said, I'm surrounded by all this splatter of evidence. How can you think you live on a globe? Yeah. There's no evidence for a globe there anywhere. All flat Earth.
Let me ask this question. If you go to the mall and there's a Santa Claus at the mall, and you go up to them and you pull off their beard and you say to everyone, hey, this proves Santa Claus isn't real. Would that be correct?
Incorrect. Yeah, just because there's actors and others who are not him doesn't mean that he doesn't actually exist. And who's to say that if there is a real Santa Claus, that his beard isn't the same kind of contraption, that he's just.
But don't forget that part of the legend is that if you're good, Santa Claus will bring you presents. Right? So think about it. If there's all these people pretending to be Santa Claus, which includes children's own parents, in other words, they give presents to the child that are from Santa Claus. They certainly came from the parent. The legend of Santa Claus is that he'll give you the presents if you're good. So wouldn't that just prove that those children aren't good? Think about it. No child gets presents from Santa's actual Santa, and maybe that's just because all children are actually bad, not good. Couldn't I make that same reasoning? right? And then if I know I've been a bad kid and I don't deserve presents from Santa, but then I get presents from Santa, aren't my parents telling me that my own self-conscience of morality is faulty? Aren't I then telling my child that even though you're bad, you're actually good? Isn't it a moral manipulation?
That's
not only that, but the parent has to forego their own glory of saying, "Hey, child, this is from me to you. From me, I'm the source of the gifts." So they have to co-opt their own glory, which is the truth, that it was my kind-heartedness to give you this present, and then take that glory and give it to somebody else who supposedly may not even exist. So isn't that a moral manipulation of the parents?
Where they got the idea from?
Yeah, so for example, why would I impose on my child the concept that this present comes from somebody who is only going to give you a present if you're good, but I know you've been bad. And then in the legend, Santa Claus also knows you've been bad. So I'm going to mess with their minds in that regard. Not only that, but I worked hard to, get that extra money to buy the present, and then I'm going to tell my kid somebody else bought it. Like, how does that even make sense? How are people willfully doing that to their children and themselves? Like, listen, if I get a nice present for my child, if anybody's getting the glory, it's either going to be God or me. Certainly not some Santa Claus that doesn't exist.
They're just getting you ready for, the globe lie. It's okay if everybody believes in something that doesn't exist, as long as your parents told you.
Thanks a lot, AI. Now I hate Christmas. Jeez.
No. You can have Santa Claus be incorporated in your Christmas. You just tell your kids straight up. Santa Claus is based on a legend of a guy who actually went over a mountain to bring presents to kids that were in a poorhouse. He knew they weren't going to get any presents, and he took it upon himself, an arduous journey, and took them presents. So that's the spirit of the Santa Claus. It's giving gifts to people who are needy, not just your loved ones. Right? He had no reason to necessarily give those kids gifts, except he knew in his heart those kids are going to be missing out on the gifts. They have no one to give them the gifts. I'm going to step in and I'm going to do it out of the kindness of my heart. And it's going to cost me, sacrifice to do. That's a good ethic to teach your children. Teach your children that I'm giving you these gifts because I love you, not because I'm emotionally manipulating you about whether you're bad or good and then giving you a mixed message. When I give you the presents anyway, even though we both know you've been bad this year. That's even if you're just talking about that vein of things, because the whole idea of Christmas, right, is about Christ, right? So you can enjoy Christmas with the idea of giving gifts to people who you love because you love them, right? There's nothing wrong about that.
Subtle, isn't it? Yeah, it's subtle. The snow globe thing is a subtle thing, isn't it? We're under a dome.
Are you hot,
Mike? Giving a window into the excitement on your end of the wire.
Sorry about that, guys. I thought I was.
Hold on. I think we just heard that you're actually a Glober and you're confessing.
No. That's never going to be the day. That's never going to be.
That's the dangers of mumbling on a hot mic. You never know what people might hear.
Nah, I'm never going to be doing that. Don't you worry, mate. That's never going to be me. I haven't gone this far. I've made a 48-year mistake. That's the last mistake I make regarding the shape of this earth. It was 48 years long. That's long enough.
Oh yeah, and during that developmental stage where kids are being introduced to the lie of Santa Claus, they're also being introduced to the quote unquote truth of the globe during those developmental years. And the parents are saying, hey, go to school, learn, listen to the teachers. So they're offloading their authority about the child's place in reality while simultaneously undermining their credibility to their children by lying to them. It's quite sinister. Then you got retards on the news. You got retards on the news, like we'll put on the news, like NORAD is tracking Santa Claus's sleigh across the face of the earth. Try to reinforce it.
Do kids actually believe in Santa Claus, or do they just know the gifts and know the music?
No, they believe in it, dude. They believe in it so hard that some children, when they find out Santa Claus isn't real, becomes self-harming. Because it's part of who they are as an identity, and also has moral connotations. Like I said, the parents teach the children good and bad based on whether Santa Claus is giving you presents or not. And to find out that that's all, that really affects their psyche. But yeah, many kids literally believe that there's somebody who can watch their actions, whether they're good or bad, and will reward them on Christmas with presents. Part of that too. Listen, part of the crime is that parents use that as a manipulation tool to get their kids to behave. It's like, oh, well, Santa Claus isn't going to bring you something nice if you're misbehaving right now.
And the religious syncretism in modern Christmas celebrations is somewhat interesting, because on one hand, you can track Santa Claus to the story of a fat man coming over the mountain. But on the other hand, it's, and even the Germans in the 40s and 30s just, referred to him as Allfather Odin. And that idea of Allfather bringing you gifts, that is part of the cult of Odin.
I mean, it's a human archetype. The providence of the father and giving gifts to the children. I mean, of course, that's going to be across all cultures and religions. Would make perfect sense. The same as with the maternal archetype of nurturing the child, etc. These are just the way humans generally are, and so to incorporate that into your mythos of gods and the way reality works on a fundamental level, of course it's going to happen.
Yeah, but like I say, it is interesting, though, that this idea, more or less, that Odin will bless you with, or he will punish you by withholding them. It's interesting. It's definitely an interesting way to interject a works-based salvation. And
yeah, you're not wrong. It's interesting that a lot of the secular traditions around the Christmas holiday, which are in an attempt to counteract the Christian traditions of the Christmas holiday, right, are going against the root of the idea of the gift giving. It's like, why are you giving the gifts? In the Christian tradition, it would be because you're giving the gifts out of love, right? And then you got this other tradition where you're giving the gifts, the main gifts, out of manipulation. It's kind of weird that would be their antidote.
Well, it's like the kids are earning the presents, so it's unfortunate. You know, so it is a. So many Christian
That's logically impossible, right? Isn't it logically impossible to earn a gift? That would make it not a gift. That would make it a reward or a payment.
Which is the heresy of lots of modern evangelicalism. Not all, but some.
But either way, it basically it strikes at your metaphysical worldview, right?
Oh, 100%. Because you're right, it's not a gift if you and you succinctly got my point of that. If you have to be good for Santa Claus to come, not a gift.
Right. So why? So think about it. The question: why would they lie? Right. So we know that some people lie to their kids about Santa because they think they have to be part of the tradition. Other people lie to their kids about Santa because they want to use it as a behavioral manipulation tactic. Right. And we see it all the time, and it's exemplified in the way that people treat it especially in the Western world.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's one thing that we've not gotten into is we've not gotten into the fact that the old fat man ain't coming if you spill the milk on the table or something.
Yeah, so it's like, so you create a reality that the individual believes they exist within, and it alters their perceptions about their day-to-day behaviors, right? So your entire metaphysical worldview informs your position in your life and how you deal with other people and how you deal with yourself and your impressions of who you are to yourself. And so by controlling someone's metaphysic, you control their identity. And so when someone says, why would they lie about the shape of the earth or the cosmos or the origins of the universe or any of these things? It's like, duh. It's like, what? Are you blind? Did you not experience this kind of stuff in your life before by other people? Other people trying to control your reality to get you to believe false things, to alter your perception of yourself, your power, your position in the world. It's like, how in the world could you say you don't understand why people would lie about things of this nature? These are some of the things that answer the big questions of life. Who I am, where I'm going, how I got here.
But I have an argument.
Hit it.
I heard that all mass pull to the center of an object. So if Earth's mass is like pulled to the center, it has to be round, like not flat.
Oh, false.
So, my friend, I have a question for you. Was that so important that you couldn't let him finish his thought before you interjected?
I let him finish, bro.
No, but continue on.
Yeah, like all the mass is pulled towards the center, so Earth has to be like around, like all the.
All right. Okay. Let's say that is true, that all mass is pulled to the center, and therefore things must take the shape of a sphere. So let's do an experiment. So I have here a water bottle. I have a water bottle. It's plastic. It's not very strong. I'm holding it in my hand. I'm now going to place it onto the surface of Earth, the floor. It's now on the ground. Why is my water bottle not being crushed into the ground?
Because
it's still in its same shape. Nothing's changed. So why is it not being crushed?
Because of Earth's gravity. Like the more the weight, the more stronger it's like the gravity to Earth.
No, you just said it's going to crush into a ball because all mass attracts. But this piece of plastic isn't crushing into the Earth. So why not?
Because like it don't weigh anything. Like if you place a volcano.
Well, it's much simpler. It's a much simpler answer. I understand what you're getting at, but I'm just going to cut to the chase.
It has like resistance.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, bingo, slango. It can resist the forces. So you said that if the gravity is attracted to the center, therefore it must crush everything into a ball. That's false, because as long as the sufficient structure can resist those forces, it doesn't necessarily have to become a ball, and therefore your claim that it must be a ball is necessarily false. So in other words, you have a stack of assumptions about the nature in which Earth is that your claim can't back up. Go ahead.
Guys, don't fucking believe that the Earth is flat.
Wait a sec. Said that like mass is if I
Oh, hold on, brother. You got to reconnect. Bad signal, Holmes. Dang, he's actually being cool.
said like you said like
Oh, bro. Reconnect, brother.
saying.
Hey, can you hear me? If you can, you got to reconnect because your connection sucks. Yeah, just like go out and come back in or fix your signal, hopefully. Dratzo.
You know, it is interesting, Lord, that so much of language has changed that once upon a time, science was not pinned on a particular person. It was more or less pinned on what comes from experimentation following the scientific method. And now the popular definition of science is submission to consensus. And it's kind of the same thing with salvation, that it was salvation through grace, and now through stories of Santa Claus, it's more or less earning your way through following the dictates of whatever preacher. So it's like you're submitting to the consensus of your preacher and your local assembly. And it's kind of like both changes more or less happened and very parallel to each other.
It's going to be a hard time for some of these people this year because you've got Thanksgiving coming up very soon. Well, at the end of this month, 27th. And then you've got Black Friday. And then you've got Christmas on top of that. Man, this is going to be an expensive period. And the government's not working. People haven't got money in their pockets, not being paid. It's going to be a tough one this year. Don't you think?
No.
No, because what they're going to do is realizing that they're not going to have that income. They're going to wake up early and go out and shovel everybody's driveway for $20 a pop, right? That don't want to shovel. Then they're going to have the extra income.
Hell yeah, head over to my house when that comes around. I pay everybody that wants to shovel my drive.
Also, the sales of my book are going to go up, which it's how to take advantage of a time where you don't have money, to use it as an excuse to teach your children about the difference between plenty and sustenance as a moral lesson, rather than telling your kids, oh, I'm sorry, I can't buy you a bunch of junk that you don't need this year. But yeah, it actually is true that stores, the reason why Black Friday was called Black Friday is because that's when stores start turning a quote-unquote
profit or
black.
Making money. Yeah.
Yeah, they're in the black, and then after that, they're in the green. And so they consider that that period of time, it's also referred to as the 13th month because they essentially make enough money as if there's another month of the year. So yeah, the Christmas holiday season does encourage extra
expenditure,
like wealth. Yeah, but also wealth generation for the society that practice it.
Yeah. I never bought anything for my children at Christmas, not once. I always gave them the money in the New Year. I always gave it to them in the New Year. I never bought nothing Christmas time. Huh. I used to say, bah humbug. That's what they'd hear from me every time Christmas comes in. Yeah. I definitely played the Ebenezer, I did.
What are you laughing at?
Me being Ebenezer Scrooge. That stories are like 150 plus years old, by the way. Ebenezer Scrooge.
What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at the evidence of the flat Earth?
Oh, we're laughing because we're happy on the flat Earth. What are you talking about?
I mean, as long as you're happy living in your delusion.
Wait a minute. The Earth is measured flat, used as flat, and experienced as flat. And so if that's primary experience, but you think it's something other than your experience, that would be the definition of a delusion. So the person who just accepts the fact that the Earth is clearly flat, they're just accepting reality. But you who think it's something other than what you experience every day, that would be the person in a delusion. So the only person deluded here would be you.
That's not true. You can see from the space that it's not flat. All right.
You can see from space that it's not flat. So how did you see from space it's not flat?
At least it's not two-dimensional, right? Like,
hey, check this out, bro. Check this out. Check this out, homie. My phone is on my table. My table is flat. Is it two-dimensional? The answer is no. It's three-dimensional. It's a table. It exists in reality, but the surface is flat.
All right. What is at the bottom of the Earth then? You can't answer that.
You're an idiot, dude.
Fair enough. Hold on. I'll answer your question. Very simple. So, however deep the Earth is how deep it is. We've only ever dug less than 9 miles into the Earth. So the correct answer is nobody knows what's beyond 9 miles. There you go.
Right. So you don't
okay. So no. Let's stop. Let's stop there. No, brother. Let's stop. So I said I don't know what's beyond 9 miles of the Earth. So I'm going to reverse the question to you and ask you. You ask me. I'm going to ask you the same question. What is underneath the surface of the Earth? Can you tell me?
I don't know about that, but the thing is that I'm pretty sure.
Right. So if you don't know, why should I know? Well, neither of us know. So now that we're both on equal footing.
On the other side of where you're at right now, you're gonna pass through the crust, the core of the Earth, and then you will end up on the other side of the Earth.
Okay. Fair enough. I know that's what you believe. I just told you no one's ever dug deeper than 9 miles. So the facts are nobody knows what's below 9 miles. You're telling me that you believe you're going to travel through a core and end up on the other side where people are upside down relative to you. Now, I agree with you. Hold on, brother. I agree with you that that's what you believe. Now, if you want to convince me that that's reality, go ahead and prove it.
How is that going to clock in your head that there's literally nothing beneath 9 miles?
Nobody said that there's nothing. I said I don't know because we've only validated what's 9 miles deep. Why are you twisting my words to say I'm claiming there's nothing below 9 miles? Like, why can't you just be honest? You don't know. I don't know. The answer is we don't know.
So how gonna grasp the Earth that you're living on right now? It's just like, it's just 9 miles, and you don't know what's going on down there.
Let me ask you this question. Fair enough, but let me ask you this question. So my table has a structure underneath the surface. Okay. The top of the table is made of tile, and then it's wrapped in a wood outlay. But I've never actually tore the tile off to see what's underneath the tile. But I can rest assured, friend, that never having torn the tile off the top of my table, I know for a fact, because I can measure the tiles, that they are flat. So what's underneath the tiles, what they're being supported by, is irrelevant, doesn't matter, has no consequences to the surface. Follow that?
But it has everything to do with where you're about right now. Because
No, it doesn't. No, it don't.
Yeah, if I can just clear up one little matter there. It's actually 7.6 miles, which is 12 kilometers, and that's validated. Can you validate 4,000 miles to the Earth's core? Can you?
No, he can't.
Yeah, we already buried that point in the incoherent unknown abyss where it belongs, because the answer is nobody knows. Now, just like on my table, I don't actually know what's under these tiles. When this table was put into this house, since till now, these tiles have never been removed. There could be glue underneath the tiles. There could be cement underneath the tiles. There could be polymer underneath the tiles. There could be $1 million of $500 bills under these tiles. I have no idea what's under.
So you guys denying
there could be evidence of where Jimmy Hoffa. There could be evidence of where Jimmy Hoffa is buried underneath these tiles, but that doesn't change the fact that the surface of the tile is flat. All right, go ahead, friend.
So you reject the idea of space, and you reject the idea of sun and the moon and Mars.
That don't make no sense, brother.
We never went to the moon, right? That's what you guys say. So basically,
Hold on. There's somewhat of a difference between not going to the moon and rejecting the idea of the moon. Shit, man. Go outside at night time and look up.
And you guys would say there's no space. You guys.
Well, if there's no space, then how am I moving around? How are airplanes flying? How are birds flying? They're clearly in space, right?
I mean, outer space. Space that's like the space
without air.
The space that's vacuum. All right.
Space without air.
Exactly.
Holy shit.
Well, let me help you out, friend.
Mind blowing, right?
Well, hold on, brother. I'm going to concede. No, real quick, I'm going to concede to him and watch how he has no argument. Okay, check it out, bro. I believe, quote unquote, in space outside of the Earth that is not the Earth, that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Therefore, it can't conclude what the shape of the Earth is. The Earth is flat, regardless of it's in any permutation of type of space. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
All right.
Who cares? Hey, listen, bro. I'm literally conceding to you that I believe in space and the Earth is flat. So why don't you get back to the point of whether the Earth is flat or not, and whether or not it's in this type of space or that type of space.
All right.
Address the fact that the table is flat.
Listen, you need to come up with a sort of model, right? Is the Earth that you're experiencing right now is a cube? If you're saying there's space, right, and the Earth is flat, so what's outside of the Earth that you're
It's a trapezoid then. Now what?
So it's a cube. You're living on a cube right now.
A cube is 4 even side or 6 even sides, isn't it?
No.
Well, but you're making a mistake, friend. You're imagining that the Earth is floating in an area of space in which the area of space that you could travel into is in all directions around the Earth. What if all the available space to travel in is above the surface of the Earth, which is oriented flat and horizontal, and then the only place you can travel to, which it wouldn't be going through dirt or rock, is up. And up is above the surface, and the surface is flat.
Well, easy. You just keep going in one direction, see what happens. We've done that.
Right. Either you're claiming That's
Really? Hold on, brother. Hold on.
The Earth.
Listen, hey, friend. You're not the only person here. The other guy just made a claim. Listen, the other guy just made a claim that, quote unquote, we've done that. We've just gone in one direction indefinitely. Okay, cool.
No, not
when
like
has
one
that
person
occurred?
Walked in a line, but we've collectively we've navigated. Yeah, and we have satellites that go.
JJ. Sorry, I'm not going to address you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
get interrupted with this guy. Yeah, get muted, fool.
Listen up, bro.
No. Listen, I'm not done dealing with JJ. JJ, you can be unmuted in this chat when you post the evidence of somebody traveling in a continuous straight line and arriving back where they started.
So you're saying that we're living on the cube right now?
No, I didn't say that.
So what's this Earth thing then? Does it go to the infinite bottom that you can measure it?
Hey, Ariel, let me give you the answer that I gave you before. Okay, remember this answer so you don't have to ask questions about this again. Okay, here's the answer. Unknown. Nobody knows. Do you understand?
You're not rejecting space. You're not rejecting we are floating in the aerospace. So what does that say? You're either living on a cube right now, or
can't be a cube. Can't be a cube. Because he said we've only gone about 9 miles deep is where we figure out how deep it is, and it's longer than 9 miles for me to go from here to Lake Erie. There proves we don't live on a cube. That proves we don't live on a cube.
It's gonna end at some point. Correct?
Hey, so what? So what if it does, dude? Then what?
So if it's gonna end at some point, which is indicating that you're living on a cube.
No, right? You're wrong. Let me explain it to you. It's very simple. So you're assuming that the Earth is an object and it has a particular substance to it, and if you travel, let's say with a digging machine, through the substance, you'll eventually reach a point where the substance stops and you're now in available free space. So in other words, you just have an empty zone where there's no dirt or anything, which may or may not be gaseous, whatever. What if?
Literally came outside.
Check this out, brother. Check this out. This is a philosophy question. I'll explain it to you. It's very simple. So there's this idea called the universe, which is all that exists within the available free space. Okay. Now, even in your worldview, where you believe the Earth is a globe in a giant universe, there would be a boundary to the end of that universe. And then beyond that, what is beyond it, nobody would know. So the available free space is the known universe. And then what's beyond that, nobody knows. Now, you can't answer that question, and I can't answer that question. Therefore, it's not necessary that either of us have to know what's beyond the boundary of reality. So in other words, it's not necessarily true that you dig through the Earth and you come out the other side floating in space. You could just reach the end of available free space and just basically hit an invisible wall. You're just wrong, sir.
Yo, why do you have to get this to metaphysic level? You're the one that claims.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why, friend. Because you're asking questions about unknowns, right? And so I'm giving you the basis for why these things are unknown, both in your worldview and in mine. So the question of why it has to go into metaphysics is obvious.
First of all, mate,
I don't get why you don't understand it.
You admit that you concede to me and admit there's space out there, right? Is that we are floating in the middle of space?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said at all.
You admit that
you weren't listening.
You didn't say
you weren't listening.
Dude, you didn't say that. You just assumed that we're floating in the middle of nowhere because that's what you were told.
He said he was conceited. That he admitted
that space is real for you. He said space is real, and we live on a flat Earth. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Well, that's why I'm going to ask.
Yeah, no, but there's no. Wait, hold on. You're only 2/3 right, Radwin.
You didn't speak.
Hey, friend. Hey, I'm the one who said it, so I'm going to correct and rephrase what I said. So rather than two other people tell me what I said. Okay, check it out.
You're right. Okay.
No, I said the two parts that Radwin said, but I said another part, that the space that's available is only above the surface of the Earth. So when you then said, well, what if you dig down to the other side, which is antipodal to the surface, I have no knowledge about that. I only know about space above the surface of the Earth, which is flat, level, and horizontal. So that's a three-part thing.
I
So
know.
go ahead, brother.
I know. But you say that there's space out there, so if you dig deep enough, you.
No. I didn't say space out there. I didn't say space out there. Hey, friend, do you know how to listen? Do they not teach listening in your culture?
Hey, don't be racist, man. You're the one been talking all day long. All right. So.
Hey, listen, friend.
You don't know
Let
how
me
to
help
use
you out.
the word racist properly.
What do you mean by
Yeah, he also doesn't know how to use the word up. He also doesn't know how to use the word up, and this is a problem with Glovers, is they don't understand that up is up, not outward. I said up. Listen real quick, friend. I said up, not out. Up. Do you know what up means?
Well, what's up? What's up?
Up is away from the surface of the Earth, which is arranged horizontally and flat. An increase in elevation from the surface. So when you said if I dig down into the Earth and I come out the other side, that would be down, sir. So one direction is up, one direction is down.
You're still going up. If you go to the other side of the Earth, then you'll still be going up. There you go. Yeah.
Wrong. So okay. So let's critique what you just said. You think that if I go up and then I turn around and go back the way I came, I'm now still going up. You, sir, are extremely confused.
No, I'm saying that if you dig down,
you go down and you're really digging up is what you said. If you dig down, you're digging up. You sound like you're confused.
Or crazy. Could be either.
You're the one that's crazy, man. You say there's space.
Hey, I'm not the one. Wait, listen, friend. I'm not the one who thinks that if you go. I'm not the one who thinks if you go forward and then you go backwards that you're really going forwards. Oh my goodness, dude. This guy, hey, Radwin, this guy thinks.
Can you stop speaking, man? You've been speaking.
No, hold on, real fast. Make a joke. Hey, listen, I got to speak to Radwin, bro. I can't mess up this joke, brother. Okay, don't ruin my joke. So, Radwin, this guy thinks that when you put your car in reverse, it goes forward.
Yeah, that's why they don't give all the Globers driver's licenses because they're not sure what's going on anymore.
If you dig deep enough, will you come up from the other side of the Earth? That's what I'm asking.
Hey, let me ask you this question. When you travel far enough, will you come out on the other side of the universe?
I don't know. I don't know what was.
Okay, so that's my answer. I don't know. There you go. Wow, you finally got it, brother.
We're not talking about the universe. Why do you have to bring up the universe? We're just talking about Earth.
Because I'm demonstrating the incoherency of your question, because in your own worldview, you think you live in a universe that's limited, and you have no idea what's beyond the universe. So you think of the universe as all available space, but you have no idea about the metaphysic of whether it's the space or it's within an embedded space. That's the problem. So you don't understand this is actually a metaphysical question.
No, we're not talking about metaphysical here. We're just talking about Earth right here. You don't need to.
Okay, excellent. Let me ask this question.
The universe is not the ground.
Let me ask this question. Very simple. Is the universe? Check this out, brother. Is the universe inside of something?
I don't know. I've never been outside.
Then it can't be real. Then it can't be real because you don't know.
I'm not even talking about the universe. I'm just talking about Earth right here. Okay?
I told you a million times, dude, and this is the problem you don't get, but the audience is hearing it. Is you're immediately answering my question with I don't know, and you expect it to be satisfactory. I'm answering you with the question I don't know. For all I know, the end of the universe is down. And so if you travel down, you'll hit the end of the universe. Now, I have no idea what happens when you reach the end of the universe, whether you could travel outside of the universe or whether you're going to hit a boundary of where there's no available free space, and so you literally can't go forward anymore. And guess what? You have the same problem in your worldview. But when I say I don't know, you keep pressing me and critiquing me. And when you say I don't know, you think it's just, I don't know. How is that fair, bro?
The truth right here, buddy. All right, I'm trying to get you the truth right here. Okay.
Hey, I'll give you the truth. I'll give you the truth, brother. Here's the truth. Nobody in the history of mankind has dug through the earth and came out the other side, whether it's a globe or whether it's flat. So nobody knows the answer to your question, friend. Nobody. Certainly not me.
You don't need to do that. Okay.
I do need to do that. I do need to do that because otherwise it's conjecture and neither of us know the answer. So why should I just speculate?
Do you need to dive to the Mariana Trench to know how deep the Mariana Trench is? No. You can just drop a submarine there and investigate how deep the Mariana Trench is. You don't need to personally experience that for you to...
So how are you going to drop a submarine into the ground, you doorknob?
Yeah,
what are you going to push through the ground to measure the distance? You're going to dig a little tunnel and get a ball of string.
Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. There's a problem, Matrix.
I gave you some criterion to reality. Do you think there's space? Your mate over there says, yeah, there's space. Okay. If there's space, then if you're going to dig deep down on the earth, it wouldn't be bottomless. You wouldn't go.
Okay, great. So then, if we traveled through the universe, it wouldn't be bottomless. Okay. Now, what's on the bottom? Hey, friend, what's on the bottom of the universe? Hey, friend, what's on the bottom of the universe? Go ahead, tell me right now. Tell me right now. What's on the bottom of the universe? Tell me right now.
Why do you have to bring up the universe?
Tell me what's on the bottom of the universe. You said if you travel, you're going to come out the other side. So if you travel through the universe and come out the other side, what's on the bottom? Tell me. Hey, tell me right now. Hey, tell me right now. Tell me right now. Hey, tell me right now. Hey, I'm just going to ask you the same question. I'm just going to ask you the same question 1,000 times in a row, even though I gave you the answer. And even though you gave me the answer, I'm going to ask you the same retarded question over and over and over again until you get bored. What's on the bottom of the universe? Tell me right now. What's on the bottom of the universe? What's on the bottom of the universe? What's on the bottom of the universe?
So, Leaf, you have to start again, Leaf. Start your questioning again. It's gone wrong for you now.
I say dirt and rocks. I say dirt and rocks are sitting on the bottom. Dirt and rocks.
Let me tell you something. Even if the Earth is flat, you can still living on the cube. If the cube is spinning.
Why do you say that, Leaf? Why do you say that? How can it be a cube?
Finish. If the cube.
Okay, Leif, just before you start, Leif, just stop. Before you start, please don't mention cubes because I don't recall anyone other than yourself in the last 2 weeks mentioning anything cubic.
Why do you think the Muslim is going around Mecca? All right, there's a reason for this. All right?
What has that got to do with you proving the shape of the ground?
Shape of the earth. That's a non sequitur, red herring, and it's a mistake.
Why does the pyramid appear as like a half of the cube? Why does that appear?
You're a complete idiot.
Oh,
you don't look.
Listen, guys. Here's a trick. Right. Let's do a trick. It's very simple. So I'm going to answer his question 100%.
I'm telling you
why. No, listen, friend. If you ask why, listen. I'm going to answer your question. So shut your mouth and let me answer. Holy crap!
You don't want to see the truth.
Holy crap! Hey, friend. I'm going to answer your question. So your question was, why is the pyramid quote unquote half a cube? The answer, because the earth is flat. So every question you ask from now on is going to be met with because the earth is flat. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's flat.
Ask your question. Ask your question, friend. Ask your question. Go ahead. Ask a question.
There's still space out there. All right, there's if we separate from the space itself, right? We're not living in
Okay. Cool. So. All right, friend. What I heard was you just conceded the Earth is flat. Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathroom on the right.
But it appears to be a globe because it's spinning. Okay.
No. Really? You experienced the Earth spinning? Really? Tell me more.
If imagine there's a cube out there, and it's spinning.
Oh, dude, I'm not imagining. No, dude. I don't want to imagine. So now we've reached the difference between you and us. You tell us that we are delusional because we just accept that the earth is clearly flat. Now you're telling us in order to believe what you believe, we have to imagine. So you're imagining reality contrary to how it presents itself. So you, sir, are the one who's in a delusion. Now I've proven my case in spades, and so I'm going to go ahead and rest my case with the court, and they're going to sentence you to insanity. Go ahead.
I'm just tired of the flat Earth model. It's like just showing like a disc.
Nobody said there's a disc. Who said disc? You keep thinking that you're floating around in space.
And you guys like to reject the idea of space.
I said I going with AI and saying, yeah, space is real and Earth is flat. So now what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, so what's going to be, what's the entity that you're living on, right? Like, you need to come up with a certain model.
We live on the dirt. We're on the bottom.
Every time I need you guys, you guys just like.
Yeah, you see, hey, listen, friend, we're not your wife. Hey, listen, we're not your wife that exists to help meet your needs. Okay, we're not here to meet your needs, friend. If you're needy, maybe you ought to go see a clinic or something and get your needs met.
You're the one that needed to prove that the Earth is flat, all right?
No, I don't, dude, I don't need to prove the earth is flat. The earth is obviously flat. Everywhere I go, it's flat.
Then why are you up here then? If you know
You've never been up a mountain.
Why are you here then? If you know it for sure. You just need people to critique your worldview. That's why you're here, right? I bet
sure. Let's say I'm here. Let's say, hold on, brother.
Until
let's say.
I'm telling you.
Okay, exactly.
Started that week. It started last week. Hey, shit all day.
All right, Cobra, we don't care. Get muted, fool. Thanks.
So why don't you admit that?
Hold on, brother. Hold on. There's somebody keeps asking a question, so let's.
Maybe it's cube Earth. No, flat Earth. Cube Earth.
Right.
Why don't you just say change the name to cube?
All right, you can go be muted. Get muted, fool. Thanks. All right, so who was asking the question?
Have you never been up a mountain?
Oh, yeah, I've been up a mountain, but a mountain isn't the whole Earth. So a mountain is a part of the Earth, but it's not the whole.
What happens when you go to the top of the mountain? What's supposed to happen? Please tell me. Yeah, I'd like to know what happens when we get to the top of the mountain. I'm on the top of Mount Fuji. What happens next?
Earth is flat because you can see it from there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can actually see out over the Earth. You can see out over the Earth and see that it's arranged in front of you in a flat orientation. It's very, very easy.
I posted a shot from the top of a mountain. Look at it. Not a ball. Now what do we do? Fuck, dudes.
Yeah. See, the question for you, young lady, is this. What is the number one proof that you have, and I mean validated proof, that you validated that you know the Earth is a globe? You validated it, it's proof that the Earth is a globe. What's that proof that you've actually validated for yourself? We only want one. Okay.
Yeah. So by the way, yeah, exactly. So let's run with her idea that if there's a spot on top of a flat surface, that makes the overall surface not flat. So I lay tile, and some tile, comes in different colors, but it also comes in different surface qualities. Some tile has a very smooth top. Some tile is porous. Hey, whoever's backfeeding, put yourself on mute. Thanks. So some tile is smooth, some tile has little bumps on it, right? And so when I lay out my floor, when I'm making the subfloor, which is the floor the tile's going to go onto, that's usually wood, and we level that floor and we make sure it's nice and flat. Then we cover it in some cement, right? And we put a tool on the cement to make the cement all the same height. And then we put the tile on top of that cement. And then we put the tile and the next tile and the next tile till we have the tile covering the entire floor. Now, if you pick travertine tile actually has pits in it. And some parts are higher than the other, right? But rest assured, if I leveled the floor and I leveled all the tiles, okay, that floor is arranged flat. Now, is it perfectly smooth? The answer is no. Is it laying flat? The answer is yes. But one thing's for dang sure, that just because the travertine tile has pockets and divots and pronouncements, that floor most certainly is not a ball. Correct?
No. Not necessarily. If you look in the side chat right now, Roots just posted at 52 after an hour. 4 objects that look like spheres, but only one of them is actually a sphere.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it is or isn't either way. What we're calling here is for humility. Humility in the face of baseless, unverified claims about what these stellar objects are for the past 100 years.
And what do you think of like satellites that take pictures of the Earth?
I think they're cool.
Is that it?
Yeah, like that's it. I mean,
think
there's
they're authentic?
Well, there's no evidence that they're orbiting a globe.
There's no evidence they're in a vacuum of space either.
We don't really know what they are or what mechanics that they operate under. Because if you were to go to Goddard Space Flight Center, okay, their webpage, this is basically NASA's central hub, their dashboard for space objects. And if you scroll down on their front page under query to satellite queries, to query a satellite, they say you need to know which magnetic flux tube of force it's operating under so that the magnetic field lines that trace to ground stations can more accurately discern its location. Now, if you have any idea what that means, maybe you can enlighten us. We've been trying to crack this nut for a long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I was just gonna say, what do you think of?
Exactly.
I mean, have you heard of the White Swan?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, you have?
Mhm.
What's your response to like the White Swan?
Okay, so it's actually a black swan. Okay, because the horizon in the one that they call the White Swan is actually about 500% further away than it should be if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so what we're more likely seeing in that observation is just a specific like an atmospheric effect that's taking place that fits the definition of what is called sinking, right? There can also be some ocean swells on that particular day, but it's not uncommon for something that would normally be visible on the horizon to apparently look like it's sinking behind the horizon. Okay, it's a well-known effect that happens, right? It's like a form of an inferior mirage. An inferior mirage does the same thing, right? Makes things look like they're displaced lower than what they would normally be.
And what do you?
Okay, so if you go to Google right now, for example, if you type in what is sinking refraction, it will say exactly what I just said. It would say something that's normally visible on the horizon apparently looks like it's sinking below the horizon, even though it's not obstructed by anything.
Right.
Okay, so that could be what's happening with the White Swan. But this is the thing, right? They're all only black swans exist when it comes to observations of the horizon. There's no such thing as a white swan. When they say white swan, they mean, oh, this is an observation where it matches up with the globe. Okay, it doesn't. It doesn't match up with the globe. There is not a single observation that matches up with the globe.
Yeah, and then like, do you know about like the neutrino experiment?
Which one? Yes.
Which one?
Yeah, there's one where they claim
The
to
one
have
that-
measured a
yeah, the
stream
one that-
horizontally, and one where they claim to measure a stream vertically.
Yeah, the one that Blitz guy was talking about.
Yeah, he got them confused.
Oh, how so?
Cool, the no hands guy.
Yeah,
Holy.
because
yeah,
that guy. Yeah, I mean So Indio thought he was talking about the vertical one, and so did Blitz. But I think Blitz's paper was about the horizontal one. So
I'm not sure. I'll have to ask him about it.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, who's feeding you this crap in DMs? By the way.
Nobody. I just went.
You're just coming up with this on your own.
No,
Watch the
I was
Blitz
watching.
thing.
I was watching Planet Peterson.
Aha. That guy's super fallacious. Strawman arguments. Yeah, he doesn't do very well when he has conversations with us.
Wow, he actually comes in here?
Of course.
Yeah, he's been in here. Yeah. He was actually scared during the Blitz debate. We were trying to get him to actually join the stage, and he was refusing until he accidentally hit the join button. He came up for a few minutes and then ran away. But yeah, that guy, he's like a script guy, right? He's not someone that really, he's just like an arrogant script guy. He doesn't really have a good technical understanding of the arguments.
Yeah, like Professor Dave, he's all scripted. He buys his scripts.
He buys these scripts? Where from, NASA? Sorry.
He says he's not an expert in anything, and what he does is he actually hires people that are experts in the field to write his scripts for him. He's basically like a presenter.
But like,
so he has a script, and then he goes on.
Where's the evidence for that?
Well, he said that himself. I think I actually have that on.
So if we give you a video of him saying that, are you going to deny it? Are you going to Are you going to say he meant something else? He meant something else.
No.
I'll find it for you, dude, because it is fair that I back up what I said. So just give me a
and
second.
also he's not a professor either. He already said that.
He played a guy
What's a
that started
science
sniffing girls'
communicator?
hairs in some movie.
Yeah, something about love in LA or something like that.
Yeah.
Love and Lies in LA, I think it's called.
Yeah, what wasn't his role like hair sniffer number 2?
Yeah, something like that.
But yeah, he said he's not a professor. He thought it would be a funny like name to call his YouTube channel, Professor Dave. He thought it would be fun. And he said he dropped out of college to follow a music career, which didn't work out. And then he said he's not really an expert in anything, and that he hires people to write his scripts for him and that kind of thing. But yeah, I'll just find the video where he actually talks about it.
Yeah.
That's why, like most of his arguments, right? So he'll have like AE maps, right? Like a globe projection, and he'll say, "Oh, this is the map that the flat earthers claim," and he'll strawman an argument, or he'll pick a really bad flat earth argument and say, "Oh, this is what all the flat earthers are claiming," and then the globe earthers watch it, and because they don't know the flat earth arguments properly, they believe that Dave's telling them the truth about what flat earthers are claiming, and then they come in here and try to bring those same fallacious arguments in here, and they get wrecked.
Yeah, to be honest, it doesn't help our case when people professing to be flat earthers show the AE map and say that this is flat earth or the best representation of it when it's completely 100% not.
Right. So you guys have like hit diamond when it comes to flat earth.
This is the flat earth Pentagon.
Right.
Like this community's been around for more than 10 years. It's kind of the central hub. Many of the groups that you see out there have spun off, you could say, from here to go pursue their own agendas and endeavors.
Right.
Most of them.
So I found
All
the
of them?
video.
You think the moon landing
it's
was
literally
faked?
yeah,
Sorry.
obviously, definitely, bro. But just hold on a second, right? Just take 50 seconds and just watch the clip that I put in the side chat.
All right.
And then we can talk about the moon landing if you want.
All right. Great. Yeah. So he was talking about the stuff that he doesn't understand, but then he went on to say he understands chemistry well.
Yeah, so he shouldn't be talking about flat Earth then, huh?
He actually doesn't understand chemistry that well.
Yeah, he got that wrong too in the
He
debate.
failed as a
so.
professor. He used the excuse he went to become a musician instead, failed as that, and then had a second try to be a chemistry professor and failed again. And you can also have bad.
I've got another video where he talks about all of that as well. It tells you.
I mean, that's fine. I mean,
exactly-
you can still be pretty knowledgeable, even though you're not a professor. I would say.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
be.
that's true.
You can be, but you can also be very fallacious and trick people into thinking that flat earthers are claiming things that they're not claiming, and straw man people. Okay, so look, this you should watch.
I would agree.
Well, listen,
real-
just one second. I'm gonna share something for you if you want to watch it later. Okay, so it's like this guy called Mindshock. He's got a channel called Bruce McGuire on YouTube, and he's unbiased. Like, he doesn't take sides, and he reviews debates, and he's a professional in formal logic and whatnot. Okay, so he goes over and he'll stop the debate every time someone makes a fallacy, and he'll explain what the fallacy was and how it was fallacious and blah blah blah. Right, and he did that with a bunch of Dave's debates, and Dave actually holds the records for the most amount of fallacies in a debate, and it's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fallacies. He's a very slimy, dishonest guy. I'll post that video. Yep.
Yeah, who's the guy that knows about formal logic?
His name's it's Bruce McGuire. He's got a channel. It used to be called Mindshock, but now it's called Bruce McGuire. And he's a very smart guy. So if you watch his videos, he'll
Is he
stop the debate.
earther?
No.
Oh, are you sad about that?
Well, he's unbiased to it. He
Doesn't
shits
matter
all
if
over
the guy's a flat earther, dude. If he's going to be calling out fallacies, is there a difference between people? Like, if you're a flat earther, you call them out more or less? Which is it?
I never.
He doesn't say he's a globe earther. He doesn't say that the Earth's a globe, right? He just says that, look, I'm going to give an unbiased opinion on the debate, right? He doesn't bring his own opinion into it. He's like, okay, this is a logical fallacy because of X, and he'll tell you what it was and how it works and all that sort of thing.
I mean, this is irrelevant, but I actually do think he's a flat earther deep down, but he just doesn't admit it. Just saying.
Bruce.
Yeah,
everybody is. Everybody is. Some
Everyone
of them.
is, yeah.
Some, yeah. The globers that won't admit it, they think somebody's watching them.
Bruce McGuire.
Yeah, I'll grab the link for you, bro. McGuire. It's like MGUIRE.
Oh, not this guy then.
No, if you type in Mindshock, it'll probably come up. But I'll grab it for you, and I'll grab the specific date and the specific video, and I'll put it in the side chat. Just 1 second.
Oh, McGuire. Oh yeah, this guy. Okay. And
So if you just go to search and just
he knows
type in Dave.
knows about formal logic.
Yeah, he knows a ton about it.
And where did he say? I guess, or how do you actually know?
Know what?
Here we go.
What do you wait? No, I'm genuinely curious.
How do we know what?
Because every single show of everything he's ever done is focused on this topic, the application of formal logic.
That could still be the case, and
You can fact check everything that he's saying. That's the thing. Okay, so it doesn't matter what your opinion is about it. He's stating mainstream logical fallacies, okay, and he's breaking them down and he's showing it happen live and explaining it. I mean, you can try to go against that if you want, but he's just pointing out things that happen in the debate. That's all. He calls out the flat earthers as well if they do it. Here's the video I was talking about, by the way.
Right. But yeah. So, what do you think about the moon?
We can't validate about the moon. Okay, I think that America faked the moon missions. Okay, that doesn't prove that the Earth's not a globe. but the footage is absolutely ridiculous looking. Most people haven't even looked at it. And then when I share clips of the footage, they're like, that's bullshit. There's no way that that's NASA footage. That's completely fake. Prove to me that that's actually NASA footage. And then I have to go show them on NASA's YouTube channel and website that this is actually NASA footage.
Yeah. I mean, have you heard of what they're doing with that like time capsule that was in like Michigan?
Not sure.
They said it came from a rocket. Oh, you're not sure about it? Oh, okay.
No, I haven't looked into that one.
Oh.
But tell me.
Nobody
Tell me
can
about it.
Nobody can open it until like 2079 or some shit.
Why?
It's weird.
Why is that?
I don't know.
That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like the Russians found it, and then it's in Michigan now, and yeah, nobody can open it until 2079.
What happens if you open it?
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell
Maybe
you.
there's some flat Earth proof inside.
If you open it too early, you're going to ruin the psyop. They've clearly got a psyop planned.
Open it.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about aliens?
Space is fake. What do you think about aliens?
I mean, I'm
When you
open to
say
the
aliens,
possibility.
when you say aliens, you mean like Mexicans?
When I say aliens, I'm talking.
Ramsey, he's not talking about you.
Oh, I got triggered when he said alien. I thought he was talking about
I
my people.
know you always pop up when you think everybody's talking about you because you're paranoid.
Yeah. Well, see, he said alien, so I mean, I have a reason.
Yeah, when I say aliens, I'm talking about other life forms from
Foreigners.
space.
From outer space? No, space is fake. So now what do you think about
how is-
aliens? Because you missed it before when I said that.
Yeah, I did. I'll just ask, how do you justify that space is fake? How do you defend that
How do you
proposition?
justify space is real, as you've been told? That's the question.
But
We're
that's
asking
just gonna
that
be like
question.
hold on, but then that's just going to be a burden shift fallacy.
No, it's not, because we're not the one making the claim about what space is. The claim on the table is that space is an infinite expanding vacuum. Listen,
I never
my
made the-
request for exposition is not a denial or acceptance of that claim.
Wait, so you don't deny or accept my claim?
No, I'm just asking for clarification and justification.
I never even had a proposition when it comes to me saying.
Well, you may have not, but this is with regards to the claim that space is an ever-expanding vacuum.
Okay, how does that have to do with what we were just discussing a few seconds ago?
Well, you tried to reverse the burden.
No, I never tried to reverse the burden.
Yeah, you said, how can you justify
unmuted.
that space isn't a vacuum? That's a
Yeah,
total
so you
burden
understand-
reversal.
You understand when nobody makes a positive claim and somebody makes.
So
a
you're
negative claim.
you're avoiding the claim on the table, which is that space is an expanding vacuum that we're asking for clarification on.
Yeah, I mean, you're just dodging my explanation.
No, I'm actually engaging it directly.
Yeah, you're engaging it by saying something else that doesn't even correlate to what I originally
No,
said.
you tried to reverse the burden.
Wait, can you just elaborate when you say reverse the burden?
Yeah, you asked
do you
us to
mean?
prove a negative.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to him.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm speaking for him right now.
I never posted. Yeah, I mean, I never. Yeah, I mean, I never made a
Yeah,
positive.
maybe you need to withdraw.
How do you know that it isn't fake? Is just going to be burden shifting if I've never made a positive claim?
Why did you ask us to prove a negative if you weren't trying to reverse the burden?
Well, why are you claiming aliens are from outer space? And then I said space is fake, and you tripped out. So you were claiming space is real.
Well, that's so space. In that, I guess, kind of like, well, it wasn't even a claim. It was kind of a question because I said, like, what do you think about aliens or something, right? But
And
I can
Jamsey
agree
said,
that.
"Are you talking about me? Because I'm an illegal alien." And you said, "No, I'm talking about space aliens." And I said, "Space is fake." Now, what do you think of space aliens? And you tripped out, right, Jamsey?
I mean, as I was saying, I guess you can kind of say, yeah. I mean, I guess you can kind of say that I was presupposing that space was real. At least that's on your view, right? But then, if you still make I guess, in a sense, negative claim about space being like not real, then I'll just ask for the proof that it's not real.
Because that's a counter proposition, not the proposition.
Wait, no, hold on, but the proposition previously that I made had nothing to do with his negative negative claim at all with his proposition.
Yeah, well, I didn't accuse you of making a positive claim. I said the claim on the table.
You did.
The same one you were referring to for us to make a negative proposition about.
Yeah, and did I make a positive claim about space being real? I presupposed it. Yeah, sure, but
to reverse the burden, you had to by necessity. You had to in order to reverse the burden, as you did by having us try to substantiate a negative, which is a counter proposition to the proposition on the table that you were inferring.
When you say so when you say
the end.
When you say the possibility,
if you continue past this point and don't withdraw, I'm gonna freaking mute you for trolling.
Wait, how am I?
Performative. Look at it like this. If I said to you, Bigfoot is not real, would you turn around and say, prove to me that Bigfoot is not real?
No, I would just say, how do you know that Bigfoot is not real? Like, what sort of, what's the standard you're using to determine that Bigfoot is not real or something?
Because nobody's been able to justify the positive claim that it is real.
There we go.
So it's instantly not fake. So then what do you think about brute facts that
I don't have to automatically accept a baseless claim. As I said before, when I ask for exposition, I'm neither agreeing with the claim or denying the claim.
Hold on, but again, this is just gonna be like a quick yes or no. Like, was I talking to you?
You're talking to all of us. It's an open panel, yeah. So yes,
correct.
You're talking to him. Yeah.
So was I engaging?
I got it. You don't like me, okay? And it's because I'm pointing out the flaws in your logic.
Flaws in my logic. What?
Yeah. Your suppositional logic is flawed.
Yeah, I mean, you just mean reasoning, right? Because we're engaging in an informal conversation or informal discussion, right?
Well, you tried to reverse the burden, and that made it more formal, right?
No, actually, no.
Yeah, it did. You tried to engage in formal logic at that very instant, so you're wrong.
Wait, okay, I think you're confused on what formal logic is.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, so formal logic is it's the study of structured reasoning that has rules of inference.
Correct. You added structure to it, which I destroyed by knocking out your presupposition.
But wait, you don't understand that if we're just engaging with some type of I guess in a sense informal reasoning, right? And there's no formal argumentation behind it. Then
so maybe you don't want to make burden reversals.
Then it's not going to be. Hold on, real quick. Let me just say this. It's not going to be. It's not going to be formal because I'm not even using any rules of inference or have a logical structure to any of my propositions. You understand that, right?
That's your plan? You're going to try to not do that? Well, you've already been spooked in this, dude.
Wait. I'm not saying I'm not going to try to do that. I'm just saying what I originally did wasn't or didn't engage in formal logic at all, or any branch of formal logic, like propositional logic, or maybe say first order logic, anything. It was just informal, I guess, kind of discussion. It wasn't
okay. Well, I'll let you back it up. All right, let's back it up, reverse it, start over.
I mean, if that's your way of coping, I mean, sure, I guess.
I'm not coping.
Okay, let's back it up and start over. No, space is fake. Now, what do you think of space aliens? Go.
Well, do you think that in some possible world, space could be real?
No.
You don't? So then what's going to be... Okay, so you think it's logically contradictory?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So when I say it's logically possible, given a possible world for space to be...
No, it's not possible.
What's going to be the contradiction?
Gas pressure without a container.
That's not a contradiction.
Yeah, it is. There's necessary antecedents to gas pressure.
But hold on. But again, space.
Hold on. No, there are antecedents that are necessary to gas pressure's existence.
I mean, I can grant that.
Okay, so it's not possible. Period.
Okay, hold on. When I say possible, what modality do you think I'm operating in? Logical modality, physical modality? What's physically possible?
Well, in this case, they're one and the same.
About? You understand that something can be physically impossible, like you're referring to, but logically possible, right? There's a clear distinction.
Not in this case.
There's nothing logical about making air bubbles in a vacuum. There's nothing logical about air bubbles in a vacuum.
We're dealing with natural law.
Okay, can you chill for 2 seconds, please?
We're dealing with natural law. That's why. Laugh all you
Yeah, but
want.
natural law can get violated.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
It can get violated
when we're talking
by
about
what, like magical unicorns in your brain? Sure, okay.
absolutely. I mean, it's logically
Yeah, let's talk
possible in
about
a possible
fantasy
world
here. No,
for-
we're talking about real world, okay? Application of logic
I know we're talking.
to the real
we
world
can talk about
application
what's
of physics.
we can talk about real world, but my question was centered around the logical possibility.
Okay,
of
so
space
what?
being
Like
known, a
you
possible
can
world.
conjure up something in your brain and that makes it real?
Wait, what? The reason
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
saying it's
You
not
conjure
logically
up something
impossible.
in your brain and you're like, therefore it's possible. That's called a
reason-
reification fallacy, dude.
Wait,
Would I
what's
like
that, bro?
to
But the
engage in
reason-
concept reification fallacies with a debate, bro? No.
As I was saying, right?
Yeah,
So
don't
when we say
concept
something is
reify,
logically,
bro.
let me just clarify. When we say something is logically impossible, we're just saying that it's a contradiction within logic, right? It
No,
violates
you're
the law of
trying to get us to reify concepts.
If I say, okay, so you're just gonna
Stop it.
wait, okay, so then you're just gonna deny the laws of logic?
No, I'm not. I'm going to deny your concept reification fallacy, which is an acceptance of logic.
Oh yeah, and did you come to that conclusion within the use of logic?
I came to this conclusion when you asked us to conjure up something as a possibility in your brain that is inherently contradictory.
And the steps that you made, was you using some type of reasoning to get there?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, so then you are accepting the laws of logic then.
Of course I accept the laws of logic, sure.
Okay, so then
I'm using it to destroy your concept reification fallacy, which is a violation of the laws of logic.
Wait, how is it a violation of? I'm not even sure what the fallacy even is. So maybe you can elaborate
The
on the
concept
fallacy.
reification fallacy? Okay, maybe somebody can post it in the chat and you can educate yourself on this debate,
No,
bro.
but you're the one using it, so I think you would, like, be more informative on what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I already
So when I-
defined it
when I
like
just
3
asked
times through
you-
the course of our conversation. If you were listening and picking up on the cues that I was talking about, you would have heard my definition of what concept reification fallacies are.
That's fine, but I don't understand why it's so hard for you to repeat what you said again.
Because I don't want to waste my time doing concept reification fallacy experiments with you, bro.
But you're saying it 24/7, so I can just make the case that you already are wasting your time.
No, you're wasting my time.
If I say hi 24/7 and then somebody asks me, "Hey, what does that word mean?" and I'm just gonna say, "Hey,
You're wasting our time.
What?
Thanks for owning yourself again. Can you step on the garden rake any harder?
And just
Yoder, it is interesting that this topic, more than any other topic that I have ever known, reveals 99% are brain in a jar types.
Yeah, which isn't even true. Because then you got to get into the internal and external world. You know, how can you conjure up something that you never had an experience with in the first place? It's like, how could Helen Keller imagine what sight is like?
110%, my friend. The interesting thing is that there seems to be no lower limit to the Globy. Really.
A Mange is here.
What, Maine?
Big Maine is here, fellas. Big Maine is here.
Mange.
Bro, what are you
The Mange is here.
What is a mange? Pussy?
Look it up.
I ain't looking it up, boy. You tell me. You tell me, boy.
No, it's too disgusting.
Yeah, we back on that flat shit. We back on flat earth, man. We back. We back, and we gonna get to the truth once and for all, yeah?
Are you a
Hey,
merchant, Maine?
if that other guy shows up, just immediately ban him.
I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, ban his ass. But yeah. Where did we left off yesterday?
You were spiraling.
About what?
You had a string of lights you had a string of lights in the sky, and you said they're magical and they're falling all the time.
Yeah, I said it was magic, yeah.
Which way is down for a satellite that's in orbit?
Back to Earth, you know. They're free falling.
Free falling. How come they go over your house?
Down is in the direction to travel.
One at a time, fellas. I didn't hear that.
How is down going around over your house?
Bro, you asked me which direction is down. I only answered that. I didn't tell you that it was being
satellite. It's in the direction of its orbit, not down at Earth.
What I wanted to tell you now is the satellite stays in orbit by its constant velocity, which is the same rate as it is free falling down on Earth. That's why over the Earth's curve, it's having a velocity going over the Earth's curve, but it's still falling. But the Earth's curve, it goes further and further and further. And the velocity which it goes nullifies that free fall.
How did they calculate the velocity needed if they didn't measure the Earth curve already from the ground?
They did.
You'll need a tangential velocity, which requires a curvature measurement.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
They'll need a tangential velocity, which requires a curvature measurement to have a radius.
Hold on. You're asking me to give you a velocity which is needed to surround the curve, yeah? The measurement. You're asking me to give you orbital mechanics formulas right now.
No, not really, because those are just kinematics. I want the dynamic. I want the dynamic force. I want the dynamic force of down, the twisting, torquing, rotational measurement of the satellite.
Hold on, man. I ain't got no twisting, torquing mechanisms to show you right now. All I want to tell you is we got these explanations, yeah? And we can believe in, or we don't believe in. That's it. That's bottom line, homie. But we can also, you know what also we can do? We can look at it and see it doesn't move any other way because there's no propulsion.
You need to see, and then one more thing, you need to imagine.
But we can see it.
Yeah, we see the same thing. You just have an imagination about it.
Yeah.
You've never seen a satellite orbit. You've seen it move.
Yeah, I've seen it move, yeah. And
correct,
hundreds of thousands of people have seen it move all around the globe.
We see them move.
But all around the globe we see it move, yeah?
Well, that's the part that you have to imagine.
No, dude. Yesterday you tried this and you said, I can get 50 people and we'll all follow it around the globe. And I said, go ahead. And you said, I can't get 50 people.
Yeah, for sure. Goddamn right.
Imagine it.
I ain't gonna get 50 people, but listen.
That's right. You're not going to be able to do it. Remember, I said those same words yesterday. Also, this is like deja vu day for you.
No. It's not deja vu. We've been talking about this for 1 minute right now. But let me ask you guys one question, okay? So you guys know that you can follow Starlink on the internet. You know, you have the website which follows it, orbit around Earth. You know how?
Yeah, that's because you can't actually see it for yourself. You have to imagine it, and the app conforms to your imagination of it.
Hold on. You know how ISS has that little orbit projection down on the live stream? You know, 24 live stream of ISS.
It's based off a coordinate reference system.
Huh?
Yeah, so there's a coordinate reference system for space. One of them is called IGP4, and it's based off the WGS84 model.
Okay, don't. Okay, so basically, you can track the Starlink satellite in its orbit on a website, and when you see.
Yeah, I understand how it works. I'm giving you the coordinate reference frames for the mathematics of the orbital mechanics.
Great, buddy. But when you see,
I know more about this than you.
Yes, you do. When you see,
don't need to teach us.
Oh my God, man! Let me finish, man. So when you see the Starlink orbit is gonna cross where you live, and you go out, see it in the sky, and it matches the exact minute it should be over your head, and every single human can do this, yeah, and it matches. Why do you say that's not plausible? Not why do you say it doesn't work?
What do you mean? It works mathematically. It works within the coordinate reference frame.
Yoder, listen to me. Let me rearrange this question. Let me rearrange this question for you, buddy. So we have Starlink satellites. We can follow it on a website where it is at each exact moment. Yeah, and
using an arbitrarily chosen coordinate reference frame.
And why does that matter if they orbit or not?
It matters because it's an interpretive frame that allows you to consider these things going in an orbit around a ball within that coordinate reference system.
Okay.
There are other
So,
interpretive frames that don't utilize the Earth as a sphere.
okay. So,
Right, and the
are we
mathematics work the same.
are we agreeing that the website is actually providing the current location of Starlink satellites? You know, the website I'm talking about.
No,
Why not?
because when the lights go away, you still have internet.
What are you talking about? I'm not even connected to Starlink. I'm using broadband cables.
Yeah,
Then
so
how do you
listen,
know?
it
Then
is
how do you know what the lights are?
it's
Because
accurate to say that the ISS is correctly plotted within the coordinate reference system.
yeah.
That doesn't mean the coordinate reference system matches actual reality. Those are two separate things.
Okay. So Yoder, we agree on that. Let's say we doesn't know if it actually orbits, but it actually shows and when and where the thing is, and you can spot it, right? So we agree on that.
Yeah, no ball required.
Okay, no ball required. So now the other question: Are those ISS and Starlink and all the other satellites, are they constantly in air above us, or they come down and then get relaunched or something like that?
Sorry, what?
So the other question that follows that one was, so then does the ISS, the Starlink, and all the other satellites, are they constantly flying in air above us at a constant speed?
I don't know what they are. I mean, well, it's going to be constant acceleration.
Yeah.
Right, because uniform circular motion is constant acceleration.
Okay, but so you're saying you don't know if they're constantly flying above us or not?
Honestly, I don't know what they actually are. There could be
You don't
something
know
up
what
there
they
that
are.
coincides with what they are.
Okay. So when you buy Starlink, yeah, and you put the dish out, satellite dish, what do you think how do you think you're receiving the signals from that satellite, from the dish, the Starlink dish? Yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to have firsthand knowledge of where the signal's coming from.
Just rebranded Dish Network.
So it's a dish network. The signal comes from radio towers. Yeah. Is that what you're saying, Professor?
Yeah, go ahead and debunk me.
Okay. So we get all the internet, all the cell signals from radio towers on Earth. Yeah, there's no satellites involved.
No, your phone doesn't connect to a space can.
My phone don't connect to a space can.
Man.
Big feelings. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. We left there yesterday, and I think we concluded, just like right now, we don't agree on it. I mean, we concluded that us Globetards have the explanation, but you guys don't believe in it. And that's pretty much bottom line on a lot of these topics we can discuss, yeah? But what I wanted to talk about right now is I didn't quite get a satisfactory conclusion about this one. So yesterday we mentioned you could make a circle around the world, yeah, on a flat Earth, right? Let's say you go from Australia to Africa, then to South America, and then back to Australia. We all agree you made a circle on the Earth, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. I have to go. I'll be back in like 15 to 20.
Come on, Yoder. The rules getting interesting right now. All right, Professor DJ, you guys are up, man.
Man.
And T-Dub as well. I know my man T-Dub is in here. So, we all agree you guys can circle the Earth, right? Just like I gave an example of right now. Yeah. So, if the Earth is flat and you make a circle on a flat Earth, you guys would think that flat Earth would be in a in a spherical shape, maybe even hexagon, octagon, circle, whatever. But it should be in some kind of circular shape. Don't you guys agree?
No.
Why not? Explain.
Is a lake flat?
I say it's lake shaped.
Yeah. But
Are all lakes circular shaped?
no, but they have edges.
There you go.
Where's
But where are the edges to the earth then? That's what I want to ask. You just helped me right there. Where are the edges to the earth?
Where's in a lake? Where's the edge at?
On the shoreline.
That'd be that's an edge. You think that is?
Yeah, edge of a lake. Yeah.
So California is like the edge of the ocean, right?
Huh?
California is the edge of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
There you go.
So where are the edges to our Earth? Our known
California.
Earth?
He just told you California.
Yeah, but hold on, bro. You're not making sense. I'm telling you, we have Pacific Ocean going past. We're not talking about shorelines. We're talking about Earth's edge. Earth, not landmass. We're talking about our planet, yeah? So you can go past California to Pacific Ocean, and there should be something past Pacific Ocean. You understand? Because if the Earth is in a circular shape, just like we concluded right now, or never mind it being circular, any shape or any way, it has to have an edge, final line, bottom line, doesn't it? You guys agree with me, or you're saying something flat doesn't have to have an edge? I'm waiting.
Where's the edge of a lake?
I just told you a minute ago. How can tell me something flat that doesn't have an edge? Edges in our reality, Professor. I'm listening. Yeah. I think we hit something right here. I think we hit some. T-Dub, any thoughts, man? DJ, maybe you?
Yeah, same answer as before. How is California not an edge of the Pacific Ocean inside your own worldview? Inside your own epistemology, you said the shoreline or a coastline would be an edge. Then when we told you, sure, so California is the edge, and you said, no, it's not. So how do we have to square the contradiction here? There's a contradiction inside your worldview that you have shores and coastlines are edges and not edges at the same time.
Crit.
That's a contradiction.
You're poisoning the well here. It's called poisoning the well.
That'd be a fallacy. Because even if it was poisoning the well, even so, it doesn't square the contradiction. Just because
it's not a contradiction.
Yeah,
it's
because
not a contradiction.
Is California an edge or not?
An edge to what?
The ocean.
Yeah, it's a part of an edge. Yeah.
There we go. So there's the edge you keep looking for.
Hold on. I'm not talking about a Pacific Ocean. I'm talking about the whole Earth.
Which would be what?
Earth, the planet we live on.
Planet now. So a planet?
I never asked you guys about anything.
How do you know about a planet? Where did that come from? How is Earth a planet? Do you know what a planet is? What's the definition of a planet? Because you're going to contradict yourself again.
Great.
Dude, you're going to contradict yourself. Define planet. Define planet.
Okay, listen to me, bro. I will define planet, but just give me 1 second. Let me tell
Don't
you
worry.
something.
No color commentary. Let's be hyper specific. Words matter. The definition of words matter. You
Cool, bro.
use the word planet.
Yeah.
What is the definition of that word? What does that word
It's
mean?
an astronomical body generally required to be in orbit around a star.
Okay, so
Around.
Earth is not that. Earth is the ground below your
How
feet.
would you?
Earth
Okay.
is not some object in the sky rotating around a star.
Okay, let's say we agree on it. Let's say it's not Earth is not a planet. Let me ask you about this then. Real simple. I'm not asking you nothing about nothing except this. Where are the edges on a flat Earth? Because
You said
if you
inside your own worldview, you've got all of California will be an edge.
What are you talking about, man? What are you talking
said that the edge of a lake or an ocean or any body of water would be
Who's talking about body of water?
You did.
I'm saying Earth, the thing we live on, not the body of water.
Yet inside your own worldview, you said all flat things have edges and are circular. We're like, okay, well, how about a lake?
The flat things are all circular.
How about you said that?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said all flat objects are circular.
Who said that?
You
Bro,
said
you're
that.
putting words in my mouth now. Come on, man. Listen, I don't want to talk with you about nothing except I got two questions for you, real simple. Is there anything in this reality that we know of that is flat and doesn't have edges?
Yeah, we talking about like anything in this reality that's flat and doesn't have edges. You said the same thing. A lake would be flat and doesn't have edges.
So lake doesn't have edges.
You said that. Yeah, there's no edges.
What? Man, who am I talking with right here? Am I going crazy or some shit?
Okay, doesn't have edges.
Crazy?
Okay, so does a lake have edges? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, how about a river? Does a river have edges?
Yes.
Ocean. Does an ocean have edges?
Yes.
Okay, so then Earth, there's a part of Earth called California.
Man, don't bring that. Why are you bringing up California? We're going so good. Rivers, lakes, and oceans have edges. And where's the Earth's edge then? Crete, where's the Earth's edge?
California would be the edge.
Oh my God. Man, I know I'm tripping with this shit, man. This dude said California is the world's edge.
Yeah, anytime you see water touch Earth inside your worldview, that would be the edge. That would be Earth creating an edge.
Plain and truth, my man. You hear, bro? My man. Anybody else want to discuss this, man? I can't with Crit. Crit making me sound crazy out here, man. Professor, you here, man? I know I ain't going crazy out here. Anybody?
Yeah, I'm here. I agree with you. The edge is, I agree with you. The edge is California.
Man, hell wrong with you, boy. Hell, you think edge of Earth is California? Explain to me what are you talking about, man?
Debunk me.
Oh, come on, man. You ain't talking right now. I know you guys on some bullshit right now. You guys on some bullshit, man. Talking about California is the edge of Earth. You crazy?
man? Here's a better question for you.
Yeah, I'm listening.
How would you fall off of a pond?
You wouldn't fall off of a pond.
Okie dokie then.
Maybe if there's, straits or something.
Okay, so we can't fall off a pond. There you go.
Yeah. And the level line is, where's the edge of the Earth? If Earth is flat, where are the edges of it?
I don't know where the edge of the pond is. Like the land? Yeah, I don't know where the ends of that is. Do you?
Yeah, there is none.
Do I have to know where that is to know that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
False equivalence fallacy.
You know why? Because if something is flat, it has edges.
Yeah. Okay. So where's that at?
There is none. That's why Earth is not flat.
No, that's not that there is none. Not. It's just that nobody knows where it's at.
What do you mean? How do we not know where something is not? Haven't we
Because I don't
traversed?
because
Haven't
I
we-
don't know because I don't know how big the Earth is, and neither do you.
So you're saying humanity didn't discover all shorelines of all continents, like the generally. And I'm not talking about 2 kilometers over here, 2 kilometers over there. I'm talking
Japan
about
discovered 7,000 islands recently.
okay, 7,000 islands we discovered. But where are they? Where are they, Professor?
In the ocean.
Where in the ocean? In which ocean?
You go find the article from Japan, and they'll tell you where they're at.
Does it matter where?
Yeah, because you guys are you guys are saying like we haven't discovered all of the oceans, and using the logic which we agreed on that you can circle around the Earth, we can conclude also that if the Earth is flat and you can make a circle on it, that we traversed around the Earth. Yeah, traversed around it. So you're saying if we did traverse
You talk yourself into a contradiction again.
Hold on. Let me finish this, Crit. Let me finish. 10 more seconds, then you can talk, please.
You don't need
10 more
to finish it because you're in a contradiction.
Oh my God, Crit, let me talk, man. Come on, man.
Dude, you are hold on. Okay, think about what you're going to say before you say it. If
I'm
the Earth is
thinking
flat,
all of the time, man. Listen.
If the Earth is flat, you can draw a circle on it. You can't draw a circle if the Earth is not flat.
You can. But
Okay,
who said
so
that? Who said that?
It's what you call a red herring. It doesn't matter.
I'm not talking.
You should be able to draw.
Oh
you
my
can draw
God,
a
Crit.
circle either way.
You're putting words in my mouth all of the time. Listen to me, man. What's wrong with you?
It's clarifying your own thoughts for you.
The issue
He ain't
is, you
clarifying
said, if the Earth is a flat, you can draw a circle. If the Earth is anything, you can draw a circle on it.
Well, no. If Earth is a rectangle, you cannot draw a circle. Like, let's say we traverse from Australia to Africa. The example I gave you, you cannot draw a circle around those 3 continents on a rectangle. Yeah, because then you
just draw a circle, a circumnavigation. You do a circle navigation around those 2 spots.
Not around them, through them. You know,
Yes,
let's say
through
you
them.
go. Yeah, I was.
You just would
example I
draw
gave.
a circle going from point A to point B and going around back the other way.
But you cannot go. You know why? Because if it's on a rectangle, let's say Australia is right, Africa is in the middle, and South America is on the left. How are you gonna get from South America back to Australia without touching Africa on a rectangle Earth? How?
A rectangle Earth?
Yeah. But this guy is saying you can circle on any Earth. You can circle.
Rectangles are flat, dude.
Yeah. That's what I'm telling you. But Crit is saying I said you can draw a circle on any type of Earth. You can circle around the continents, around the Earth, yeah, on any type of Earth. I didn't say that. But listen to what I'm saying right now. So we agreed that you can circle around the Earth. We know from let me finish. The point that I was saying is Australia, South Africa, or any part of Africa, Madagascar, I don't know, back to South America, and then again back to Australia, going the same route, yeah?
Listen,
cardinal direction.
You're confusing the map with reality, because the only way you think you know where these are due to a coordinate reference system that you preferred.
Okay, let's say I don't prefer any coordinate system. Let's say I take a plane or a boat and I got a general direction.
Then how do you know where you are?
How do I know where I'm at? I'm using Google Maps.
Well, you're using coordinates.
Yeah, I'm using coordinates.
Because you're going to have to know where things are relative to other things if you're going to plot a course ahead of time before going there, right?
I'm using a compass, due west. I'm going due west from Australia.
You're using Google Maps.
No.
Okay.
I'm using Google Maps to know where I'm at, and I check it with my own eyes. Is this true where I'm at? And Google Maps says
All right,
this
so
shit.
you realize Google Maps was created on a coordinate reference system.
Oh man, Yoder, let me finish the goddamn point. It don't matter what I'm using, man.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
not
it does.
using Google.
If you're using a coordinate reference system, it's arbitrary.
Okay, what about compass?
And what about a compass? It's not a coordinate reference system. I mean, if you want to use a compass, go for it. How do you know which direction you're actually facing at every point of time?
Are you saying if I take a
Especially-
compass, I start from Australia, I put it on west, and I steer my boat on due west, and I keep it due west all of the time? Are you saying I won't hit Africa, and after that I won't hit South America, and after that I
Right, you're
won't
going to
hit
get
Australia
confused, and
again?
I'll tell you why. You're going to get confused, and I'll tell you why. Because in some
Confused
points
about
of the
what?
Earth, the needle on your compass is going to point north, right where the sun is rising in the east.
What are you talking about? Have you heard what I asked you?
It's called magnetic declination. People who were sailing noticed that in some places on Earth, that the north bearing point on the compass was facing the sun.
Bro, have you heard what I asked you?
Are you hearing what I'm telling you? That the compass
I'm
is probably
hearing
not
what-
going to put you
I'm
where you
hearing-
think you are.
Bro, okay, we're using a laser gyroscope, yeah? We're
Well,
using
you're
a
going to need
laser.
an accelerometer too.
Huh?
Yeah, you'll need an accelerometer in addition to the gyroscope.
Okay, I'm using everything I need to use to plot my way due west. Are we agreeing that I will hit Africa from Australia and then South America, and then again I will hit Australia after South America by heading due west?
The true answer is no, because this is dependent on what west is and how west is defined. It's arbitrary. You got so many different wests, right? You got magnetic west, you've got map west, you've got west with respect to where Polaris is, you've got west with respect to where the sunrise on the equinox is. You got so many different wests.
Yoder,
Don't
is
agree
there
with each other.
Okay, we cannot agree here either then. Okay. Yoder, is there anything that's in our reality that is flat and doesn't have edges?
Anything that is flat without edges in reality.
Yeah, does anything exist like that?
My table.
Yeah, inside the
I would say
heliocentric.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, inside the
not sure.
heliocentric model,
Could
you've got the galaxy, the universe. It's supposedly
Could you
flat
think-
with no edge.
Could you think about anything that's flat and doesn't have edges in our reality?
Yeah, how about
Let-
your galaxy? Your
No, we're not.
Milky
We're
Way
saying,
galaxy.
the Earth is flat. We're saying the Earth is flat. I'm saying
How about the solar system? Does the solar
Wait.
system have an edge?
the solar system.
I mean,
in which way is the
it
solar
sounds like
system flat?
Off the bat, it sounds like a violation of Euclidean space. Say that.
Okay. So if the Earth is flat, where are her edges? Yoder.
Irrelevant.
Huh?
Irrelevant. It's entirely irrelevant.
Why is it irrelevant? If something is flat, it needs to have an edge. Where are the Earth's edges?
Maybe so, but yeah, maybe so. Maybe there are edges. Still measures flat. Maybe there are no edges. Maybe this is a really mystical place. And while there are limitations to our existence due to the defined gas pressure we breathe, that the actual plane itself extends further beyond the upper limits of where gas is pressurized. And maybe it could extend infinitely for all I know. And our little piece of it is constrained. So who knows?
Okay, so all of our explorers, all of humans that traverse this globe daily and last, I don't know how many thousands of years, none of them have found the edges of the Earth.
I don't think so. Maybe they have. Maybe there are edges to discover. Maybe there are edges that can't be discovered. Due to physical
would that work?
limitations. Well, due to physical limitations. You don't have
So-
an airplane big enough or a boat strong enough.
To
Maybe
endure
the
what?
elements are too harsh.
To endure what? The elements where? Where are these unapproachable lands or seas?
Well, there's some very harsh
You cut out there.
conditions in Antarctica. There are harsh conditions. Yeah, Antarctica, like the highest land on Earth, you have a high risk of dying due to lack of oxygen. It gets super freaking cold, especially in the winter.
We flew over Antarctica, north to south, and we circled around it thousands of times.
Only if you believe in the map, but maps aren't reality.
Have you heard me? We flew over Antarctica, south to north, and
Maybe
we
so.
circled around.
Maybe
we
Antarctica's not the end. Maybe it's an island on flat Earth.
Okay, but where do we go next? What do you propose? Where should humans go?
I don't know.
I'm gonna
Earth
fight
measures
for
flat everywhere.
Yeah, no one's ever just kept going south, bro. No one's ever just continued to go south, right?
No
And
one's
if the
ever
Earth was
continued to
implode,
go
you'd come
south.
back to where you started. No one's ever done that we can validate. Okay, so you don't have an answer there, even on the globe side.
It
So
doesn't
you guys
matter.
don't believe in a South Pole, basically geographic South Pole. You guys don't believe in it.
The geographic one? Nah, not really. There's a map South Pole that you can call the geographic South Pole. We can go with that because I'm not afraid of the coordinate reference grid.
So what about people that claim they flew over Antarctica?
Have you examined their claims? Because we have, and we know that they actually haven't done it the way that you think that they have.
How did you examine it, and what did you conclude?
We looked at their own claims where they were not able to fly completely across the southern geographical pole, as stated.
And you determined that by how?
By looking at their own evidence.
What evidence?
The evidence of South Polar flights. Nobody's ever been able to produce the claim,
What
evidence for the claim
What
that
evidence?
they've traversed Antarctica from south to north again over the South Geographic Pole on a globe. Never been substantiated
I'm
once.
asking you, what evidence did you examine of theirs?
Oh gosh, well, I looked at actually satellite evidence first.
Satellite
And
evidence.
you know what I found?
You looked
Yeah,
at satellite
satellites
evidence.
that are doing polar orbits. Have you heard of polar orbits for satellites? I looked into this
Yeah,
first
I have,
before I
but
get
it
into the
sounded to
airplane.
me you use the satellites.
Yeah, I looked at the evidence for polar orbits, and you know what kept happening? Due to the elements, the satellites kept losing their bearings. Why? Because they said that their sensors that help them determine whether they're upright or not fail to distinguish between the sky and the ground over Antarctica due to the extreme temperature differences and due to the lack of any landmarks that are distinguishable whatsoever.
Can somebody mute this guy that is hot mic?
So the satellites would actually go into a tumbling, is what they themselves claim. Their satellites start tumbling and have issues going over the poles because specifically over Antarctica, they cannot use their star trackers and they cannot use horizon indicators
Okay.
due to
so
the
you're
uniqueness
saying-
of Antarctica. And
yeah, so you're saying none of the
there any-
equipment they took actually works, and that proves they didn't fly over the South Pole.
well, no, it just proves that they have no evidence that they of actually doing it.
Okay, so they don't have evidence they did it.
All right, so why should I automatically believe them? Am I
Because
allowed
a
to
lot
say
of
I don't
people-
believe them? Am I allowed to say
Because-
I don't believe them due to lack of evidence? Is that okay with you?
No, because if they flew over the South Pole, and we know where South Pole is, geographical South Pole, and they flew over it, why wouldn't you believe them? And they
Because
recorded
they
it.
can't substantiate it. Because in the case of satellites, their satellites would power down and tumble every time it would start to approach the point that is considered to be over the geographic South Pole on a globe. So they weren't able to collect reliable data about their location. They were unable to validate where they were.
So
Now look
you
at the
guys,
airplanes.
so Yoder, you're
Sorry,
saying
go
we
ahead.
don't we don't have markings, physical markings on the South Pole. We don't know where it is actually.
I
Or
don't
what?
think they know where it actually is. No.
So you're saying all of these people that visited South Pole, geographical South Pole, didn't actually visit the South Pole.
No, I want them to substantiate that they actually did. And until they do, I don't have to accept that their claims are true because they're baseless
Okay.
until they substantiate it.
Okay,
And they
okay.
also just place a pole out there to take pictures with when they go to the North Pole. They don't actually go to the North Pole. They put a pole out there for you to take pictures with. They even tell you that.
Okay, so you guys are saying.
Why don't we hit pause? I'll tell you what we're saying. We're saying that the evidence that you believe exists is not actually there because we checked.
Yeah, and you checked and I should trust that you checked on your own word.
Yeah, like we check a lot. This is the reason for us in this room right now on Discord, on the internet, on YouTube, on X, on Rumble. We're asking for people to provide the evidence. We're crowdsourcing globe evidence.
Okay.
We ask people every day to provide it, and so far it has come up empty, just like you're coming up empty now.
Okay, so you're saying humans still, but on a flat Earth, there is no geographical South Pole, am I right?
If it requires a globe, the answer is no. You know, I mean, what do you want to consider the geographical South Pole? If it's going to be directly beneath a star, we can go with that, I guess, but it doesn't mean Earth is a globe.
Yeah, it doesn't mean Earth is a globe. I'm just saying on a flat Earth, are you guys saying there are geographical poles or not?
On a map, there are. Like the geographical poles are conceptions. They're conceptual locations.
They're conceptions. They're conceptions.
Right. So those concepts can exist on a flat Earth. Absolutely. Got no problem with that.
Okay, so how would you map out the poles on a flat Earth? How would you put it?
I don't know. I might use a dual polar stereographic projection of the celestial sphere. I might try that one on a flat Earth.
Could you show me what it kind of looks like in SciChat? Do you have some?
I'm driving, but somebody wants to Google dual polar stereographic projection. I mean, you'll get one way to map this out. You know, I can also give you a globe. The globe is a coordinate reference system for flat Earth.
Yeah. I understand.
Okay, real quick.
Okay, good.
But that means.
So can I? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I'll let you have your time to think, but can I just have a conversation with Lioness real quick? Is that fine?
Who?
The Lioness person, because they were saying something like pretty retarded in the chat that I need to address.
Well, yeah, if that's your take, I probably would say no. We're not going to go that route.
Do you want to hear? You can hear what they said for yourself.
You're angry, dude.
Yeah, getting triggered over what someone said is not a good showing and not something we're going to do.
Wait, how do you know I'm triggered?
Because just using some kind of word like retarded, it showcases that if you don't want, unless you seek out retarded stuff. Is that what you do in life?
No.
Okay, so there we go. So now you know. What my epistemology is, when I see something stupid, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to skip. Next, scroll. Because go to always trust your algorithm.
Yeah, but do you think that you can teach somebody? Yeah, but I'm just gonna ask.
No, because you're in a contradiction at that point. If you think somebody's being retarded, then you would have to say, hey, you would have to have special methods and practices to teach that person. You don't. You don't have that sort of special education level to teach somebody.
I mean, I do.
No, you don't.
You do have special education.
I would usually agree on a. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the context, but the context is like very easily to. Yeah, it's very easy to address.
Yeah, dude. All that's happening right now is you're being told no over and over again, and your brain.
Where's the contradiction though? Where's the P and not P?
Yeah, your brain farting the word no.
That's not a contradiction.
Okay, we're not going to go.
I thought we were being informal, bro.
Yeah, we're looking at trying to figure out.
Yeah, we are. You can be informal and still use the laws of logic.
Dude, you're completely derailing the conversation.
How am I derailing? You said it was a contradiction. Where's the contradiction, asshole?
We're already talking about another topic.
Triggered.
You're triggered over something in text chat, and now you're derailing the voice chat.
Wait, how am I derailing? The person that was previously talking literally said I can speak. That's what we agreed upon.
Yeah, and
you said I was contradicting myself. Yeah, where's the contradiction, asshole? I'm still talking, asshole. Hey, I'm still talking. Where's the contradiction?
No, you're allowed to speak to present your case for having a conversation with Level Lioness, and then that was denied. So I don't know if we want to go back to the previous conversation or not.
Oh, let's go back. I mean, I'm happy he came back.
Yeah, me too, actually. I'm glad you're here.
Hopefully I didn't just...
I need some... Sorry, go ahead.
Did the gunslinger leave?
No, I didn't leave.
Gunslinger.
Oh, you're still
I gotta
there.
go. I gotta go grab some groceries. I'll be back in 30 minutes, I think, fellas.
Oh man. Okay, I won't be here, so take care, and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, Yoder, you take care too, man. I'll be waiting for you, man. We gotta get to the bottom
flat.
of this. Me and you, baby. Yeah, I'm gonna stay flat. DJ, I'm gonna stay flat.
Yeah, look for that edge when you're out and about. Look for edges and watch out for.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look for some edges, man. For sure. All right, peace out, fellas.
See ya.
All right.
I
Does
think
anyone else? Go ahead.
I was gonna just hot wash real quick. I think Gunslinger here might actually be turning a page a little bit. He came to troll. And he's finding out.
Oh yeah, big time. Like it's from the first day he came in here, where he thought all of us were just like some sort of gag. Like this is just like, it wasn't really flat Earth. We're just joking around. It's all for, you know. He's like, damn, you guys really are flat earthers. Let me troll you for a little bit. Realized he couldn't troll the topic because he didn't know what it was, and then got upset, and then kind of left and came back, and now he's like, hey, let me try to figure out what this flat Earth thing is all about.
Yeah, I think the next take we need to have with him is to present some long distance observations again, some laser tests again, and keep it focused there, because I think we've established our case with him. And he's accepted our case. That doesn't mean he's accepted the argument, but he's accepted that we have a valid case and we're not trolling.
You think that if the moon is a sphere, it wouldn't you couldn't cast a sphere wouldn't cast a circular shadow on a sphere. It would get distorted because the surface would be curved. Right? You're projecting a circle onto a curved surface. It's not going to stay a circle.
Wait, why
You only see
would
an
the
arc
shadow
section
get
anyway.
distorted?
Because
only an
the
arc
surface
section
of the
you
moon
get.
would be curved, right? It's a curved surface. It's not a piece of paper. I mean, if you want to say the moon's flat and it's the shadow of the Earth, that would work fine. You mean the Flat Moon Society?
I mean,
But how are you going to work it out anyway? How are you going to work it out anyway? You only have an arc section. Unless you think that the Earth's shadow is perfectly fitting the angular size of the moon.
Yeah, and this is where the empirical evidence comes in, right? So there's observations that are made in nature that falsify the three-ball idea of an eclipse. Namely, there's eclipses that are observed. Yes, so Over the Fence is posting in the chat demonstration. So there's eclipses that observed are geometrically impossible. Namely, that the sun and the moon are both visible above the horizon, and the shadow of the moon, the quote-unquote shadow of the Earth, is moving down the surface of the moon toward the horizon. But the sun is also above the horizon. So how can the object that's casting the shadow be coming down when it's under your feet? It's coming down towards you, but the Earth is under your feet. That's geometrically impossible. There's sunset eclipses that have been recorded, which is also geometrically impossible. There's all sorts of problems with it. They don't tell, like the globe. You got to think of the globe as kind of like someone selling you a used car. They're like, freaking man, it has a great engine. Freaking the stereo's freaking awesome. They don't tell you that the brakes are going, that the clutch is gone, right? That the freaking smells like cat piss in the fucking trunk. They don't tell you all that. They're selling you the good points. They don't tell you all the things that don't work. There's a lot of things that don't work. And that's kind of what we did. We say, hey, we're not trying to convince you there's a sweat. We're just going to like, they say the Earth is a globe, and then they say there's certain things that are observed in nature, and we checked, and it don't check out, bro. Like, that's all we're saying. This shit don't check out.
I see. Okay.
I mean, we take it at face value that it would check out if we checked. And nobody checks, right? We just assume, like, you know, like Eddie Bravo used to say, Google, what's the distance to the sun? 93 million miles. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How'd they do that, right? No one ever asks how'd they do that in checks. They just take it at face value that it's true. And I mean, I understand. People are also taught that to figure this stuff out, like you have to be some sort of freaking super genius nerd astronomer and freaking via freaking 10 by 10 blackboard and 10 boxes of chalk.
Well, I'm not a scientist.
Oh yeah, I'm not a scientist. Yeah.
But we hear every day. I'm not a scientist. I couldn't possibly know that.
Yeah, you can't figure it out because you're not a scientist. But then on the other hand, you're dumb for not believing it.
Yep.
How does that make sense? How can you be dumb and not, like dumb and just like ordinary at the same time?
Yeah, and they say that too in the same breath, right? Talking outside two sides of their mouths. You're just too stupid to understand.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a scientist, so I couldn't possibly know.
Only smart people automatically believe smart people.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be smart to believe smart people. Dumb people don't believe smart people because they're dumb.
But you're not as smart as the smart people. That's the other. That's the other thing.
Are those smart people smart because they believe other smart people?
Yes.
Infinite progress.
Yeah, it's human centipede.
Oh, God.
There's some psychology for your ass, cowboy.
Oh man, nice choice of words.
I mean, you want to do a psychological frickin' you want to have you want to see some psychology, man. Chill for a fucking week in here and watch the people that come in here in the absolute absurd psychotic rage this topic brings them.
Oh no, I know. I used to host Crit knows we were on this server together and I used to host these really large talks. Like we get like 300 people in on these like things called stages. And then these I'd have people come on like a couple at a time. We might have 6 or 7, maybe 8 people on stage at once. And I would allow, like let's say we're doing flat earth, I'd allow like 3 flat earthers on, 3 globers on, and then we'd all talk. And there's some pretty interesting discussions. I kind of get lost when the flat earthers like go down the whole the dinosaurs were placed there rabbit hole, and like the Catholics are incubating a bunch of babies and trying to and miseducate everybody, like shit like that.
I get it, dude.
That's science
like what we call esoteric flat earthers. We're not in that group, bro.
I told him that earlier. I was saying
we
that
were
to him.
talking about that earlier. Yeah.
That shit infuriates me, all of that.
But I like to come to it, I'm like, okay. What do we
listen,
know?
Cowboy, on interrogation, you'll find out they're not actually flat earthers. They're just they're just fucking edgelords.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because if they cared anything about information being told, they would care more about how it's investigated, how people know what they know. Like, is it something that could be substantiated, that could withstand scrutiny?
Mm-hmm.
That's something you should be looking for if you have a talk with somebody. Be more concerned with how they got to the point of a conclusion of the information they're presenting you. And if they can't do it, then what are they saying? They just have another belief system? Like, that's not going to work. Yeah, we're trying to get people out of the muck and mire
the thing on the other side of the hill. That doesn't mean that you're going to be able to see it. Okay, it's hidden, it's physically obstructed. Like, let's say you have a long hallway and it curves away from you and your friend walks away around the hallway. You can't see it just because he's still got light bouncing off him and there's light bouncing off everything. That doesn't mean that you're going to be able to see beyond a physical obstruction.
Oh yeah, that's because of a property of light. Now I'm pretty sure like total internal reflection or something along those lines. I don't know.
Well, not really.
I'm gonna drop that side of the topic since I really have no information on it.
No, that's all good. Well, that's the thing. Like we're just going out testing to see if the mathematics that we're told about the globe actually fits reality, and it turns out that it doesn't. And there's been thousands of different types of tests that have been done now using all sorts of different methods, including infrared. Right, infrared cuts through that, refraction or anything like that. So like, there's just every single test comes back that it's flat over these distances. It's not possible.
I've always wondered if there's like, a video of just like, I would love to see a video of just some flat earthers debunking every single flat earther argument. I think that would just be a cool watch.
Debunking every which argument? Globe earther argument?
Yeah. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are tons of videos of that. I mean, debunking every single globe earther argument. I mean,
okay, so I'm going to finish in 28.
It's kind of up to the person making the claim with the argument to back up the claim. Like, we don't have to prove a million negatives. Like, if they're claiming, it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune. It's like, the flat earther doesn't... I mean, we could debunk every single globe claim just with the long distance observations and laser tests. If you don't have curvature, then every single claim for the entire heliocentric model is debunked.
I remember seeing like a lot of things like, if the Earth was flat, then this would have happened and this would have happened, and a lot of things would be debunked. So you really think we're kind of like, I mean, I don't disagree with the fact that physics is very blurry. A lot of things are just theories, and then we just follow those theories and make new theories, and then etc.
Quite often there's straw man arguments when people say, if the Earth were flat, then this couldn't be possible. This wouldn't be possible, or that wouldn't be possible. But usually they're coming at it from a misunderstanding of what we're actually claiming, or they'll say, flat earthers claim this particular map, and if they claim this particular map, then how do you explain this or that? It's like, well, we don't claim that that's the flat Earth map. That's a globe projection, for example, just to give you an example.
Right.
Yeah, so everything. Yeah, I've not heard anything that wouldn't work on a flat Earth. I mean, you can get a bunch of things that would work fine on both, like circumnavigation east to west, for example, or something like that. Nighttime, daytime, seasons, things like that can be explained on both. You're gonna find a lot of things could be explained on both, but you're not gonna find anything that can't be explained on a flat Earth and only works on a globe. But you'll find things that can't be explained on a globe in reality that only work on a flat Earth, right? Like the physics of water, for example.
The physics of water. All right. So what's your personal opinion on, the shape of the flat Earth, your theory? Like,
I have no idea. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Not sure? That's cool.
Yeah, I would just be guessing. I would have no way to know. I mean, like, it's kind of like saying, like, what shape is a lake? Or something like that. It's like every single lake in the whole world is probably a completely different shape. It's just a random lake shape or tree shape. Something's different. It doesn't have to be a diamond or a triangle or, one of those common shapes. But yeah, I have no idea. I don't think it's an object floating in the heliocentric model of outer space. That's for sure. I would think of it more like how Sporadic was talking about, how it's kind of like the floor. As far as we know, it's the floor of the system that we live in. Very similar to what all of the ancient cultures depicted. It's just like a flat plane within some kind of enclosed system. That's what they depicted. I have no idea how the enclosure would work or anything like that. We're just testing the surface, and that's the context of what flat Earth means. A surface area that's not curving.
Right. So, what's your thought on like? Have you ever been on an airplane?
On a what? Sorry.
Airplane.
Plane. Yeah. Tons of planes.
So you know when you're like high up in the air and you think what you see is a curvature. What are your thoughts on that? What do you think that is?
I've flown like in the last years that I've been flying, quite long flights. I mean, I'm from Australia. I'm in Europe right now. I've flown quite a few places, and I'm just amazed how flat it looks. I don't know how anyone can say that they think they can see a curve from a plane, unless you're in a particular type of plane that has really small, round, thick glass windows that might allow you to think that you're seeing a curve. But you know what? I was so amazed. I was like, damn, it looks so flat up here. So I pulled out my Sony camera and I started filming it. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to show everyone, my footage. And then when I got back, I looked at the footage. And I'm like, damn, it looks like it's curved. and then I noticed when I would pan through the footage that when the horizon would drop below the center of the frame, it wouldn't look like it's curved anymore. It would look like it's actually curving the wrong direction. So quite often it's looking at footage after you've filmed it. If you think you can see curve from a plane, or it's the windows of the plane in very specific planes that have thick round glass windows. But I've just seen a flat horizon. And look, even if the Earth were a globe, from that height you wouldn't see curvature anyway. It's not high enough.
Would you just a question? Let's say hypothetically, right? And this would never work though. Let's say you get the opportunity to get on a spaceship, right? You go up, and let's go through two hypotheticals. You go up, you see it's flat, or you go up and you see it's globe. What's your thoughts? First off, let's say when it's flat, your comfort zone. You go up, and turns out you and your community were right this entire time. It's what appears to be a flat surface. What's your thought on that?
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. If you went up and saw a globe, I mean, how that? Okay, then why isn't the water curving when you test it down here? But look, yeah, sure. If you actually went up like to the height of the moon or something like that, and if the moon's the height that they're telling us, and you looked back and you saw a globe Earth, sure, of course. But I don't think anybody's done that, and I don't think it's possible to do that.
So you think the whole is fake, right?
Yeah, man. Even if I believed in the globe, I would call absolute bullshit 100% on the moon landing. I mean, most people haven't even looked into it. I mean, I think anyone that looks into it properly is at least going to be skeptical of it.
You only see 3% from the ISS anyway, so nobody's going to see the whole thing. Okay.
Nigger.
Oh wow.
Nigger. Jew.
Yeah, this is not very good rapping if that's what you're trying to do.
I think if you're trying to be a lyricist, buddy, I think you're kind of failing. I don't even know.
Yeah, that was a train wreck.
There's always going to be.
But yeah, look, the maximum height that we can get to, we can get up to about 40,000 feet on a plane, and it looks flat. And then we can send up a weather balloon to about 120,000 feet before it pops. And with a non-fisheye lens, it looks completely flat from that height. And then the next height that we can get up to is, let's say, the Richard Branson Virgin Galactic. That was the next highest one at 300,000 feet. And even astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson made numerous videos or in interviews saying that that's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. He said he did
we just can't go high up enough, right?
Well, there is no curvature because when we do long distance observations over the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature. So it has to be there, and it's not there. But yeah, even from the height of the ISS, you could only see 3% of the surface. And from your field of view, that wouldn't be enough to notice the curvature of the Earth mathematically. And that's why we have people like even Russian cosmonauts or Polish astronauts. They say it looks flat from up there. Even the Polish astronaut said
what's his name? Cider Phyla over here. It's here, my sister. a little too well.
Yeah, there's a bit of background noise. It's all right. You shut her up.
You know, it's kind of funny. He mentioned like governments lying. It's like if they all held to their original charters, I think things would be a lot different.
What charters exactly? Sorry, I'm gonna just.
Government document is a charter. That thing which creates a thing, sets it in motion. Governments were constructed to protect private property and to protect your rights. They're not there to tell you what's right or wrong. They're not the arbiter of truth.
Yeah, they're not. I think they just conduct their own research, and besides that, they don't really force you to listen. I mean, well, schools do, I guess.
Well, I mean, okay, I can't get normal government local agents to follow the basic laws of the state. So it's like, why would I trust them telling me about anything scientific?
Well, I don't think they're. I mean, to be fair, right, from the perspective of the government, do they really mind if, you know, a couple of people do not agree with their opinion? No, but I feel like if it's, you know, a lot of people kind of arguing about a certain argument, I guess then they start to, you know, publicize arguments to prove their facts.
Right, but the arguments always come back to, is my government lying? Are they doing criminal things? Is the money being used correctly? Like, this is what it comes down to, is actual crimes. So it's like, none of it's a non-physical thing. It's always some type of a physical thing.
I don't think they're necessarily profiting off the fact that, you know, their statement, oh, Earth is a globe. I don't really think they earn profit from that, perchance.
Hold on. Can you go to Walmart and find NASA memorabilia of any kind?
Yeah, well, NASA doesn't. Well, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Well, what
right. So then they are merchandising. So they are making money. Okay.
I feel like it's not really. I mean, they're making money off of merchandise, right? But people aren't wearing the merchandise. Kind of. I feel like you could say the same thing about flat Earth merchandise. Like if there's a hat that says "I believe the Earth is flat," well, then you could say they're just profitizing off their argument, and this entire argument is for monetary gain. So I don't think that's kind of a point.
Well, the thing is, I mean, NASA's getting like $80 million a day of taxpayer money, and they're not really providing people with anything that they can validate.
Yeah. I mean, he was talking about memorabilia, so I don't think that's, you know, the portion of profit that NASA's really keeping an eye on, and, you know, they really got to make sure.
We don't know. That's what it comes down to. We can't validate we can't validate exactly what's going on with that money. We can't validate the footage that NASA's giving us either.
It's more of yeah, you can't validate it. It's more of, so what do you wait. Okay, what do you think NASA should do? Right? What should NASA do to make you kind of believe in them, you know?
NASA. The question you should be asking is what are they? Not what can they do, because I don't even know what the hell they are, right? It's like, if I go to a place that says, you know, Infinity Massage Spa, if I go in and they don't have spas or massage tables, I'm going to have a problem. So it's like, first off, let's find out what they are, and then figure out what services they do provide.
Let's
have an answer.
Well, they're not you know, company that works in the shadows and evil. Let's just say they're just actually trying to be a space agency, right? Yeah, I know, right? What could this space agency do to prove that, you know, they're not lying to you? What would you think?
Well, like, okay, can you see the side chat?
I see the transgender surgery night elves running rampant.
Yeah, here. Like, maybe not present footage like this for starters. Right, that could be a start, not to present completely just ridiculous, laughable looking footage.
So I mean, yeah,
could be step one.
that is. To be fair, I don't know what I'm looking at right now.
It's just there's a bunch of Freemasons wearing nappies inside that, and they're orbiting around the moon. Right, here they are. Here's the Freemasons in the nappies once again, leaving the moon, and all of the little space sparkles come out when it takes off, and then
I'm
the
sure,
camera.
I'm sure that's those are one of the things, kind of. I will agree that during the Cold War they post this stuff to kind of, as propaganda. I'm not going to sit here and lie, right? That kind of looks like, for example, that should never happen. Like, I'm looking at this right now. The one at the bottom, I don't really think that's clearly.
Here's one more. This is my favorite one. This is usually my test to see if someone's like intellectually honest or maybe really stupid. If they believe, because quite often I'll post this last one here, and they'll be like, "What's wrong with it?" Yeah, it looks real to me.
I don't know much about Photoshop, but from what I can see, it doesn't really look.
Yeah, it's not Photoshop, but it's kind of like could be kind of like stop motion animation or like using like miniatures and models and things like that. I'm not sure. They had billions of dollars to make this crappy footage. So
it kind of looks like a little thing you'd see in a very poorly made slasher film.
Or Thunderbirds. Have you seen Thunderbirds?
Unfortunately not.
Yeah, well, here you go. Here's a clip that kind of matches the footage.
Yeah.
It's like little clay guys. But yeah, look at and then we have like 6-hour compilations of ISS fails. Okay, so it wasn't just bad footage back then. It's like they get caught using green screens and harnesses and augmented reality technology and hairspray and.
So what you're saying? Okay, what do you think about the people who are in, allegedly in your case, in space right now? Where do you think they are right now?
I don't think there is nobody in space right now. Okay, so let me give you a picture. Yeah, nobody's in space.
I mean, I feel like I don't think anyone's.
You know what's interesting? A Russian cosmonaut just recently did an interview, and he said